Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the inaugural Michelin 992 Endurance Cup powered by Porsche Motorsport. It's good to have your company. My name is John Hindhoff, and we are ready for a brilliant day of motor racing. A full 12 hours from the Ardennes. The weather is looking pretty impressive today, with a top temperature of around about 27 degrees. That's into the high 70s, low 80s on the Fahrenheit scale. 28 of the best teams in Porsche racing gathered from around the world, with the 992 Cup car as the weapon of choice, and drivers brought from all of the major championship. I'm John Hindhoff, and along with Diana Binks, Joe Bradley and Nick Damon, we'll bring you all of the action today. And speaking of Nick Damon, let's head down to him now on the pit lane.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Porsche World. It is a dream come true for John Hindhoff. Everywhere you look, every corner of every nook of every cranny, there's a Porsche, and normally a very expensive one. We are here for the 992 Endurance Cup, a fantastic idea, which we'll be talking about the next 12 hours. In fact, I'm going to break with just. I'm going to go straight to an interview with a man who can tell us all about the 992 Endurance Cup. It's Gary from Coventry. Gary, tell us about this event. How did it happen? How come we're here at Spa with 28 992s?
Yeah, I think approximately a year the idea is born by one of my colleagues to do a series with Porsche. The talks with Porsche went on, and one later we are here with 30 Porsche 992 on the grid. So it is actually, Porsche told us this is the first 12-hour race for this kind of car.
What's it like working with Porsche, the behemoth of sports car racing?
Yeah, we thought, well, let's have a look at it, but it's brilliant. It's good professional people, open-minded. We can discuss with them. We don't always agree, but we find a good way. So we're really happy with this cooperation with Porsche. Yeah.
And basically, so you've got the cars here, you've got 28 cars here. I mean, I know this race hasn't started yet, but this is a start of something special. Is this a start of something special?
Yeah, this is something part of something really special. This is, as again, the first one-make series in its kind. So we have a plan next year, in the same date, the next one. So it's really exciting. You feel also the exciting from the team with this new concept, and just look around and ask around. You feel thrilled. So I hope we have that in 12 hours as well.
Gary, thank you very much. Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to... And it's welcome to the grid. And in traditional Coventry, so we really need to show off the trophy. Look at the 992 Endurance powered by Porsche Motorsport trophy. It's a big one, which is important. We've had lots of track action. It was wet and dry yesterday, but today we are looking at pure dry. So let's go and see if we can talk to some of the drivers. This could be a voyage of mystery for me, because I think 37 of the drivers have never taken part in a Coventry race before. But I think we can start with the man who stuck the car on pole for the number 4 car of Michelin Motorsport, and it is it's Max Cruz Racing. It's Paul Meyer. Paul, you put the thing on pole, and now you're just staring at a very short run to La Source. How do you feel about that?
Quite used to this track and to this startings here. So the short run is an advantage, of course. And leading the field into La Source and Eau Rouge is good. Let's see if we can gain a bit of space into Eau Rouge, that we have to demonstrate also a bit of free air. But yeah, let's see. The race is long, 12 hours. Just keep it in one piece and have a nice race.
Yeah, it's interesting because we've got a lot of drivers in this field who aren't used to doing endurance races. We've got a lot of people who come over from the various Carrera Cup championships in Asia and America and Europe. And so we're going to have a few people who after 20 minutes are going, why am I still in the car?
Yeah, it will be a mess, I don't want to say, but I think it will be like Carrera Cup racing in the first 30 minutes. And when they get tired, we see what will happen. But we are organized well, we are fit, so used to this.
Thank good luck, Paul from Max Cruz Racing. But yeah, I think it's we could see a very good weekend for the spares part department down at Stuttgart. In the second place, it's the 4 car. I have to look at my thing, which is obviously Michelin Motorsport, and this is one of the. So your name is
Martin.
Martin, right? So tell us, front row, happy.
Yeah, happy. But it's a long race ahead, so that's the main thing, you know.
Let's say it's a long race. I mean, we were just talking a second ago to Paul about, a lot of these drivers haven't done long race, have they? This is their first experience of endurance. Have you got much endurance experience yourself?
Yeah, I have a bit. I didn't know that, actually. I thought everybody here has some...
No, there's people who come in from the various Carrera Cup championships around. They're doing half an hour and they're going, why am I still in the car?
Yeah, definitely. It's a different vibe for sure for endurance racing, and especially like if you do one like full stint, pushing, and then realize you need to get back in the car again. And it's definitely a different sport. But I mean, at the end of the day, we just want to get in the car, drive as fast as possible, keep it on the black stuff, and hopefully make it to the end. And that's at the end. Either you do sprint or endurance. There are many things in common. So in that way, we're still racers and we still push until the very end, and that's what matters the most, I think.
Thanks. There's Martin Rump there out of the number 4 Moorland car. We're going to carry on walking back, and I'm going to carry on asking who are you to various people. Oh, I'm going to ask this one, and this is even better because my normal problem, I haven't got my normal problem because look, it's actually got the name. I know which one it is. It's Alfred, unless of course they've swapped out of it. Alfred, you are, of course, part of probably the premier Porsche team normally in Creventic. How much higher is the level of competition, do you think, this weekend compared to a Creventic race in the Porsche side of things?
I mean, the biggest difference is the amount of cars. Here with the Cup cars, it's 30 Cup cars in the regular Creventic races, except of Dubai, where you have more GT3 cars. But most of the time we are racing against 15 other GT3s, and here is 30 Cup cars with all the same engine and same power, so this makes it more interesting.
You're with the 86 Neuhofer Rennsport team with your brother and Martin Racking and a couple of other drivers. How come it's not a case where you've not done it as a Herberth team? How come you're running for Neuhofer? Is it because you don't have a 992 Cup car?
We don't have a 992 Cup, and we are super good friends. We know us very long time. Also, Martin Ragginger is a good friend of us. We have been racing many years in GT Masters in the past, and it's a good team together.
I think just bring Martin. Martin, obviously your most recent racing is in Carrera Cup Asia. Is it nice to be back in Europe and at Spa?
Yeah, like Fredel said, I think it's so cool for us because we have a big history in the past, and to come together to sit on one car again, to have this opportunity through Neuhofer Racing, it's really brilliant, and we enjoy the whole weekend.
I mean, how good is this 992 Cup car? Obviously, because you're very used to running the half-hour races around Asia. How is it effectively the same car? Or do you have to change it a lot to become an endurance model?
No, actually, it's the same car basically, but obviously here we run with ABS, and in Carrera Cup you don't have the ABS. I think this is quite a big difference. But Neuhofer prepared the cars really good, and it's not the first time that we take part in a Creventic race with the team, so they have quite a good experience. And after last year, we did the Monza race, also the Dubai race together. So I'm looking forward to this one. It's a challenge. I think Spa is never easy, but we're looking forward to have a good race.
Now, currently, of course, I think you're 4th overall currently in Carrera Cup Asia. Is your next race at Singapore, which is a bit of a different circuit, isn't it? I mean, how is it when you kind of go from one wide open Grand Prix circuit to one really tight one? Is it a big mental change each time?
No, actually not. I mean, Singapore is quite a good street circuit, I would say. We have raced in Thailand this year in Bang Seng, and this one was really tough. So Singapore is wide open, and it's a good atmosphere next to the F1. But obviously there is a change to Spa. It's a bit different.
And of course you'll get to drive probably 3 hours in total. That must be. Is that something you look forward to driving more seat time, even though some of it will be just turning laps?
Yeah, I mean the seat time in this race weekend is unbelievable. I think for each driver, even though we have 4 for a 12-hour race, this is a bit uncommon because usually you use maximal 3 drivers. But the schedule is very tight. We are always under pressure all day. And yesterday we got a lot of track time, and today obviously as well.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for the 86. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to do our own high-speed pit stop. We're not changing wheels. We're not changing tyres. We're not changing fuel. We're changing flags. Thank you. That's Peter Fry there giving us the correct flag. Next, we've got the 99 car. There's 3 drivers here, so we can have a quick chat to the 99, which I think is right. It's the fastest of the Pro-Am cars. I have to shuffle through my paperwork because it's not the most easy to use piece of paper, is it? Pro-Am? Oh, yeah. So the 99 car belongs to Belgian Racing, and which is the Pro-Am pole sitter, Dylan Deardale, Jan Alois and Sasha Norden. So let's talk to Jan, because he's very conveniently written his name there so I can know who it is. Top in Pro-Am, so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. We had a good pace yesterday, but I make a mistake with the tires. I go out with the rain tires, and the track was getting dry, and I fucked up my quali. So fourth position is quite good, but yeah, let's see how the race goes.
Thanks, Brad. Sorry, apologies for the language, second language there. Right, let's move forward now to the number. So you've got back in fifth place now. It's the 48 car of Luke Hartog. Now I think Luke's got if I can find him. It's hard to find. Again, it's a mystery list of drivers, but the only person I can see in overalls has very conveniently got a body worn one. This might be, is Tobias Muller one of their drivers? It is, okay. Tobias, out of the 48 car. I mean, you are the only person I can see in overalls. Are you the person starting then?
No, Chris is doing the start. After that, we will see how the track position is, and then we will do our decision who is the next driver.
Very strong team with Chris Meese and Luke Hartog. I mean, you must be looking for overall success, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, 12-hour race is pretty long, so let's see how we can do the race through the 12 hours, and then at the end we will see how we are standing.
I mean, is there a lot of tactics? It does seem that, because we've got a set amount of time for fuel stops, and there's regulations regarding when you can come in and yellow flags and safety cars. Is there much you can do to strategy, or is it, this sounds very basic, you just keep going as fast as you can because there's nothing much you can do apart from doing that?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be strong, we have to be consistent, and with the fuel stops is a new story for us, because we are doing PE10 at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and it would be a challenge, and we will do our best.
Great stuff. And that is you turn around and you think Chris Meese. Chris Meese, of course, in two cars. He's in both the Black Falcon engine. Can't see him at the moment, but hopefully he'll turn up in a minute. Now, where should we go? Oh, it's the other Black Falcon car across here, and it's Gabriel Prana's going to start this one, which is the other Chris Meese car. Yeah. Let's have a look, and then it's number. Hang on a second. I'm just trying around. It's number 5. Yeah. So there we go. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Mark Stursberg. Black Falcon, strong. Is your only real aim to beat the team car?
Yeah, no, not. It's not the target. So it's nice to be that Christopher and I share our car, and he starts right beside me, so that makes fun. Sometimes we share the mountain bike. So now the racetrack.
And how are you sharing Chris out? Is he equally across the two cars, or you say no? I'll have more Chris, please.
No, he goes on both cars.
Same amount?
Sorry?
The same amount?
No amount, just friends.
Great. I mean, it's interesting, really, because it's a lovely sunny day. We're going to, hopefully, I'm sure touch wood, we're in Spa. We get a dry day, great weather. What are the things you can do as a team to differentiate yourselves from the other teams around you?
First of all, it's really a nice day. Every practice day, every qualifying day, we have rain. Now it's nice. So I think to survive the first 2 hours, and then let's see what happens the rest. It's a long race, a lot of same cars, nice drivers. So
yeah, you're right. Good quality cars, similar drivers. I mean, once you get into the meat of the race, how easy is it actually going to be overtake people?
I think it's not so easy. So I think it's one of the huge challenges here to overtake, depending on the driver. So let's see how does it work.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. I'll stand back out of the number 5. We'll carry on going backwards. I'm going to go over this side now. The next car up is the 18 machine, which I think is one of the pro cars. Muller Motorsports. Is that a pro one or is it an amateur one? I think the 18 is a pro-am car. Jared Thomas is starting it, but it appears to be a complete dearth of drivers, which is a bit unfortunate. I am not seeing anyone. Nope. They've lost the chance of an interview. That's going to destroy them, isn't it, really? Across the other side is the sister car, or brother car. I don't know, Porsche's a sister car. They go to the 21. Now, interestingly, I know Ryan Yardley started that one. There is a driver standing by the 21 car, so he hasn't got his name on his overall, so I'm going to have to do Hello, sir. Oh no, this is Ryan Yardley. Ryan, how are you doing? Ryan, so starting the 21?
Not for me, no. So I won't be starting the 21 today. So yeah, I think Tyler's going to start the race for us. So yeah, long 12 hours, but should be a fun one.
You've got a couple of cars. Again, you qualified side by side. Is that, it always says beating your teammates the key point. Is that your key aim?
No, we're definitely working together today. So it's kind of cool to have both cars represented by American drivers that race back home in America. So yeah, no, we'll work together. Obviously, different class. One's a Pro-Am car, and one's an Am car. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Let's just see how it plays out over 12 hours.
As an American, obviously you're used to racing at the classic American tracks. You got Road America, Watkins Glen, Sebring. What's it like to turn up at Spa and race here compared to US tracks?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's new for all of us here, which is exciting. So yeah, big challenge. But yeah, love the track. Super high speed, super fast. Very different to some of the tracks back home. And although most of us run this car back home, it's a different tyre than what we run back home. So yeah, pretty cool. And yeah, let's just see how it plays out.
For us Luddites who just talk about it, explain to me, when you sit there with a 992 Cup car, which is kind of universal across the whole world. What does a different tyre mean to a driver? What does that actually mean to how you go about setting a lap time, how you run a stint?
Yeah, it's honestly completely different. So we ran this tyre last year in Carrera Cup in North America, and obviously with this year we've changed to Yokohama. So yeah, it's honestly the car drive's completely different, much different platform with a different tyre. But yeah, obviously the Michelin's a great tyre, and it's good to be back on it this weekend. And yeah, should be good.
Now, it's interesting, of course, because we've talked to some of the guys from the other Carrera Cup championships. Now, the US does have ABS in your championship, where some of the others don't. So I suppose that makes the conversion just that little bit easier for you guys.
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's kind of the tick in the right box for us, that we're used to the ABS and we've been, have experience with that. So that's nice knowing that, we don't have to worry about, locking tyres in this long race and things like that. So yeah, for us, it's obviously that's the very similar part, and yeah, which comes in handy for us.
Great stuff. That's Ryan Yardley, another Kiwi making an impressive racing, home, I suppose, in America, you'd say. There's so many New Zealand runners. Ryan. Okay, so the next car up is the 90. That is the MRS GT machine. And that's I apologise if I handle a little piece of paper because I haven't got one of my super big pieces of paper. This, I think, is this the car that has the two lady drivers in it? And there are two lady drivers over here. So let's... hello. Madeline Stewart.
Hi.
How are you doing? Madeline, well, it's great to see drivers from all around the world come around, and even great to see, a good smattering of female drivers and female drivers towards the front. And of course, again, another Antipodean. Come to Belgium, you find Australians, New Zealand. This is fantastic. So how are you enjoying your Spa experience?
Oh, I'm loving it. This is just so surreal to be here. This track is insane. It's as amazing as everybody says it is. It totally lives up to its expectations. So absolutely fantastic to be here. I can't thank Therese enough for making this all happen, and MRS for having us. And yeah, just being here. This is my first European race and my first long race, so a whole bunch of new experiences for me, so it should be a lot of fun.
So what's the longest race you've been involved in before?
My longest race is a 6-hour race, and it was the Bathurst 6-hour, so it was still a very cool one, a little different, but yeah, very cool.
Well, this is the chance. Now, this is a real chance for me to ask a very difficult question for you. Okay. Bathurst or Spa?
Okay, but people at home are watching, but I kind of want to say Spa.
But you say Spa, because they are two absolute classic tracks. I mean, you've only got the Nürburgring to go, and you've got the set. Now, you're only about 80 kilometres away. Are you going to drive down there for a couple of tourist laps next week?
I would absolutely love to, but tomorrow I actually fly back to the US because I have a test day for Carrera Cup on Monday at Circuit of the Americas. So pretty busy schedule, and I wish I could fit more of Europe in while I'm here, but I'll have to come back.
In fairness, a day at the Circuit of the Americas isn't a bad... I mean, again, another Grade 1 F1 circuit, but very, very different from this one. Have you been to the Circuit of the Americas before?
I have, yes. I raced in Sprint Challenge there last year, and I actually did a small race there, which was the 1-hour Porsche Endurance Challenge race, which they've just started in the US. So that was sharing with another driver just for a 1-hour race in a Cayman GT4. So I've done a little bit in the at COTA before.
And when the race, is that going to be an F1 support race?
Yes, so we were...
Bit exciting.
Yes, it's very exciting. I love Austin, and racing at F1 is so cool. So yeah, that's right at the end of October for our last round of the Carrera Cup Championship.
And how's the championship going for you this year?
It started off a little bit challenging, just a little bit of carnage in that kind of mid-pack area, but we've found some more pace, so racing nicely in the top 10. Our last race, we were 7th, so we're happy with that for our first year in Carrera Cup, and we'll keep building on that. We had a good test at Indy the other week, so looking forward to progressing for the rest of the year.
Slightly bad news, you're sort of mid-pack here. Are you expecting better manners because it's a 12-hour race, though?
Yeah, so we were on for a class pole yesterday and 3rd overall, but I lost my best lap due to track limits. So
Turn 17.
Turn 17, yes. So that has set us back a little bit, but we are still P4 in class, and I really think we can race forward. We have a great lineup and general pace between the four of us, so I feel confident leading into the race.
Well, that's it. I mean, you got the pace. I mean, because you don't gain much going wide at 17. So who's starting the car for you?
So Nick is starting. He is going to do a double stint, and then we'll evaluate from there. But yeah, like I said, I think between the four of us, we've got great race pace. So we're looking forward to a consistent, solid race and a very exciting start to the race, I think.
Thanks, man. That's Nick Romano starting the car. Of course, racing with Alex Sedgwick in the same car. They're normally, of course, against each other in the Carrera Cup. We've had a first attempt to try and remove us from the grid, but that's not going to work for me. You know that. So let's have a kind of a... Where are we next? So we got to the 85 car. Another Neuhofer machine. Henry Kwong in the car. This obviously, I assume, looking like they are from Hong Kong, the flag. Henry, is this? Have you raced in Europe before? Is this your first experience of European racing?
It's my first time in European racing in the Spa, which is really fun and really enjoy it.
You and your brother doing very well in Carrera Cup. I think your brother's leading, Eric, and you're in third. But now you're in the same car together. Is that kind of a dream come true to share an endurance race car with your brother?
Yes, of course. It's really fun that a brother team member is enjoying the same race. We fight for the champion, you know.
I mean, it is you say that because obviously you've got to... The point here really is, you're used to the very short races where it's very, elbows out, and now you've got to click, no, I've got to drive an hour and 20 minutes. I've got to be really sensible. Is that a different mindset, or do you think you are more of that sort of driver?
Well, you need to, in a different way to drive the car in different ways. So it's the process of learning and growing. So it's a good experience after all, yes.
Wish you all best of luck. Thank you very much indeed. Right, next we're going to go over the other side to one of the stalwarts. People who enjoy the Crevent Extremes will recognise these chaps and chapesses, and more importantly, the most important person in the team, and that is, of course, the man, the myth, the legend. It's Paul Truswell. Hello. How you doing, Paul?
Oh, yeah, I'm all right, actually. I'm good.
Now, this is a new one. One class, 28 cars, 12 hours, new rules, you're the strategist, it's all on you.
It's a very different kind of problem to solve. We have to stay on the lead lap, that's the key thing. Unlike a normal Creventic race where you can manipulate things a little bit more, we've got to stay on the lead lap because of the risk that there's going to be a safety car. So changes the strategy a little bit, but I'm looking forward to it, it'll be fun.
And we've got fueling in the pit lane. Fixed time fueling. So those clever tricks you guys play with Code 6, they're not happening. Does that make it more simple for you, or actually more difficult looking for an edge?
It's difficult to get an advantage that way because obviously everybody's doing the 60-second refueling, so it's the same for everyone. I know that's a cliche, but it is the same for everyone. So if you fall back for whatever reason, it's going to be very difficult to catch up again. Equally, should stop anybody from going off into the distance. So it'll be a close race, and it'll all come down to the final couple of stints, I think.
Does that mean you're going to back end your fastest drivers?
What I would ideally like to do is to start backing in now. But of course, we don't know how many full course yellows there's going to be, whether there are going to be any safety cars. As you say, because we've got 28 cars, varying quality of drivers, I think there could be a few incidents.
Now, of course, the one thing that is unique for you as a team is that you're racing 12 hours this weekend, but you're racing 24 hours next weekend. That's a massive turnaround as you go off to Barcelona 24 hours, isn't it?
Tell me about it, yes. And I've got a bit of holiday to take when I get back home. It's a challenge. It's supposed to be challenging. Barcelona will be fun. Looking forward to that. Of course, Red Camel's running an Audi GT3 car there.
Ooh, is that exclusive news for us?
It's a Utah entered car, and we're looking forward to that. So at least we don't have to worry about which car we're going to take to Barcelona from here. This car has come from Porsche, and it looks very good.
Well, wish you best of luck. And for those who don't know, every day is a holiday for Paul. He lives on the Isle of Wight, so it's fine. So they are now beginning to have a real clear. This is the point normally where I walk down and I talk about the various people in the classes and the different sort of cars. But of course, everything is, of course, a Porsche. This is literally. By the way, just so you know, this is a recurring dream that John Hindhaugh has. He wakes up every night screaming because not every car is a Porsche. Just having a little wander down. You sit there, how kind of get the excitement of the pit lane itself. Let's see if we can just see anybody else who's thinking about. Oh, this is house child just walked out. So a long way back here with the number 29, the Toro Racing by HRT machine. Luckily, you're not starting. It's Eric Zhang who's starting this. But what are the tactics when you're towards the back of the mid pack in this? Because let's be honest, we've seen large amounts of Porsche 992 cars. There tends to be a bit of incident.
Yes, well, it will be very tense first couple of laps. So it's basically what we told our starting driver: keep it clean in the beginning, especially when you have a big field. All cars are the same. You have much more fighting going on than a regular 12-hour race. So we told them to be calm, just find a rhythm in the beginning. And I think a key point will be to minimize the track limits, because there will be the penalty system is different from the Creventic here. So this will be a key factor. So just keep a clean race, find a rhythm, and avoid any kind of incident and track limits.
Now, Kim, I can see you've got a Carrera Cup Deutschland patch, so you're used to the half-hour race. Have you done much endurance racing?
Yes, a lot. I've done a lot of Creventic races, 24-hour races, Nürburgring, in Creventic a lot. So I also done a lot of endurance.
So you're the expert. Tell them, calm down, calm down.
That's it. Right. In endurance for me, it's just about not freaking out, finding your rhythm, and then it comes naturally. It doesn't feel as exhausting. Once you're in your rhythm, it's like same if you go running. At one point you find your rhythm, and then that's what you should focus on.
And you've got Adam in the car as well.
Yeah, and we got Adam, so whenever we need to set some purples, we send Adam in.
Thanks, that's Kim Hauschild. Then we talk about Adam Christodoulou, of course, who is now an expert. I've had my 3 fingers waved, which I think it means 3 fingers is a polite way. Perhaps I get 2 fingers at Silverstone to say, John, I think it's time for you to take this one over whilst I walk back up to you.
Nick Damon and the infamous pit lane walk. Excellent interviews from ND down there on the pit lane at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us over the next 12.5 hours or thereabout. It will be dark by the end of the race, and therefore there has been some darkness practice, and at least one driver had to get some darkness laps in. Let's take a look at the starting grid. On the front row, 2 pro class cars. Max Kreuzer Racing, the number 8 blue and white car with Michelin Motorsport, another blue and white car alongside it, slightly darker blue and white from Michelin Motorsport. Then Neuhofer Racing on the 86 and the Pro-Am Pulsar Belgium Racing on the outside of row 2. Black Falcon have the 3rd row with Team 48 and the 5 car. Then it's a Müllner row on row 4 with the 18 and 21. MRS GT have the number 90 on row 9 with the row 10, the Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM. Belgium Racing on the inside of row 6 with Neuhofer Racing for company in the 85. Red Camel Jordan, more GT Silver on that car this weekend, but still with some orange. They've got H2H Racing, the 15, alongside them. Max Kreuzer Racing on the inside of row 8 in the number 10. The 888 Seb Lejeune Racing by Duo Racing in 16th position. From Carrera Cup Asia, Toro Racing by HRT Performance helping them out alongside QMMF, the Qatari entered car by HRT. So that's another team row as well there with HRT. JW Race Service in the 935 and 19th from Speed Lover, the 78 in 20th. PTE by Mantai Racing in the number 992 in 21st. And on the outside of row 11 is Team GP Elite. K Kramer Racing in the number 36 car is on the inside of row 12 with Ansel Motors by Porsche. Lorient Racing Team Lap Time Performance has the 233 car on the inside of row 13 with the first of the MRS, the second of the MRS cars, should I say, the number 88 in AM. And in on the back row, which is row 14, MRS number 89 and the IFA motorhome car. That was the car that nosed in to the barriers on the Kemmel Straight in the early part of practice. Wasn't sure whether that car had a little bit of a bump to get it there on yesterday. It is, in fact, only, isn't it, of course, as this has effectively been a two-day event. So those are the 28 cars. We lost the Baz Kooten car in practice and the track day earlier in the week when the senior Van Berlo, Kai Van Berlo's dad, I think it was, who put that car off. We wish him all the best. Car couldn't be repaired in time, and Baz and the team were still here yesterday, and he was Baz was very good in speaking to us and letting us know what the situation was with the cars. It was Marcel van Berlo. He was supposed to be driving with Bart van Helden in the Netherlands entered car, but that has been, as I say, a casualty early on. It'll be Di Binks in the pit lane early on, without bobble hat this morning, as the temperatures already climbing into the teens, forecast to be well into the mid to high 20s. We have the hybrid safety car, which unusually is not a Taycan full electric. This is a 916, sorry, nearly put them in the Porsche car, in the Le Mans car, and that engine, of course, is the basis for the power plant in the 963. Came from the Porsche RS Spider and has been bored out and turbocharged. Porsche 918 Spider, 4.6 V8 with two electric motors, over 650 kilowatts and nearly 1300 newton meters of torque, which I think will be somewhat adequate. Problem early on for the GT Silver and Black number 89. This is one of the MRS GT cars. Was supposed to be starting in 27th. Now, will they allow that car out of the pit lane as the rest of the field are already heading round to the little kink before Blanchimont? Diana Binks is down in the pit lane with that MRS GT car. Has it managed to pull away, Diana? Good morning, by the way.
Good morning everyone. Yes, it did. The number 88 MRS GT racing car. They brought it back into the pit lane to the pit out area, and it had a bit of an electrical glitch. I just had a chat with the team because they're down the other end of the pit lane, and they said they weren't really sure. They were just refiring it up and resetting, which they did as we were talking, and then it's fired up and it's at the end of the pit lane at the moment. Obviously, they can't join the track just yet, but it's fired up and ready to go.
Thanks very much to Diana Binks, who's on the first shift this morning. This is a 12-hour straight-through race. Now, I've got actually two MRS GT cars stationary in the pit lane. So 88 and 89, which should have been starting 26th and 27th. I need to see if they are actually on the grid. Coming to the start of a brand new race, the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport, is underway. The two blue and white cars at the front of the field on pole position. Tate Lassource, the right-handed hairpin for the first time in the Ardennes sunshine. And it's Max Kreuzer racing on pole position. Paul Meyer from Martin Rump in the number 4 car as they head down. Looks like the pole sitting car has just about held on to it. There's already been contact further back, and a left front Michelin is being tortured by, that's another one of the Milner cars. I think that is either Anthony McIntosh or Tyler Hoffman. And in fact, it's the 21 car of Tyler Hoffman. That was the arm pole sitter, and the left front Michelin is gone. There's been contact there, and that is an awful start to the race for the arm pole sitter. Local yellow flags. As right at the back of the field, we have 3 cars. The 2 MRS GT cars have just come out the pit lane for Eduardo Menosi and Nelson Monteiro. The 88 and the 89 started in the pit lane, and it looked like the number 5 was hanging back as well, Mike Stursberg in the Black Falcon machine. So maybe that's where the contact were. They were very close to the Tyler Hoffman car, and that has got suspension damage as well. The left front steering arm is broken. At the front of the field, the red, white and black Max Kreuzer Racing number 8. Sorry, I think I called that blue and white earlier on. Paul Meyer is leading from Martin Rump in Milner Motorsport. So mixed fortunes early on around this just over 4-mile circuit with 11 hours and 58 minutes still to go. We are covering everything with, at the moment, local yellow and white flags, white for slow-moving vehicles. I am still somewhat concerned about Mike Stursberg, who's not come through to the end of the first sector. Tyler Hoffman has shown through there. But we'll have to keep an eye open for the Black Falcon number 5. In third position at the moment, by the way, it is Felix Neuhofer for Neuhofer Racing, as the number 21 Tyler Hoffman car is coming round the pit lane. Here we go then, at the end of the first lap. Max Kreuzer Racing from Milner, from Neuhofer, from Black Falcon Team 48. Jan Lorison leads in Pro-Am in 5th in the GC. K. Kramer Racing, Michele Di Martino in 13th is the best of the AM runners. And it's, other than those 2 cars, it has been a decent start. And Nick Damon has made his way to the booth. And, well, a rather typical group start down into La Source, and a little bit of argy and, if you will, bargy.
Yeah, and that's, I think, why you saw the 88 and the 89 start from the pit lane.
The 2 MRS
because
cars.
They've done what's called the iRacing start, when you're trying to get your safety rating to avoid the melee on the first couple of laps. And they probably could see it happening. And as we said, because this has got slightly different rules than those used to Graventic, in that you will be a safety car, you can give away 20 seconds at the start, as long as you don't get lapped, because you'll get bunched up at the first yellow. Desperate bad luck for the 21 machine, because that has to crawl back 4 miles on effectively 1 rim. Now they're about to go a lap down, so leaders come past them now as they are just going round No Name Corner, in fact, and down that little run to Pouon. So he's staying way to the right. What is it called?
Speaker's Corner, I always call it. It's called that because it used to be from the old PA booth on the other side of the track. That was the only place you could see in the distance. I think it's called Jackie X now, actually.
It's one of those things that change every 2 seconds. I didn't realise Radion was no longer called Radion.
It's still Radion. Radion is still Radion, and at the bottom of the hill, it's still Stavolo as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not quite sure why on earth they're called Radion Bruxelles, isn't it? It's called Brussels. So
no, Bruxelles is a different corner. That is the old.
It's Radion, according to my track maps.
No. Bruxelles is the one, the downhill after Malmedy. Radion.
Oh, Rivage. Sorry, Rivage.
Rivage or Bruxelles.
Rivage,
yes. Yeah.
Radion is still Rouge Radion, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. This is a fine job by the driver of the Milner Racing number 21 car. Tyler Hoffman is bringing that car back. Marcel Duc and the rest of the team will have some work to do. They are dropping laps away as Paul Meyer goes through 222.173. These are very quick cars. The 992 Cup car round about probably a couple of seconds maybe quicker than the previous version of this car around here. Now granted, that's a long lap. They're not that far away from GT3 pace on the Michelin tyre that the majority of the series around the world use. There's a couple of exceptions, but the majority of Carrera Cup around the world, and of course Super Cup, use this tyre. It is not an endurance tyre, but the Michelin technicians that I was talking to say that they are quite happy that it will be able to double stint, so do 2.5 hours plus around here, as long as the temperature doesn't get too high. We do have the RFID chips in them, so that's the same technology as we see in the IMSA Championship and in the World Endurance Championship. So with a bit of luck and a fair wind later on, when we fire up the readers at the end of the pit lane, we should be able to tell you exactly how many laps are on. A little bit of contact going down to Rivage Bruxelles. Nick was looking in his crystal ball there earlier on.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a movement. I think Henry Kwong dropped from second to third there. Constantine Dressler in the PT operated by Manto Racing Machines gone up to second in AM. And those of you looking at the screen are wondering, why is it all mixtures of AMs and Pro-Ams and amateurs? It was because effectively the first qualifying session yesterday was in wet and dry conditions, and some people got it wrong and were so far off the pace they couldn't then get themselves back up in this aggregated 3 positions. But they are now beginning to get in that order Pro-Am, Amateur.
Just before we go to die in the pit lane, Leo Pichler in the Eifer motorhome car. That was the car that had the damage yesterday. That number 911 is a brand new car to them, and from the back of the grid they're up to 16th in a couple of laps. Diana has a first pit lane corner. I presume that's the Mulner blue and white number 21, Di.
Yes, it is, absolutely correct. And the front left was completely punctured when it was on the rims as they came in. They've wheeled it into the garage and they're struggling to get that off. So that's going to take some time. I think they're working frantically around the car. I can see the smoke coming, but that's obviously just from the brakes as it made its way in. And they're working on that. They can't get that front left off at the moment, John.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more than that, Di. I think there's going to have to be a bit of remedial work to the steering arm as well.
We also had Mike Stursberg in the Black Falcon number 5, I think was the car we saw spinning off at Les Zorces.
They were just behind me, so they did a quick fix on that, and it has actually gone back out.
Yeah, they're back out 1:13 in the pit.
And there's been a change at the front of the field as Max Kreuzer Racing has dropped way back into 5th position. Martin Rumper was on the outside of the front row, now leads for Mühlner Motorsport from Neuhofer and Felix Neuhofer in second. Chris Meese for Black Falcon. He started in 4th position. He's now up to 3rd. Red Camel coming through. Rick Breukers started the number 9, the silver and red car. And Max Kreuzer Racing then with Paul Meyer behind the wheel, now down in 5th spot. That's the red, white and black car. Belgian Racing lead 4 of the Pro-Am cars from 6th place down over. It's the 99 Jan Laurisson from Kobe de Bruyke in the sister car, the number 98. Then Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM, Job Rapenga. And Anthony McIntosh, another one of the fly-ins, if you will. Anthony from the US Series, Mühlner Motorsport number 18 in 9th overall, 4th in class. The best of the arms, K. Kramer Racing, Michele Di Martino, who started on pole position. He's in 12th in the number 36 car from PTE Mantai, and Konstantin Dressler in 2nd, and in 3rd in that class is Team TP Elite and Wouter Bodekamp. Now, what happened?
It was Mike Stursberg coming out the pits in the Black Falcon, who, as he went up the Kemmel Straight, he dropped that very expensive piece of rubber air dam at the front of the 992. So it just came off the front, the little lip they have at the front of the car. And that just pinged off, and then, as we often see it doing, and then was hit by a couple more cars. So obviously, when he had that gravel incident, it scraped it up enough. And then the first time he had the car at maximum speed after limping back to the pits. That was too much for it, and off it came off. So that's a problem. There's no problem for Paul Meyer, by the way. That must have just been the error where he lost those 5 seconds. He immediately set the fastest sector 1, and his other sectors are absolutely on par with the rest of the team. The rest of the drivers, 2:23.1, a few tenths faster, and Rick Breukers currently in 4th. So somewhere Meyer made a mistake. He dropped down 4 positions, but there's nothing wrong with the car.
Drivers from France Carrera Cup Deutschland, from Carrera Cup North America, Carrera Cup Asia. Literally the brightest and the best from around Carrera Cup across the world. Off to the right-hand side, that golden black car, the red striping, in 21st position, the Toro Racing by HRT. That's Eric Zhang. Toro, one of the teams from Carrera Cup Asia. And at the moment, looked like he was defending there as... actually, that is 27th position, was that? As they were coming through.
There's a lapped car in there.
Ah, right, okay, that makes sense. So beautiful day here. Early on, problems for Max Kreuzer Racing. Paul Meyer dropping down from the pole and lead. But bigger problems for Tyler Hoffman and Michelin Motorsport in the pit lane. The number 21 car with contact early on. Left front suspension damage. Michelin tyre ripped off the rim there. Also Mike Stursberg with issues for Black Falcon, although that car's back out of the pit lane. As Nick said, the biggest problem there is that rubber under lip of the front air dam. It is, and always has been, absolutely crucial to the aerodynamics of a cup car, whichever version of the cup car down through the years. And it basically builds in some evil handling. If that's gone, you're going to burn up your front tyres very quickly.
It's the tyre wear more than anything else, because it's building the understeer. We've seen people have this before, and they were sort of able to drive around it, track lap pace time, but of course they're getting through their front tyres really quickly, and as we know, that's not something we necessarily want to do.
Particularly here, because we haven't talked about the pit rules here, distinctively different from Creventic Racing. So before, we've got about an hour now before we'll see the cars into the pit lane for scheduled stops. The pit lane is, as I said, distinctively different. It is fueling in the Grand Prix pit lane, and whilst you're fueling, you can't be doing anything else. The mandate is that you do tyres and driver first if you are going to do them. So if you see a fuel hose going on, that means they are not changing first, that you are not changing drivers. The fuel hose means even if you only need 10 seconds of fuel, that car's got to be stationary for 60 seconds. And in fact, there is a countdown on the side of the car that is actuated by the fueler. There's a button on there, and that starts the 60-second on the Lumi rank on the side of the car. So it is distinctively different fire suits in the pit lane, and we'll talk about penalties when we get round to them. And it was a fairly hectic start for the midfield. At the front of the field, no problem for the front few rows. A nice start. They were told to stay within the hash marks of the grid until the red lights went out. Front of the grid, as I say, was absolutely fine. So it was the middle portion of the grid where we were 3 wide. Do you know, I think he might have hit the inside wall coming into that number 21 car, Michelin Motorsport, Tyler Hoffman. No, I think he might have hit the inside wall.
I think he hit the 5.
Oh, right, try not
to. He came and hit the 5 because it's front to rear. I was pretty sure. I don't know.
The Black Falcon car.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. They both got into the pits because I was watching it through, and it's really late in the corner. The actual number 5 doesn't cut it fired off until they've actually gone down the hill by at least 100 metres, rather than what normally happens is a massive kerfuffle straight on from the straight.
It's Nick Damon and John Hindhoff in the booth with Diana Binks down in the pit lane. And we'll head back to her for an update on that Michelin Motorsport car in a moment. But it is not just a wheel and tyre change in that pit lane. 15th position for the number 992, which is the PTE Mantai car, Konstantin Dressler, battling with the IFA Motorhome Leo Pichler car, the silver and yellow car. As we mentioned yesterday, that is a brand new car to that team. They've swapped the doors over, which is why they are highlighter yellow, and there's been some highlighter yellow decals to it, but underneath GT silver is the base colour. That's what they are all supplied in. There are going to be somewhere over 300 getting on for 400 Porsches, of which more than half are coming from the Porsche Experience. They've dragged together pretty much every GT3 and GT4 Porsche that they've got in the fleet, and it's a magnificent sight. Oh, more problems down at Brussels again.
Outbraking themselves, I think, at that point.
I think that was the Belgian Racing number 99 car that was in strife there, and that it might have just been a lock-up. Let's hope it wasn't contact. It was one of the red and white machines. We didn't get all of the colours in time for the programme here, but there is a very good spotters guide online. So 2 seconds at the front of the field for Michelin Motorsport from Black Falcon, from Neuhofer, MUH from BLA, from Neuhofer, from RED, Red Camel. No Red Ant this weekend, so we don't have the battle of the two red teams.
I assume they are prepping everything for the 24 Hours Barcelona, where of course they won't be competing against Red Camels, because Red Camels are going into GT3 with the Lithuanian duty team, as exclusively revealed by Paul Truswell on the pit lane. A bit wide again there by the 9. Was it the 9-1 going wide again? Circuit, it was letting through, so that's a change of position.
Was that the 911?
I think it was 992 actually who drifted wide.
Yes, you're quite right. The silver car is the 992 PTE from Manthey and IFA Motorhome. Leo Pichler now from the back of the grid is up to 15th position.
And it's, we'll take this opportunity just to introduce a few of the partners to Preventic. And Matthew Greenman is here with Pagid Racing. He tells me I just double checked that name with him. But Matt, great to see you here. Great to get this event underway.
Yeah, really great. It's been a good start. It's beautiful weather, so what could be better on a Saturday morning stood on the racetrack and hearing that going on in the background. So
it certainly is. And your relationship with Preventic, you've had a long-term relationship with them. What made you decide to get involved in this?
Well, it was exciting to be involved in the first version of this event here. As you said, Preventic have got a great reputation within the industry. They organise some of the most interesting events across the globe. So yeah, we're really pleased to be involved with them, and it seems like a very good fit for the partnership.
And what do you hope to get from it? I'm assuming that with your development and everything that you do back at base, you'll be looking to collect as much information and data to help you with that.
Of course, yes. I mean, as well as Preventic, we have a fantastic and long-term partnership with Porsche over the years. So there's nothing better than testing race pads on the racetrack. So there'll be an abundance of data that we can collect here from the teams afterwards, for sure.
You do make brake products, and you've got quite an array of things, but for here in particular, you're looking at the brake pads.
Yeah, particularly, yeah. I mean, obviously, the guys are using our yellow pads, as we call them, the endurance pads. So a lot of the teams do use them, and they're very used to them anyway. So we felt it was the best option for this particular race.
And how much involved? How involved do you get?
Me personally? Well, obviously, there's a lot of guys on the team that have far more technical knowledge than me and expertise, and they live and breathe friction material. So my job is to make sure that everybody's going in the right direction and give them all the support they need to help the teams perform the way that they do out on the track. So,
with Spa being the circuit that it is, a very iconic circuit, very challenging circuit, how much more information do you get from a circuit like this?
Well, as you said, it is a challenging circuit. It's a very exciting circuit. So although it's an endurance race, the speed that the guys get up to puts a very different type of pressure on the pads that we can get a lot of data from. So it'd be really interesting for us after the race to compare all the different teams. So.
And what do you look for when you do that?
Sorry?
What information do you look for?
How quickly the pads are wearing, if there's any fade, that type of thing. So what the performance is producing for the guys, and particularly at Pagid, our products, we really focus on performance. So that's really important to make sure that they're doing what they need to do. So.
Enjoying being here in Spa?
Yeah, fantastic. I've been here a lot this year, so it's a really great place to be. It's not far from where we're based up in Germany, so it's always great to be here for sure, especially when the weather's like this.
And like yesterday.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, Matthew Greenman from Paget Racing, thank you so much for chatting to us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good day, guys. Cheers. Bye.
Well, another issue for Max Kreuzer Racing at the front of the field. Paul Meyer has dropped another couple of positions. The car that started in pole position and is now some 10.5 seconds behind the leader. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, set by Kobe de Bruyke in the Belgium Racing Pro-Am leading car. 2:22.5. Sorry, that's the best in that class. Fastest lap of the race is Paul Meyer, actually. So he's been a bit inconsistent. Fast and then gone wide, fast and then gone wide. Nick will be keeping an eye on messages and penalties. Let me explain the track limits rules, because we have already a third offence for the number 9 car in third position, and Rick Breukers. Now, you get 3 warnings at a single corner, and the particular corners that are being looked at are at the top of Radion, 3 and 4, the straight ahead at Le Combe at 5. You must take the runoff area there, and then coming out of Blanchimont at turn 17 and at 19, the final more than 90 degree left-hander actually in the chicane. Once you've had 3 warnings at a single corner, that's for the car, not for the driver. The next one will be a drive-through, and then every 3 after that is a drive-through as well. So we will see that. Now, whilst we're talking about penalties, I mentioned the distinctively different rules. It is fueling in the pit lane. You cannot combine penalties. So if you get a stop and hold for anything, and you've got a 10-second stop and hold, and then you also get a 5-second penalty for a stop and hold, you can't come in and do 15 seconds. You'd have to come twice down the pit lane. And during track neutralisation, which is code 80 here, full course yellow is 80, or safety car, and we do have a safety car provision here with that 918 hybrid leading the field around. And if that does happen, I'll explain to you what's happening next. It's going to look a bit different, I suspect, with that car driving through the field to pick up the leader. That you cannot serve any penalties under neutralisation. The pit lane will stay open, but you cannot serve any penalties. So you can service under code 80 full course yellow and in safety car, but you cannot serve any penalties. So very much a different set of circumstances, Nick Damon, to what the Creventic teams, well, that was track limits there for the 5th place Belgium Racing Kobe de Bruyke. The very different, that was a Pouon coming down the hill there, turns 10 and 11. Very different for the regular Creventic runners, but of course much more in line with other series around the world.
Yeah, the track limits themselves are a little bit more lenient. It's anything touching the curb. It's not, you've got to hit half a wheel it is. And speaking to Adam Christodoulou yesterday, and he had to relearn the circuit slightly because he's got extra leniency.
I was using much more curb, wasn't
it? We have, you say, got our first warning, and that's actually for car 9, which is the Red Camel Jordans. It's Rick Breukers. Rick Breukers has got a track limit infringement, 3rd offence. He's on his last chance already at turn 17 Blanchimont. Oh, and a big problem at the main straight. So yeah, it's a wheel off.
This is the MRS GT number 88 car. Eduardo Minozzi has lost the left rear wheel on the black, grey and red number. This is one of the cars that started in the pit lane. MRS GT. Surely he's had an incident before that. There's damage to the left rear. I can't believe that wheel has just worked itself loose on the left-hand side.
The arch looks all right. But I mean,
as the wheel came off, it took some of the wheels gone at the top of the hill and didn't make it to the first kink on the Camels. Is that left rear or left front? It is left rear, isn't it? It's
left rear, yeah.
18-inch wheel and Michelin tyre. Is that a new tyre? Has he just been back into the pits? Yes, he has. No, he hasn't. Sorry, my apologies. So that car, now he's done exactly what he was asked to do in the driver's briefing, which is, if you can and it's safe, pull off on to driver's right. That allows them to get that car back to the pit lane and rejoin the race. That is something that is very Creventic and continues in that outside assistance allowed, and that car will be able to rejoin, albeit laps down, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, they're interesting. They've managed to get the car across. Whether they do the whole thing under local yellows, they go full course here once they get the snatch vehicle on there. But the interesting thing is, I don't think that car was damaged. I think that was a failure, either the nut or a hub. Because just looking at from that distance, we only had a straight-on view. It looked like the rear wheel arch was still okay. And if you're going to smack a car enough to lose a wheel, you're going to end up with the wheel arch damaged as well. Moving now, so another big moment, as you say, kind of surprising because Eduardo started in the pit lane, so you kind of think they've made sure everything was a-okay as he rolled out. But that's the vagary sometimes of these endurance racing. But it's I think that's going to go down as a nut coming off weirdly after several laps, or a hub failure. We have seen hub failures in the past.
Big lock up at the final chicane for Belgian racer Jan Lorison, who has lost the lead in the Pro-Am category to his teammate Kobe de Bruyke. So it's the two Belgian racing cars, 98 from 99 in 5th and 6th position. They have got back into numerical order, which I'm very happy about. That's a lot neater on the timing screen. We are still under yellow flags at the top of the hill, just after the right-hand kink. I do wonder whether that car might be able to be recovered from the far side of the barrier. There are lifting eyes on the top of these cars at the balance point. It'll just depend whether there's a gap at the right place in the catch fencing. At the front of the field, Mulder Motorsport by 1 second. Martin Rump over Chris Meese for Black Falcon Team 48 Loch. Then Rick Breukers another 7.5 seconds further back. And the yellow flags have been taken in. So either it's been dragged backwards to the gap in the fence, or it has otherwise been moved. But that is good news for us. And we'll see next time around whether that car has been moved, and that the MRS GT number 88 car, Eduardo Minozzi, will get that car back to the pit lane. Now, all of the team managers that I talked to after the meeting said, we're not going to do any racing early on. It's all about the last third of the race. And they said, we're going to absolutely make that clear to our drivers that we want the cars in pristine condition. Well, Felix Neuhofer, Kobe de Bruyke, Jan Lorison and Paul Meyer have completely disregarded that. The helmet's gone on, the visor's gone down, and all the advice Nick Damon has gone out the window as they battle for the 4th position on down.
Yeah, and despite the fact, of course, that Bruyke and Lorison are in a different class from Neuhofer. I think a lot of these teams aren't really that interested in the class, they're just interested in what the overall position is. But yeah, I mean, it's no real surprise that the battle breaks out in a Carrera Cup race, is it?
No.
But I suppose it's push without risk, isn't it? It's the whole Ina Gay thing. If you think you can get through cleanly, do it. And there is beginning to be a little bit of stretch at the front. Rump and Mees have got 7 seconds ahead of Rick Breukers in 3rd. He's 3 seconds ahead of Felix Neuhofer. So you could say that Neuhofer's a tiny bit of a cork in the bottle for Kobe de Bruyke and Jan Lorison, and perhaps even behind them Paul Meyer as well, who's on a comeback after a couple of issues despite starting the race in pole.
But that is the fastest car on the track in terms of a single lap pace, Nick. That Paul Meyer car in 7th position, sitting in 5th in the Pro category.
I'm round at a 24.0, which is a little bit quicker ahead of him, but not as fast as the guys at the front are doing 23.6. So the first two, Martin Rump in the Muller Motorsport and Christopher Meese in the Black Falcon, are pulling away slowly from Rick Breukers. But this 4-car battle is probably really, because I think that Kobe Brooker feels he can go faster than Felix Neuhofer, and of course you don't know when you're going to need this extra speed. Now what we have seen so far is what we probably would have expected to have caused our first Code 80, let's call it that, shall we, with a car losing a wheel, pulling off the side of the road, has actually been avoided by some excellent work by the marshals and the tractor team. So all massively off the track there for the car in 7th, Paul Meyer. But Meyer seems to be having a little bit of a problem. I'm up to the car's set club. He's just gone so far off at Pouon. He was in a different postcode for a while. I'm just wondering whether he's perhaps pushing a bit too hard in an attempt to make up for that earlier mistake on about lap 4 that lost the lead.
Yeah, all of these early laps, in fact, what do we know about endurance racing that is, in some ways, the golden rule? And Paul Meyer's the silver driver there. It's Jan-Jaap van Vroon who is the bronze. Ben Leuchter is another silver in that car. Tom Coronel, friend, is the gold driver. It's consistency. You look at your average lap time over your stint, and you're going to be in a car maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes here in these, if you're double stinting, and you want your average lap time to be as good as possible and your variance in percent to be as low as possible. No sense in having a super fast lap and then a slow lap. Battle for 4th and 5th side by side through Eau Rouge at the bottom of the hill and up towards Radillon. Fantastic stuff as they came across the top of the hill. The position for 4th has not changed, although Kobe de Bruyke for a moment I think was ahead of Felix, and behind
Meyer's got a run. But
here he comes down the inside in the yellow, orange and black car at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Number 99, Jan Lorison, is that car.
Meyer picked up 2 spots there. I think Meyer moved from 7th overall to 5th overall, because effectively what happened was Neuhofer and De Bruyke took the speed out of each other. De Bruyke suffered the most out of it, yet Meyer definitely now scored ahead of De Bruyke and Lorison. That's going to be really annoying for Kobe.
Yeah, that red, white and black car, which we know, as we said, has got the speed, has the fastest lap of the race in overall. So at the front of the field, the leading pair have 8 seconds on Rick Breukers, and then there's another 3 back to a cracking scrap for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Job Rapang for Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM is another 5 seconds further back. He's got 3 on Mathieu Detrey in the number 15 H2H Racing Porsche. It's another one of the pro cars. Then the best of the AMs, Wouter Borkamp. He's in 10th position. That's your top 10, with still 11 and a half hours to go.
Battle running round the back straight, it's not straight and through Blanchimont into the chicane. It's interesting, I suppose these cars running with ABS, it's going to be less chance, I suppose, to make a big difference going into the heavy braking area of the chicane. Obviously, in most of the classes of racing, it's the second best overtaking point after the top of the hill, top of the Kemmel Straight, but you can get a good tow. We did see, of course, a change of position there last time round, but that was more cause. People blocked themselves prior to that. But Neuhofer now happily in 4th, and for the first time has got a bit of breathing space, John.
Talking to drivers who've come from Carrera Cup GB into Carrera Cup North America, where the series ticked that box on the options list from Porsche Motorsport, it is quite difficult to get used to driving a car with the ABS when you've not had it, because it changes the driving style significantly in terms of how the car turns into the corner. You hear the drivers talking about rotating the car. They don't mean spinning it. They mean getting it from turn into the apex, from the bit where you first start to turn into the corner to the centre of the corner, and apex out kind of looks after itself. That's the law of physics and speed. But it's getting it in there, and we should remind ourselves that these are sophisticated ABS systems.
Yeah, I was about to ask that, because obviously when ABS first got introduced into racing cars, the key thing was to get as close to possible without triggering it.
Correct.
And is that still the case, or is it now these things are so much better, you actually do want to be living in the ABS?
The first racing car I ever drove with ABS was the 996 Porsche Carrera Cup car at Brands Hatch. And for 1 year, that was supplied everywhere with ABS. And I remember asking Kelvin Burt, who'd been champion, I think the year before, about, right, so what about this ABS? I don't know, I've never had it before. And so that was the only car racing car that I'd driven before I jumped into a GT4 car, a GT3 car actually, Aston Martin in Spain. And so I asked that exact question. So, all right, what's this blue light at the top? That's your shift light. What's this light here? Oh, that's your ABS light. It'll be flashing when the ABS is on. So I don't want that flashing. Oh, no. You want that flashing all the way up to the apex. Otherwise, you are not braking efficiently. Oh, okay then. And it's adjustable as well. So you can bring it in at various, I think on the Carrera Cup cars, I think to 7 position. No traction control, of course, but ABS. And basically, you are hammering that brake pedal as hard as you can with your left foot. And basically that makes you feel like a braking god as you get up to the apex of all the corners.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was I remember speaking to Johnny Mullen I was chatting to about a year ago, and he was talking about the difference between racing GT cars for real and for virtually. So the big difference is always the braking pedal. It's always about the braking. It's all about how you use the ABS, which is, but I think he was still the opinion you kind of want to try and avoid it in many cars. But I suppose it's the level of sophistication. You're absolutely right, and how it enables you to rotate the car. That's the point about it. If you have ABS and you're in the ABS, you can brake and turn at the same time.
Exactly so. Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Good to have you company. And still this battle in 4th position at the moment, with Felix Neuhoff and Paul Meyer now right in behind him. So it's the silver and yellow car as the number 88, which did lose its left rear wheel, is delivered back to the pit lane. This is exactly as was described to the team managers. They will do their best to deliver the car back, and this car, although it's had outside assistance, will be allowed to continue.
Yeah, as I said, we've seen the 89 come back, and it's not a result of an accident. It's a result of the wheel falling off and the hub's still there. So it looks like a nut failure. I believe we have Diana down there. Diana, what can you see of the damage on the 89?
It's the 88 that's down here, actually. Eduardo Manesso has just jumped out of that car, but he's just said his English is not great. So
yeah, not so good in my English. I have my coach.
Your coach is here, but it sounds so good. From what happened?
The wheel take off the car, but we go too very fast. But don't. So we had some sort of mechanical failure. The wheel just flew off just after Ohush. It's a shame because just after 10 laps of race. But in a way, I think we're lucky because just after Ohush not having a crash, he did a good job saving the car. But now we have to understand exactly what happened because there was no contact, nothing outside the usual.
And there was no indication of anything until it physically flew off.
Sorry?
There was no indication, there was no feeling in the car before that?
Absolutely not. It just took off. So we have to understand what happened and try and fix the car to come back to the race.
Okay, well, I can see them bringing the car in now.
I want to have some words in Portuguese. Chupa, chuchu, não foi dessa vez. Talvez você vá melhor. Se concentra, vai. Chupa, chuchu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What did you say?
Guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. Okay, I'll leave them here, John. They're just going to have a debrief between themselves. The car is just being put on the pit apron from the truck here, and it will be wheeled back up into this garage.
Diana Binks down in the pit lane after 40 minutes of racing, and already a car in strife. One of the cars that started from the pit lane, Eduardo Minosi, one of the 2 MRS GTs that started from the pit lane. That car needing some remedial work to the left rear. Earlier on, Tyler Hoffman at the first time of asking from the start down to La Source. with left front damage, took the Michelin tyre off the 18-inch rim on the front there. He limped that car back around. The Moulin Motorsport number 21 still having some work done. And Nick Damon is looking at the penalties. More penalties coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite quiet. I thought we would see non-stop problems for cars. We now have more last warnings, all at turn 17. It's all Blanchimont causing the problem. So, car 4, our leader, Martin Rump, is on a last warning for turn 17. And also the 98 car of Kobe de Bruca is on a last warning. So they've 3 times gone 4 wheels off the curb at turn 17 Blanchimont. If they do it one more time, they will have a drive-through. So 3 of the cars in the top 5 positions are on a warning, a last warning. And
so a moment or two ago down at the first corner, it was a change of position in the midfield area, in the middle of the top 10 area, should I say. Belgium Racing, Neuhofer Racing and Max Kreuzer Racing all having their little battle. And that battle with Paul Meyer at the front is just starting to come back. Pull back the top 3, I think, a little bit, Nick.
They fell a long way behind. I mean, they were about 16, 17 seconds back from the absolute lead. But interestingly, you've got Rick Breukers sitting in the middle. So you got the 2 cars of Rump and Mies back for Alco Mulner. Then you've got Rick 9 seconds back, and then another 8 seconds back is Paul Meyer. Now, last time around, Meyer was a couple of tenths quicker than Rick, and I think if Meyer can keep the car on the island, there's a good chance he'll be able to start bridging that gap. He's now got to the front of that, past Jan Laurensen and Felix Neuhofer. Instantly, it's Kobe de Bruca who looked the fastest of all the cars just 15 minutes ago, who's fallen to the back of that field in 7th place, John, and actually is doing the slowest by the odd tenth of a second run.
On the track for a second, and of course the partners here at Creventic are very important. K-Liners provide the fuel rigs, and Robert Luca is here, who's basically in charge of that. You supply the fuel rigs. Just tell us briefly what's involved when you have to come and set up, and what the sort of process is for everyone during a weekend.
Well, for the teams, they arrive and they build it themselves. And we are here just to provide the support if in some case something goes wrong. So we are here to supply some spare parts and pretty much to accommodate them if they need anything from us as well. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, this is a new event for Creventic here at Spa. A lot of teams, great to see so many teams. So you must be pretty busy.
Well, pretty much, yeah. We are grateful for this partnership with Creventic because for us it's a great opportunity to be here. And yeah. We supplied the fuel rigs for all of the teams, and yeah.
And do you sort of work with the teams and sort of, help them understand how the fuel rigs need to work if they've not had your products before?
Well, these teams are not the new teams, so they pretty much know what they're doing. So we are here just to tweak if there is something that they need to add from our side, but they know what they're doing, and if there are some issues, we come and try to help them to achieve great results.
And how important is this relationship for you?
I'm sorry?
How important is the relationship for K-Liner with Creventic?
For us, it's very important. It's a great experience to be here with them. And as I said, we supplied the fuel rigs and yeah.
Well, I'm sure you've got a bit of a busy weekend. Great to have a chat with you today, and great to see that this whole relationship is developing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
At the front of the field, the gap between first and second has come down to under 1 second. Battles going on through the field. Everybody seems to be able to find someone to have a scrap with. And it's still that battle for 4th, 5th. Well, actually, it's 5th, 6th and 7th now because Paul Meyer has pulled away from Neuhofer, Laurensen and Kobe de Bruca. But those 3 very close indeed last time through past the endurance pits, Nick Damon, down towards Eau Rouge.
And they're doing that thing you should never do. They're actually slowing each other up by a couple of seconds out. They're having great fun. Super scrap. Felix Neuhofer in the pro, and the 2 pro-ams of Belgian Racing's Jan Laurensen, the 99, and Kobe de Bruca, the 98. But what they're doing is they're now doing 225s because they're not in any way in the correct line. However, Paul Meyer, head down, I can now run my own race, is doing a 23. So he's pulled out a gap now just shy of 4 seconds, and that scrap he was involved in So you've got Rump and Mies, as John says, within a second now. Then it's 9 seconds back to Rick Broikers, who's having a very lonely, but I suppose quite inspiring race in third place. Meyer just creeping towards him so slowly that I don't think he'll get there unless Rick makes a mistake within his first session. But they are, these top 4 pros, 1, 2, 3, 4 pros, are pulling away from that 5th position pro of Neuhofer and the top 3 in Pro-Am. They actually got another person on a penalty, and that's again turn 17 again, and again it's someone near the front of the field. 8th place, Job Rapage, so in the Tierra Outdoor Raceway HMW. So 4 of the top 8 now are on a last warning for turn 17, John.
Yeah, Rapanga doing a cracking job. Rapanga in 8th position. Here's how they stand then. With 45 minutes gone, Milner Motorsport lead by 1.2 seconds. Then it's 9 seconds back from Chris Mies to Rick Broikers. Paul Meyer has broken away from that gap. He's trying to get across to the leading 3 and has something like 5 seconds between himself and the 2 Belgian racing drivers. Belgian racing team drivers, Jan Lorison and Kobe de Bruyke. Felix Neuhofer still right in there as well. The top 10 made up by Job Rapanga for Tierra Outdoor Racing and Team GB Elite. Up to 9th now is the best of the AM, rounding up the top 10. Mathieu Dutré for H2H Racing, number 10.
The MRS GT Racing number 88 garage that came in earlier on. They have said they can't see any damage to the car, so they've changed obviously the tyre that had exploded, or the tyre that came off, and they put another driver in, and they want to take it out, give it another lap just to double check, but they haven't been able to find anything that they can see, so they're just about to head back out into the race.
That sounds a little bit risky, because I mean, I'm sure when they tightened the wheel up as they left the pits, they gave it, several extra air jack goes. But at some point, obviously, the locking wheel nut didn't lock, and the nut just wind off. But I suppose you take it for a lap, see if it's loose, see if it's still locked, and that's all you can do. We have seen that actually changing those hubs it's a surprisingly long time. You'd think it would be really easy to do, but it normally takes them about 15-20 minutes actually to sort it out. So if they think it's okay, well, we'll go for it. But I'm not sure I want to get in that car.
Well, we had thanks to Seb down in the pit lane, we had a good look at the nuts on the spindle, and that looks really absolutely fine. Another car that is in the pit lane is that is still the 88 car, excuse me, and now they're having trouble getting the driver into that car. Why
seatbelt issue. Looks like a seatbelt failure.
Why would you be trying?
Looks like a clip from what I can see, and obviously Creventic have come along and had a look and said no, that has to come off the seatbelt, it has to be completely clear, so no clip of any description, and they're struggling to get that off as the driver is sitting waiting ready to go out, but I can see they're struggling a little bit with that, but they've got to get it off before he's allowed to leave the pit lane.
Why would you be doing that with the net on the side of the car? Take the net off. I presume that's something to pull. Sometimes you have bungee cords, and certain championships don't allow you that. Well, I heard an engine fire up and it fire off into the distance. The unmistakable sound of 507 PS disappearing down the pit lane.
So 497 horsepower or something.
500. There we go.
Peter Stracker, isn't it?
Horsepower.
Yeah. Weird how it's like the German horses are slightly less powerful than English horses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably we had a Shire horse, probably.
Well, it used to be called British horsepower for a while, didn't it? Rather before it was brake horsepower.
Yeah, it sounds like one of the many things. Let's not be quite so jingoistic about everything. Move away. No, just brake horsepower. But let's say, in the words of Rolls-Royce, the power is adequate.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you know? Just
switch for 14th and 15th. And that is the number 911 coming through the field. IFA Motorhome, Leo Pichler, who's been having a good battle with Michele Di Martino for K. Kramer Racing. That is now the battle for 3rd and 4th in the AM class. Michele Di Martino started on pole position in that category. He's now dropped down to 4th as Leo's just gone through. Leo starting from the back of the grid after a replacement car was sourced. It's Team GP Elite and Uta Burkamps who is leading in 9th position in the general classification. So all of the class leaders are within the top 9, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fastest cars, obviously, but these cars are all the same, and even the amateur teams have, good pro or semi-pro drivers in them. So it's not particularly surprising at the start of this rotation that you're going to see more of a mix of the classes. What you would expect to see is as they go through your second and third drive, where you're going to be, if you're a pro team, you've got a higher level of second and third driver assessment than the others, that we'll begin to see, as long as there aren't any issues, that begin to separate out, and we'll see more pros and pro-ams and ams. And I think the difference between pro and pro-am seems quite thin, so I'm wondering whether we may see a mixture all the way at the end of the white and the blue on the people who can see the timing screen. But I think we will end up seeing the amateurs all shuffle towards the bottom. What we are seeing is an absolute raft now of track limit infringements. We are a massive 51 minutes into the race, and we've begun to see track limits at turn 3, John. A huge set of those come in. I wonder whether the man's phoned in people who've done it 3 times at track 3, because we have the 888 car, which is Laurent Misbach of the Cedric
Turn
Racing.
3 being?
At the top of the hill.
Radion,
top of the hill.
Yes.
Oh, so it's outside of.
Well, sorry. I suppose you could say, so turn 2 is Eau Rouge effectively at the bottom of the hill. Turn 3 is the right-hand kink going up the middle of the hill, and turn 4 actually is Radion.
It's
then
in that complex,
there's a no number kink that runs down the Camel Straight, and then Le Com is turn 5.
Anyway, so the 888 has been pulled for turn 3. The 29 car has been pulled for 2. That is, and we've also got the 86 and the 86 is in big trouble because they've been pinged. The 86 cars, Felix Neuhoff and Neuhoff Rennsport, currently in 9th, are on their last warning for turn 17 and their last warning for turn 3, John.
Hello, I've got an update down here in the pit lane, if you've got a second. I can go with my interview. I'm live. Thank you very much. Okay, an update on the number 21 Milner Motorsport. Martin Milner is with me now. You've been watching, Martin, your team at work behind us on the number 21 car. First of all, what was the feedback from the drivers when they came in?
It was an accident at the start immediately, so he was touched by another car, pushed into another car, and then the tire got broke and so on and so on, and now we are here having a lot of struggle to repair the front left side of the car and suspension and so on, and I think we are going out within the next minutes.
That's good to hear. Was it more damage than you thought?
It's critical position front left on this specific car because you already have a high problem to damage also the cooling system because it's situated there in the front left, and this is what happens.
We saw obviously when the car came into the garage, the team were working trying to get the front left off, and they really struggled. Was that why?
I can't tell. The tire, because he was running the whole lap without with the broken tire, without the tire on the rim, so this got stuck. Yes, it's like this.
So they've been working frantically around the car. Are you fairly confident that you've looked and covered everything that you need to, and you're confident you will be back out in a few minutes, as you said?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are confident. And we will have 20 laps off now, maybe 22 laps until we are back on track. But yes.
So what's going to be your strategy now?
For this car, surviving 12 hours.
Well, we're still at the early stages of it, Martin, and you're still smiling, which is good. But thank you very much for that, and great to see you here.
Thank you.
Milner Motorsport in the pit lane and leading the race with Martin Rump with now a 2-second lead over Chris Meese for Black Falcon. And beginning to lap some cars there. Just went past their team number 88 machine, number 89 machine. Nelson.
Went past 935 of Yao Ling Bao.
Oh, yes.
Xiao Ling Bao. Interesting, got a pit stop at pit caller, MRS GT Racing number 90, Nick Romano. I'm wondering whether that, I know it's only an hour rather than 55 minutes rather than an hour and 20. I'm wondering whether that might be our first scheduled stop as such. So we know they're already back timing from 12 hours. But be interesting to see if Diana can find out why. Well, she's up there, MRS, isn't she, anyway, around that way, because it's the 90 car has come in, whether that is just a standard stop or there is an issue for Nick at that point. Yeah, the Martin Rumper managed to get himself out to a couple of seconds, got involved in a difficult bit of overtaking with Xiaoling Bao, but now a lap later he's back out to a couple of seconds ahead of Chris Mees, the Black Falcon team.
Yeah, another Bajilong is another one of the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia drivers who is over this weekend and is leading in the Pro-Am category. At the moment, they're back on track at the F1 at Shanghai. Singapore. They finish at Shanghai their season. Bajilong with a commanding lead over Li Xuanyu and Eric Zhang, I think Eric's here, isn't he? As well, is in third position in the Pro-Am Championship. From the Pro Championship, we've got Matthias Jobert, who's been doing French Carrera Cup as well. He's in second in the championship. Martin Raginger is in fourth in the championship. Dylan Yip is sixth in the championship. Actually, Bajilong is seventh in the overall championship as well. And from the AM category, Eric and Henry Kwong are here as well. Is Adrian De Silva here? No.
I need to ask you a question about this, because obviously during lockdown we did some competition. I helped out with Porsche Carrera Cup China. Is that now Asia? Because they can move around a bit?
that was Carrera Cup Asia, but they just did.
That's what they'd had to condense everything because of COVID. I wasn't sure whether it was actually, because it's such a big country, there's a separate China, but no, it's Asia as well.
Ahead of Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific, Alexander Gibo and the rest of his team did a cracking job during the 2 seasons that fell within the COVID lockdown of keeping racing going. They went to some...
They've got some nice little tracks, haven't they?
Really good tracks.
They've done the Chinese obviously have done the sort of thing the Spanish did, which is like build lots of tracks speculatively, and they've got a lot of really nice little circuits. They're all like 2.5, 3 miles. They've all got a bit of elevation change about them. I think they're thinking, I need to go to China for some track days.
Yeah, it was a really good job, and that really laid the foundations. The Porsche Experience track days, a lot of Porsche owners in that part of the world, and also the Sprint Cup in Asia as well, doing a cracking job at bringing people in. And it was a record number of cars at the start of the season this year. I think we had nearly 30 cars for the first few races. We are just coming up to the hour at the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, first running of this 12-hour event powered by Porsche Motorsport.
Hello John, I just had a little update on the number 90 MRS GT Racing that I think Nick was talking about during that pit stop there, and I've just gone into the team to ask if that was a standard stop, and he said yes, we have a driver time of 55 minutes, and I'm sort of confused that no one else is coming in just yet. And of course the pit lane at the moment is clear, so I don't know what your take is on that.
Information from the teams that we have is an hour and 20 minutes on fuel.
3 hours on stint.
And 3 hours on stint. Now, there are some slightly different regulations depending on the classes about how much the different metallurgic, thank you, classifications have to do this in the race. For example, Adam Christodoulou in his class can only do 4 hours in the race.
Okay, we've got the first big one in the penalties, and it is a big one. It's our leader, Martin Rump from Michelin Motorsport, a 1.2 second lead, but he has a drive-through for a 6th offence at turn 17, which is blanchiment. So that is, I'd say, unforgivable for a pro driver to do that often. He's in the lead, he doesn't have to push that hard. Now, whether he's misinterpreted what the rules are, and therefore he's going wider than he should be, but he will be having to do a drive-through. He's only got 2 laps to do it, I believe, as well, from what you've got from the...
Twice across the line.
Right.
So once the team have been notified, he has twice across the line. So when did that come in?
42. It's now 43 and a half.
Right, and he's coming down. So I'm going to say that he got that on this lap. So therefore this will be the first lap by, and he will lose the lead coming in to do that drive-through. This is going to be really useful for us, actually, to get the delta as he comes into the pit lane. He's 1.2 seconds ahead. He's gone through this time and down towards turn 1, the distinctive blue and white, and black, and then the green of Black Falcon, Team 48. They are very traditional colours for those two teams, with Rick Breukers in the more silver Red Camel Jordan NL. This is a brand new car for Red Camel. They put a little bit of their stamp on it this weekend. There's a few cars that are GT silver. There's been some spares brought here by Porsche Motorsport.
Admittedly, in fairness, you go out the car park, you've got about 75 cars to choose from in various states of tune. I've never, I don't think prior to today, I'm obviously not the same sort of level of Porsche fan as you are, but I do like expensive cars. I don't think I'd seen a Porsche GT3 RS before today, and I've now seen about 50 of them.
Porsche GT3 RS Weissach you were looking at earlier.
Okay.
On
Even more expensive.
Big moment for Kobe de Bruyke in the dark chrome red number 98 Belgian racing car going up to the top of Radion. Just clipped the inside curb at what is effectively turn 3, the little right-hand kink. It just unsettled the car a wee bit. There's been some Porsche Experience track days here. We're celebrating 50 years of Porsche Turbo this year as well. It's a beautiful 993 Turbo sitting outside where we get our catering, and then a whole line of GT3 RSs. And I know that I've always said to Porsche, you need to build more GT3s to satisfy the demand. Well, I hadn't realised quite how many they are building but not selling. There are 200 plus Porsche Experience cars here this weekend. The vast majority of them are GT3 something, no touring versions, so they've all got the honking great wing on the back, which completely ruins the car in my eyes.
Adds to practicality, because Baz Kuiten's team are having their breakfast off the wing this
really?
morning. Yeah,
Nice.
they had 4 or 5 different dishes laid out, having like a little kind of like buffet on the wing.
The little ducktail rear spoiler that they've got on the race car, obviously the race car has a higher set and wider wing on the Cup car, but just the little ducktail would be absolutely perfect. The new ST is lovely, and that's actually got the RS motor in it, so it's got slightly more. Into the pit lane for Martin Rump to do his drive-through. So he's in the pit lane now, still in the pit lane, Mühlner Motorsport, the Tyler Hoffman car. So the H&R machine, sponsored machine, goes down the pit lane, and he's going out of the Formula One pit.
That's quite key. It is the shorter pit lane run. It's not the entire run down the endurance pit, which would be 1 minute and 1 second of pit time. He's now accelerated away. His pit lane time was scored, I think, at 35 seconds.
35 seconds in the pit lane.
In the pit lane.
So that's not time lost.
It's not too bad. The entry you don't lose too much because you skip out the second part of the chicane, but you do lose at the exit because you've lost some momentum.
Right, so on his in lap he lost 10 seconds. Pretty much exactly. So we'll check out what his out lap is when he comes round next time around. You can follow along, by the way, livetiming.getraceresults.com. There's a tracker on there. There's all of the message and penalty screens, which Nick Damon is poring over at the moment. He's alongside me, John Hancock.
Get very, very busy later in the race.
Well, the good news is it tells you when they've been served as well. So,
well, of course, that served element in a Creventic race is far more nebulous, because they can have up to 2 hours to come in and do their penalties, and they can serve them when they do a pit stop. You go. But obviously with the more, as you say, more traditional rules here, if you get a penalty, you jolly well serve it straight away.
I think that's only dropped him down to 3rd place.
Ahead of Paul Meyer still.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
I think he's dropped. My guess is
there's Meyer.
Is he between 6th and 7th?
Behind Meyer is the number 99 and the number 98, the 2 Belgian racing cars. So that's where he's behind. He's dropped down to 6th position now. He's just ahead of Job Rapang.
Key thing is he lost 10 seconds on the in lap. Find out what his out lap is. My guess is going to be like half a minute, so it's going to be like a pretty hefty penalty.
That penalised car just coming to Stavelot now on curve Paul Frere. Onto the off the new section of the track, which I still call the run down the hill. It's probably been there for 60 years. but they don't go through Burnaville and down through the Master Kink anymore. Although that would be fun in these cars. You can
Fun's the one
almost
word for it.
still do it. You can almost still do the old lap, not quite.
When I was coming here early on, so this was back in 97, 98, we did do the old lap. You could still do the old lap in 98.
Nowadays, there's a junction that drops you back onto the
And there's some stuff they've changed. They've changed some of the ways, because it used to be they'd open a gate and off you went.
Yeah.
Obviously, many things have improved over 25 years.
In those days, the old part of the track, so from Stavelot at 15, all the way around to what is now Lecombe at 5, that was still public road. And the bus stop was called the bus stop because that's where the bus stopped.
I don't think that the bus stop stopped being dust up in the 80s, I think, and it stopped being a public road really recently, like 2004 or 2005. Most of these very, very long races were still public, with just the pit lane was private.
Right. So Müller Motorsport, he lost 23 seconds on his outlap. So that's 33 seconds of lost time.
And the pit lane run was 35. It shows you actually coming into the pits is quicker than going around the track.
Yeah.
Second, I would say, standard pit stopper here. Car that was scored in 24th, Nelson Montero. And this is Nelson coming for the second time in the 89 MRS. Oh, no, sorry, it was Nick
he started from the pit lane.
So they're coming in for a stop.
Now, they're doing tyres first, which you must do first. And at that point, if you don't do the tyres and you put the fuel in first, you can't do the tyres and you can't change the driver. You would have to come round again. Dinah Binks is watching the action.
You're spot on, John. They did the tyres first, and then one driver exited and another driver has got back in there, and they're just strapping him in. I watched earlier, actually, a couple of drivers being strapped in. It seemed to take a bit of an extra long time, so I was going to try and find out why that was, but maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just the way they have to get themselves settled in, but it was just something I noticed, so I'll keep an eye on that just to see if there's anything else going on, certainly with the MRS GT Racing cars. But this one, the driver is now firmly in behind the wheel. They've dropped the car down.
So now they can fuel the car.
Yep, they're getting ready to do that right now. So they're starting the refueling process. All the crew have moved out of the pit apron area that need. So there's only 2 of them now on the pit apron as the refueling, as the fuel's going into the car. So they're just waiting for that to finish, and then they'll be all set, ready to go.
The countdown timer started from 60 seconds when the car hit the ground. And this is all made so that there's no rushing on the refueling in the pit lane. I'd like to see the end of that tie wrap cut off the hose there. Don't like to see that sticking up.
Interesting point is they don't know how much fuel's going in.
No, there's no counter.
There's no counter. So we talk about how much am I using, what's my fuel consumption, what's going on. You have the fuel consumption information obviously from the sensors in the car, but I think as many people have pointed out, the amount of fuel going into the tank is significantly better.
To fill that car, that took about 45 seconds.
Yeah, he was in about 6 or 7 before he put it in.
Yeah.
But it's interesting thing, it's kind of like blind filling. Just fill it till it gets full, because you don't know how much is going in.
110 litre tank. And so that's interesting. If that was 45 seconds, that won't have been... that's nowhere near an empty tank that they've filled up. I don't think, with an hour and 10 minutes. Maybe it is. Maybe 2 or 3 laps.
It must be a point where you can. It must be a situation where you can fill it up in a minute. Otherwise, people are going to have. Are going to start sprinting again, aren't they? So it must be a safety fill. Just whilst that was filling in, we did see a shot of the Nick Romano MRS GT race number 90, and that had a bit of a tear from the rear valance.
Now we're going to have a drive-through for one of the cars that stopped earlier. That being the MRS GT at number 88, not respecting the refueling regulations. Now, I don't know which part of it, but no one else is allowed over the line other than the fueler, the car controller, and the fire extinguisher.
This is the car that broke down. Now, my guess is they came in, they worked on it, they fueled it up, they did some more work on it, because don't forget we saw them having to fiddle with the driver again when it was about to leave.
Ah, yes, so they did work after they fueled
the whole
it.
thing round. It's a bit unfortunate because they were coming for a pit stop, so they're going to get a drive-through because they have broken that law of A to B to C. They had to go back to B again, and it's difficult for them. But anyway, I don't think, given the fact that they're currently 17 laps back, this 35 seconds will be a massive bother for them.
It is interesting that it is mandated here that you do wheels, tyres and driver first, and then you clear everybody out of the way before you do fuel, and the car's got to be on the ground with the engine off. I really sort of like that. In the WEC, you can't do fuel and tyres together, and when you're fueling, you can't be doing anything else. But you can do them either way around.
I don't like doing series. I prefer much for parallel, but for in series. Now entry is 1 hour and 10 minutes. Here come a vast number of the cars. We've got Kobe de Bruyke from Belgium Racing, Job Rappenage from Tierra Outdoor from 8th, 9th place Felix Neuhoff from Neuhofer Racing, 10th place Benjamin Light of Max Cruz Racing. They're all coming in.
Job Rapang coming in.
Oh, not Rappenage.
No.
Rapang. Well, have I managed to add a whole extra syllable to that one? Amazing. But yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pit stoppers. My guess is, because these are fast drivers driving fast cars in a very similar way, in the next 2 laps everyone else will be in, John.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 cars now in. The number 98 Belgium Racing is in. They've changed tyres and got a different driver in and now refueling. They've just finished that. Very quick, precise stops I've seen so far down here in the pit lane, although the 98 just left rather quickly and they nearly collected a car behind him as he was making his way in, and 98 was making its way out. So up the other end of the pit lane I can see the driver changes and the refueling going underway. But as I say, very quick, precise stops here for this first sort of stop for the event.
It's not going to be rapid pit stops because of the regulations that we are talking. We've been talking about. If you are just joining us, good morning. And welcome to the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport, live and free around the world. Charlie Hayes up into 8th position in the Tierra Outdoor Racing by into now, what was that one? The 233. That's the team lap time performance. And that car, I reckon, is now 2nd in the AM class on the pit stop rotation, the white and green car. Oh, that. Oh, no, he still had the left-hand Michelins on the yellow and red curbs, so that counts as being on. Into the pit lane for Red Camel. So this is out of what was 2nd place. It's now a new leader. Black Falcon Team 48. Chris Meese has been driving quickly, but saving fuel. Now, this is impressive by the experienced German. And he's going to get at least 1 more lap than those leaders around him, and 2 more than the cars that stopped early. And 2 laps here is significant, Nick.
Absolutely, if you can carry on building that through. I mean, the thing is, I suppose, really, we've got this point where the splash and dash is not important. It's only if you can remove a stop.
Correct.
If you just, because, I need less fuel. Well, it's still a minute connected at the end. The interesting thing so far is Kobe de Bruyke in the 98 Belgium racing car. He has gone out for a 2nd stint on the same tyres.
Right.
So his pit stop time was 1 minute 39. The other people who've done a full service with driver change and tyre stop are running it between 2:10 and 2:20, depending on how efficient they were at doing it. But most teams, the only team I can see at the moment who have decided to double stint their driver, and that's the car that's currently scored now, but it's going to gain a lot because 4, 5, 6 and 7 are in the pits.
Interesting mix of tactics of how the filler is filling. It's a double, so a vented fuel fill into the middle at the back edge of the luggage cover on the front of the car. I won't call it a bonnet. I suppose I can call it a bonnet. It's not an engine cover, of course. That's at the other end. Now, the vent and the fuel hose are in tandem down the longitudinal part of the car. On the GT4 cars and the GT3 cars, I'm pretty certain that they're the other way around. They're side by side across the car and stalled by the Worldwide Expedition H2S Racing. Mathieu Dutrey was in that car, but he's got out, or at least if he hasn't got out, there was a new set of tyres. We often see people actually leaning, kneeling or standing on the front of the cars to get the fuel probe to lock in. I've seen both people standing on the front, kneeling on the front of the Porsche, and going across from the inside, the driver's right-hand side, pushing it down that way. So no consensus here about how to get that fuel probe into the front end of it. Remember, this is a Porsche Cup car. This is a Carrera Cup, so a GT3 Carrera Cup car, 992 type. And so this is not normally getting refueled in the
Where
race.
else would this type of car be fueled in this way?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. So
These are special parts and a special bonnet
for this race. Yeah. And the leaders in the pits, by the way, Chris Mees has come in. You did get those extra 2 laps in the 48 Black Falcon team, as the car that was scored second, which is not second overall when this rubs out 99. Jan Larison from Belgium Racing. I believe everyone, with the exception of Charlie Hayes in the 233 team lap time performance car, has now been in the top 10.
Yeah, Henry Kwong also staying out, but he's outside the top 10 at 11th at the moment. Actually, he'll be inside the top 10. There are some other special Manthey parts that I read the technical regulations. What an exciting life.
Big day.
We lead. I read the technical regulations, and there's some Manthey parts which include LED lights in the front. There's some slightly different ducting that you're allowed. The cutouts in the bonnet. There's a couple of extra ducts in the bonnet area as well, over and above the Carrera Cup.
Do the Carrera Cup cars, when they're running in sprint races in like America, do they run with lights? Or do they take the lights out?
Oh, the headlights have to be in.
The headlights are always in.
Yeah, the headlights are in,
okay.
And they have to be in. And in quite a few of the championships, the 4 daytime running lights are different colours to signify which class you're in. And there's sort of a coloured cross on the headlights, which I rather like at the moment. When this all comes out, let's see who we think might be leading.
I think it's going to be Kobe de Bruyke. I think it's Kobe de Bruyke on the edge of it, between Mies and de Bruyke.
Yeah, de Bruyke's going down.
Mies has got 212, which they must have done tyres, but left him in.
Yeah.
So it is Mies. It's not a driver switch error.
Mies is just coming through Malmedy now and going down the hill to Bruxelles Rivage, and I think de Bruyke is behind him.
Right.
And then behind that is Henry Kwong, who's yet to stop. So he's getting great mileage out of that car, the Neuhofer Rennsport. Problem is, effectively, he's dropped the better part of a lap on those two. Now, I think it's fair, and Henry won't mind me saying, he is not the quickest car on the track. Quickest driver on the track right now. Battling further down the field into the final corner. That's the 935 Porsche, which is JW Rate Service and Chao Lingbo. And having a battle with the Mola Motorsport. Is that Anthony in that one? No, it's not actually. The other car involved in that is the number 31, which is further up the field, I think. That car just come out the pitch. That's Ghanan Ali for the Qatari Motorsport Motorcycle Federation by HRT, an 18th position at the moment.
Red Camel Jordan, Rick Broikers has just jumped out of the car. Rick, you started that race, but before I ask you about that, how fantastic is it to be here for this special event for you, for Creventic?
It's amazing. I really like the new format that they put on, and it's really nice that we have a safety car. I think it will mix up the race a bit. The fuel rigs in the pit lane are also, I think, a nice addition. It seems like it's a much closer race than we are used to. Also means that any mistake will probably cost you the race. So we have to be perfect, and that's what we try to do.
How was the start?
It was amazing. I started P13, and I think after the first lap we were P6 or P7, and then finally we drove all the way to P3. We were closing in a little bit on the end to P1, but very small margins. Now Fabian is in the car. We will just try to stay in the lead lap, and then hopefully on the end we can push to get a podium or even better.
Are you satisfied with where you are at the moment? Because I know you didn't have a lot of track time because you had some issues and didn't get out for the practice sessions, but you seem to have been on it straight away.
Yeah, more or less. I was still learning in the first few laps, but towards the end of the stint, everything felt okay. So the only issue that we have is we didn't do anything on the setup. We are suffering quite a lot of understeer, especially when we are following cars. But that's something we have to deal with for the race. We cannot change it now.
And what are the conditions like out here? It's the very early part of the race.
Sorry?
What are the conditions on the circuit like at this early part of the race?
I mean, there's a lot of grip. I think there's a new tarmac this year, and the Michelin tire is amazing. I mean, the grip is just phenomenal all the way throughout the end of the stint. The understeer is just from our setup, but we are quite satisfied with what we have now.
How much more confidence do you get when you can feel that grip?
Yeah, it's difficult to describe. It's just really enjoyable.
Rick, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Belgian Racing have pulled an absolute blinder tactically by not stopping for tyres or driver change. Of course, that may bite them not stopping for tyres, John, because we now have a 1-2 for Belgian Racing and 1-2 overall, 1-2 in Pro-Am.
Yeah, I have to say, I missed those two. I was looking further back down the track, and they've got a reasonable gap.
8 seconds.
Yeah, to Chris Meese, who was the first of the cars who took tyres, I believe.
Yes, that's tyres for Chris Meese. Yes, so just to confirm, Jan Laurensen has stayed on board in the 99. He is ahead of Kobe de Bruyne, his teammate, by 1 big second. So it's Belgian Racing in Belgium having a marvellous time at the start. Fabian Dance for Red Camels Jordan is in 4th. Just waiting for, I think when it rubs out in a second, our leader in AM will end up being Koen Munich from Team GP Elite in the 12. So there's been a real shuffle about. And looking at it, I think it was the only cars who didn't take tyres or drivers. This is just looking on pit stop time, so obviously things can change but make no mistakes. But it's just that Belgian team has decided to double stint at the start. And possibly the Ansel Motors by Porsche Laurent Racing 56 Frank Des Tux, who is down at the back of the AM field. So a real little kind of tactical roll of the dice. Early on, I suppose they've kind of realised if it goes wrong, it's not going to be the end of the world, because at some point we think there'll be a safety car, but perhaps there won't. We're all saying there's going to be a safety car, but there's been some sensible driving so far.
I honestly think that race control will do their very level best not to use a safety car. Koen Munich, the drives in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux, who are here this weekend, Dutch driver. What I don't know, and I haven't been able to find out, is he any relation? It's René Munich, though. I don't think it's got an S on the end from Come To You Racing. There. More,
it's not all good news for Belgian Racing, and especially not for the 98th of Kobe de Bruyne. Kobe de Bruyne has been pinged for a 6th offence at Blanchimont, turn 17, so he will be serving a drive-through, which we know will cost him 40 seconds and will drop him somewhere between 6th and 7th overall in the next couple of laps. Also pinged for a drive-through, but this is for turn 3, so the Radion Eau Rouge area, for his 6th offence through, or let's say his 6th offence for the car. That's the 29 machine of Eric Zhang from Toro Racing by HRT Performance. That car will also drop back, currently 5th in Pro-Am. That will drop them down to 7th in Pro-Am. They'll be serving these penalties in the next couple of laps.
Nick Damon with me, John Hindhoff, in the Global Broadcast Centre at RSL_studio. If you want to get in touch with us this Saturday, hello. Plenty of people tuned in from around the world. I want to know where you are watching and listening. 5th position, the shades of blue and white. And that is the Koen Munich car, Team GP Elite. They normally run orange cars, GP Elite.
They do, and interesting, Kobe de Bruyne normally drives for them.
Yeah.
But he's not. They've all shuffled themselves around. But that's when, of course, they're GT3ing, isn't it?
Correct. It's very interesting that we're seeing such a change and a movement of drivers. 6th and 7th then. Guillaume Mondron is behind the wheel of H2H Racing's black 6th place car. This is the number 12. This is number 15, excuse me. And he's having that battle with Munich. In fact, he's just gone by Munich up into 5th position. And sitting one further back is the Max Kreuzer racing car, I think. Marcel Fugel now behind the wheel of that car. And I think everybody's made a stop now. Yes, they have. I just wanted to see how much further some of those cars. So 31 laps by Lorison in that car, 29 from Cobra de Brucker. So the two Belgian racing cars split by a couple of laps, or if you prefer, that was an hour and 14-ish and an hour and 9. A lap here is 2.5 minutes, isn't it? So let's just remind ourselves. I don't think anybody... Who won really? Lap time did 31. Oh yeah, Neuhofer Motorsport, 32 laps for Henry Kwong. He's out of the number 85 car now, and that has been taken over. Oh, that's interesting. 85 cars been taken over by Bajin Long, another one of the Carrera Cup Asia drivers. And as I said, 32 laps there. So what in time? That must have been, an hour and 19 minutes. So
right on that 1 hour 20 we were talking about.
So somewhere between an hour and 10 and an hour and 15, 18 in terms of the... Oh, very close call into the pit lane for a late pit entry for...
That Kobe doing his pit. Yes, Kobe doing his drive-through. It's Kobe de Brucker doing his drive-through.
It is Kobe de Brucker doing his drive-through from the lead of the race, and very nearly took out his teammate.
I know. Whilst we were talking about the lap time and stints, there was a drone shot, and from above the Eau Rouge Radion area of the track, and the liberties the drivers are taking with Radion, I am not surprised they're getting called. Whilst we were watching, none of them were where you was the traditional line, but that's fine because they've been given more leeway. But at least two cars definitely picked up a track limit offence whilst we were watching for those 20 seconds. So I realise that you can carry, if you haven't got to make that left hand at Radion, you can make Eau Rouge much quicker because it becomes a much narrower right, much narrower left, a lot of straight lining. But I think we're going to see an absolute huge number of cars ending up with turn 3 limits, unless they start thinking, hang on a second, this is 40 seconds and I'm gaining half a second. Another penalty has been issued, and it is for turn 3, so I don't want to say I told you so. And this is I told you so. This is the 88 car, just trying to see, and that is for the 6th offence at turn 3. That's Roman Zemešik, who they're really in the wars, the MRS GT. So
that's not how you say that name.
Dimkovic.
No. How do you say Roman's name?
Zemček.
Zemček. Okay.
Come out of the garage and making its way out onto the track. So I think that car has been in there probably over an hour now, but they've been working pretty hard on that, and they're now going back into the race.
1 hour 21 minutes and 45 seconds and counting. That's how it is for that instant. So in their 12-hour race, they got 1.5 corners around the circuit, and then they had to spend an hour and 21 minutes in the pits. Absolute nightmare. The worst outcome scenario for any endurance race. And while we saw a couple of the cars start from the pit lane to avoid that issue, they won and then found its own issues. But it has worked so far for Lucas Salas in the 89 MRS GT Racing. But of course, starting in the pit lane, holding back, your plan is that there will be an early, or at least a relatively early, safety car to bunch you all up. So far, we are an hour and coming to an hour and a half in, and apart from the car that pulled to the side, which was pulled to the side, things have looked okay. What I'm trying to say is, it seems
the next noise you hear, dear listener, is me slapping Nicker on the back of the head. Hang on.
There we go. I've got it. Yep, I've got the program of doom.
I should have brought a telephone directory.
Well, I prefer the yellow card, to be honest. But on a serious point, we did see what looked like a potential for a full course yellow or a safety car sorted out very effectively by the track. And, with this big track and with everyone calming down, you would hope that the accidents are less likely. Though, of course, that is always random.
Yeah, good luck.
And you do have... fairness to Porsche, you kind of do think that these cars can run 12 hours if they're run correctly. So I'm not going to predict no safety cars, but I think that the concept of a plethora, especially at a dry spot, if this was wet, all bets would be off.
Totally agree.
it's a dry Spa. They've been given plenty of leeway with the curbs. The track has been sorted out for motorcycle racing, so there's a less of a
Curbs
penalty as you go off.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying that if you make a mistake, you're not going to end up in pieces somewhere.
The only thing I would say is there is gravel closer to the track in a lot of places than there used to be because of that motorcycle thing.
Yeah. Frank Detert in the Ansel Motor by Porsche Laureate racing car. That is the 56. Currently 9th in AM. Is going to be dropping down because he's also got a drive-through. And that is for turn 3, where we have seen the abuse just going on and on. Another drive-through being served by the 85 car.
That is Neuhofer and Bao Long. I don't think it was his offence, to be honest.
No, I think there is going to be a situation here where somebody is going to get in their car on last warning, have a minor error, and then have to trundle the pit lane, cursing their teammate. Derek, how could you? For the other 5 or 6 times. But I think there's been a little bit of... I think that there's a few teams who've gone a bit blasé and gung-ho, and are going to kind of live to regret it. I think certainly now they've been caught, seen what's happening, seen how expensive it is, and seen how this race is running. I have my if I had my team manager hat on, I'd be saying, "Listen, lads, rein this right in."
What?
And lasses.
What are you gaining? A second? Half a second? A second and a half? Ling Kong behind the wheel of the JW Race Service. Number 935 sits in 8th position in the Pro-Am, 24th overall. It's going through some of the drivers from further afield. Eric Zhang's now behind the wheel of the Toro Racing by HRT, number 29. That's 6th in Pro-Am, 18th overall. And Chris Meeks still leads the race.
What the total number of individual countries represented here is?
That's
I
a good
think
point.
it's very, very high compared to...
I didn't go through that in a Bruce Jones
we've got
style.
New Zealand and Australia and huge elements, Hong Kong, China. I'm not sure we've got
US,
any
Canada.
I'm not sure we've got any Japanese drivers. We've got Brazilians, I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be...
pretty much all over Europe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
French, Swiss,
Germans, Austrians,
Belgians, Dutch, Brits.
Estonian, I think, as well.
Any Spanish drivers?
I'm sure.
Not sure, actually. Canadian, definitely. So somebody will do that for us at RSL_studio.
We've obviously got Qataris and
yes.
UAE and,
good point.
and that
yeah,
sort as well.
Very
We've got
good.
Finn and a Swede.
Scandinavia. Leader coming down back onto the old portion of the circuit is now Chris Meeks. So it took a while, but Chris Meeks is back at the front of the field.
Well,
so he's hunted down Jan Lorison. And remember, Jan is on a second stint on those Michelin tyres, whereas we are fairly certain Chris Meeks took a brand new set.
Change tyres, absolutely, by the times. I don't know whether this is every lap or say this last lap, he was almost exactly 2 seconds slower than Chris. The lap times have just ticked down a little bit from the start. I'm absolutely certain that's because the track temperature's gone up. So that will slow the cars down slightly.
I don't have a track temperature, interestingly.
But hang on, I've got statistics, hold on. Where are we?
Don't think it's on there. Our colleagues in Cologne might be able to punch up the track temperature for us and put it on the screen in front of us.
That'd be a great idea.
See, I'm good like that.
I think it's what we've come to recognise. But yeah, it's interesting. I think but is that 2 seconds Chris Meeks, or is that 2 seconds? Oh, the Red Camels Jordan's car is coming into the pits because he's had a drive-through, which is
another drive-through
for turn 17. No, it's the first one for Red Camel. They literally got issued about a minute and a half ago, and they've come in. So Fabien Dance doing a drive-through. He's picked up 40 seconds for a 6th for Blanchimont. So that's as we actually do know that most of those were Ricks.
In the first 3 laps.
Yeah,
it
so
would appear.
most of those were Ricks. So yeah, and Fabien's as he clicked the last one, so that's going to drop Fabien down, I would say, all the way down to 9th, possibly it may go down to, behind Alfred Brunau, who's in the Neuhofer Rennsport car. And it's going to start really coming into play, these penalties, John, if we don't have any field neutralisation. It's going to be really, it may well end up being the difference that actually makes the win or second or third?
I reckon there's still 23 cars on the lead lap, and the last car on the lead lap was the car on pole position. Tom Coronel behind the wheel, now the number 8 Max Kreuzer Racing, and he is where compared? Yeah, he's well on the lead lap.
Why have they fallen down so far?
Well, they had problems, didn't they? Did they have a long pit stop?
Yes, they've had a 5:03 when they went into the pits. Yes, it was the pit stop that was the issue. So they must be a lap down. They had a 5:03. That was their one stop. So that was when.
Oh yeah, you're right. They are.
That was when. Yeah, because they had problems in the first. They went off in the lead, had the issues, didn't they, with Paul? He had issues coming into the Paul Meyer. Had several problems, and they've stopped the car there for 5 minutes during that. Their one stop is 5 minutes, and then Tom Coronel's taken over. He's doing absolutely on the button lap time of a medium to high 23. That's absolutely on pace. So something got fixed during that first stops that cost them 3 minutes.
Okay, so the last car on the lead lap, I reckon, is in 17th position. And that is the PTE Manthey Campbell Nunn driven 992 numbered car. And he is just going over the top at Radion now. The leader, Chris Meese, is behind him. Decent, a little bit of a slide through the middle of the corner.
Now, Eric Zhang's about to be in trouble, John.
Oh, hang on a second. I just want to identify that car that I said through the middle of the corner. Think that was... What that was? Must have been the 85 car, the Neuhofer car. So that's Bao Jinlong, and he is a lap down. He might have got... there might have been a little bit of side-by-side contact there. He certainly was offline, and he dropped in. That's why he hit the middle of the curb. Hit the curb in the middle of the uphill. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, the 29 car, Eric Zhang's about to be in trouble because he had his drive-through issued at 11:05, and it's now 11:21, which is 16 minutes. They've certainly done more than 2 laps there. So maybe there's a car, but the situation is that, yeah, Eric Zhang will almost get some sort of way of pulling him in and a conversation about why he hasn't done it.
I'm joined now by Christoph, who from Porsche Motorsport, representing Porsche Motorsport. Christoph, thank you so much. I think we were due to speak to Michael, but he was unable to make it this weekend. How are you enjoying the event so far?
It's a great event, and also the customers seem to enjoy it quite a lot. We are in Spa, really lucky with the weather here, so I couldn't be better for now.
How important is this relationship with Creventic for you?
It's really important. We have our teams joining the other Creventic races, 24-hour series, since many years, and it's a well-known brand and event format. So now to create this special bond with an exclusive Porsche event is really nice, and we are really pleased to have now here the first edition of this.
When did this idea come together with the two of you to make this event happen?
Actually, this was about 1 year ago. As I said, a lot of our Porsche teams, customer teams, are already in the 24-hour series, usually racing against other brands. And the share of Porsche cars is getting bigger and bigger, which of course we like to see. And then Creventic came to us and said, "Hey, why don't we do a race especially for Porsche cars?" And we immediately liked it, and it's a no-brainer concept. So we sort of all our teams will love it. So we immediately were happy to continue and plan this now.
What is the feedback you're getting from the teams and the drivers that you work with regarding being involved in endurance racing?
Yeah, a lot of our teams are usually in sprint races, but it's always nice to share the car with other drivers, and this is exactly what you find here. And our car is also a very, very fast and reliable car in long distance races. So we think it's a perfect fit.
How important is it to sort of pick up on all the information and the information that the teams and drivers can give you about the performance of the car, and how do you use that when you go back into development?
Sure. I mean, the more the car is on track, the more we learn about the car, about the technique. To be honest, now this car is now not a very new car. It's well developed, and we have a lot of experience already. So this is not really the main focus of this, but it's more to give the customers another playground. To give them also, to offer them something new which they didn't have so far.
Well, it seems very popular, so it's obviously doing what you want it to do.
Yeah, also for us, we like it. Also, it's new for us, but it's a great opportunity. And I mean, Creventic, they have so much experience in creating such events. Now we were also able to partner here up with Michelin, which is another partner we use in all our One Make series. So I think it's you can really say here, together with Creventic, due to their initiative to start this, we were able to bring together a lot of good things.
Seems like the ideal package.
Looks like, yeah. It really is.
And are you enjoying the weekend so far?
It's as I said at the beginning, it's great. So we are really lucky with the weather today. We have a good race so far. We had a lot of track time yesterday. Also, we were able to combine it with other Porsche marketing activities. We had a track day before, we have track day afterwards. So it really helps everyone. We have a lot of activities in the paddock. Partners can show what they have to offer. So it's a really nice atmosphere.
Christoph, thank you so much for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch, and that's what Red Square Image is. Irish Kev down at Silverstone. Bajin Long at the top of the hill, going for an overtake. And the number 85, Neuhofer Rennsport, and dives out in front of the target car. Was that the 992? I think it was. Campbell Nunn. So now Bajin Long is right behind Eric Zhang, who normally races.
Who isn't in trouble?
No, who isn't in trouble?
There, our penalty board's not. We've just checked back on. John's got a very good strategy computer. Just checked back, and we've seen he has come into the pits about 4 laps ago. So he did serve his drive-through. It just hasn't been ticked off on the penalty screen. Somebody who hasn't served their drive-through, because it's not a drive-through, it's a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for not respecting refuelling times, is the 36 of K. Kramer Racing, currently piloted by Fidel Lieb. They obviously did not give the full minute of pipe attachment before going off from fuel.
Or they had too many people over the line.
Oh, okay.
Or they didn't have the car grounded or whatever. That's the second placed AMD car, currently running in 11th in the general classification.
That'll be a minute then, effectively. It's 40 seconds driving through, stop, go. That's another 20 seconds. So that'll be just about a minute they'll lose doing that.
The cars with the white number backgrounds are the Pro class. The cars with the blue number backgrounds are Pro-Am, and with the orange number backgrounds are the AMs. So it's Pro, Pro-Am, Pro-Am, Pro, Pro-Am, which is a very nice sort of Pepita pattern if you are knitting, I reckon.
Chris Mees putting in some good lap times. He's pulled out a 15-second lead, and a 14.5-second lead over the Belgian racing pair. Kobe de Bruycker has got into third place again. I think mainly because Fabien Dans has been also pulled for a drive-through, but they are a long, long way back. So it's only Lawrenson who's really anywhere near to Chris Mees. So a big gap to De Bruycker in third. Dans in fourth. He's only 5 seconds behind De Bruycker, then another 5 seconds back or so to William Mondron of H2H Racing. That's third place in Pro. So yes, it's De Bruycker now is 43 seconds off the lead. So if he hadn't had that drive-through, maybe 8 seconds off the lead. So it just goes to show how much of a penalty those drive-throughs are going to be, and how as they build up through the course of the race, they're going to become ever more important.
Can I just say, have you seen the number 48 at all on the penalty screen? I think no.
No.
That's how you're going to win this race. I'm going to say that right now. We are not even anywhere near 2 hours into the race. At an hour and 45 minutes, so we're not even halfway through the second stint. No penalties.
Is the way. You know.
Hang on, I'm hearing that a warning at turn 17.
Yes, it's a warning. It's only 3. Turn 3. Yeah.
And a warning for turn 3. All right.
Now, interestingly, you know how I said Eric Zhang was in trouble? Then I said Eric Zhang wasn't in trouble. Eric Zhang's back in trouble again.
All right.
More important, the 29 car is back in trouble again. The Toro Racing by HRT. They have got a not respecting minimum refuelling time penalty, which, as we now know, is a 10-second stop and go.
I'm indebted to Ian McCarthy at RSL_studio. 22 nationalities in the 28 entries. That's a good ratio. That is a good ratio. Great battle going on down the field, which includes Eric Zhang in the traditional red and black Toro Racing machine. He's got Bao Xinlong right up his rear spoiler at the moment, and behind Bao is Stefan Perrin in the Seb Laju. No, it's not actually. That's a car coming through the field. Oh, into the pits for Eric Zhang. So this is for the drive-through, or the stop and hold, should I say?
Stop and hold, yeah.
Yeah. So the other car there is the number 85. Was that? I'll get a quick look as it went through.
Yeah, I think it's 85.
And why can't I remember what that is? The Neuhofer Racing. No, 85 is the Neuhofer car. Yeah. That's Bao Xinlong. What's the other car there? It was the 99. Then, in that case, the second place Jan Lawrenson car, and he was losing time, stuck behind that little battle, and it's now 17.5 seconds between first and second. So, garage number three is where your penalty box. So this is just a drive-through because he didn't stop.
No, he stopped. They picked him up driving through. He stopped. He stopped. He has done a stop and go.
It wasn't a 10-second.
Yeah, the camera came to it. We'll see what he's scored as he goes past.
Right, he's out the pit lane now.
So it is 47. So yeah, it's 12 seconds more than a run through.
Right. So that was a stop and hold for the Toro Racing driver. 10 seconds. And that has now been served, so we can tick that one off the list. Chris Meese by 17.5 seconds to Belgium Racing's Jan Lawrenson. Cover the breaker, the teammate 30 seconds further back. 48, 99, 98, your top three. That's Pro. Second place, Fabian Danz for Red Camel, Jordan.nl, and the number 9 car. All dry, all clean so far, at least. As the 7th place blue car of Team GP Elite is the leading AM runner, and that is Koen Munich.
Chrome Racing have also served their not quite correct fueling penalty, and interesting, their pit time was also 47 seconds.
So, right, so that's a 10-second stop and hold, isn't it?
Yeah,
again,
so they're dropping down the field. We should see where they come out. They're probably going to come out around about 4th or 5th class.
Another US-based driver, Thomas Merrill, behind the wheel now. Tom Merrill of the 2:33 team lap time performance. They're second in AM, third in AM, IFA Motorhome. Andreas Höfler is behind the wheel of the 911. That's the silver car with the yellow highlighter colours on it. Now that car had, or that team bumped the front of their car in the first part of qualifying yesterday in very difficult conditions, changeable conditions. They've been loaned a car by Porsche Motorsport. They started at the back of the grid because they didn't put in a qualifying time, and they are up to 13th and 3rd in AM. In Pro-Am, it's Belgium Racing 99 from Belgium Racing 98, and the 3rd in Pro-Am is the Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWN. Ralph Populaas in the number 33 car is holding a position within the top 10, and in the Pro class, the leader is Black Falcon, the number 48, which leads the race. In 4th place overall is the number 9 Red Camel Jordan.nl, and in 5th, 3rd in class is H2H Racing, Guillaume Mondron in the number 15 car. Those are your class positions with 10 hours and 11 minutes to go in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport here at Spa.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how many people over the course of the weekend have actually picked up a new car from Porsche, because I can think of at least 3 teams who've had a lovely silver one delivered and maybe stuck a few stickers on as they went.
I do like GT silver as a colour, I have to say. It looks good in a road car because even when it's dirty, it doesn't look too bad.
Like Cayennes and GT silver, that dark grey, so something very similar.
No. Oh no, you might be right actually.
It's certainly a very,
the
very
responsible
similar,
adult
very
has the
similar
spec
colour to that.
seat.
Very similar colour to that. If I say my Cayenne, it's not mine. It's one I've borrowed.
Thank you,
very
Porsche
clear.
GB.
Very clear. Despite the fact I'm sure my wife would like it to be my car.
It's very nicely specified for what is a base Cayenne. Into the pit lane, and it was a perfect transport on the way down. Cruise down. You want to be comfy and munch the miles and have plenty of room to take back some goodies from Carrefour on the way back. That was the IFA Motorhome Andreas Höfler car starting the second round of pit stops in that number 911, coming into the pit lane. And that was after... Oh, no, that's early for Andreas Höfler, and he didn't start the car. That's just 16 laps, or if you prefer, 40 minutes. So the number 911 is either extending this stint for Andreas and just going to fuel it and send it.
You'll need to, because you've got a 3-hour limit. Yes, absolutely. If you're running on 2 hours, it's perfect. 40 minutes, hour and 20. But it's a 3-hour limit now.
Maybe they're reckoning that's all the tyres can do.
Well, that's a very good point, actually. Of course, it doesn't really. Again, the problem is because you're stuck with this. You are. It's part of the rules. It's 1 minute solid fueling. It's really difficult to be clever around that, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it just makes you have to make other tactical decisions. Talking to Paul Truswell at breakfast this morning in the immaculate Porsche branded hospitality. Although lovely to see that it is the usual Italian crew doing the Creventic Italian crew doing the catering this morning. Good to see some familiar faces this week. And Paul's saying it is very difficult to play tricky tactics to make up time. You would have to... Oh, massive off at the top of the hill, and Team GP Elite, Koen Munich. And whether he was trying to get out the way. It's the battle for 8th and 9th. He just lost 8th position to Fabio Gross in the Müllner Motorsport number 4. But then he went right over the top at the top of the hill at Radion. Now, did he get a swapper on there in the middle of the corner? But that was... He didn't even try to make...
No, I think there's a couple of them I've seen. This is where they're picking up so many track limits at that point as well.
Did he hit the curb? Oh, he was right on the curb.
He's got there.
He was nowhere near in the middle.
I can't make it. I'll take the track limit. I'll take the track limit. And
that's going to be a warning at turn 3.
It's one of his how many they've had so far. But
turn 4.
as I say, there was a shot earlier from the drone which showed cars either being within half a yard of that or just 2 other cars doing it. I mean, it's like I think people are throwing it in, hoping for the best, and going, oh, perhaps not. Going through, which is fun, obviously, but not necessarily a way of getting your team further up the track if you then end up having a couple of drive-throughs because of it.
Yeah. It's Nick Damon, John Hindhaugh and Diana Binks down in the pit lane.
He's continuing to extend the lead over second place. Of course, obviously isn't his class rival, but is his rival for the overall podium. Lawrenson now 23 seconds behind and running at 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap slower. Don't think he's on second stint of tyres though. Behind Nico de Bruycker also running 25. Fabien Dance, he's running a slightly quicker 25s. He's on. He has of course dropped back because of the drive-through earlier. He's in 4th. Ian Mondron of H2H Racing, he's doing a 24.7, so again not as fast as Brugger. Alfa Romeo, unsurprisingly, Neuhofer Rennsport is closest to the speed of Chris Mize. He's just 0.3 back. Then you get down to the Pro-Ams, the AMs, who are running, for example, Koen Munich is running a 26. He just lost a place to Fabien Gross in the number 4 Muller Motorsport Pro car. The Pro cars now are first, and then 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th with the 2 Belgian Racing Pro-Am cars, which hopefully have just had one driver in them, Lawrence and De Bruycker. Check exactly where they are in things. De Bruycker is the silver and Lawrenson is a bronze, so it's a good performance by the Pro-Am there for the 99 car, because he actually is their lowest rated driver Lawrenson currently in second. They've got 2 silver drivers to take over, which is Sascha Norden, the Austrian, and then Dylan Deerdale, another Belgian. Whereas in Kobe de Bruyke's car, he is one of the 2 silvers with Ghislaine Cordial, and then Michael Kuhl is the third driver. It's an all-Belgian lineup, and Michael is a bronze. So Lawrenson, the lowest rated driver, has run the first 2 hours effectively and run them really well.
Yeah. Yeah, and the point of that is they're getting rid of that time, which means that their other drivers can potentially run later on.
I could get rid of someone who could run comfortably second.
Yeah. There's some very good drivers out here. I'm not going to go. All the regs are online for this at 992 Endurance Cup. If you put that into your search engine, and there are some slightly different driver time regs about how long you can do. The maximum stint that a driver can do is 3 hours. What there isn't here is a mandatory rest break. So I was talking to one of the teams earlier, in fact at breakfast, in the line for breakfast this morning, the breakfast I had at the track, rather than the pre-breakfast.
Breakfast B.
Rather than the pre-breakfast I had whilst waiting for everybody to come down to the car this morning. You could, for example, the pro drivers can only do 4 hours in the race, in the if they're in a Pro-Am class, and you could potentially have them pretty much do the whole of the last 4 hours. Let's say, for example, you had done an hour and a half, or let's say you'd done 2 hours in the car, and a yellow flag comes out. You can come into the pit lane, you can fuel and tyres, and you can tyres and change driver and fuel the car, and the next time around, the pro driver could get back in again and do another 2 hours.
The person this is really going to play into is Chris Mees. Because Chris Mees is currently in the car. He's done coming up to 2 hours already. He's allowed as much as he likes in this pro car, the 48. But don't forget, he's also down in the Pro-Am.
Oh yes, that's a good point.
Machine for Black Falcon.
Very good point.
Where he is their platinum driver in the number 5, but the Pro-Am car currently. Where is that one? The 5 machine. Just trying to look down the list. Oh, it's had a huge problem. It's a little bit off the back actually with issues with Mike Stursberg, but they can have up to 4 hours of Chris Mees time, and Chris Mees can come in now at the end of this stint, as long as they, and then the next car, that car can drive away with its new driver. In comes number 5, and Chris can get straight into that one if he wants to. I'm sure he'll probably get like a little drink and to sit down for half an hour, but that's where it really plays into the advantage there, where you can actually have a guy who is the star of the event, or for that particular team, can just hop out of the 48 and then hop in and do 2, 3, 4 hours of the 5 car, which will pull it back up again. They have fallen a couple of laps off the lead due to some problems, so you have to go one heck of a speed to do an awful lot. But it's a long race, and and hopefully they're hoping some form of combination of flags and lights and safety cars will pull that car back in. Not such a problem for the leader, because Chris Mees, again in the 48, is now nearly 27 seconds ahead of Lawrenson and Kobe de Bruyke. Not a great lap for Fabian Dahns. He dropped 2 seconds on de Bruyke, and more importantly, he's now got behind him the other pro cars of H2H Racing and Neuhofer Mausberg with Alfa Renault. So that's really where the action is. Actually, it's the 4, 5, 6 battle between the 9, the 15, and the 86. They are absolutely nose to tail as they come over the start-finish line. Just going to my right as I look out the window round La Source.
Coming to the line now. Battle. Actually, it's not a battle. It's Campbell Nunn in the 992, and in close proximity with Kern Munich, who is the 9th place car and leading in the AM category. This is a bit of lappery going on. The blue number 12 then about to put a lap on the silver and red number 992 as they go down past the endurance pits. There is nothing better than driving down there in a Porsche. I've done it in the 968 a few years ago at Spa Classic. A 968, my 968. I think it was the first trip I did on my 968. I was on the way at the Nürburgring for the 24 hours, And the 968, I think, had about 260 horsepower when it was new. With 110,000 miles on it, I suspect mine doesn't quite have that. It's never had the top off the engine. So I actually had to change down part of the way up Eau Rouge from Eau Rouge to Radillon. That's how steep it is.
Oh, yeah.
To manage to get over the top. What I was trying to get over the top at over an indicated 100 miles an hour. And one of the very kind people in a TVR who was chasing me up there showed me his lap tracker, and we were doing 108 miles an hour over the top. Coming down to the first 2 hours completed of the race here at Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, presented by Porsche Motorsport. So here is the standing, and we are 1/6 of the way through this. 49 laps completed as we went through 2 hours by Black Falcon, the number 48 car, in first position. 2 Pro-Am cars from Belgium Racing in second, and third, the 99 and 98, Jan Lorison and Kobe the Breaker, both started the race. In fact, all 3 of the drivers at the top of the table started the race. Fabian Dance has jumped in for the Red Camel Jordan. They've come up to 4th position, 3rd in their class from H2H, the number 15 car, in 5th. Neuhofer Rennsport in 6th. Alfred Renard behind the wheel of that machine at the moment. Austrian flag there, so that's another nationality, isn't it? Max Kreuzer Racing and Marcel Fröger. That was the car. Was that the Paul car? No, it wasn't. That was the sister car. And rounding up the top 10, Müllner Motorsport and Team GP Elite. That's the first of the AM cars, with Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM in 10th position. Ralph Populars behind the wheel. Moving into the teams, team lap time performance, the 233 is another one of the AM cars. From MRS GT Racing, Müllner Motorsport, their number 18 car. QMMF by HRT will be delighted at being up in 14th position and 3rd in the AM class at the moment. K. Kramer Racing in 15th, and the rest of the top 20 made up by the second of the Neuhofer Rennsport car. Bao Jinlong making up positions there and racing well. The man who leads his category from Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Seb Lejeune Racing in 18th, Speed Lover and the 78. Expect to see that is the 72 in the 18th position. Max Kreuzer Racing, Tom Coronel in 19th. Top 20, PTE and Manthey, Campbell Nunn in that. Outside the 20, Toro Racing, Eric Zhang from Linkang in JW Race Service. 2 more of the Carrera Cup Asia drivers. Ansel Motors, Alpha Motors, who had pulled themselves up into the mid-teams but have dropped back again since their pit stop. They've just taken their second pit stop, so they're a little bit off kilter with everybody else. MRS GT next up. Black Falcon had a problem right at the start. Mike Stursberg is circulating again now, but is well off the lead. MRS GT, the number 88 car, also had problems just coming in the pits there. That one, they had the left front suspension damage. Müllner Motorsport with the number... No, that was the 21 that had the problem for Tyler Hoffman. So, still in the lead, having completed 51 laps now, and with a dead-on 30-second lead, Black Fulgham, Team 48. Chris Meese bossing this race at the moment.
He's doing brilliant because we've spent 5 minutes going through the results and going through the highlights. What we have now got, obviously, some more penalties because it's been 5 minutes, and we have a ninth offence, offence for turn 3 for the 88 car. So they literally are just not interested in turning right at all through Radion. That's Rumen Zimchik of MRS GT Racing. And those are, a lot of those are his because he picked those up. And we also have another drive-through for the 36 car. That's Fidel Lee. Now, don't forget, they've already had a penalty for improper fueling. That's Kay Kramer Racing. So the fueling wasn't his fault, but I believe possibly the infringement. This is turn 17. Now, interesting, I think you said they were watching in 5 different places, didn't you? But the only penalties have been at turn 3 and turn 17, and lots of them.
That's through Eau Rouge, Radion and Blanchimont. The system here is partially manual. There are some track sensors, but it's not completely automated. So there are observers on cameras, on the CCTV cameras locked off at those areas for races like the WEC here. All of the track limits are done automatically.
And they have sensors in the middle of the car, do they?
Sensors at track exit as well.
And the car is dead middle, is it?
I don't know how it works, but I know it's an automatic run for it. The time to run is 9 hours 53 minutes. I mentioned that Joe Bradley would be down in the pits, but not yet, because Diana Binks is still down there.
I am. I'm still here in the pit lane. I'm outside the MRS number 90 car, the MRS GT Racing, and Nick Romano's just jumped out of the car. He's just having a very, very quick drink and going to come and have a chat with me now. He's on his way. But I saw as the car came in, I think you probably mentioned it, there was some bodywork flapping on the left rear. So Nick is joining me now. So thanks very much, Nick. I actually brought the car in. I saw some bodywork flapping on that car. What was that?
Well, unfortunately, that happened on turn 1 of lap 1. I think we were about 3 wide, and on the exit, we're all trying to get on the power as much as we can, and made a little bit of contact with the car on my left. I'm not sure if I washed into him or he came into me, but didn't seem to damage the car mechanically, just a little bit of body damage. It did affect the straight line speed quite a bit, though.
Because it looked worse when it came in, actually, rather than when... are you okay, Nick? Okay, Nick's going to have to have a little seat. I think I caught him. He just needs a breath. He's just jumped out of the car. Obviously, pretty hot work and intense work behind the wheel in the car there. So I'm just letting him have a pretty drink because he's, the first one in and handed that over to... I'll come back to you, John. We just need a moment down here in the pits.
Thanks, Di. Yeah, it is hot out there and a lot of work being done by the drivers in these sessions of over an hour. I don't know why I've been voted as prophet of doom, but I have another penalty for the 29, which is Eric Zhang. This one is for a 6th offence drive-through at turn 17. This is going to be their 3rd one. They've had 2 track limit ones for the 29 car, Toro Race HRT Performance, so 2 track limits. And they have also had the wrong fueling one. Chris Mees in the green and black Falcon Team 48. Flying ahead now, 34 seconds. He's gaining quite a lot on Lawrenson and De Bruyne. Now, it's hard to take one lap as indicative, but it does seem, I would say, as we are now 2 hours and 9 minutes in, but we might be getting to the back end of the life of the Michelin tyres, I think, at the back end of the second stint.
Well, I'm very impressed that they've gone this far. Diana's still standing by in the pits.
I am. I was just... Nick's had, as I just said to you, had a bit of a moment, felt a bit faint, so he's now just having some water with some salt in it just to get himself together, but he's fine. He's chatting to the team now, so sorry about that. We had to end that interview pretty quickly. So I've just come back out into the pit lane, but all the other cars now seem to have left here and made their way back out on track.
Yep, at the front saying Chris Mees pulling away slowly. Just to give you the proper gaps now, because they happen to get the right part of the lap. Lawrenson is now in the Belgian Racing 99. He's 35 seconds back, a minute back from the lead. Kobe De Bruyne in the 98, but they're both Pro-Ams, that's fine. But second place in Pro, it has become Alfa Renau. Renau now in 4th overall with the Neuhofer Motorsport in second, but they are a minute and 6 back. So that is the lead of the pros, and we expect it to kind of work its way through, and the pros will move to the front. Behind that is Fabien Dans, Rebecca Camel Jordans. They're down just a second behind Renault, and then behind him is William Mondron, the H2H Racing, again on the same sort of seconds. That battle of the pros there for 4, 5 and 6, which is second, third and fourth in pro. Very active. Max Cruz Racing, 10, Marcel Fugel. He is down another 6 seconds, and then Fabio Grossa in the 4 car behind them.
Just a little moment for the Black Falcon, Mike Stursberg. Mike's still in that car. He's been in since the start, and he's exploring the outer limits of the circuit.
Yeah, it's a very different story for the 2 Black Falcon cars. One has been peerless, impressive, out the front, no issues whatsoever, and Mike Stursberg and number 5 cars had a lot of incident. He's had a, if you were going,
not of his own making necessarily.
No, it's nothing against Mike. If he's going to write down, Chris Meese writes down his diary of the race so far. Started, got in the lead, drove away, and Mike's had off the track, got knocked off, had problems, had to come in the pits, extra pit stop. Yeah, and it's like, what he wants now, what the 5 car needs, is a couple of calm hours.
Yeah. Start climbing back through the field, 3 laps away from its teammate at the front of the field. Just crests Radion now.
Now, we've just had the 99 car with track limits.
This is the second place car.
And then apparently he's served it. And he has actually, he's actually gone in and out right now, which increases Chris Meese's lead. But interestingly, the third place car, Kobe de Bruyne, has now pinged his second set of drive-throughs. So de Bruyne so both the Belgian racing cars are, in the last couple of minutes, been pinged for a drive-through. It was instantly served by Jan Laurensen, but Kobe de Bruyne in third needs to serve this. And what this is going to have the effect of doing, John, is he's going to put those pros all at the front.
I know we really should be keeping across all of these penalties and track limits and trying to give you them as they occur, but much like a Labour government Home Affairs Minister, can we ask you actually to go and look it up yourself?
Yeah.
Because it's just happening too quickly. It's not the fact that we don't know what's going on, I think, which would have been the case for the politician I was talking about, but they are just coming in so quickly. So what I think we'll do is only give you when drive-throughs are being assessed, and everybody seems to be coming in as quickly as possible. They do have twice past the line to do that. But at the moment, if we were calling every one, we wouldn't be able to do very much else.
Totally skipping the warnings now.
Yes, I realised that. Tom Murrell in the sort of copper and black car, heading back down the hill from the far end of the circuit to us, and right in behind him at the moment is the 935 of Lincoln JW Race Service. They are not battling for position. That is 11th and where's Ling and 20th. But they're having fun. Oh, and Ling goes a little bit long there as he comes through the final corner in the left-hander. Actually, that was Alfred Renauer in there as well that was going through. So that's 4th place in there as well. Alfred Renauer in the number 86, the Neuhofer car.
And to keep with our new code, de Bruyne is serving his drive-through right now.
Excellent.
From 3rd place. Now, interesting, I think Lawrence actually manages just about possibly stay ahead of Renauer. It now means you can have 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th right together, and de Bruyne is going to drop down to about, might drop down as far as 8th. That's their 2nd drive-through. Coming down up the hill. All in a line, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Going round Lecum and through to Malmedy, and then dropping down the hill. And it's interesting when you actually get the view how big a drop it is to Bruxelles.
2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all together. Alfred Renauer missing his braking point last time around for Neuhofer Racing. I've written that down in my diary and put a big asterisk next to it, because I can't remember saying that very often with either of the Renauer twins down through the years. Herbeth Motorsport, of course, we inextricably link those 2 excellent drivers, Porsche Cup winners down through the years for non-Porsche winners, non-Porsche factory driver best in the world. And now what we've got here is all over again. Second, which is the Jan Lorison car. That's the copper and dark green machine. And now he's just come back out the pits, hasn't he?
He came about 2 laps ago. His teammate's no longer in third because he went in last lap. So what happens is that Lawrenson now is under heavy pressure from Renauer, Dans and Mondron, of course, who are all pros, and Lawrenson is in the Pro-Am class.
But that is a battle for position. That's still from second on down, yeah?
Yeah, that's a 100%, yeah.
So even after
the overall second battle, yeah.
So the drive-throughs has closed up that gap then. It is just Chris Mays, who is now, what, a minute plus
11
ahead of the field. So
minute 14 ahead.
Who's the last car on the lead lap? 29? No?
I would say it is 18:31. The 18, I think, is possibly just not on the lead.
Milner on QMMF.
Where's the 233 in relation? I think he may well be the last one on the lead lap.
233 is circulating. The 233 is team lap time with the JW race service Lincoln car.
No, it's 233 is the last person in the lead.
Right, just coming through to get on the lead lap again now, as the leader is coming into the little kink before Blanchemont. So he's what, quarter of a lap in terms of distance away from dropping?
Oh no, he's about.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's been a very, very impressive performance by Chris Mees and the team. It looks like a bit of change of position there as Renauer gets past Lawrenson.
So that's up to second now for the 86 Neuhofer.
He did that into Brazil, didn't he?
And Malmedy at the top of the hill.
Top of the hill. Yeah, I looked up there and he'd just done it coming out of Bruxelles. So they now go through
that
Pouhon.
Four-car battle through Pouhon at the moment. The double left, or double gauche, as they often call that, actually, rather than Pouhon. That's an interesting, because it's double left. It's interesting, that corner. That you dive down the hill from Speaker's Corner, and you come down to it, and you think, I'm going way too fast for this. I'm going off, and I'm going to get ready to go off. The first time, released by the safety car, the first time I did that when I was doing a track lap in the 968, actually, down through there. And then I realised, of course, that this was long before they'd put the gravel so close. So it was basically a supermarket car park in front of me. So I thought, what's the worst that can happen? I'll just open my hands up, I'll run out on and come back on again, and I'll curse myself gently into the pit lane. They're one of those cars battling for second place. It was Jan Lorison, well done. So is that
that's scheduled? That's his scheduled stop.
No, it's not. He was
2:18.
He was in 3 laps ago.
Yes, for drive-through.
Oh, yes, for drive-through. Sorry, yeah.
So he's done 2 hours 18 minutes on that set of tyres.
So he's done 20. He did 31 laps in the first stint and 26 laps in the second. Anyway, back to Pouhon. So I turn into Pouhon thinking I was going miles off, and I'm just waiting for the car to drift. And no, I ran the right-hand side tyres up over the curb, and I thought, oh no, that is actually not even quick enough through there. I need to attack that more next time around. It is an insanely quick entry to that. The high downforce cars that run around here, the sports cars, even the GT3 cars, but certainly F1. F1 turned into their flat.
Yeah.
New second place then is Alfred Renat. Just coming down to Jackie Ick's curve.
Hour and 6 on the Renauer stint, hour and 4 on Dance and Mondron. I think they can get close to 120 if they want to, but they seem to be coming in about 116, didn't they? Last time round, it's been full. Of course, they've obviously had done a warm-up lap, hadn't they, previously? So this second stint could be a little bit longer.
Did they do a come to the grid lap then a formation lap?
No. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, they must
Yes,
have,
done,
because
yeah.
they would have come out the pits. So
Yes,
that's 2 very slow laps, but still that's an extra
Sort of
8
one lap,
miles.
like 1 lap.
It's an extra
Too
8
slow is
miles.
like 1 lap, isn't it? Petrol-wise. They might well stretch the 120 if they can at this point. Lawrenson has come out of the pits. He's still in the pits officially. Yeah, he's still in the pits, Lawrenson, so it's a long 2-minute stop. Fabio Grossa from Michelin Motorsport, who's in 6th, he's going to have to visit the pits twice, once for fuel the next 11 minutes and once for a drive-through for turn 17. 9 offences as this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th gets even more aggressive, and up the inside it appears Fabien Dance coming into the chicane. None shall pass, though, is the feeling from Renault, and almost kind of physically places the car in a way that means that Fabien can't get by, but now it's a sprint down to La Source. And looking at as they flash by underneath me, it was slightly ahead for Dance, and yep, he sweeps across the front, and that should be overall 2nd position. Go down the hill again.
So that is the highest in racing that Red Camel Jordan has been, as we head down to the pits.
So the 88, the MRS GT car, seems to be having a troubled run. Roman Jimikovic, you've just got out of the car. That seemed a leisurely kind of pit stop. Was there a problem there that was being addressed?
Yes, the tire is very inflated, how to say. The tire is not as good. The cars push the front, go outside. I need back here for fix this and back again to pit, to race.
So was that a tyre pressure when the tyre... Sorry, what's your name?
Nicholas. So I'm not driving, I'm just a driver coach.
I saw that. But confusing me. You're wearing United Autosports McLaren overalls, but you're kind of are you helping these guys mentor? Your mentor?
Yeah, my mentor, yes.
Roman's mentor. Sorry.
So what happens is I'm coaching them, and we were missing one mechanic, so I'm now helping with the pit stop. I'm having to wear my own suit to do that. It's a first for me, but the thing is, we had a problem in the beginning of the race. The tire went off because of it just went off. We're not sure why. So we lost 15 laps. The tire pressure went crazy high for Roman, and since we're already 15 laps down, the method for me is to making them comfortable. So I'd rather stop him, put in the right tire pressure, and have him drive over 40 minutes after that with the right tire pressure. So that's what we did. We stop him, we correct the tire pressures. He went off. He was comfortably 2 seconds faster than the sister car here now in the team. So I guess that worked, and it's kind of like a big practice session for us now.
So Roman, the question is, you have to enjoy the drive now then, yes?
Yeah, now I enjoy the drive because no more compete for anything. Now is the only trend for me.
Okay. And you're at Spa, so you will enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for clearing that up as well. Thank you.
Now, quick, I need to correct myself. When we were doing that chatting about the drive-by, actually it wasn't for position. Dance was actually scrabbling around and getting past the 90 car of Therese Laloux, the MRS GT racing car, who's a little bit blocky for someone being lapped. Now, interestingly, now Alfa Renault in the Neuhofer Rennsport car has come in for his scheduled stop, around about an hour and 10 minutes, which means that Dance now is scored in second, 1 minute 22 seconds behind our leader Chris Mies. Guillaume Mondron is in third in H2H Racing. He's a few tenths behind, and there's a 4-second gap to Max Cruz Racing Marcel Fugel.
So Joe Bradley now in the pit lane. We'll keep dropping into him as we'll start to get pit stops. Chris Mies is probably 4 laps away from his second stop, and he will comfortably be running the longest of the leaders, although further down the field, Bajin Long is still 7 laps away from his stop. There's the 85, that's not on the lead lap though, that car, is it? No, Bajin Long is not, he's a lap off the lead.
About 4 or 5 drivers who actually double stinted their start. Kobe De Bruyne we know about, he's had a very busy time in and out of the pits with pit stops. He's also been in from the start. Also in from the start, Anthony McIntosh in the Michelin Motorsport number 18, as well as Eric Zhang, who's had a very busy time. They've made 4 pit stops, but Eric stayed on board the entirety of that time. And also Frank There's a Turk, he's also been in for the entirety of the race as well, and Mike Stursberg, who has had a very busy time with the Black Falcon, that spent some time in the pits as well, but he has also been there. So 5 or 6 guys have double stinted. Majority of people have been single stinting. The most number of pit stops is 4, and that's Fabio Grossa. He is now in. Now the interesting question, he has both a pit stop to do and a drive-through with the Muller Motorsport number 4. That is currently scored 6th in Pro. So we can see whether they do the full service first and then send their driver out for a lap, or let Fabio do the pit stop and then do his last lap. And which one do you do? Would you do the full service, then the penalty, then the full service?
I think I would do the full service, put the driver in, and then bring him straight back in for the penalty. So he gets to feel the car, takes the shininess off the Michelin tyres, and the release agent, bring him in the next lap around. Can they do that? Have they got 2 laps before they serve the penalty? That's the question. They might not have that. They might have to come in and do the penalty first.
They're currently doing the long stop. Now I'm just thinking, because they've got 4 stops down, they may have done it been in the previous lap. I haven't got that information, unfortunately. You don't get stint length if you're actually in the pits. But yeah, so Fabio has done those 2 stops, which will drop them right down. But I would think at some point, the team manager, certainly any driver getting in the car, someone should be in his ear going, let's not do track limits.
This is the number 4 Muller Motorsports car that Nick is talking about. They've now changed driver.
Everyone for that.
Yeah, they've now changed driver, and Heron Blekemolen is in that car.
Hopefully can keep it on the area of the track you're allowed to keep it on.
I can't help thinking, because I was looking at this and thinking, I wish we'd had a few more cars. I can't help thinking I'm quite pleased that we're actually sitting at 28 starters here. Can you imagine what this would have been like with 40, 45 cars?
Yeah.
Hectic.
Yes, I think hectic is an understatement, and I think that's the reason why we've had this effectively very good, long 2.5 hour effectively clean run. And it's allowed people to settle in. It's allowed them to test the limits of the track. Yeah, this is. I must admit, I am surprised. I'm surprised we've got to this point of the race in a clean fashion. But you know, it just goes to show that people are driving these cars well, and they're perhaps not. They're thinking about it when it comes to interfacing with other cars. Not always how it comes to interfacing with some of the corners. So Darn's now in the red Camel Jordan in second. They managed to pull themselves back up again. They lost, obviously, they have done a drive, so they've lost 40 seconds at one point. Fabian has, for very close company, the 15 of H2H Racing and William Mondron. But it's pro. We've got top 4 now of all pros. It's taken a while for that to happen, mainly because of the qualifying yesterday, which put some of the pro teams out of position due to the wet-dry situation in the first session.
The first session, yes, correct.
Because interesting, I was chatting to a couple of people overnight, and what happened was, what we didn't realise was some people on slicks and some people on wets, and it turned out that the slicks in that last couple of laps suddenly fired up.
Yeah.
And so you saw people doing 8 seconds back, but that was just what the wets could do.
Yeah.
And then so they got left behind, and then they couldn't make it up, and they ended up many places back. And it's hard to overtake a well-driven Pro-Am just because you're a pro. Got
a problem at the second part of the Piff Puff chicane. That's the left-handed part at Fania, if you will. And off the circuit is Francesco Horta. He's just come out the pit lane. That's the number 89 GT MRS GT car. Has he managed to hit the barrier?
I think you know how you said earlier it hasn't got traction control.
Yeah.
I think that got a boot of power going round the corner, and at that point I'm sorry, but I don't have the grip yet to do that, sir. And it spun round, but he's up and rolling again.
Oh, he's been through the gravel.
Oh, he's gone. It must have gone wide, and then because there's no gravel on that inside, is there?
Yeah.
That's the run. That's Speaker's Court. That's the
No. That was.
What was he?
Piff Puff, and then.
Oh right, it's down the bottom. Okay, yeah.
There's
gravel on both sides of that one, yeah.
Curve Pod Frere is
so
what they call
Stavelon. Put it gone wide. He's looped it, but I don't think it's a bit problem because he's up and running again. It's like problem people following him, having to drive through all the debris. See now 61 laps completed by Christopher Mies.
Now, has he seen the car coming up? He's been a little bit spooked. And has he seen that number 8 car coming through, Max Kreuzer Racing and Tom Coronel? So he was off on driver's right after the left-hand part of the Piff Path, and then he gets back on the racing line. Of course, all the gravel falls out from the back. Time to head to the pit lane. Joe Bradley's in the sunshine.
Yeah, the number 98, which is the Belgian entry, the Belgian racing entry of Corby de Bruyke. He's finally got out of that car. He's the driver that started this car and got into the top 3 at some point early on. He came into the pits from 6th place, and if I can just stretch the cord to the back of the garage, he went darting down there. You can imagine why. It's pretty hot out there. Track temperature's rising. Corby, getting a well-earned drink. Let him get a drink first. That's more important. Replenish the fluids, because it's been it's pretty hot work out there, and you guys can refresh exactly what sort of stint time we saw this young man do. He obviously came into the pits for refuel. A long stint to kick things off then, Corby.
Yes. Yeah, it was a real long stint. It was a double stint from the beginning. This was also the plan, and I think it's 2 hours and a half in the car.
So how are you feeling? I mean, you're taking on fluids there. Hot work out there.
It was not really hot in the car. Just to get to keep the focus 2 hours and a half long is quite a challenge. But no, physically everything is all right.
Yeah, that's why you're an athlete and I'm not. So when will you next get back into the car? Do you know?
I don't know. I will ask the engineer for that.
Right. We've had a little bit of a chat about tyres with other teams. Are you guys okay on the Michelin tyre front?
Yeah, we are experiencing a whole lot of understeer. So, but yeah, I think that's for everyone. It's like 2.5 hours on those tires is just killing them, and this will be the same for everybody.
Do you think that will change the strategy with how you use the tyres? Maybe change the tyres every driver's stint?
I don't know. We will look into it. We will discuss with the engineer and with the tyre guys and see what we can do about it.
All right, cool. Relax. So every fuel stint, I meant there, not every driver stint. We can double stint the driver. We can't necessarily double stint the fuel, can we? Unfortunately.
You can double stint tyres, you can double stint the driver, but if you find a way of double stinting fuel, Joe Bradley, you'll become the richest man in the world. That'll be an amazing result. Chris Mies not in the pits yet. He's running now a stint which is just coming up to 2.5 hours, or the whole race. Fabien Dance in second, not him. Guillaume Mondron of H28 and Ralph Populars of Tierra Outdoor Racing with HWM. They are in third and fourth, but they're in the pits. So we are right in the cusp of this second scheduled stop. Looking for some move. Interesting that we've just seen that Max Kreuzer Racing started well and then had that long pit stop at the end of the first session. They've got Tom Coronel out the car and Jan-Jaap van Roon has got in it. It's a long kind of comeback for them. They're just trying to work out just how brilliantly Chris Mies has done, how far he's got up the field as far as lapping them. And the thing to remember is, as Paul Trustwell said on the grid, the absolute key is not to go a lap down. And because of this very, very long run with green flag running, there's lots of people who found themselves a lap down and didn't expect it. Now they've got to work out how they can get onto the lead lap, because if we do have any form of intervention, it'll just cue them back, and there's no wave by. Yes, they can catch up the partial part of a lap they lost in the lead, so they're lapping 3/4, the 3/4 will come back. But there's no wave by. So it's now working out how we can get ourselves back onto the lead lap, and that's a question that needs to be answered. And just wait, as into the pits has come Christopher Mies. It'll be interesting when the team comes out, where the 48 comes out in relation to everybody else, because that car will remain in the lead unless there's some sort of problem in the pit lane for it. As he has put this lap lead, I think he's lapped probably all the way to Stefan Perrin, and possibly actually all the way to Dominic Fugel in 10th, but we'll find out. It's a key point now as he's obviously starting running for the next few seconds. The pit stop is underway. I can't see him out the corner of my eye. I'm sure if Joe can see him, he'll fire up and say what's going on, but I expect it's going to be a full service. We just see which of his teammates get into the car. It could be Loic Hartog, who of course is leading the Carrera Cup Germany, or he has Tobias Muller or Noah Negelstick. Chris, and how long will his rest be before he has to get into the Pro-Am machine? So, running through now, stop still going on, 1:05. We've got a couple more outfit. I can see that Joe is with us. Joe, what are you seeing?
Very little from the GP Elite pit, who was just pitted, and son got out of the car. That's Koen Munix, and Peter Munix got in. I've just got somebody going to get Koen for me. They're second in the AM class at the moment, and a little bit of consternation going on here. Bizarrely, I'm in the right place at the right time, because that car, which I'll just remind you of the number of, it's the number 12 of the Team GP Elite entry, and the car has been in, changed drivers, went through its usual pit stop process, and Koen went out back. I'm standing here waiting for Koen to come forward. Let me see if I can get him.
Can I just cut across you for a second,
and now there's
Joe?
a problem. So
yeah,
is
because
the car
what's
coming
happened?
in?
Yeah, what's happened is
the car has just crashed.
Yeah, we just.
Okay, we're going to interview Koen later, because the team are running around, as you can imagine, Nick, running around, moving chairs out, because if the car makes it back, it will be pushed into the garage.
Yeah, this is the GP Elite car. It's Peter Munix who's taken that GP Elite number 12 car. He has spun the car going through PIF-PAF, so coming through 12 and 13. So it's obviously Lefania is the official name for PIF-PAF. He's gone in, he's bounced into the barrier, and now he's facing the wrong way. He's been there for a while. There is some damage to the car. I'm not overly sure he can get that rolling again. There's a possibility he can, but he'll probably need some sort of traffic neutralisation. But he has decided to move forward onto the grass, and we have got our first full course yellow.
Ooh!
So we are our first full course yellow, John. Go for it.
The pits will stay open. So anybody who has Mace just been in? That's really... So Thomas Merrill, who hasn't been in, should be in the pit now. In fact, he's just come into the pits. That's absolutely outstanding for the 2:33 lap time performance. Who else might this benefit? Well, surely the Chinese
Bao
car.
Jinlong's not been in the 85 of the racing.
Yes.
5 car.
Correct. So they need to be in. Where are they on the track?
They're 5th overall, but I'm not sure where they are on the track. 85.
Now, this full course yellow will last approximately 7 minutes. Why 7 minutes? Because that is about the time to do everybody get a chance to come into the pit lane. We've got the rescue vehicle there. Bao is into the pit lane. Bao Xinlong then into the pit lane, leading his class in Carrera Cup Asia at the moment. He'll be on the F1 support at Marina Bay Circuit.
There's going to be no point virtually any of the other cars coming in, because they have just gone through a pit stop cycle. It couldn't come at a more inopportune moment for pitting.
And they still have to stand for 60 seconds, whether they need 20 seconds of fuel or 60 seconds of fuel.
Most of them need about 5 seconds of fuel.
Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. How many takers you got, Joe?
Right, I've got the 233 that just happens to be next door to the GP Elite team. The team lap time performance pit is right next door, and that pit stop from second place was taking place. So I was here. I witnessed the car go to the ground, and that allowed the fueler in. The fueler put the fuel hose on. The fuel hose came off about, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds. So there was a countdown. The car moved forward with about 3 or 4 seconds to go, about 6 seconds to go actually, and then he stopped again. And the controller then counted him down in rally style with his fingers. 4, 3, 2, 1. The car has just left. But my query is, with regards to the regulations, can the car move even a metre without that, while that timer is ticking down to that?
It's on the screen, isn't it, Joe? That's
yes,
the
it's
thing.
on the screen. It's great. It's great for me, because I can see the countdown. The tension will build. If we get into a situation towards the end of this race where it comes down to a pit stop, it's going to be great television, because we can see the timer ticking away on the car.
So what difference does that make then to the lead? Because the Team Black Falcon now with Noah and Nagastik behind the wheel is just coming to the final chicane now, whereas Adrian Comstock, who's just got into the team lap time performance car, is on the Kemmel Straight. So they're both on lap 63, so it'll be 64 now. Right, so, they're lifting the blue Porsche. Which Porsche was that was
It's the number 12. It's Peter Munich in the team.
Oh, no.
Elite. Yeah. He just got in. Oh, it's dropped some fluid as well.
Right.
Oh, he's gone in. He's gone in. They said on that side and taken one of the radiators out. That's why
Correct.
He couldn't move it forward anymore.
Well, that's very smart that he didn't move it forward. Peter Munich, just into that car. That was his outlap then?
Yes.
Oh, another one caught out a pit path on the outlap then. That's two in relatively quick succession we've seen. There was a close call, wasn't there, a couple of laps before that?
That was Francisco Horta who got away with it.
Peter certainly has not.
No, he rather than just having an embarrassing wide and then stopping, he unfortunately turned into the barrier and then the barrier turned him round.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm just skimming down as well to see who else has been helped. Kay Kramer Racing just came in. Fidel Lee, but had they just done answered a penalty, Nick?
Kay Kramer now been in fourth. They've had a couple of penalties, yeah.
Right.
Obviously, they couldn't have done a penalty there.
Right.
So the Kay Kramer car is the.
So Fidel Lee did a 12, a 9, and an 11. So that is that was a stint then.
He had two penalties within his run because he had a fueling penalty and then a track limit penalty.
So now they've got Karsten Kramer behind the wheel of that number 36 car, and I reckon they did that under this full yellow. Seb Lejeune Racing, Seb Perrin came in and changed to Sebastien Lejeune, and that was pretty much spot on. They got 31 laps from Stefan. You see Stefan back. Further down, Kern Munich, got out. Peter Munich got in and then dropped it, causing the issue. Eric Zhang, Toro, he's done a variety of stints, 6, 8, 9 and 9, and that was penalty affected as well. And Dennis Zhang, no relation, spelled slightly differently. Dennis has got an H in his name. He's in that car now, but that's happened during the full course yellow. And the last one, I think, is Black Falcon, where Mike Stursberg has just come into the pit lane. And Mustafa Mehmet Kaya has got into that, and that's happened under the yellow as well. So there's been one or two people who have
taker
benefits.
is Peter Eisberger from IFA Motorhome. They've come in under this yellow. I think they were slightly out of sync anyway due to some problems they had earlier on. Adrian Comstock, who was being scored second, but that was mainly because he was kind of out of sync on his pit stop, and then had a long pit stop, 3 minutes and 4 seconds, compared to normal around 2:10 average for a full fuel and driver. They did a 3:04, though some of it was under the full course yellow. So he's dropping down the field now. So it is now Noah Nagelstick from Black Falcon taking over Chris Moyes in the lead. Second place, Sasha Norden in the 99 Belgian racing car. The gaps aren't important because the gaps are wrong at the moment because they're running slowly, so we won't bother with the gaps. Luke Breukers now has become the third driver in the Red Camel Jordan team. They are in third place in the 9. It's Dominic Fugel in the 10 with Max Cruz racing. So it's Pro, then Pro-Am, then two Pros, and then I think the leader of the Am is Adrian Comstock, and I think he is in. Nope, he's just been overtaken by Gilles Verleven of the H2H racing car, the 15. Waiting for 233, call the tracker, is coming off the line next, so it should be Comstock, 6th overall, first in Am with team lap time performance, and Eric Kwong potentially in Norhof racing second. He's also an outlap, which can make things look a bit weird on the tracker.
So the only person in Red Camel who's not been in is E4.
Yep.
E4 Breukers. Although they have been down the pit lane 3 times.
Because they had
a pen, of course they did.
A lot of pens going on.
Great work by the depannage, by the recovery, and
dry down.
Bit of sand.
All dry.
Sand.
So we go Pro Am, then 3 pros, and then the first Am, currently in 6th.
Now, the question is, will the safety car, the 918, go out and pick up the leader? They have the option to go to safety car or come out of full course yellow, and they will tell the teams, race control will tell the teams, we'll see it on the timing screen. The process for the safety car is, if it needs to, it will not wait for the leader to, let's say the leader, who is a Black Falcon at the moment, the number 48 car, no, an English stick, he's going across the line right now. Now, let's say that by the time he gets down to the bottom of the hill at Eau Rouge, race director says, do you know what? We can get this restarted here. The choices are, they can take away full course yellow, they can scramble the safety car. The safety car can then drive through without its amber lights on and drive through the field to pick up the leader, and then put its lights on and pack everybody up behind it, which I really rather like that.
Been in the safety car now for 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Right, so that's more than the laps required to get everybody to go past the pit lane entrance at least once. Let's check in with George, see what's happening in the pit lane.
The Alpha Motorhome team, they've got quite a story to tell for this first 992 Endurance Cup event. Peter Eibesberger has just got out of the car. Peter, you guys started at the back of the grid because of that problem in qualifying. Tell our viewers and listeners, it's quite a tale, isn't it? It's quite a story from the team.
Yes, how you say, it's a real story. Leo started from the last position today because yesterday we had in Q1 a crash with Kevin, and now we have 3 drivers altogether. And yes, Leo did a very good job in the first stint. He came to P13, I think, and we were third in the AM category. Now I don't know where we exactly are because we had an issue with our ABS sensor before my stint. Yeah, but it was a clean run, and yeah, we will see how it will be at the end.
So this car was a fan favourite because of its bright yellow livery. Little bit different. I take it it's a brand new car. The car that comes from Porsche is always silver, it seems, and you guys have put your doors and fresh stuff on it.
Yeah, exactly. We took this car as a spare car if something is broken or will break, and yeah, we took it now in the night. The boys, the mechanics, did a very good job, and yeah, normally this car is driving hill climb races, and so but it works.
And it was Kevin Wraith that crashed the car. Kevin's okay.
Kevin is in the hospital, but I think he will come in 2 hours maybe to us, but he is well.
Okay, he's watching on TV.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, Peter, thank you for that. Cheers.
Track temperature and air temperature in the early to mid 20 Celsius. A little bit of a breeze out there, but barely a cloud in the sky. It's been absolutely superb as we're in our first neutralisation period of the first ever running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport. Joe Bradley in the pit lane, Nick Damon and John Hindorf in the booth.
We had 2 3/4 hours a yellow.
A code yellow.
Code yellow. Oh, yeah. Which one is it? Code 80 yellow.
Code 80
thing. Yeah. No, but it's 50 miles an hour around Spa. That time, by the way, is 5 minutes 13 to do that.
Yeah. Well, and that 7 minutes was mentioned in the team managers briefing yesterday to say, look, that will give everybody a chance to get past the pit lane entry and decide whether they want to pit or not. And they felt that was the easiest way. Now, there is also here, and those of you who listen and watch our IMSA broadcast, there is a potential for what's called a short yellow, which would be communicated to the team. That would be within half an hour of the end of this one and within half an hour of the end of the race, when also actually safety car is not going to be used in either of those times. Now, the safety car has just pulled out of the pit lane. So where's our leader? Leader is coming up towards Blanchimont now. Actually, it's just on the rise up to Blanchimont, as Joe Bradley has more from the pit lane.
Yeah, the Team GP Elite entry, car number 12, has made it back, albeit on the flatbed truck. And front end damage on the number 12. Remember, it was Peter Munich who put the car off on his outlap. And guess what? Guess what's coming from the front end, from underneath the front end on this car? It's a Porsche 911. So yeah, it's fluid. It's one of the, I think it's one of the coolant. Rather than oil coolers, it's the engine coolant that's pouring out. I've done the taste test; it's sweet, so it's definitely a bit of antifreeze coolant that's coming out there.
Is it the strawberry one or the cherry one?
It's a what? Sorry, is it green or red?
Is it the strawberry one or the cherry one? Yes.
Well, it was just what was available at the supermarket, wasn't it? That defines that one. You know what? Looking at the car, you just need to get a bit of tea cut out, but it's obviously had enough of an impact to damage the radiator. But structurally, the bumper looks intact. It's barely got a crack. It's got a lot of red scuff marks, but that's off the barrier. And already they're bringing out the alignment tools, which is a big piece of aluminium plank, to see if the alignment is anywhere near where it should be. And you know what? From my untrained eye, it looks pretty straight. So the car's not even on the jacks yet. They're just checking the alignment before they do that. Now they go to work, guys. I'll keep an eye on this one.
Joe Bradley in the pit lane. We have, for the first time, the Porsche 918 Spider, the mid-mounted, normally aspirated 4.6 litre V8, developed from the RS Spider race engine and then subsequently re-engineered into the Porsche 963 hypercar GTP engine, albeit with a couple of turbos bolted on. As it stands in this one, 447 kilowatts at 8,700 RPM and a couple of hundred more kilowatts of electric motors, 2 electric motors there. So add them together, 652 kilowatts, so that's 600 horsepower, isn't it? Yeah.
720.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, 720.
What I would say is...
No, it's the other way around.
I want to know how...
650 kilowatts
is more horsepower. It's more horsepower than kilowatts. It's 750 watts approximately is a horsepower.
Oh, kilowatts. Sorry, I was thinking PS there for a moment. You're absolutely right. Sorry.
Anyway, someone can do the maths, but what I would say is I want to know how often the safety car is significantly quicker than the cars that are racing.
What's interesting to me is the relative proportions. I always thought the 918 was quite a big car for a hypercar style machine. We're getting everybody packing up, by the way, behind the safety car now. Last car in the line there is the Black Falcon, Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. So he is laps down in the GP late car. So everybody else will be told to speed up and catch up. We're waiting for Michelin Motorsport and Jared Thomas to get onto the back of them. He's almost there. And then there's a little group that is led by, well, the 99 is in there. That's the second place car, Sasha Norden. He's half a lap back here. So that big lead that Black Falcon had, well over a minute. It was 100 and, it was a minute and 20, wasn't it?
It got to a minute and 41.
Did it? Right.
But it's now going to be down to
15
seconds. There's no wave by. They'll start them in that order.
But there will be something like probably 8 or 10 cars between first and second, and the lap cars do not go around. Unfortunately, this could split up the Pro-Am and the Am categories because if the leader overall has started lapping some of the Am cars, then they will not be waved by. Just going back to what I was saying about the 918 Spider, which is a phenomenal piece of kit. I thought that was quite a big car. When you see it in front of a 992 Cup car, you realise that actually it was quite a compactly packaged piece of kit.
Those of you try and put your mind on which special Porsche it was. This was the 2015-2016 when we had 3 ultra hypercars released at the same time. The McLaren P1, the Ferrari, don't remember its name.
Was that the FXX?
Which
was only the track
car.
No,
this was the road car, the Ferrari.
Right, yeah.
And they back-to-back them all whenever they could on various motoring magazines. And it's they're all hybridizations. This is cutting edge, state of the art. They're all 800 to 1,000 horsepower. The Spider, weirdly, was the most sensible of the 3 of them. nicely out. It's been driven by Jose Closer, and if you remember that, if you recognise that name, it's because Jose's been in Creventic several times, mostly Mark VDS, I think.
LaFerrari. It was the LaFerrari.
LaFerrari, well done, thank you.
No, I had to look it up.
The Ferrari, basically.
The Ferrari, yes.
So Jose Closer is your safety car driver. Jose does a lot of work here at Spy, runs track training and driver coaching here. And he is, I think, I'm not overly sure, I think that might actually be his car. I don't think he's turned
There's
up.
more money in driving track days then than I thought there was.
Well, I think you'll find there's a lot. We're very lucky to be in the Porsche hospitality, which is absolutely lovely. A couple of times they flashed up the cost of one of these track days, and Joe and I've gone, blimey.
Blimey Charlie?
Blimey Charlie, yeah. So, yeah. But if you had the money...
As you know, I am not a big... I don't do track days in cars. It's a long time since I've done a track day on a bike. But this is a place where, when I first came here for the Spa Classic a few years ago, I was at the Spa Classic recently as well, calling the action, and it was great. Given the opportunity to go and do some laps, this is one of the tracks that I did want to get out on. It is great. I'd love to do a race here one day. Here in the Nürburgring and Bathurst are the three that I'd still like to race on. I've driven them all now in various road cars and race cars, actually, in the case of Bathurst, but never raced on them. But this place is very special. It isn't as intimidating as people say it is. Well, certainly not in a road car, because of the big runoff areas. And even if you're driving quickly but not stupidly mentally, you can be going very, very quickly around here and still have plenty of room to gather up any issues. Although I have to say, if I had the GTS here, would I have taken the GTS out on the track day on Thursday, given the chance?
If you say no, I'm not going to believe it. I'm going to flick you in the ear. Okay. Because I'm sorry, of course you would. If I
had to get back home, man, you see, not going to shunt it, are you? Not on a Porsche track day where you're not going to have a load of idiots trying to drive up the inside of you. It's not like a normal track day.
And also, it's an F1 track, so there's plenty of space. So when things go wrong, yes, things have gone wrong, but you probably are going to sit there being embarrassed rather than wondering how much that's going to cost.
It does have 193 mile an hour top speed, as long as the rear spoiler's down and you stay at 6th. No, I know. It's a limit, not a target. The whole of the field is back together again, so the race director has instructed Jose Closer to speed up in the 918. He's used all of that nearly 1,000 horsepower to disappear into the distance.
Absolutely, yeah.
And therefore, the race is now under the control of Noah Nagelstick. The green flag is out, and as soon as the green flag is out, you can overtake. You do not have to wait for the line on the restart, so he cannot just tootle around at this point. And here, sorry, no, that's wrong. You have to wait till the line on the restart. You don't have to on the start. My apologies. So he controlled it, he got it spot on, and straight away there's lap traffic making moves. The 11th position car, Michelin Motorsport, Jerome Blankenmolen was awake there and making some positional movement. And the question was, who was that? Oh no, that wasn't for position. As far as I'm aware, I think he's the first car off the lead lap. Yes, he is.
Top 10 cars are
all off at the top of the hill. 2 cars off at the top of the hill, which included Neuhofer Rennsport, Martin Ragginger. Don't say that very often. The number 86 car, and I think right with him was Michael Kuhl for Belgian Racing. Now that is a battle for 8th and 9th. And now 3-4 cars wide going into Les Combes at the end of the Kemmel Straight, turn number 5. And there are lapped cars mixed in there. The second place car, Belgian Racing, Sasha Norden, nowhere to be seen. He's picked his way through to the head of the second group, and he's got Luke Breukers right up his twin tailpipes at the moment. But the leader, Noah Nagelstick, has set sail down the hill. He heads into Pouon. as the rest of the field is going through. So it was the number 5, Black Falcon, that was chasing that battle over the top of... Oh, no, he had to avoid. Sorry, so it wasn't Ragginger. It was Mustafa there that was in that battle, who went way off the circuit. But as I said, there are lapped cars right throughout this field.
Yep.
5th place H2H Racing, Gilles Verlaine, he's been really sensible. I do not want to be involved in any of this. You want to go by me? Go by. I'm not throwing away a 5th position and 4th in class right now. He's now over 10 seconds behind the leader, but he doesn't care about that right now.
Yeah, we only have 10 cars in the lead lap, and the 2 cars who really need to try and see if they can make their way past the leader and get the lead back, that lead lap back again. It's Jeroen Bleekemolen in the Michelin Motorsport number 4. Of course, that was the car that started right at the front of the grid.
He's behind the leader now.
And he needs to get past. And the other way is Jan-Jaap van Rom in the Max Cruz race, which also was right near the front of the grid at the start of the race, and obviously was actually leading the first few laps. He also needs to get a move on just to see if they can get that lap back. So if this process happens again, with at least half an hour, we get another safety car, they can cycle their way back to the front. But it's because it's such a long run to begin with, so many cars, John, off the lead lap.
Well, Jeroen Bleekemolen is the car directly behind the leader now as they go up and over the top of the rise at Gradion. The leader is the number 48 car of Black Falcon, Noah Nagelstick. He's on the camel straight, as is the number 4 Michelin Motorsport of Jeroen Bleekemolen. The 12th position car, which is the next car off the lead lap, is Jared Thomas, and he's following Jeroen Bleekemolen through the traffic. So the 2 Michelin cars trying to get their lap back at the moment, and they are very close indeed to the leader of the race. I'm trying to work out who else is in there that they are dragging with them. It looks like Luke Breukers is coming through as well.
The 9's
the 99 and the 9 coming through. So 48 leads, Black Falcon, Belgian Racing 99 in second, Luke Breukers, Red Camel Jordan number 9 in third, but split up with cars around them. The number 8 is Max Kreuzer Racing, Jan-Jaap van Roon, the red, white and black car. He's in 14th position and trying to come back as well, but he's 10 seconds away from the leading 2 lapped cars, which have fought their way through, I think, to the front, effectively the front of the queue behind the leader. We'll get a better look at that as they come through next time around, because the tracker, they're all so close together on the tracker, it's difficult to actually pick out the individual numbers. Gone just under 9 hours after that restart to go, with the leader then, Noah Nagelstick. A beautiful restart. 4th place car in there is Dominic Fugel in the number 10 Max Kreuzer Racing machine, as he's getting through. Right, there's the leader. There's down into La Source now, the green and black car. Then the blue, white and black car is Jeroen Bleekemolen. Huge Gagler cars coming through the final chicane now. But through and over the top, the leader. This is really important for the race, you feel here. The leader over the top at Radion and on the Kemmel Straight. And behind him now is Jeroen Bleekemolen. Is he closing in? That is the question. Where is the team car as well for Jared Thomas? Jared Thomas is about a second behind his teammate in the number 18 car. Right in there as well, that little group is Konstantin Dressler in the PTE Manthey car, the number 992. They're down in 18th position. They're all trying to get laps back at the moment. And Jared Thomas right with his teammate in the silver car with the red stripe down the middle. And there's more Milner cars in there as well as they're coming through. This is really important at the moment at the front of the field. And to me, I would say that Bleekemolen is catching him, catching the leader. Luke Breukers in there as well. But this is a big mix-up here in terms of the positions of these cars on track, Nick. Great battling.
No, fantastic. To answer your question, Bleekemolen was 0.6 of a second faster than Nagelstick in the last lap. He needs to make a move. We've got second and third with 2 cars in between. And Sacha Norden in Belgian racing, he's scored 1.3 seconds ahead of Luke Broekers. But there's 2 of these bright Michelin Motorsport machines, but not your own Bleekemolen. So it's cars 2 and 3 rather than the Bleekemolen
So
car.
Jared Thomas has got 2 cars between himself and Bleekemolen. Bleekemolen is right behind Noah Nagelstick. He's right there. Who's the other car that's in there? It's the 992. No? That is Konstantin Dressler in the silver car with the red stripe. That's one of the Manthey. That is the Manthey run car. Jared Thomas is 2 cars back from his team car. So that is the 12th and 13th cars trying to get back. Check that, 11th and 12th cars trying to get back on the lead lap. Across the line, there goes the green and grey car. Bleekemolen right there. Then Dressler in the GT Silver Porsche design livery car. Behind that is the second place car of Sacha Norden, which is the more orangey car with the black bonnet. Then it's the first of the 2 blue and white Milner cars that are running together.
Second one is the running last several laps back.
Correct.
From the problems with Ryan Yardley machine.
So it's Thomas and then the Ryan Yardley number 21 car. So this is crucial for the race in the sunshine in Belgium as we head up towards 1 o'clock local time. Still just under 8 hours to go. Down the inside, that was the number 4 of Jerome Bleekemolen looking to defend actually against Konstantin Dressler. That's really, he does not want Dressler to go through here. Dressler is in that 992 car, is another lap back from Bleekemolen. In fact, he's the first car 2 laps down. So those 2 cars, second and third in line behind the leader, the green and grey car, they're the first cars off the lead lap and on the second of 2 drop laps.
Yeah, from a brief glance, fastest car on track at the moment actually is that Konstantin Dressler machine, the 24.4. Of the other cars actually in competition at the top, that's the fastest, 25.1 for the leader.
And now here's a slight wrinkle because Sacha Norden in the Belgium Racing 99, which is the sort of copper-coloured car, the orange car, that's the second place car. The last thing he wants to see is 2 cars between him and the leader. He'd really rather like those 2 cars to get by. I wonder if there can be a conversation between the Milner Racing team and the Manthey Racing team to say, guys, stop fighting. We want to get past the leader. That's what we have to do right now. And Norden will be quite happy for that if they actually drag him back towards the leader. Those 3 cars, Nick, should be able to work better. Although that's interesting. Norden had a look and then backed out of it. But those 3 cars should be able to drag back to the leader.
Shouldn't the 2 ahead be getting blue flagged? They're a lap down. I know it's very grey because getting the lap back.
I'm not giving that position up right now.
No.
Particularly if I'm.
It's different rules in endurance racing, I must admit. But I suppose traditionally they should be getting a blue flag. But I wouldn't let it go.
If I'm Bleekemolen, I'm not letting anybody go past me at this point. No. That I don't have to. I'm looking at the guy in front to get my lap back, just in case. In the next half an hour, we get another safety car, and then you're back on the back end of the lead lap, aren't you? In fact, no, you're not back on the lead lap. You're back in line.
Norden 7/10 faster again than Noah Nagelstick in the lead, but I tell you the issue is getting past these 2 cars. Now if he gets a lovely tow from the 992 car and then pops out, that's going to actually gain him time.
There he goes, perfectly described, Nick, at the end of Lecombe.
Yeah, and Dressler backed out. He did.
Yeah, well,
fight it,
that's fine. That's fine if he challenges, and that's what I would have been saying on the radio when they're saying let him go. You've got to let him go. That's the second place car. I'd be saying, he's not there yet. Now, the thing is, if he slows Dressler up, Dressler will come back by him. And he's touched him down at Bruxelles, down towards Speaker's Corner, that tricky little left-hander. There's the motorcycle cut out there as well now. Oh, Bleekemolen just can't get close enough, just about a second and a half. Now, the question here is, does Norden, who just had a little love tap in the middle of Bruxelles. Now, he's taken the sort of faster line, the non-racing line, where you miss the first part of the apex and you cut it back 2/3 of the way around. What do you do?
Yeah, it's interesting because I thought yesterday
Jared Thomas is
Jerome Bleekemolen, who obviously is a star of everything, he seemed to lack a little bit of pace compared to the others, even in qualifying. So whether he's not all at home with the particular set of this 992 Cup car, last time round, I don't think he gained anything on Nagelstick. 25-2, Bleekemolen 25-3. No.
I have some bad news.
And what's that?
It's for Jerome Bleekemolen.
Is it a penalty?
It is going to be a 5-second stop and hold for refueling. Absolutely.
And we got a drive-through for the 29 as well. I think it's about 17 penalties. It was Frankie Zhang, but it's now Dennis Zhang. Yep, the brothers in.
No. They're not. They're not. Those two aren't. It's ZANG and ZHANG.
Okay. Dennis Zhang. Okay, fine. Not a friend for Toro Racing by HRT Performance. They also will have a drive-through. But yeah, it's far more important that far more important for the Bleekemolen car who's actually in the pits now. So they've stopped to take him.
4, 5. Oh, and Jerome stalls it. Refires. Can't do anything else while you're in the pit lane. And the opportunity to get the lead lap back has disappeared for him. He's also out of what was 11th place. Jared Thomas now is in 11th place and is the first car off the lead lap. And he is the third car in that line. So he's not out of it yet. Jared Thomas, feisty competitor, has cut his teeth in Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup racing. Also racing on Michelin tyres in the US, as Joe Bradley described that to me, 1970s Formula Ford with bodywork.
Well, what we've also got for the first time in certainly, which you haven't had really since about 45 minutes in, is the first and second nailed together and a battle for the lead as they come down the hill.
And Sasha Norden on the flash here. Now this is great news for Jared Thomas in the blue and white car. 1 lap off the lead. These two start battling. Is Noah Nagelstick going to... is he going to defend? Yes. That's the question.
I'd hope so.
Well, there's 8 hours and 48 minutes to go. Is this the battle? He's 10 laps into his stint. Sasha Norden is 17 laps into the stint. Who's the third car in that? Oh, that's the
992.
That is the number 992, Konstantin Dressler.
2 laps back.
So Dressler is hoping to get there. Fourth in the line, sorry, I said third. Fourth in the line is Jared Thomas. Oh my goodness, this could get feisty. Well, it looked as though Sasha Norton in that Belgium racing car, they ran 1-2, remember, after the first pit cycle because they only took fuel. So they're confident of making their Michelin tyres in that early part of the race at least do 2 stints. Now, Jerome Bleekemolen, by the way, came back out in 13th position behind Ibrahim Al-Degani in the Q MMF by HRT number 31 car. So that has dropped him around about what?
45 seconds, that'll be with a 5 seconds stop. Now, interesting, now this is the chance for Norden. He's going to get the toe all the way up the Kemmel Straight and a chance to pop out of Lecombe, and let's see how hard it's fought. He's as close as he can get.
This is how he got past the lap traffic. Nick Damon called it. Again, he gets right under the rear wing, pulls to driver's right. Is he going to be able to do the overtake down the inside at the right-hander at Lecombe? Didn't get it. Didn't quite get close enough to the number 48. Black Falcon now through Malmedy. Ride the curb on the left. You can't go wide on the right-hand side, rather. You can't go... Oh, down the inside at Malmedy. Excuse me, at Brussels. And that is a change for the lead. 8 hours and 46 minutes still to go. So 3 hours and 13 and a bit in, and we have a new leader. And it's Belgium Racing again. They have led. But that was a proper pace-derived overtake, hassling the back of Noel Nagelstick. And that 1 minute and 40-second lead, all gone through to the safety car. Now, can Konstantin get one of his laps back from the erstwhile leader? The problem is, of course, that copper-coloured car is now the leader and is pulling away.
Yeah, so to get the lap back, he has to overtake the copper car. He has to take the Belgian Racing machine that's leading overall and is already gapping Nagelstick. So this is one of the vagaries of the safety car. Big losers there, Black Falcon Team 48. But we have many hours to go and many different driver combinations. But certainly the Belgian racing team have been playing a bit of a blinder apart from their track limit efforts. Just looking for the stint time. They are running something like 16 minutes longer, so they have gone a bit earlier. I'm not sure that anybody has managed to stretch it out to actually drop a stop. That's the question, isn't it? Can you drop a stop in the 12 hours? They'll have a longer stint this time because of the fuel saving behind the safety car and the full course yellows. They should easily all do an hour and 20 plus if they've got that stamina within the drivers. So if you think about an hour and 20, that's 3 stops every 4 hours, and there's 12 hours in the race. So it is right on the cusp, it seems, of a 8-stop race.
Chris Mace did 2.5 hours in the car. So it'll be a little bit more than that when you add in the stop, on the track, should I say. So work that one out.
If you can get to 4 hours at this stop, then you're on target to just drop one of the stops.
Yeah.
It's really, I think 120 is difficult. It can be done, and most have been not quite there.
Mostly been 115.
Yeah.
At pace, it's been 115.
120 takes a stop off.
Yeah.
And they've gained some time. They've gained a few minutes in this.
So we had 10 minutes of full course yellow and 2 laps of safety car.
Yeah.
So
we had a total of 21 minutes and 9 seconds of reduced running speed, speed running.
Wow, okay.
So that's pretty much gives you at least half that time back, if not more, because these things are very economical. Running slow modes, and they know what they're doing, and they run the cars super lean and make sure they can get the most out of them. And people now are thinking, oh, hang on a second, perhaps we can eliminate that last stop.
And there you go, you've read my mind. So have Black Falcon, who are earlier in their stint with Noah Nagelstick only having completed 10 or a dozen laps when we went, in fact 10 laps, under 10 laps when we went back to green. Is he now on maximum fuel save? Is he on fuel save to the end of it? Because if he can eke out an extra 10 minutes and get to an hour and a half.
Well, he's done 41 minutes. He needs to do at least another 43 just to get on plan, and that would take another yellow to make it. And that's an hour and 23, hour and 24.
I think that's doable. Joe Bradley has been watching a pit stop for Hoon.
It's a pit repair job, actually. Remember the Team GP Elite number 12 car came in. Peter Munich went off on his outlap. To be honest, guys, I think Peter's been a bit unlucky. All right, he was unlucky enough to spin off and have a little bit of front end damage. The bumper remains on the car. There's a little bit of gaffer tape being deployed to the front end. They'd lost the very expensive splitter off the front, but more importantly, somehow in that issue they damaged the radiator, and that's what's took the time. So without that radiator being hauled, that car would have been in and out in a couple of minutes. The radiators took the time, but the team have still done a sterling job, and that car is now back out and into this race, and Peter Munich gets a chance to run his first stint. Hopefully, fingers crossed for him, he'll come by the pits very shortly.
Joe Bradley in the pit lane. All kinds of pretty feisty battling going on, which is pleasing. Kerry up in London in our Master Control Centre. Not always for position, as Max Kreuzer Racing and Jan Jaap van Roon was trying to make up some ground on the track, but it, as I say, wasn't for position there. Was battling with a car that's a lap ahead of him. But at the moment, I think getting into the groove and getting some clear air, Nick, is super important for everybody. Sasha Norden has pulled out 2.5 seconds on Noah Nagelstick at the front of the field. We still haven't seen any of the lapped cars go by. The 930, the 992, Konstantin Dressler was the next car back, and then it was Jared Thomas going through. The weird pyjama coloured car, which I've been watching, that's the K Kramer Racing. That is Karsten Kramer behind the wheel of that car at the moment. Hello to David Walters. He says, well done the 24-hour series in Coventry, getting on the job with innovative endurance racing and Porsche Motorsport as well. Good morning from Rosewood, Kentucky. I love this track. Brian D, sorry. It was a little while ago. And hello to Kevin says, is it just me or is a 918 safety car the ultimate blag? We're going to need a safety car. Well, we've got a Cayenne here. Could I have that 918 over there? All right.
Can't argue that point. It's the best safety car I've seen.
Are
you going to top me with a better safety car?
At Silverstone, in terms of that, this is a very apt safety car for here, isn't it?
Yes,
very relevant
100%.
because of Porsche. Silverstone Classic, a couple of weekends ago, the safety cars were RML SWBs, which is the recreation of the 250 SWB. There were two of them.
Wow.
And Michael Malik and the rest of the team. And I suspect that that's not the last time we will see them doing safety car duties.
Unscheduled stop for the 9, which must be a drive-through of track limits, yeah. So we've had a few track limit drive-throughs. Joe?
Yeah, car number 9, Red Camel car, just through in front of me, caused me to wake up a little bit. He's driven on through, so that's a drive-through penalty completed for the number 9.
Yeah,
out of 3rd place, I might add.
Yeah, that was a 9th offence at Blanchimont turn 17, the drive-through. We've got a few more coming up for the 88 and the 888. So if you've got 8 in your number, you're in trouble. That's Sebastian Lejoux. They have a drive-through for turn 3 offences. That's
13th position.
From 13th. And the 88, who I think is in the wars, yes, that's Carlos Vidal Renault from the MRS car. That's got a 6th offence, but it's obviously taken Red Camel back out of tight contention again. Luke Broiker's having to drop back about 40 seconds. And that's probably going to drop him down to 5th in class because, of course, everyone's quite condensed after the safety car. So, it's interesting, playing all those previous penalties, if they didn't put you off a lap, it's fine, they've gone. But they did put you off a lap, you've lost a lap. And now, of course, it's taking some time out of you and putting that gap back in. So Broikers and the Red Camel Jordan's team, who were looking quite strong, mainly because they came in quite late. And he was only 30 seconds shorter in his run time than Noah Negrestich, and we're talking about this concept of taking out a pit stop. Battling ahead, the H&R sponsored Milner car there, coming down towards Speaker's Corner, and the alternate bit of track for the motorcycle. I've never seen anyone
That is a battle for position, actually. Eric Kwong was ahead of them in the Neuhofer Rennsport number 85. That's 10th and 11th. That is the end of the lead lap for Eric Kwong, if you will. He's nearly a minute now behind Jared Thomas, behind the leader, rather. That green and white car. Have I picked that right?
Yeah, 9th place. That's actually Comstock.
No, it's
Comstock
not.
in the 233.
No, it's not. Yeah,
the
that's
green
Adrian
and white lap
Comstock,
time car,
sorry.
Yeah,
that's Adrian Comstock. Eric Kwong is actually further back down the road in the line because we know Jared Thomas is trying to come back through the field, isn't he? So
that is Comstock ahead of Bleekemolen. There's Bleekemolen flashing his lights trying to get through.
Sorry, excuse me, it's Bleekemolen. Okay, so
he's coming back.
Bleekemolen's coming back
from
through
his drive-through.
Yeah, sorry, I thought that was Jared
a 5
Thomas
seconds
there.
off and go, actually, wasn't it? So there's a lot of movement. But the thing to remember is, we got Eric Kwong is a key person in the Neuhofer 85 because he's the last person on the lead lap. As we have a spin for the ever-active number 5 car. That Black Falcon car has had everything happen to it most of the time and often the same lap.
Mustafa Mehmetkaya. Every time I see that car, he's at the final chicane. Every time I see that car, I think, how is a GT4 Cayman RS sneaked into the race? Because there's something about that colour scheme that just makes me think when I look at it, it's a 718. Particularly at a 3/4. I don't know why. It's just the colours.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 5 car really has been absolutely in the wars. So the chance of everything pointing exactly the right direction is probably relatively low. As he then himself takes a bit of liberty with the turn 3 at Radion, but he'll get away with that one, so that'll be fine. Coming up the Kemmel Straight before he drives into Lecum, and then of course you drop down the hill to Bruxelles, and it really is a very steep drop towards that sharp hairpin, which is what it is at Bruxelles. It never kind of looks it on most pictures. This is the 888 of Sebastian Lejoux coming down the hill behind the 5. and just trying to take the position back. Currently scored in 14th. Let's stay wide, and he does. And then it's the little short straight before Speaker's corner.
No runoff on the right-hand side there, Nick. This in the wet, it's off camber, it's downhill, and it's straight into the wall. Bizarrely, if you go off early in the corner, you might get stopped by the gravel. If you fight it and get all the way at the end, the gravel runs out, you're on grass, and you're almost odds on to hit the wall.
Yeah, that's what the Speaker's corner is. Some more added gravel there that got added about 2 years ago to replace some AstroTurf, and there's gravel at the outside of Pouon or double left, depending on how old you are. So they plunge down the hill, and now they go through the Fania and complex and coming into campus.
Nick Damon is going to compile some more penalties.
Oh, excellent. How marvellous.
As Joe Bradley gives us news from the pit lane.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Yeah, Therese Lalou has just got out the number 90, the MRS car, and been working very hard. Now, we spotted Therese in qualifying up until that point. Therese, you'd been out in a practice session, you've been out in qualifying. This was your first race stint.
Yes.
Any difference?
Absolutely. It's definitely, now we really see the differences between the pros, the pro-ams, and the AMs. I have a lot of pressure on me being, unfortunately the weakest link on the team, you know what I mean? So I'm just always trying to make up that gap. It took me maybe a couple laps. I had never done a sticker run on a Michelin, so it was my very first one. Took me a little bit to figure out the peak of it.
Is that really different when you go out on brand new?
It's really, really different, especially when you're trying to maximize the peak of the tire. And the Michelin is so different than the tires I'm used to. I've only run other brands, so it's a great tire. I know that it's engineered for this car, and this 992 machine is just so incredible. Could beat on it all day. The fact that we're out here, in 27 degrees banging on them for 12 hours is just so impressive with these cars. But it was an awesome stint. We were in a nice tight pack of like 15 cars. That's what I'd love to see, you know what I mean? Last thing you want is just be doing time attack laps. So got my nose in there, got a couple battles with my fellow pro-ams, and saw where I can make up the time, and looking forward to my next stint.
Well, you may feel like you're the weakest link, but I saw all your team crew smiling, high-fiving you, etc. So, cracking job, it seems.
Thank you. I think they're very, very sweet, and they love me a lot, and they're thankful that I sponsored the car. But I think I also did a great job. I'm really, really proud of myself.
I think you did, and you worked really hard. I can tell by the amount of fluid you're having to take on. Well done, Therese. I'll thank you very much.
That was a pretty impressive stint. 8th and 9th, still having a good battle. Team lap time performance, Adrian Constop with Gilles Verlaine, and right up the rear Michelins of that car as they plunge down from Pouon into the Biff Path. Just about, the sun's just gone over the top, hasn't it, at this time of day. Very short shadows, all still downhill at the far end of the circuit, through Stavelot, curve of Paul Frere, if you will, and then it's uphill pretty much all the way to the start finish. Didn't realise actually that run up to Blanchimont is so uphill. The two Mullner cars running together now. They've not been able to keep the pace up at the front of the field. That is Jared Thomas running in 11th position, and with him is Ryan Yardley in 28th position, and they're trying to bring their way through the pit lane. And yellow flag at the final corner, and that is for a spin right in front of traffic. One of the GT silver cars has gone around, and I think that was the MRS GT number 89 car that went around, which would be Francesco Horta. He's had one spin in the Piff Path. He hasn't come back yet. He's still off to driver's right there. Probably doesn't have quite enough steering lock to get turned around. And now he's got to find reverse, which is never the easy thing to do in a racing car. He's found reverse. My very first motor race, I realised I got myself into a position in a race where I hadn't asked how to get reverse. Sometimes you have to have an interlock and do that. It's one of the first things I always ask now. And getting into a car for the first time, where's reverse? And where's the fire extinguisher arming pin, so that I can see that from the driver's cockpit. Francesco Horta from Brazil in the MRS GT racing car, racing in the AM class in 9th position, that car at the moment. Been an eventful stint for Francesco. Found himself facing the tyre wall at the exit of Pif Paf, turn 13, but managed not to hit anything. Now, meantime, Jeroen Bleekemolen fighting his way back through. Had a chance to get on the lead lap. That's gone now, but he's got Karsten Kremer right ahead of him. So that is a battle in the overall for 13th position. It's not a class battle. And Jeroen makes short work of Karsten. And next car in his sights is another 10 seconds up the road for Jan-Jaap van Roon from Max Kreuzer Racing. That's the number 8 car in 12th position. Bizarrely, the next car on the road in front of Jeroen Bleekemolen is that of Michael Kool in the dark red Belgian Racing number 98 car, but that is still on the lead lap. Meantime, at the end of the Kemmel Straight, more action with the, I think, at the 19th position car, the 56 of Ansel Motors by Porsche Lorient, and it is Frédéric Ansel behind the wheel. He's 7th in his class, that's the AM class. Behind him is one of the front running cars, the white car is number 33, is it? And yes, it is Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM. Hans Weiss. Oh, and that's the 6th place car right behind that. That's Luke Breukers. So that is a battle being held up by a lapped car for the moment. And I'm not saying that at all to criticise the driver of the silver, red and blue car that leads that line. Great livery that on the GT Silver. I really like that. Works well. Luke Breukers, target acquired with the orange, black and GT Silver car. They've sort of transplanted some of their bodywork onto that car, including the doors. That's another one of the spare chassis that we had here this weekend. 8.5 hours still to go. And Hans trying to attract the attention of the car in front, that 19th position Ansel Motors car. Fred Ansel at the moment not giving way, really just has to lift off on one of the straights for a moment and let these two go through. There'll be frustration from the two drivers behind who are battling on the back end of the lead lap. In fact, they are in, as I said, 5th and 6th positions onto the Kemmel Straight again for the 83rd time of asking. Leader Sasha Nolden now pulled out the better part of 10 seconds on Noah Nagelstick, who restarted in the lead for Black Falcon. Martin dragging 17 seconds further back, but making up about half a second or so on that second place car. 2:23.7 by the leader last time around, 2:24.6 as finally that battling pair for 6th and 5th go by. Noah Nagelstick in the 48 might be doing a cracking job. He's a silver driver. Chris Meese is the platinum. Luke Hartog and Tobias Müller, both silver drivers in that car. This might be an absolutely genius tactical move. If Nagelstick can stretch his stint out, this fuel stint to about an hour and a half, then they're going to be right in to potentially save a fuel stop. Because what you've got to do is marry that up with the tyre stops as well. tyres must be done first in the pit stop if you're going to change them. Tyres and driver first, and then the car goes on the ground, everybody else is behind the line, the fueler comes out and starts to fuel. 60-second countdown clock starts at that point. No one else can touch the car. So there's absolutely no point in going super long in the last stint for a splash and dash at the end, because you will still have to be on the ground and stationary for 60 seconds once the fuel hose is gone. You take the fuel hose out, just be counting your driver down, but can't be released early. Third car in that Mulner battle is in and out, by the way, for QMMF by HRT. Now that was the 31 car, so let's check their pit stop. That seemed early, so was that? Oh yeah, that was track limits drive through. MRS has just had a track limits drive through for Francesco Horta, and the 935 as well, JW Lou Kaishun. And now here's somebody who didn't read the rule book. Team GP Elite Kern Munich has been in for a penalty, but stopped in front of the garage while serving a penalty, and you're not allowed to do that. Go ahead, Joe.
Would have quite read that right. Peter Munich brought the car in a couple of laps ago, and Kuhn Munich has taken over. Now, if you check out the stats, Peter, I think, only did about 3 to 5 laps. Because remember, that was the car that had the radiator problem after the small impact. Peter Munich continued. He wasn't out 2 minutes. It felt like 2 minutes, you know what I mean? And he was straight back in. He's got out the car, and he's obviously not happy with something, as Kuhn has got in the car and continues. So that might be what you saw. So that penalty still has to be completed, I would think.
I think he'll get a second. He may well get a second penalty for that, because I think they stopped in the did they stop in the penalty box? Not sure. He did 5 laps, Peter Munich, and now one of those, of course, was his out lap. So he's gone back out again for four laps, and Kern Munich back in that car. Thank you, Joe. Lukai Shun in the 935 came in for a penalty and hasn't gone back out again yet. That feels like a long time, as into the pit lane Carlos Vidigal Renault. Lukai Shun back out now, so that was just a drive through. Where are we in this race? 8.5 hours, just under 8.5 hours to go. At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch, as it's just after 20 minutes past 1 in the afternoon. Let us know where you are tuning in from today. Beautiful day, really lovely. Sort of day that you want to be in the pit lane. Sunshine still in the pit lane. 4th place for Dominic Fugel, Max Kreuzer Racing. 30 seconds behind the leader and 6 seconds behind a podium spot in that white, gold and black car, as he drops down to the bottom end of the circuit. Joe Bradley has more from the pit lane.
Just wanted to add to your weather report, John. It really is perfect motor racing weather. It's blazing sunshine. Some of the drivers won't agree with me, of course, because it is very, very hot. 27 degree ambient. We've got a track temperature of getting towards 40 degrees. However, there's been a couple of chats I've had with regards to just when it starts getting cool here. And once the sun starts to go down, the temperature, or the track I should say, tends to keep its temperature when the ambient is quite high, and the ambient temperature is only due to drop to about 22 degrees, would you believe, when the sun goes down. It's going to get a lot cooler towards race finish, but I think initially when we start to see that sun begin to sink after, 6, 7 p.m., we're going to see, I think, a little bit of a different tyre strategy maybe coming into play for the teams that can gamble a bit.
Bradders down in the pit lane. He's obviously utilising his team manager part of the brain there. Now, battle for position down into La Source, and Lucation having a battle with Frederic Ansel. And I reckon that's a position made up there for the blue and white car. Yes, it is. Confirmed as they head over the top of Radion onto the Kemmel Straight. It's barely a breath of wind as well today. That's the other thing I've noticed. The flags hanging quite limply around the circuit. Came in via La Source this morning rather than the Stir entrance, and the roadworks on the main street have come along massively since Spa Classic. Big dive down the inside. That's a Toro racing car, I think, that was going through there, making up a couple of positions at the turn 18-19 final chicane. You might know there was chaos for WEC, the Spa Classic, and I think it was pretty difficult for Formula One as well. There was sort of 6-8 feet deep trenches dug up the road that you come down towards the petrol station and the La Source hairpin and hotel, which necessitates a one-way system, so you can only come in that way, you can't go out that way. Came in that way deliberately this morning to see how it was going, show the rest of the team, and actually very impressed. There's also a new road being built by the old hotel, which has been derelict for a long time, halfway down that hill. So the improvements to the infrastructure carry on here. Part of that was laying services and new fibre links, I hear. Having talked to some of the workers when we were here for Spa Classic earlier on this year. Circuit not resting on its laurels as a Formula One and World Championship endurance circuit. Motorcycle endurance here as well now. Been a good run so far, punctuated by one or two little mistakes by the drivers, by Red Camel Jordan Dottenell. Luke Breukers behind the wheel of the number 9 car. Still to see. Now, I was going to say something, I'm going to have to check it now. I'm not sure Ivo's been in that car yet. Luke is about 7 or 8 laps away from his pit stop. It was Rick, then Fabian with a penalty, then Luke with a penalty. So Ivo not being in that car. That car is entered as a pro car. Actually, I thought that was going to be in a Pro-Am, but okay, that's been entered as a pro car. So that means that Ivo doesn't have to do a whole lot of laps next weekend at Barcelona. So we'll be back on the air again for you for the 24 hours of Barcelona on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We've also got Porsche Carrera Cup Asia for you in the early hours of Saturday and Sunday morning. Oh, big track limits there, as over the top at Radion, a position being made up. And that surely isn't going to be allowed to stand. Was that actually a position? Yeah, it was. 24th and 23rd. Black Falcon, Mustafa Mehmetkaya and Maddie Stewart battling for position. Mustafa went through in the gold and red car. Did he keep some part of the Michelins on the curb? He did not. So that will be track limits there, and I think he's going to have to give that position back. or suffer more than just a warning for track limits. Drive through for track limits again. This time for Dennis Shang, excuse me, for Toro by HRT. Here's Matty Stewart coming back. That is a battle for position. The black and silver car against the red and gold. Not quite the old Lotus colours from the late 1960s and early 1970s, but not a million miles away. Red just needs to be, I think, probably slightly more maroon. Gold's pretty good though. I love seeing people getting creative with the liveries of these cars, and there's some cracking ones here. "15 minutes away from the end of another race hour, and that will be a third distance completed in quarter of an hour's time. Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport. Here's how it stands. Sasha Norden by 15 seconds, excuse me. Belgian racer number 99 leading, Black Falcon number 48, Noah Nagelstick, who's restarted after the last safety car in the lead. But they did have a 1 minute 40 seconds. That disappeared, of course, when the safety car came out at the end of that full course yellow. Martin Ragginger right in the hunt, another 11 seconds further back, so that's what, 25 seconds off the lead for number 86 Neuhofer Rennsport. Then it's Max Kreuzer Racing, Dominic Fugel, just another 11 seconds back. So he is in, what did I say, 4th position. Hans Weiss, Tierra Outdoor Racing. Oh, turn 1, problem. And that is for that battle that we were watching as Mustafa Mehmet Kaya goes off and could not get the car turned in. Goes through the gravel, but I think he's fine. He's come out the other side, and at turn 19, Luke Breukers has just made up a position as well on Hans Weiss. So that's the Red Camel Jordan number 9 up to 5th position. They'll be cursing their drive-throughs for track limits. Let's see who the next stoppers are going to be so that we can advise you and everyone else. Leader will be coming in shortly. He's done 32 laps. But, of course, we had a good 20 minutes of neutralised race. Nice overtake, by the way, by Luke Breukers. Looked like he was going to swing to the outside, which pushed Hans Weiss to defend, and then he switched to the inside into the final 2 corners. Nice little overtake on driver's right. So Sasha Norden will be the next car to come in. He's done a stint now, but there were 10 laps, or sorry, 20 minutes of neutralisation there. 6 laps in the middle of his stint where it was either full course yellow and 80 kilometres or behind the 918 Spider safety car. Turn 1 yellow flags removed, by the way, for Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and the Black Falcon number 5. So any time now for Sasha Norden is bonus time. Now, can he get this stint length, which is, well, it's 1 hour and 28 now. So this is really good news as he goes on to his 34th lap. Really good news for Sasha Norden. How many more laps can he do? Nick was suggesting possibly as many as 4 or 5, so that might get us up to 36, 37 laps in this stint, and at that point that's another 9-10 minutes. It's going to be an hour and 40. That really brings the opportunity back to perhaps save a stop in the race. Now, Noel Nagelstick has not been doing the lap times of Sasha Norden. He's around about a second and a half. No, check that. He's exactly a second away on the lap averages. Now, is that just down to Noah's pace, or is he saving a bit of fuel, or is it a little bit of both? But if he can go longer still and stretch out beyond an hour and 40 minutes, that could be crucial when we start counting back from the race in another 3 or 4 hours' time. 10 minutes to go to the first 4 hours being completed. All quiet in the pit lane at the moment, but Joe Bradley, is there any... leader is coming towards you. I was about to say, is there any kind of movement in Belgium racing? And the answer would have been yes to that question.
Well, I think he's just doing a drive-through. That's what I was about to ask you. Because I was in a pit garage, I've just popped out, and that car was swiftly in, and it was driving past me, and I was at pit out. Their pit garage is towards pit in. So was that a drive-through?
I don't see that.
Because by the time I've come out, he was already, and I just saw it on the screen that he'd come in. It is a very quiet pit lane at the moment.
I would say no. I think that was a pit stop. So did he just take fuel then?
I don't know. I'll go down and check while I'm walking down there.
Well, I think he's just taken fuel because Sasha Norden has stayed in, and I need to check the other screen for the last pit stop. 1 minute 38 seconds. That sounds like just fuel for me, because it's 38 to 40 seconds down the pit lane and 60 seconds stationary. I think that he's lost the lead and second place as he's getting back up to speed. Black Falcon, Noah Nagelstick and Martin Raginger from Neuhofer have gone through.
I think you've worked that out for yourself, haven't you, there, with the 60-second static. That kind of indicates refueling. The reason why I jumped in, H, is to... I've talked to 2 or 3 people who you and I know and just asked them their thoughts on the safety car. We've experienced the first safety car for Creventic, and I kind of... it was great entertainment there, bunching the field up and the strategists are saying, well, what does it bring? What does it bring? I said to them, great television. That's what it brought. A mixed field going off on a restart.
Absolutely.
That was brilliant.
Opportunity for people to get that. I mean, there was an opportunity for a moment for Jeroen Blekemolen to get his lap back.
That's right, and that's another thing I said, all right, it's all right in the position you are now, in the top 3, that might be a clue. I said, but if you were trying to get things back and claw things back, it gives you an opportunity to strategize and get in there and get those laps back in situations like that, which is what we saw. So I think it gets my vote, actually, so far.
The leader is the Team 48 Loesch, Black Falcon, Loesch. And he's in traffic at the moment. His gap is 8 seconds back to Martin Raginger, and he's sitting behind the 12th position car of Jan-Jaap van Roon, Max Kreuzer Racing. Back down the field, Belgium Racing Michael Kool is on his own, going down towards No Name or Speaker Corner, Jack Yates Corner, call it what you will. You know where it is on the track. It's the tricky little downhill left-hander that's off camber, and the 6th place dark red and grey car is now 14 seconds ahead of its teammate. Sasha Norden has made its 4th pit stop. Michael Kool's made its 4th pit stop, but of course I think there was a penalty involved in at least one of those. So Nagelstick back at the head of the field, and I would say that he's probably got, if he wants them, probably another 5 or 6 laps, maybe more. Being caught at the moment by Martin Raginger by about 1.5 seconds last time around. And Hans Weiss is matching the sector times, certainly in sector 2 of Luke Breukers as well. 2:25.9 for the leader last time around, 2:24.3 for Raginger. Luke Breukers 2:24.5 and 2:25.8 for Weiss. Then Fugel just coming into the pit lane for Max Kreuzer Racing. The 4th place car in Pro, 5th overall, the number 10 car. Joe Bradley will be keeping an eye on that. It's a fair bit of lights flashing as Martin Raginger in the dark grey and highlighter yellow car is getting a little bit frustrated with the MRS GT Racing and Francesco Horta. Now, has Francesco left room through Piff Puff? He sort of has, but then he sort of didn't. Just needs to lift out on the straight. That's the easiest way to let people go. Instead of driving offline through the corners where you dirty up your tyres and risk falling off or sliding into the guy that's going by you. There is a skill, undoubtedly, to being past as much as there is to going through. Red, blue and silver, Fred Ansel from the Ansel Racing team. So, fuel going in at pit out for, I presume, is that the Max Kreuzer Racing car? Is that the Toro Racing car? That's the Max Kreuzer car. Oh, they can't get the fuel hose out of that car. Waiting for the time, put it into first. It is indeed Max Kreuzer, Dom Fogel, who is right at the end of pit lane. That's the engine you can hear as well. Straight out on the track, down the downhill. Still playing with his right hand shoulder harness. Joe Bradley.
From second place, then the Neuhofer Rennsport car 86 in, and it's Martin Raginger that's bringing the car in. He will be handing over. Didn't quite see the helmet design on the driver that got in. Jörg Muller, of all people, is the driver handler, also cleaning the windscreen. And he runs back round. Remember, everybody across the line, car off the jacks, hits the ground. Now the timer starts. Fuel hose going on. Little bit of a different refueling regulation here in this 992 Endurance Cup pit lane. And the fueling goes on. No hurry. It's not a quick fill. It's a gravity fill system from a pit apron churn. And the difference here is that when the fueling is done, we've still got the 60-second timer. Now, the benefit for me is that that timer is on the driver's right-hand side of the windscreen. So at the moment, we've got 23, 24. Now, usually the fueler pulls off at 20 seconds. This fueler is still on. 18, 17, still on. I'll tell you when he comes off. We're down to 12 seconds, and he comes off at 13 seconds. Now then, the car handler still holds out the lollipop. He tells him to fire up at 6 seconds. I've seen other teams wait until the timer's run out before they fire up. I couldn't see the point of waiting until the timer runs out before starting the car up. Start the car up at about 5 seconds, which is what we've seen the number 86 do. So the Neuhofer Rennsport car back out. It came in from second, John. Don't know where that'll put it when it resumes.
Well, it's going to lose. Did they put tyres on that car, Joe, or was that just for you? Oh, okay.
No. Remember
driver
that,
change, you said, yes, sorry.
Just to remind everybody, the tyres and everything else is done before the fueling. It's a little bit different because, World Endurance Championship, the rule was, is it still where you can only do the fueling first? It's everything now, isn't it? But there was a reg somewhere in the world where the fueling had to be done first before anything else. This way is the other way around. Everything gets done and the fueling is the last thing.
Yep, and I've returned from my repast with just shy of 4 hours to go, so we're just about a third of the way through. Who has not made their stop? Who is going to make 4 hours on 3 stops is the question.
4 hours gone, not 4 hours to go. You've just panicked everybody down in the pit there.
Very good point, yes. It's 4 hours gone, 8 hours to go. Thank you. These are minor points. I've had a sugary pudding, mate. You know, this could be an issue for the next 20 minutes. So we're waiting still to come in for standard stops for Noah Nagelstick. He's in a 1 hour 23 minute stint. He got a 1 hour 26 for Han Weisch. Luke Breukers is on 1 hour 24. Now, obviously, the point about why it's important that we've gone 4 hours is because the race is 12 hours. So therefore, there's a possibility of actually managing to lose an extra stop, which certainly the Belgian racing cars can't do. They've been through 2 actual stops now. Now, we've had other people down the pit lane, of course, with penalties. But let's see where we all stand after 4 hours of the race.
Noah Nagelstick still leads it with 24 seconds to go. And off wide for the MRS GT 88 car. That was Marcus Vinicius Neves. As we are now officially through the first third of the race. So sunshine has continued to grace us with its presence. 93 laps completed. Noel Nagelstick back behind the wheel of the Black Falcon Team Frodis Lush car, back at the head of the field by some 24 seconds now. Luke Breukers for Red Camel Jordan, despite their penalty situation. Rick Breukers didn't get a penalty, but he set up his teammates, and both of his 2 following teammates have been down the pit lane. Still to see Ivo Breukers in that car. Hans Weiss back in to 3rd place for Tierra Outdoor Racing and the best of the Pro-Am teams, with 2nd place in Pro-Am in 4th, Michael Kuhl and Belgium Racing in the 98 Porsche. His teammate Sasha Norden, who had been leading the race as well, he's another 10 seconds further back. 3rd in the Pro category, 6th overall, is the H2H Racing number 15 car, ahead of the first of the AM cars, Neuhofer Racing. Eric Kwong is driving with his brother this weekend. He leads in 7th position in that AM category. Neuhofer's other car, the Pro car, is in 8th position. Robert Renard trying to make up some time there. Max Kreuzer Racing. Nico Otto now behind the wheel of the number 10 car. And rounding up the top 10 is Kay Kramer Racing with Karsten Kramer behind the wheel. Seb Lajou by Duo in 11th for the Triple 8. QMMF by HRT in 12th, the number 31. Reinhold Kran for Team Lap Time Performance in the 233 is 13th. 2 Milner cars in 14th and 15th. Glenn McGee from the US in the number 18 car is 14th. Its team car in the Pro class is the number 4, and that's Martin Rump back in that car. They've cycled through their drivers, I think, since the start of the race. Louis Cajun for JW Race Serve in the 935 16th. Paul Meyer for Max Kreuzer Racing's number 8 in 17th. Alpha Motorhome have settled back into 18th. They ran as high as 13th at one stage in the 911, but they had I think it was an ABS sensor, I remember somebody saying, for that. Andreas Hofler behind the wheel of the 911 in 18th. They start from the back of the grid. Speed Lovers Kurt Henson in the 78 is 19th, and in 20th it is Toro Racing's 21st, excuse me. PT in Mantai, the 992 in 22nd. Fred Ansel, who's been fighting everybody at the moment. In 23rd position, the 56. Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, who went straight on at La Source a few moments ago, about half an hour ago now actually, is in the number 5 Black Falcon in the 24th. 25th MRS GT, they've had their problems. Team GP Elite, see above Comment Kern Munich back behind the wheel of that car. MRS GT's number 88, Marcus Vinicius, is behind the wheel of that car. And Ryan Yardley's just come back in the pits of the 21 Milner car, which started badly, and they've been battling battles all day. Leader is Noah Nagelstick for Black Falcon in the grey and green car. He's completed 95 laps.
And on just 2 pit stops as well. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, John.
Yes.
The 29 car, Dennis Zhang, is also only about to have his 3rd regular pit stop.
Correct.
How many times has he been down the pit lane, that 29 car?
I'd have to look.
It's a quiz. The answer's 8.
Oh, really?
They picked up 5 penalties. They picked up 2 penalties in 2 minutes each other for your chief issues, which is the turn 17 and turn 3. So they are king of the track infringements. Still to be served at the moment, it's only a penalty for the car 5, the Black Falcon machine, that's been all over the shop most of the day, so it's hardly a surprise. The most recent to serve penalty is the 12 car, which again is one of the cars towards Cohen Munich, who had his issue with the accident he had down at turn 13.
It was his dad who had the...
his dad had both, sorry.
Yeah.
So he had the issue there at turn 13. But so it's been quite a few drive-throughs, but nothing bigger. We've got one here. The turn 12 got stopping in front of the garage during serving a penalty drive-through. Joe, what do you have for us?
Joe's just setting something up. I've
got someone now, guys.
Go ahead, mate.
Go for it.
Yeah, it's the Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM. I had to look at that because it's such a long title. It's the number 33, and it's Hans Weiss, who's just got a Hans. I could have sworn I saw second place in the Pro-Am class there when you brought the car in. You bring the driver, you probably were unaware of that.
No, but we just what we can do and we see where we are, So we push the maximum all the time, and of course we are in front. It's really nice, but hey, it's still a long way to go. We push what we can do. We make a clean pit stop, so I think till now we are quite happy.
Yeah, what's the weather like? It's very hot out there, so what's it like in the car?
It's quite okay, I have used to be in Morocco and or in Dakar, so
it's quite a cool day then for you.
Yeah, we had a short stint and quite a cool day, yes.
What's the traffic like? We presumed with everybody in a cup car that it was going to be very, very hard to overtake. Is that the case?
Sometimes it depends on what risk. Sometimes what slower drivers are starting to fight, they think they are driving for the position, but you let them and you wait for your position to overtake and then you pass, For me, no damage and clean race will be a good position on the end.
Fingers crossed, Hans. Thank you.
Leader is in the pit lane, no Nagelstick. Nagelstick is in the lane, sorry. And that was an hour and 30 minutes, so that little bit of neutralisation gave them back that 10 plus minutes that we were talking about, Nick, and that's super important because we've gone over the 4 hours, and that's only their third pit stop.
They're 6 minutes into the 4, so they got 6 minutes in hand. If we run green for the remaining 7 hours 53 minutes, there is no way they can do it on 3 pit stops every 4 hours.
We know that
they can't do it. However, as we have seen, with one little chunky bit of help, it wasn't that long, it's probably about the minimum it's going to be, that will pull them back into the potential of doing that. Ivo Brokers is now in the car for Red Hat Camels, and they're on their out lap and just shuffling down, I think, back to 3rd or 4th position overall.
That was a 33-lap stint for Luke, punctuated by a run down the pit lane, 44 minutes and 45 minutes. So, again, that's, there you are. You are into an hour and a half there again. So that seems to be, if we're going to get even a relatively short full course yellow, then it's only a couple of laps of safety car to get everybody packed back up again.
Yeah, it really is interesting this because of this. There's no point doing a splash. But everyone's going to be hanging on because even when you get down to the last couple of hours, if suddenly a really long yellow came out, so perhaps someone pinged a barrier or something, it could pull you back in the position to be able to knock one out. So this is really difficult to work out. 33 laps for Eric Kwong.
And he's still out there.
Which is quite impressive because he actually didn't... he's still out there on the 85. Wow, yeah. Third in Neuhofer Rennsport with the AM car. That's... he's going to have a... Yeah, so he's absolutely got a chance of running an extra stop. He's now run almost 9 minutes of extra time, inverted commas, on the 4 hours.
Well, Bajin Long ran 1 hour and 16 in the previous stint, and I think, if I'm quickly scroll back, I think they were long in the first one as well. Yeah, Henry Kwong, who's Eric's brother, he did 32 laps, so that was 119 in the first. So they are doing very nicely. Now, it is that old chestnut, isn't it? It's all very well saving a pit stop, but if you are losing, several seconds a lap within that hour and a half, then a pit stop is what, a minute and a full.
Running down, you're a minute and 40. With a driver change is 2:10 average, plus or minus 5
So
seconds.
a couple of minutes, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
But
they're in it.
Well, what's happened, obviously, for the 85 car is they were the last car effectively on the lead lap, and effectively a lead lap, almost a lap behind when the safety car came out. And that pulled them back into position. Now they've drifted back again. They're now a minute and 40 back without a pit stop. So they're actually, when the pit stop happens, they'll be a lap down. But it's just the thing fell at the right moment for them to stay on the lead lap, which has really cemented their position within the AM class. And it looks like they may have a little bit of advantage as well on the way they're running the fuel, John.
Yeah, absolutely. 13th position has been the spot that's been massively disputed. Martin Rump has it. Paul Mayer wants it. It's the H&R white and blue number 4 car into Le Combe, the red, white and black.
Wasn't this our front row at the start of the day?
Yes, it absolutely was.
So 13th and 14th, and that's, they both had problems, fallen the wrong side of the full course yellow and the safety car, and they find themselves 2 laps back.
I've just thought of something here. We often say in Creventic 24-hour series racing, the 992 class, which actually is what the popularity of that class is why we're having this race now. We'll often say, because they go so well in things like the 24 hours of Dubai, etc., oh look, we've got a cup race that's broken out in the middle of this endurance, and I've just realised now we've got an endurance race that's broken out in the middle of this cup race. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I've just followed a trail of coolant into garage number 13. Oh, we're looking for some. It's red coloured coolant, so that might give away what supermarket it was bought from. But it's all to do with the MRS GT racing car 89 that has been pushed backwards into the garage, and clearly coolant coming from somewhere on the car. Now, with no front end damage, it remains to be seen what end of the car the coolant is first appearing from underneath. I've got a bit of a clue because a dip tray has just been put under there. It's the left hand, the radiator that's just on the left hand side, just in front of the left hand front wheel. So somehow something's got in there and punctured this radiator. Another very susceptible, not quite as susceptible as the road car versions, but there's a problem here that's brought this car into the pits, and it's losing time. The clock's continuing to tick, of course.
2/3 of the MRS GT team are having an absolute nightmare. We're looking at the moment at the Francisco Horta machine. That's several laps off, about 6 laps off the lead. His teammate, the 88 car with Marcos Vinces Neves, he's a further 12 laps and therefore almost 20 laps off the lead. But going well in 16th place overall is the number 90. That's Madeline Stewart currently on board with the MRS GT racing. They're 5th in Pro-Am, very happily spaced in the middle of that class. So at least one of the 3 cars is working well. Joe
Bradley, if you turn round, Joseph, 180 degrees, there he is.
Oh.
Fasten that.
This is the one I'd never normally say that RSL is better on TV rather than radio, but this is a TV moment. Joe Bradley models the new Creventic fire suits. We need fire suits because of the fueling here, and he's looking resplendent in what is a beige and orange swoosh across his areas.
He's practicing his point. He was always good with a clipboard and pointing when he was a cub. It's the way to get on television, apparently.
Yeah, and
he always used to tell me.
This time as well.
It did, yeah, absolutely, totally did.
You see the oil dry we're putting down for all of this coolant. Is the camera still with us?
It is now.
Yeah, all this oil dry going down for the coolant. Not as quick as me though. I got in there, got the finger, did the test. It's very sweet coloured, but this was red, whereas the coolant that was coming out the car, number 12, the blue one, I'll say it, might not working, that was green. So they're obviously getting their coolant from different spots.
So one's lime and one is cherry.
Basically. Yeah.
And you know that because you've been tasting.
It's like having the Corona van turning up, isn't it? And offering you various different colours of pop.
I've been tasting fluids for years. I'm about to hand over to Bincy, actually. I think.
Oh, we need to get a view of it.
Yeah, 2 minutes. So, it'll be Di's sweet dulcet tones that you hear next.
Sounds good to me.
And just to explain something that Joe said there, whilst we were having breakfast, he got stung by a wasp.
Yes, he did. Yeah, I tried to charge him 25 quid for a small glass of water. 7 3/4 hours to go. It can only get worse from here. Sasha Norden by 44 seconds at the front of the field. Then the Neuhofer Rennsport Robert Renard in second. Tobias Müller for Black Falcon. Don't worry about these gaps, dear listener and viewer, dear audience, because it can all change at the drop of a yellow flag. It really can.
And may well do.
Well, what is it that Trustwell always says? Paul Trustwell always says, now, if everything remains the same, which of course it never does.
No. Now, interesting, after this set of pit stops, Black Falcon now find themselves in third place, 4 seconds or so behind Robert Renard in the 86 Neuhofer Racing, and they're quite a distance behind, 41 seconds behind Sasha Norden in the Belgian racing car. Sasha quite a bit further through his stint than the others, but yeah, I think it's fair to say that within the 48 machine, there wasn't quite the same pace from Noah Nagelstein as we've seen from some of the other drivers. So they've kind of had Noah in the car for a couple of hours. He's done his time effectively, and now they're looking to move back forward. Now, in fairness to him,
but if it hadn't been, fuel.
And also in fairness to him, if it hadn't been for the full course, he would have stayed in the lead.
Oh yeah,
because he's 40 seconds behind now, and he was 1:40 when the caution came out. So he's done his job as well as he can. How many cars are still are on the lead lap now? If we had another yellowage.
Right, so then a yellowage. Right, the 99 Belgium racing car is leading as into the pits has come MRS GT Francesco Horta. 911 is doing a drive-through for Elfa Motors home, and that car has gone through with Peter Eibisberger behind the wheel. Sorry, what was I doing? Oh yeah, who's leading? Right, coming towards Blanchimont now. So ahead of it is Paul Meyer and Max Kreuzer Racing, but they're already off the lead.
I think they're about to put their teammate a lap down who's doing a drive-through. The 98 Belgian racing car, Michael Kuhl, is doing a 6th offence for turn 3. He is just rolling, so he's just going to stay on the lead lap. So the last person on the lead lap is going to be the 98. So that's down to, I think now, Matthew Troy may have got past him.
15
right.
is behind
So
the leader.
we now have
behind the leader.
7 on the lead lap.
Okay. As it stands right now.
Difficult. Another run through the pits for the 98 car. That's their 6th trip down pit lane, compared to 4 for Sasha Norden.
13th and 12th. That battle continues between the cars that were on the front row, and this time around the outside. Paul Meyer goes past Martin Rump. They are off the lead lap,
but having fun.
Well, they're having a race.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And,
and I think, obviously when we sat down here 4 hours, 18 minutes ago, we'd have expected to see this race, but not this race, 2 laps down the middle of the field.
Yeah, about a lap and a half, to be truthful. Do you know what? Actually, as I say that, they're just coming through Pouhon, and the leader's just coming out of Bruxelles, so he's only 2 corners behind them. So yeah, you're absolutely spot on there. And let's not forget that it was only after the safety car restart that Jérôme Bleekemolen in that number 4 car almost got his lap back.
Yeah.
So, when people say, oh, there's no making up, I'm not sure about that. I think with a bit of pace you can.
Yeah, I think what went wrong there was, of course, they almost immediately got 5 laps into that, or 6 laps, they got called for a drive-through. So, the drive-throughs have had that significant effect we expected they would do. Several cars were out of condition because of that.
Problem at Bruxelles, turn number 8. Somebody's gone straight on there. Let's see if we can pick up who that is on the downhill at turn 8. Still showing yellows there at the moment.
A lot of gravel around there, John, so it may be someone's having a little bit of a sticky moment, trying to wrench themselves out of the kitty litter. Slightly overcooked. It's difficult, Bruxelles. It's very steeply downhill.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, if you miss your braking slightly, you're going to find yourself just overreaching, and as you try and then put some steering angle in for the right hander, you can very easily find yourself running wide, and you are greeted by a large amount of the finest Belgian gravel. Yellow flag still there, I believe.
Yeah. Waiting for it to go back. I can't. What I haven't got is anybody missing up there at the moment. Where's the end of the next sector? See if anybody is missing there. That's down to, it's in between 14 and 15 is at the next sector, and I can't see anybody whose little dot is parked there.
Must be clear again.
Well, unless there's debris there.
Ah, good point.
There's been a problemette, because as I say, I can't say track is clear now up with that part of the circuit.
Somebody had a trip and a long recovery.
Yeah, let's look for a long lap time this time around. Well, you see, no, that was last time. Long middle sector is what you're looking for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really. Round about 106 to 18. If you're not coming into, or coming out of the pits, excuse me. No tyre warmers here, by the way. Still not seeing any.
No, me neither.
With an errant middle sector, as it were. At RSL_studio, thank you for all your messages. Clearly enjoying this new format of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup.
I think it's nice that they've laid out the good weather for it as well, to be honest. An inaugural race with decent weather is always a good idea.
I think that's a Porsche thing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised you haven't gone out there. It's Porsche crazy out the back there now, mate. It is non-stop, back-to-back.
I dare not
Porsches.
go out there.
I don't think you'd ever come back, actually. I think we'd lose you.
I don't think I would dare go out there at the moment. Certainly, I'd have to keep the credit card in the pocket.
Oh, that's not the whole point. Porsche are there to separate a man and his credit card. But yeah, it's a lovely day. The back of the paddock is very busy. There's a lot of people who've turned up to look at the track. A lot of people, Porsche friends and family, have come with their cars. So it's a sort of a semi-party atmosphere. And of course, they are, as we heard in one of Di's interviews, they're running a experience track day tomorrow as well.
So are they?
Yep. So they've had the tracks, I think, since Wednesday. I think they said.
Say I really should have brought
for various track activities, and obviously this race being the highlight. The only non-Porsche thing we've had, was the Caterham races.
Yeah, which were great.
Everything else was Porsche, including a Porsche Benelux sprint races. I think France sprint races. They got one the dark last night. They had one mid-afternoon when it was raining, and then one the dark last night. One really early this morning. So, possibly not the greatest combination of times. But good fun to get round Spa.
For those of you who watched the movie Ferrari, which wasn't about cars, it was about people, but all bar one of the Ferraris in that movie were actually Caterhams underneath, Caterham 7s underneath, with bespoke either fiberglass or proper hand-rolled aluminium bodies.
And if we're talking about films and we're at Spa, the only thing you can ever talk about is Grand Prix. The fantastic John Frankenheimer film that starts with the iconic water falling on the stopwatch.
Yes.
And of course they are going through the old version of the track, all the way down through the Master Kink and everything.
Bernaville, yeah. Bernaville, where Sir Sterling Moss said to me, and I said, what was good about that? And he said, everybody talks about the Master Kink. He said, but Bernaville, that's the bit I liked. And I said, why? And I can't do the Sir Sterling Moss, God rest his soul, accent, but imagine this in a very, very Sir Sterling Moss. Because, dear boy, you were sideways for over a quarter of a mile. Brannis down in the pit lane.
It is.
Oh, sorry, Di, I forgot.
Di in the pit lane.
Sorry, I forgot. It's after the hour. Welcome back.
I just wanted to say hello. I'm back. Joe and I have swapped, and I'm down here in the pit lane with audio for the moment. Pretty quiet down here, guys. Most people, I think, are at the back of the garages having lunch and watching the screens to see what's going on. But I was just picking up on your conversation earlier, and I think Nick said that, reminded us when I had that interview earlier, they said they're doing a track day tomorrow. But I just thought, John, we're all still here. We're still here in the morning.
Yes, that's a good point. And my car doesn't have to go back until Tuesday.
Right.
And what a shame! I don't have a two-door Porsche with me. Oh, hang on. There's 250 of them sitting outside.
There is no shortage. There is no shortage of Porsches. It has to be said. Yes.
Well, which one would you like? Pick a colour.
So I'll continue parading down the pit lane here to see
All right,
what I can
parading.
find for you.
Parading. I said it's a new one. Parading.
Parading.
Exactly.
Have you got
in my new
you,
suit.
have you got a parasol?
Parading and perambulating.
Absolutely. I want to
Promenading.
If you see me take off with the drone, you know what's gone on.
Right.
Okay. This is a
Flying
lovely
around.
idea of Diana's parade down the pit lane.
No, I like
Fantastic.
the idea of Di with a parasol in a sort of Mary Poppins.
Yes.
Practically
Edwardian,
perfect.
a fireproof Edwardian dress.
Yes, that's absolutely.
Probably not a thing you can actually get.
Leader, Belgium Racing, Sasha Norden in elegant isolation at the moment as he comes out of turn 9, Speaker corner, Jackie Hicks corner. And ahead of him is Marcus Vinicius Neves, who is driving the MRS GT number 88. But after that, there's a big, long gap down to Belgium Racing. The last car on the lead lap, still on there at the moment, is the 98 Belgium Racing team car. Michael Kuhl running in 7th position at the moment. And that is the last car on the lead lap. He's just come through Stavelot, heading towards that left kink before Blanchimont as the leader exits Stavelot now. So that's the gap between 7 and 6 cars on the lead lap, Nick.
Yeah, Michael Kuhl. I'm just trying to.
Oh, he's in the pits.
90's in the pits. That was the.
Yeah, Michael Kuhl, number 98, comes
89.
into the pits. And that will be.
No, he doesn't.
Is that on. Just say number 98 has entered the pits.
89's in the pits. That's weird. How strange.
And it didn't say he's come out again. How very odd.
He went in ages ago, didn't he, for the
yeah.
drive-through?
Hasn't come back out again.
2 more drive-throughs, 78 and 888 again. So Laurent Misbatch of Seb Lejeune, he's got a drive-through for 6th offence at turn 3. Sorry, 9th offence at turn 3, sorry, I'm underestimating him. The 78 Jean-Pierre Verhoeven in the Speed Lover Porsche actually gets their first penalty, believe it or not, for turn 3 for a 6th. And so there's a couple more people coming in, driving through at this point.
We nipped through 100 laps 4 laps ago, which I forgot to mention. I know people like to keep up with that. At RSL_studio. Hello to Blur Fiend. I'm not sure if you're doing overtime today. I know you were working last weekend when we were covering the WEC from a bit closer to your neck of the woods. Blur, hope you're fitting well. This is right. You would have been busy here as a skilled Porsche technician.
Oh gosh,
you'd have been in great demand.
High demand.
I suspect it would, as we would say in the UK, that's a bit of a busman's holiday. You'd have been working when you shouldn't have been working, to be honest. Seeing all these Cup cars through here, absolutely incredible. Lovely display of Porsche turbos here as well, going back to the 993. 50 years of the Porsche turbo model this year. It was 60 years of the 911 last year, 75 years of Porsche road cars last year. It's a big anniversaries for the Stuttgart brand. 3rd place coming down the hill now is that green and grey Black Falcon Team 48 Lurch. Robert Renard in 2nd, Sasha Norden leading. Ivo Breukers has climbed in for the first time to the number 9 in 4th position. The Red Camel Jordan.NL silver and orange car.
Yeah, he's running a little bit slower than some of the others in the pro class. Not massively, 3/4 second to second. Robert Renard last time round was the fastest. He's 1.2 seconds faster than Sasha Norden. He has brought, in the Belgian racing machine, he has brought that gap down between the 99 and the 86 down to 36 seconds. This is 42 when he got in, creeping it down. But don't forget, they're actually in different classes. So obviously the overall win is the overall win, depending on whatever class you're in. Job Rapage from Tier Outdoor Raceway HOBM is still in 5th place and 2nd in Pro-Am. It's Nico Otto in the 10 in Max Cruz Racing who's got 6th place and he's 4th in Pro. And then Michael Cool, we've discussed a couple of times, is the last man on the lead lap. And how did it now dropped to third in Pro-Am? He was first and second, that car, sorry, was first and second for the majority of the first 4 hours, now in third in Pro-Am. And then 8th place, first person off the lead lap, Matthew Dutrey on the H2H Racing. Matthew, obviously, we know very well from Coventry, but normally in a GT3 Audi, he's been making his way over the last couple of years. Like that, completing 105 in the books. We've got 7.5 hours to go, 4.5 hours gone. And we'll tick off as we really are in the meat of the race now. And where, if you're in the tactical side of a team, you are sitting there and you're thinking, to make this simpler, I need a code 60 or code 80 or something. But we just had another problem coming out, exactly the same place again, John, coming out at 13. It's a spin for 29. The very, very regular visit to the pit line. It's Toro Dennis Zhang and Toro's Racing by HRT Performance. This will be their 10th visit to the pits because he's at best, he's taken off the lower splitter. The car's been understeer. He's also dented it. I think he's luckier than the 12 car of Team GP Elite, because even though he went in a very similar way, I think he's managed to avoid puncturing a radiator. So whether he now decides to dive for the pits, Dennis, or keep going, but he has done a little bit of damage by doing exactly the same thing, which is giving it appears to be either going too wide, going into 13 and looping it round, or not going too wide, just giving it too much of the right foot. Cars, as John explained, no traction control in these cars, though they do boast ABS. Now, is he going to take a pit stop? Is he just going to carry on going? Nope, he is coming in for the pit, so he'll be down with Joe very soon. That's the 29 machine.
Because Joe's sitting in hospitality.
He'll be down very soon with Diana Binks, because that is who's in the pits at the moment. Hang on a second, she's just running down with her parasol right now to get there for the for the Dennis Zhang.
Parading down there.
Yep.
Hello to Neil Gardner, artist in residence for Radio Show Limited. Just finishing off he's carrying on with his fabulous Colin McRae open helmet drawing. Have a good weekend, mate. I know that you tuned in at the moment. He doesn't watch even if there's pictures. He just likes to have it going on in the background. I hope the sounds of Spa are inspiring you, Mr. Gardner. And settled into the new abode, and know it's been a busy few months for you and the newly minted Mrs. NG Auto Art. Hello, Kerry. Hope you two are enjoying the new spot. Absolutely glorious from the pictures you've been posting at RSL_studio if you'd like to get in touch. That lead, Nick, is 35 seconds now.
Yeah, it's coming down from 42. Just luckily out the window, I can see the 29 pit stop, the Dennis Zhang stop, and they have given it a very, very thorough checking over. They haven't done a driver change, they haven't changed tyres, they haven't done anything to the car apart, or even a bit of gaffer tape. They've just looked at it everywhere. And of course, what it needs, handling-wise, is a refitting of the front lip spoiler, which I assume, I'm sure we've seen that done in about a minute, haven't we, by one of the teams?
The problem is that it isn't fastened on, and when I say it's a problem, it has to be put on properly and sort of bent around with your fingers, because it's an interference fit, and you've got to get the bottom edge of it to get underneath the bottom of the front air dam. It is an absolutely looks inconsequential. It's a tiny bit of rubber, which is probably an inch or an inch and a half projecting from the front of that air dam, but it's shaped at either end and underneath, and it just tailors and tweaks the airflow underneath that front splitter and underneath the front of the car, which is a flat floor, of course, at the front. And if it is not there, the airflow is disrupted.
Problems for Camel Jordan and Ivo Boykers, not technical problems, but track limit problems.
Already?
So they are called for their 6th offence at T3, and they will be running through the pits. And that, I think, it's going to be cuspy about whether that drops them off the lead lap, John.
Right.
Now, there's a message on the board, which in a normal Creventic race would be major news, saying the fuel station is shut for the next 15 minutes. But of course, that is just for the purchase of cans.
Ah, yes. So you can't fill up your fuel rig for the next 15 minutes.
So it's in there, that's fine. I'm sure it's probably a scheduled stop. So, yeah, so unfortunately, if you're a Red Camel Jordan's fan, they are about to drop significantly down the field, possibly, again, off the lead lap, which will take them down to 8th place. And it'll drop them behind Nico Otto and the Max Cruz Racing number 10 in the Pro class and down to 5th. And it might be a toss-up, but they're actually going to be behind Mathieu Dutroy, because even though it's only 40 seconds, it's still quite condensed a couple of hours after that yellow flag period. Sasha Norden again, the 25-1, Robert Renauer 23-9. That 1.5 second gain, pretty standard now from Renauer over Norden. There's two reasons for that. I think Robert Renauer's very quick, but also don't forget that the Belgian Racing are the only team which are regularly double stinting their tyres, and he's done 2 hours 13 on these. So I'm not saying that's the whole 1.2 seconds, but I'm sure half a second of at least his tyres, if that is something you can use. Tobias Muller in the Black Falcon Team 48, he's keeping a pace with Renauer and only about 3 seconds behind him. So that second and third is very close, and they are the two pro leaders.
It's Nick Damon with John Hindhoff in the booth. Hello.
Hello. Is that 36 car, the car you've described as pyjamas?
Yeah.
Yes, so it's Paisley pyjamas, yes.
It's not the Paisley pyjamas.
It's got like a gold, so for those of you watching on radio, it's got a kind of a squiggly gold design that does from a distance look like a Paisley
it's more like a smoking jacket, actually.
Do you know what? I'm going to have to agree with you completely. I think that's the sort of Porsche you take to the club and then drive it and go, hello, I'd like a large brand in the Daily Telegraph crossword, please.
Yeah. Obviously not whilst you...
well, you do the crossword whilst driving. It's fine. You just can't drink and drive.
Yeah, true
So
enough.
the 36 car, of course, is... just trying to see whose car that is, actually. Trying to run down the list of vehicles. It's the Marlon Menden in the K. It's the K. Kramer car. That car's actually going quite well, apart from it's had a couple of quite tasty penalties because they were the first team to get their fueling out of regulation. To get it wrong, they got it out of regulation.
Yes, and that's all we know about that.
Yes. We don't know what they did wrong.
No.
But something. Enough to get themselves in trouble. Looking a bit further down the field, just trying to see where the closest battles are. And it actually has all quite spread out. There's a lot of people now in this situation who are really enjoying the track and the chance to turn laps. We've obviously got a few cars now who've had some issues. So effectively, cars there's only 4 cars, perhaps 5 cars who've kind of been left behind due to issues, and that's the 89 MRS GT Racing, the 12 Team GP Elite, the 88 MRS GT Racing, and the 12 Michelin Motorsport. They are kind of
they were all
off
quite
the back.
early, weren't they, those issues?
Apart from the Team GP Elite, they went to they looped into the turn 13 barrier, and as Joe described, massively unlucky. He hadn't cracked the bumper, but he had cracked the radiator, and that is just a definition of bad luck on the front side of a Porsche Cup car. But there's a little bit of a drift. We've got only 7 cars, we believe, on the lead lap. It looks like Ivo Barukas has remained on that lead lap, which is pretty impressive, considering he's just done a 34-second drive-through. Just checking that again on the 8. Only 1 car currently scored in the pits as having to stay in the pit. So even though we've had cars that have had issues, only the 26 Francesco Horta MRS GT Racing car is actually in the pit. The others have got running again, so we've got 27 cars. Don't forget, we lost 1 car before we even got going, which was unfortunately the Baz Curtin Racing machine. That had a big accident during some of the wet sessions yesterday morning. Bart van Helden had an accident, hurt himself, ended up in hospital, broken rib. He couldn't race, the car couldn't race, so unfortunately Baz Curtin and the team had to go home.
Van Berlo.
Am I misreading that? No? Bart van Helden.
No, it was...
Oh, it was Marcel who had the accident, was it?
It was Marcel, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think it was.
Anyway, so someone had an accident, broke his rib, which is very... hopefully he will be... That's a horrible injury, actually, breaking a rib. It's a really horrible injury.
Oh, there's nothing you can do for it. Absolutely nothing
Just
you can
suffer.
do for it.
But the car was... unfortunately, very heavy damage, and as only I think even the car hadn't been too bad. There were only a two driver entry, so I don't think that obviously they wouldn't have carried on going. But it's just a bit of bad luck. But then we did get 28 starters. We have 27 runners at the moment, and competitive racing the whole way through the field.
Well, and I think that's the key, isn't it?
I'm not surprised really, because we get competitive racing when we have a dozen of these things at a Creventic race. We've now got 28, though of course we had 3 classes. But there's plenty of people who are very close. And in fairness, they would have been close, John, even without the squeezing up of the safety car. The only, I think, real change was it did take away that Black Falcon lead that was massive, whereas everyone else was actually very close anyway. And they've carried on being close. Close battle of interest at the moment is obviously second and third. Robert Renau and Neuhofer Rennsport and Tobias Miller with the Black Falcon car. They're only separated by 2.5 seconds at the moment, and both slowly gaining on our overall leader, Sasha Norton. They're gaining by like a second and a half a lap. And so it's basically happening that they're 30 seconds behind, but I would expect with Sasha about to come in soon, he's done 2 hours 17 on the stint, so he's probably got a few laps to go, that they will be coming in, and at that point the lead would change again, but perhaps through the rotations Sasha or his replacement will get back into the front for Belgian racing. But anyway, we are 4 hours 40 minutes in and we have a Pro-Am car leading, and that's pretty impressive, but under anyone's reckoning.
Through the classes then, Belgian Racing leading in Pro-Am, and overall the best of the Pro cars in second place is Neuhofer Racing, and the best AM car is the Neuhofer Rennsport car. So the 2 Neuhofer Rennsport cars leading their classes. Dylan Yip, another one of the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia drivers behind the wheel of the 85. That is leading that class as well. Right, Nick, do you want to know who's going to stop next?
Madeline Stewart, she's in the pits now.
Oh, right.
MRS GT Racing, the one of the MRS cars still going. Unfortunately, I didn't quite look up and see what her...
Madeline Stewart has been out 29 laps, so she must have come in for a
slap.
That's what I'm looking for, penalty.
Yeah, they had a penalty at 13:52.
The MRS GT racing car, Francesco Herter, is he still out? No, he's
in the pits. He's been in the pits for a while.
Right, okay. I see. That's fine. Did do 36 laps before he came back in. Of the leaders, I'll give you a shout in a moment as Di's making her way down towards that car. I do like the logos on the side, which is Gran Turismo.
Ah, very clever. Do you know what? I hadn't even seen that. I read that as Gran Turismo and carried on going.
It's the right typeset,
exactly,
isn't it?
Yeah, and they've got themselves a little bit of sponsorship. They've got a wobbly diffuser.
No, you can't have a wobbly diffuser. Rear left-hand side, there's a bit of...
tie wraps.
As Nick would say, there's a bit of scuffage there. Tie wraps going on. It looks like it was a multicoloured blue car. Diana Binks is on the scene, and maybe she can have a word with... I think Madeline's just got out of the car.
I am here. Madeline's not getting out of the car, actually. They've decided to change that. Alex was ready to jump in, and he's not, so she's just alongside me now. You can see some damage to the rear, first of all, Alex. Do you know what that was?
Yeah, we had a bit of contact on the start when Nick was in the car, so we've had a few issues with that since, just battling some understeer from it. But the team's done a great job at sort of slowly patching the car up every stop without trying to obviously lose too much time, being stationary, kind of playing or adjusting a little bit our strategy as we go as a result to make some time back up. But yeah, trying to double stint as much as we can. I was on standby just in case, obviously with the temperature getting a lot hotter than it has been so far, but Madeline's doing a good job. She's going to do another stint, and then I think it will either be me or Therese will jump back in after. So far so good. Need a bit of luck, but hopefully it should come to us.
Yeah, Alex, I saw you standing there waiting patiently to get in the car. You must be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, I've got lots of practice getting my helmet on now, so you know, I'm ready to go when the time comes. But I think, yeah, the plan for me is I'll finish the race, and yeah, I'm just kind of here in between if needed, in between everyone else's stints, obviously trying to get the bronze time used up as well.
Are you satisfied with how you're running your strategy at the moment?
Yeah, we've got a good team. Ronald, our engineer, has a lot of experience. He's done a great job with what we've got. So, no, I think so far we've with everything that's been going on, we've run a pretty good race. Obviously, it's all about, Therese especially getting experience in endurance racing. Everyone's getting faster and faster and learning more. So, so far, so good. And yeah, I think we're a little bit further down than where we should be, but we've still got a lot of time to make it up, obviously.
And there's still a little bit of a delay here, unfortunately, while you're talking to me. Sorry to have to point that out to you. You can see them fixing the rear of the car there, putting more tape on it, so I'm assuming it's nothing major.
Yeah, nothing major. I think just from where the bumper was hit, the diffusers, kind of some of the mountings of the diffuser have given way. So, yeah, hopefully the tape holds. That's the most common mechanics tool, right? So, yeah, we'll see how it looks when it comes back in next time.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Alex Sedgwick, who's normally plying his trade for JDX Motorsport and PT Autosports in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, wearing not 2 years ago, that particular set of overalls. No, last year.
Didn't they fueled it, did they? They didn't fuel it.
I'm not sure.
If they did fuel it, they've done something they shouldn't do, so they went back to it again.
No, I don't think they did.
Yeah. They just taped it, fiddled about with it. And didn't, when was she last in for fuel?
Well, that's exactly what I'm looking at now.
Di confirms there was no fuel.
I don't think they did fuel. That was just a fix. Well, they could have fueled after they'd fixed it, but maybe they've just decided just to send her.
Perhaps it doesn't need anything like a minute's worth of fuel, so they haven't bothered.
Well, exactly. Hello to Arnage Rob at RSL_studio. He says, loving the 992 Endurance Cup coverage. Can't believe that this is yet another Spa race taking place this year in warm sunshine. When will it end? However, that doesn't bode well for next year's annual pilgrimage to the R10 for WEC. You see, that is the eternal pessimism of motor racing and football fans the year over. But Nick and I sit here at the moment with both of our clubs top of our respective leagues.
What time is it? 2:30. Yeah, still are.
No, we can't. We're not playing this week.
We are. We're not. I don't think our league gets bothered by the international break.
Does it not?
No.
We had.
Just in case you were worried that the weather was too good, the weather was horrible yesterday. And the day before we had thunderstorms, so it's only
we had a heck of a thunderstorm, didn't we?
We've only had one. We've only stolen the one decent day of Spa weather. It's not a whole weekend. We've stolen from luck. It's just one day.
This will be forever a public holiday this weekend now, this Saturday, and known as Porsche Sunshine Day, I would say.
Just come up to the other end of the pit lane, and I'm with the Toro Racing by HRT Performance number 29, Adam Christodoulou, who we all know very well, was having a little break there, I could see at the back, but I've dragged him out into the pit lane to have a quick chat with us. So, Adam, I saw you earlier, and there's a few things going on that you were a little bit frustrated by, but how are things developing now at this stage?
They've kind of gone downhill a little bit. We ended up with a few drive-through penalties at the start, and then there's a bit of a miscommunication during the fuel stop, so we ended up with another one. Dennis just had a slight off and has damaged the front splitter, so we're waiting for like a safety car or a full course yellow to see whether we can come in and repair that. It's not worth repairing whilst the track is green because you just lose far too much time, so we're losing maybe like a second and a half a lap now, which isn't ideal, but it's been a challenge.
But you love it.
Yes, right now I'm just thinking, oh no, what is going on? But I think, if we get that code 60 later, we get the car straightened up again and then see how it goes. I think we're 7th or 8th, and hopefully we stay out of trouble the rest of the race, and maybe we can scrape together a podium.
Anyone racing here that I speak to as a driver, they always love the challenges that Spa brings. Frustration as well, but obviously delight when things are going so well. What does it take to have a successful event here?
So you always need a bit of luck on your side, but also you need to stay out of trouble, and it kind of at turn 1 it went a little downhill because there was a little bit of contact from then. But it's one of those, like, it's so high speed here, the aero is super important, so you need to make sure that when you pass over to your teammates, all the little dive planes and splitters and everything are in one piece, and this hasn't been our day so far, but it's a 12-hour race, and everyone knows, and during these races anything can happen.
When you've got so much going on and you're having to deal with different situations, what's the biggest loss to the strategy that you have to deal with?
So for this event, it's different to all the other 24-hour series Creventic events. Normally it's just code 60, which is normally 60 kilometers. For this event, they've increased it to 80, but there's also the chance of a safety car. But they did say if there's a safety car, they won't have another one for at least another half an hour, and they'll just go to a full course yellow at that point. So this changes the strategy. We're trying to figure out how we can try and get another lap back, that if we're behind the leader overall and it goes full course yellow, do we stay out and try and risk getting another lap? But of course, if it doesn't go safety car, then we've just lost that opportunity for a free pit stop. So it's juggling all of that, and just seeing if we can try and outsmart one or two other people with pit stops now.
So there's no real downtime, is there? You've got to be on it every second of this race, but it's a brand new event for Creventic, and it seems so far everyone's relishing this opportunity.
Yeah, it's a real cool challenge having so many of just the same car. I think, like, as it's been said, this is the only Porsche endurance race there's ever been. So there's over 35 cars on the grid, close to 40, and I think that also brings its own challenges. Like normally for the 24 hours, you've got the smaller cars to overtake. You've also got the GT3 cars of the different brands that have got different performances in different areas of the circuit, and so this is so far it's been pretty much a sprint race. There's only been I think one safety car so far.
Is it a case of, is it tyre management for this type of event more than traffic management?
I don't know, I haven't been in the car yet for the race, so yeah, I've had a not too relaxed morning, but normally I do the start, but because we're limited on hours, being a pro driver, I'm only allowed 4 hours, which is about 3 stints during the race, and so we're saving it for the last double stint in the night and another one at some point soon.
Well, we'll talk to you after you've been in the car, of course. Thanks very much, Adam.
Alan Christodoulo there, out of the 29 car. He was quite generous with. We've been down the pit lane a few too many times. I've been in the pit lane 10 times, only 3 of which were actually for pit stops. They've had quite a few problems. The 935 car, that's Luz Vey and the JW Racer machine, 5th in Pro-Am as it was. They also did a drive-through for a 6th offence at turn 3, and there was a little bit of a what's the word for it? Faux pas coming out of the chicane for Marlon Menden with the K Kramer Racing 36, but after a 14-point turn, he got going again. And to my left, my gosh, it's almost like we're at Wilton Mill. It's Joe Bradley.
A slightly different Sunderland accent for you. I took what Adam said. He's probably about 6, perhaps, pit stops too many in that assessment, Nick. But what he did say was very interesting insofar as it's been a sprint race so far.
Yeah.
And it really has, and it's really shaping up. I mean, all right, we are, quite a. We've had coming up to 5 hours, so we're not even at half distance, anywhere near half distance. So if this continues, you know what? I heard John earlier in the commentary say that we are sometimes in a 24H series race talking about the 992 class and how there is this tremendous race-long class battle. Well, we've taken all the other classes away for this event, haven't we? And we've got a 992 class battle all the way through. Which we can focus on quite rightly. And it's not uncommon to see this 992 Cup class go for this amount of time, wheel to wheel, nose to tail, all the way to the flag, and it will come down. I think you said this in qualifying. It's going to come down to that final pit stop, and when you time that pit stop. And I'm glad I'm sat here, not down on that pit wall, because trying to gauge when, back time that last, hour and 20-minute fuel window, to take you to the flag, bearing in mind
there is this possibility, Joe, that if we get a little bit more yellow, some of the teams can skip one of the stops, so they'll be able to save
You're a big advocate of
2.5
that,
minutes. Well, it's not making a stop is the
massive,
fastest sort of stop you can do. You were talking about the normal high quality competition we get within Creventic 992 races, and that's normally involving our friends at Red Camel Jordans. Unfortunately, another drive-through for the number 9. Track limits at turn 17 is the problem.
On, though, isn't he? Pushing on.
So Evo is going to drop even further down. Currently, as he stands in 6th place, but he'll probably drop down to 7th or 8th. But we can now join Diana downstairs.
Nick, I'm with the MRS GT Racing, the number 90 that went out a few minutes ago, and you were talking about it with the tape on the back to keep the under tray. Well, basically it's supposed to keep the under tray from dropping down. I didn't realise that car has just returned to the pit lane and gone straight into the garage. They've been told to bring the car in because the under tray now is actually flapping underneath the car, so the tank tape didn't work on that, so they're now having to replace that and fix it before they can take it back out on track. Clearly, the team here pretty disappointed, but the crew are now set to work on that and repair it as much as they can. Time-wise, not sure. Could be, any time lost is a lot of time lost, isn't it, to make up? And so disappointment here for the number 9.
Yeah, basically, MRS GT Racing team are having an absolute mare. I think to give it its official term, Joe.
I don't know what's going on down there.
All three of them.
I really don't. It's not just one of the cars. They've spread the bad luck across the whole garage floor.
It's not like you've got one team enviously eyeing another team's having a great run. This is the third car. They currently are in 26th and 27th. Is the 89 car running again now? Yes, it is. They are running again after a long stay in the pit. So 88, 89, 90 are currently 24th, 26th and 27th. And to be honest, I think that the 90 going to drop down. To be honest, it's not like they've done anything particularly wrong. They've just ended up with bad luck and a bit of conflict and a bit of damage, and it's all just fallen apart. But it's weird how it's happened to one garage.
Across three cars. Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, and it's not over yet. I mean, I take what Di's saying. It's kind of contradicting myself saying this is a sprint race. You were going to say something, Nick? You pointed at me.
That's to me next.
All right. Who else am I going to go to? So I'm going to contradict myself. I think when you're in that situation, you can't write yourself off, and you've got to look at the clock. It's not an hour to go; it's a chunk of time to go. 7 hours to go, and you've got to keep pushing on, and you've got to hope that the sort of situations and the adversity that you're facing, you kind of want to win fairly in a competitive fight, but there's adversity and the situations that the teams ahead of you are going to potentially have to deal with, and you've got to keep pushing and get yourself back in. Is that thought now gone?
No, luckily it's a very important thought because we're about to get a change to the lead. Because the 99, Sasha Norden, the Belgian Racing, has been pulled for track limits offences. Their 9th offence at turn 17, which is Blanchimont. They are already serving that drive-through. So they are coming into the pits to serve that one, and off goes Sasha Norden. Now, also, interestingly, the 86 car, who was in second, has been called for a drive-through, which is what we're now. So first and second are doing a drive-through at exactly the same time, which means that Black Falcon Team 48 are back in the lead again for the first time in an hour and a half since they lost it a couple of minutes after, or 15 minutes or so after the code 60. So I can't get codes in my mind.
Brilliant.
After the code 80 and the safety cars. So second and third, both pulled for totting up on track limits. They've now gone through, and the car that's yet to serve a track limits penalty and do anything apart from actually be in the pits, the 48, takes the lead.
And you know what? The turn 17, is it?
Yeah,
where these
Blanchimont,
the Blanchimont, that fast left, it's nigh on flat chat, maybe a little bit of a confidence lift on worn tyres, but it is pretty flat. And the problem is, of course, that at the point where you realise you've gone into too deep, or you've missed your turn in and you're just a little bit to the right, you can't do anything about it. You've got to let that car breathe, and you've got to let it breathe to wherever it's going to go, because if you try and lift or tug the steering wheel to the left, you are going to unsettle the car across the curb. You're going to go off. So you've kind of made you've made the decision before you've turned into the corner. The speed that you're carrying at turn in, that's the speed you're going to carry through the corner. And if that's going to take you over those curbs and exceed track limits, then so be it. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Well, the 99 actually did a full service with Sasha Norden, so they have to come in again next lap to do their drive-through. So that pit stop for the 99 was their full service, and into the car has got Dylan Deardale. They've also had Dylan to get himself a lap to get his head in, come back in again, do the drive-through, and then go from there. It's been served, so Thomas Müller now takes the lead. We've got to wait for all this to unwind to find out where everyone is. It's going to be a good news for the 33 of Joop Rappange in the Tier Outdoor Racing HOM car, because they were currently scored second in Pro-Am. They're going to probably get past Dylan Deardale, especially after he makes his second stop. So it's all changed. But it is changing very much on the ability of drivers to actually drive within the limits of the track.
You wouldn't like to put any money on any of those top 10 runners, would you? For a chance of a podium, you wouldn't be able to gamble on
I'll
think.
put money on the 48. They're driving very sensibly.
The Black Falcon car.
Now, I'm assuming at this point they must be on last warning on every single corner.
But
they don't have one yet.
All right, I hear what you're saying, but I offer you the Neuhofer Rennsport car 86 with the likes of the Renauer brothers at the wheel.
Oh, you said podium, did you say win?
Yeah, I said podium.
Oh, podium, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a podium position now. But then just outside the podium positions, the Max Kreuzer Racing number 10. They're currently fit. Matthew Detry at the wheel of the H2H Racing entry, car 15. Ivo Breukers currently at the wheel of the Red Camel car. And then the other Belgian racing entry, Michael Kuhl, currently at the wheel of the 98. That's down to 8th place. And then look at the car that's coming through from that. And I'm not quite sure, did we find out what happened to Paul Meyer in the number 8 Max Kreuzer?
Something happened
racing?
to it because it did a 5-minute pit stop at its first stop. So he had the problems where he lost a few seconds and he kept losing positions but still having pace.
That's what I
then
meant.
did a 5-second pit stop, which makes me think they probably have like a braking issue or whatever it may be. And then since then the car's run fine, but it's lost a lap and it didn't get the lap back during the yellow flag sequence either. So that's why they dropped away. As the 90 car is wheeled back out of the pit lanes, we may see one of the third MRS car get going again. I think it should still be Madeline Stewart on board. Are they going to actually roll it just slightly forward? No, I thought they might have to think about putting some fuel in it, but there it goes away again.
Yeah,
So,
they've gone used to getting their car back in this race, and then you know what's going to hit you next. You're sitting there in the garage, and you're on tenterhooks really.
well, more bad news for Paul Meyer because he's just called a track limit penalty.
Is that our fault?
Yes.
I think
you mentioned
so.
about how he was coming back. Paul Meyer now has a track limit penalty for turn 17. Obviously, totting up, that's a 6-1. That's the first one they'll have received for that corner. So Max Kreuzer Racing's got another 40 seconds to go back. Dylan Deerdale in the Belgian racing car, which was leading a second ago, scored 5th last time round, but he is actually doing a second drive through. Now, what this might affect, which is always a key thing to remember, what this might affect, Joe, is who's actually left on the lead lap. But whilst we try and work out who is on the lead lap, I think we can go and talk to Binksy.
Confused. I went into the 98 thinking it was someone else, but they're next door, but not to worry. Sasha, you've just jumped out of the car. How satisfied were you with the stint?
Yeah, very happy. I think the safety car was quite a lucky safety car for us. Quite a lot of people to overtake, but luckily Carrera Cup Benelux prepared me for it. We've had a fair few safety car restarts, and you just have to be sharp. You have to push. You have to go for it. And I'm quite happy with what I did this stint. Yeah.
How much are you enjoying the action out there on track?
Oh, it's amazing. It's really fun. It's just a 12-hour Carrera Cup race, and I already love Carrera Cup racing, so it's even better. And the atmosphere with the team and everything, it's really amazing. So it's really enjoyable.
What is it about Carrera Cup racing that makes you want to keep doing it?
Oh, the 9,000 RPM, the Cup car itself, that's already amazing. But also the competitiveness of the fields. You really see a lot of really, really good drivers here all over the world, which makes it even more fun and even more challenging. You just have to keep pushing, and that's what I enjoy quite a lot here.
What is it about this circuit here at Spa that also keeps you wanting to keep racing here, and certainly in a car that you love?
Sorry, I'm still slightly deaf.
Sorry, we all are. What is it about this Spa circuit that makes it such a challenge?
It's 7.2 kilometers long. The track doesn't stop. You get the idea. You have to do 20 more laps. You get the call from the team, and then the 20 laps are still quite long. I came from Zolder last weekend, 24 hours, and 22 laps there is 3 kilometers or 3 kilometers a lap. Here it's 7.2, something like this, or 7. So it's quite a big difference. And everything about this track is awesome. Rouge is amazing. I love it here.
You obviously like endurance racing as well. Are we likely to see you in any of the Creventic events? Are we likely to see you in any more Creventic events?
Oh yeah, if there's a good opportunity, I'm always looking to drive. So for sure. If anybody has an opportunity, always down for a drive.
Great stuff, Sasha. Thanks so much for talking to us. And I'm sure anyone listening, if there's an opportunity, they'll come up with that opportunity for you. Many thanks, Sasha.
Great stuff there from Sasha. Now, interestingly, during the course of this, it now means that they have fallen off the lead lap, but they will get it back again when Tobias Müller comes in for his pit stop. But they are off the lead lap now, Dylan Deerdale and 99 Belgium Racing. So I'm pretty certain the lead lap now just covers the top 7. The last person on the lead lap is the 98, his teammate Michael Kuhl for Belgium Racing. They've had a bit of a fade. In fairness, the last hour or so, I know the 99's done its scheduled stop, but they've had a bit of a fade after looking particularly strong over the last couple of hours. A lot of that has been down to a little bit of pace improvement by Müller and Renauer. Renauer currently 25.5 seconds, Robert, of course, should say, in the 86. He's about 26 seconds behind after the drive-through. Tobias Müller, the Black Falcon team, he's running in first. He's got that slightly, and then it's another 38 seconds back to Joop Rapinage in the Tierra Outdoor Racing, where HWM team, they are first in Pro-Am.
So have we, Nick, gotten into a situation here with that stint? So Tobias Müller in the 48 Black Falcon car, currently leading, has been in that stint length is just coming up to 57 minutes. So we've got another 23, 25 minutes of that car on track.
This would be interesting, actually, to be honest, Joe, because this is a full-fat, full tank running the whole time to see how long they can go. The first stint we got didn't really count because it was include those 2 laps, the lap to the track and then the lap round for the warm-up, and the second one was been compromised by the safety car. So the interesting thing is to see how far they can go. The target is to go an hour and 20. If you go an hour and 20, then you're quids in, but that's very difficult at full speed.
We're in that situation, all right. We're just an hour away from half distance where we get a leader that's going to be in the lead for a chunk of time, over half an hour potentially, and then it changes as we go through the flip-flop of the pit stop phase. So that, if I can't see that remaining the situation for the next 7 hours, but it always interests me when we do get that, and how you see teams try to adjust as they get towards that situation of getting towards that final fuel window of the day. It's how they adjust if they are out of sequence with being in the lead when they should be, i.e. at the checkered flag.
Well, Robert Renauer in the Neuhofer Rennsport car, currently in second. He should be in sometime in the next 10 minutes. And that'll take him to an hour and a quarter, hour and 16 minutes. He is 9 minutes further on in his stint than the leader, Müller. Rapinage in third is an hour and 2, so he's probably got another 12 minutes or so. Nick Otto in fourth, and the 10, Max Cruz Racing, is at 1:09. So we'll begin to see what can be done on a single stint of fuel quite soon. The only person double stinting at the moment appears to be, as a couple, the main one being Michael Kuhl, the 98 Belgian racing car. He's been in that car for 2 hours, 33 minutes, 55 seconds. Maximum time you can do is 3 hours, but they're not going to reach that with the fuel available. Frederick Ancel from the Ancel Motors car, that's the car that's running in 17th overall, 6th in AM. He's done 2 hours 32. And Dennis Zhang in the Toro Racing by HRT Performance, he's done 2 hours 26 minutes and about 19 trips on the pit lane. But that's not just down to Dennis, by the way. It's his teammates he's picked up the penalties for, and there's been some procedural errors by the team as well. But I think it's fair to say, I'm sure, and you can put your team manager's hat on from your.
It's been a while.
Well, yeah, but you were running a team. It's not like you were team managing, a kart team at Wilton Mill. You were actually running a British touring car team, which is like the most important thing you do in this country. Country over there.
I have been on the podium here for a 6-hour race in Britcar.
There we are.
At Spa.
But if you had sat down beforehand, I think you'd have been surprised to reach 5 hours 8 minutes with just one set of full course yellow.
Yeah, I have, and that's purely from the nature of Carrera Cup racing. But I think all credit to the drivers. We heard, who have we just heard? Sasha Norden telling Dye that he's got experience in the Carrera Cup of overtaking and racing wheel to wheel and very close. But that's still, you're not racing in those confines for 20 laps. You've got hours, and I think, you know what, Nick, earlier on, and I'm going to use this term for the first time today, I've only been in this seat for about 10 minutes, but this really is a high-speed game of chess, isn't it?
Fantastic.
It really is, though.
Excellent.
You've got, because you come up, because of the closeness of the performance of the cars, performance-wise, it just comes down to drivers and driver experience, driver ability. So you get a really slow process of cars catching one another very, very slowly. You know, tenth of a second over 7.5 kilometres is going to take ages. And considering this fight for position now, what you can see on the screens and out there on the track, that's coming down, and that's took ages to actually come together.
Yeah,
and we've been watching that progression as those cars come together.
Ivo Breuker's just going behind the Dylan Deerdale Belgian racing car. Ivo's, as I say, he's dropped back due to a couple of penalties, and that's a swap for 7th and 6th. So Deerdale goes into 6th. It makes me wonder whether actually Ivo's lost the lead lap, which is possible. I think he may well have lost the lead lap. No, he's not. He's just on the lead lap. They are a few yards ahead of. I think that's the lead car in the background there,
flashing the lights.
So they are just off the lead. Normally, this doesn't matter, lead lap, not lead lap in a Creventic race, but it does matter here because if suddenly we go full course caution, there is a chance to get that lap back again effectively.
What did the team strategist from that red camel car there, showing 6th overall? What did he say? Stay on the lead lap.
Well, that's what he's got. He's got the leader behind him in the green and black. He's got Tobias Muller, who's got at least another 7 or 8 minutes to run, so it's not like he's going to be coming in at any time moment. Let's see, how long do we think we have for Ivo? They've both been in for virtually the same amount of time. 1 hour, 1 minute for Tobias, 1 hour, 2 minutes for Ivo, but Ivo has had 2 runs down the pit lane during that time.
And I think Ivo would even admit to us that in that driver lineup, in that red camel car, he is the slowest driver. He is the elder statesman, isn't he? He's the gentleman driver in that car. He's no slouch, I'm not saying that, but Tobias Muller should overtake the red camel car, and we see that happening now. Just down the road to our left at the bus stop chicane, through the tight right, almost hairpin, and then the tight left and onto the pit straight, and a change for position, and Ivo Breukers goes down. Not change for position, Ivo Breukers going down off the lead lap as Tobias Muller comes through.
More problems at Fania, turn 13, and this time it's Reinhold Kran in the 233. The Canadian has gone off. We've seen, this is actually the one part of the track we've seen instances that all 3 major instances have been here. He's done a third different thing. We've had spin round and not hit the grass. So spin round hit the barrier quite hard. Spin round hit the barrier light, and he's managed to just embed himself heavily into the gravel on the right-hand side, well, quite early actually in the combination of 13 and 14, I think. 233, of course, is the team lap time before. Now, they were second in AM. This is not like someone who's trotting around the back. This is the second in AM car that's gone off really early. And we've gone full course yellow. And we went full course yellow whilst Ivo Breukers, I think, was still in the lead lap. No, he just lost the lead lap. He just lost the lead lap.
He just lost it, yeah.
Oh!
So if we go,
can you imagine what Paul Trustwell's doing now?
Tearing what little hair he has out. This could go to a safety car. If we can get that car, the 233, did you say second in the AM class?
It was when he span off, yeah.
That's such a shame. Reinhold Kran in the team lap time performance car is beached in the gravel, and he's tried to drive the car out, understandably, and the rear axle just burying itself into that heavily stoned gravel trap there on the outside of, did we say that was 13? That's Piff Paff?
Yeah, it is. But now the interesting thing is now, do you come in for your fuel stop? Because if you do come in for a fuel stop, you're giving up the chance, realistically, of running through to the end without saving a stop at the end. Because we're at 48, you need to get to 6:40 to be on schedule. Now, there's a few people who it's a no-brainer. Robert Renau is currently on a 1 hour 13 run, absolutely going to come in. But the people like Tobias on a 1 hour 4, I don't know.
Well.
Do I give it 2 or 3 laps? Do I hope? Because it looks like it's been quite a short yellow, so I think you do have to come in. And it's going to take them off that chance.
Well, people who have come in, Nick, are the number 33 Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM, Job Rappange, bringing that car in, and also in is the number 10 Max Cruiser Racing entry, Nico Otto, bringing that car in on pit lane. They're in 3rd and 4th place when they entered the pit lane. Now that car has been pulled out of the gravel, the 4th place car into the garage, not just on the pit apron. So that's the number 10. That's the Max Cruiser Racing car in. Now that might be in for just brake service.
It looks like it is getting pads, so I think it's a little bit of a case of they've got the chance to do it. Diana, what's going on down at that garage?
I'm with Max Cruise Racing. Tom Coronel it was in the garage there just watching the screen to see what's going on. Pretty frantic moment there a minute ago.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that there was a full course yellow, so on our sister car they're changing the brakes. And Paul just made a double stint, so we gave him fresh tires, fuel, and there he goes again.
What's the biggest challenge for everyone at this point of the race?
I think, to keep everything alive, survive, don't make any mistakes. We had one drive-through penalty just because of cutting, so there was a pity. But no, everything feels at the moment fine. We had at the beginning a small electronical problem. That's why we dropped back one lap, but we're still in there. We're hoping for a safety car because then we can catch them up again.
Yeah, there's sort of different regulations for this 992 Cup, and it's a case of reacting and dealing with it when it happens.
Yeah, you have to be clever, but you never know when it happens. I mean, we were in the pit while the full course yellow came, so we had half benefit out of it. But it's for everybody the same. You have to wait for the moment when it's the most clever to make the pit stop.
When are you getting back in the car, Tom?
After this stint from Paul, so in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
We will speak to you after that for sure.
Well, the interesting thing for Diana will be, as she just says, she follows and unfollows Tom Coronel. The interesting thing for Diana will be whether we see the lead, and it looks like it's a 48 has been scored as going past the pit lane. Now, I'm not sure if he has, but I don't think Tobias Muller has pulled in for fuel. He's not. He's gone past. He's skewed the chance of fuel. Now, do they know there's going to be a safety car? Because why would you... He's running now at 106, but this absolutely tells you that Black Falcon are trying to save that stop at the end. They aren't prepared to give up the fact they've got possibly 15 minutes of fuel.
Give up track position.
So what they're going to do is they're going to trundle around, see how long this yellow is. Perhaps they've got a chance of coming next time if they know there's a safety car, and just give it. Perhaps by coming in next time, of course, it's a 5-minute lap at this speed. They'll get right. We'll go 5 minutes further on. A lot of other cars are coming in, including Populars from third place. Interestingly, Robert Renauer didn't come in either from second place. Detroit, Breukers, Michael Kuhl, Nico Otto, the rest of the field have come in, but there are the top two are already thinking about, and let's see who they are. It's Black Falcon and it's Herbert, who are thinking. Well, it's the Herbert, because don't forget, when the Renauers aren't driving, what are they doing? They're managing.
Well, I was about to say it. Robert and Alfred Renauer might be down as drivers in the Neuhofer Rennsport entry, but do you think they go back to the motorhome when they get out of the car? They're on that metaphorical pit wall, because nobody works on the pit wall these days. They're all in the garages around big tables full of screens and data analysis going on every moment of this race. They are there. They are very much influencing the strategy of that number 86 car. So, yes, I mean, those Renauer brothers, who are a big part of the 24H series, former champions in the Herbert car, they know how to win these long distance races.
And they have come in now, so they've... and there's a safety car already trundling round, so the safety car has been released. We haven't got the title that there is a safety car on the call, safety car call, but there is the safety car. The stunning Porsche 718 is out and running, so despite the fact our information says full course here, the safety car is already running. Now, I wonder whether it doesn't actually click to safety car until it's picked up the leader, because don't forget they want to pick up the leader. Now, the issue about picking up the leader might well be that actually the leader wants to go into the pits, but he's only as far as Bruxelles, the 48 car.
Renauer into the pits. So the number 86 that we were speculating would know exactly what to do in this situation. Well, he showed his cards. Robert Renauer pulling the Neuhofer Rennsport car into the pits.
The question is, where is the safety car? Remember, with this safety car, the safety car will run up the track. It will overtake other cars to get to the leader. Well, so the safety car doesn't have to pull out of the pit lane at the right time and wait like you see in Formula One. He will come out and then catch up. Now, he's going to catch up the 48 car probably halfway around the track. Well, so then everyone's going to start closing up. And when the 48, if he wants to come in for fuel, which he thought he'd be doing under yellow, may have a situation where he's not getting as much as he wants to. So it's very much now they're throwing the dice here to the Black Falcon team. I think they are going to, lose track position at some point.
Well, the number 48, the leader, Tobias Muller, just going towards Piff Paff. That's turns 12 and 13 if you've got the circuit track mapper up. Just come out of Pouhon, short burst to the right and left, and then out of that and into Stavelo and Paul Frey, and then heading back towards us here in the paddock.
He's okay at the moment because everyone's under code 80. Everyone's doing 50 miles an hour.
Everyone's doing 80
Once it
kilometres.
says safety car deployed, everyone else can catch up. Because the safety car will be in front of the 48, and even though he has the right at that point to peel off into the pits,
Yeah.
at that point, many other cars already have gained quite a lot of time by running at faster than 50 miles an hour. So it's going to be really going to see when we get the click that says we now are at safety car, we're not a full course yellow. So it's kind of interesting to know where that 718 Porsche Spider. Interesting, I see they've dispatched a tractor. They're going to do some cleaning up. There's a tractor that's dispatched. It's got one of those air blowers in the front of it. Yeah, they're going to be trying to do a little bit of cleaning up.
He's got a brush on the back.
He's got a brush on the back, and he's got a little air blower on the front. So they're going to try and do a track cleaning.
All right.
But it'd be interesting to know where the Spider is. Has it actually trundled past everyone? Was it kind of a strange remote sighting we saw of Jose closer in his own car? I don't know.
So the number 10 is out after what we... Did Diana clarify whether that was a brake service?
It was a brake, they did.
Yeah, they did it under yellow, full course yellow, which made sense. So the number 10, Max Kreuzer, entry with Benjamin Leutner at the wheel now. He's out and doing 80 kilometres, as has been imposed. Still showing full course yellow. Safety car we know has been deployed. We haven't got a location on the safety car as to where that safety car may be on the track.
Our leader is getting very close.
The leader's getting close to here.
Close to pit end. I'm sure. I'm sure. I can't think that he wouldn't come in now. He's actually at the 640 mark.
That's showing on the tracker. It's just coming out of the bus stop. And we're just looking at the sensor there on the pit entrance. You might be able to see him out the window, Nick.
Well, the 89's gone past. I'm just trying to see the 48's going past.
And the safety
car... No, he's in the pits.
He's in the pits. The safety car has just gone by.
Right.
And the car he's just going into La Source now. He's picked up the number 5. The number 5 is
completely the wrong car.
Way down the order. That's Gabriele Piana in the Black Falcon entry in 21st place overall.
Now, it's going to be interesting who's actually going to be in the lead at the end of this stop. Is it going to go back to being Tobias Muller or whomever takes over? As we can see, they're doing a full service driver and tyre change on that 48. Or will Renauer get past? Renauer's still in the pits.
Yeah, that's number...
Renauer's had a very, very long pit stop. What's going on there?
As has Poplars.
Are these all brake changes? Because that's a really long stop. We need to find out what's happened to 86. The 86 is quite key. Dyer with a 48, but we also need to know about the 86. It's still there, mate. It's still there.
The 40. No, it's just gone out. It's just there.
It's still counting up. I see. It's trotting away. Yes, it's just to the right.
Yeah.
It's just going to come.
Yeah. Sorry, the 48 is here on the pit apron. They're changing brake pads now. And discs. I can see them. So they're also.
Everyone who can is doing the braking. That's it. That's good info. Thanks you. Looking at, we can see you got Dylan Yip in Neuhofer did a 5-minute pit stop as well. So a lot of these teams are taking this opportunity to do that change. We're just under halfway through the race, and they've obviously decided they're not going to get the full 12 hours out of pads and discs. So the pads and discs are that's the front, of course, are being changed. That's for the reason for the 5-minute stop for the Neuhofer car, which has been taken over by Felix Neuhofer in the Neuhofer Rennsport 86 car. Tobias Muller in the 48. Now, the interesting thing is that a 5-minute stop is basically at code 60 speed, or code 80, speed, is a lap, Joe. So this is going to be, when this actually runs out, when they're released again, this could be quite a different order when this code 60. I'm going to say code 60. It's in my mind. I can't get rid of it. And when this full course yellow, when this full course yellow was
called it a full course yellow. It's easy to see. It's what's written on the screen.
But it still doesn't say safety car, even though the safety car is wandering around the track.
The safety car hasn't taken control of the front of the field because we're still sorting that is sorting themselves out. Currently, on the timing beams, or the timing beam, it's still showing Tobias Muller in the Black Falcon car 48, which it sits there being refueled on the pit apron as the leader, because that has not been overtaken while it's being taken on. Poplars is in 3rd place, still showing there with the number 21.
But he is coming right at the end of the lap, and he will, if he goes past, I assume that's the end of the lap, is it? Is it through Blanchimont? Yeah, it is. Di, you got some more for us?
I'm still here at the number 48, and Tobias Muller has just come out from the back having a drink after bringing the car in to the pit lane. You can hear it now making that noise just behind me. Tobias, how was your stint, first of all?
Sorry?
How was that stint for you, first of all?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite I would not say it easy. We are pushing hard for the lead actually. But yeah, the outside temperature is quite high at the moment, and yeah, we are here for the win.
How physically tough is it? I know you're fit as an athlete, but you know, behind the wheel, I've seen drivers here this weekend, unfortunately, you know, have a moment when they got out of the car.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's hard when you're driving always at the limit. The competition is high here at the 992 Endurance Cup. That was clear, but we are giving our best, and yeah, this is what we do.
A great circuit here at Spa. It's turning out to be a great weekend with this 992 Cup. Was it always in your mind that the win was the one that you're going for?
No, I think we have a strong lineup. That was clear at the beginning, but also the competition, as I said, is pretty high. Also the competitors are really strong, and yeah, I love it, especially with the 992. Normally we do it on the Nordschleife, it's also great, but also here in Spa it's a fast track, also in a Rouge when you go up the hill. It's quite good.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and get some refreshments in now that you've just jumped out of the car. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, we're in a situation now where the safety car will overtake all the cars and place himself front the leader. Question mark, who is the leader? Now, Ralph Popelars did a 2-minute 57 pit stop. Loic Hartog now, who's taken over the Black Falcon. Ralph Popelars is in the Tierra Outdoor Racing HMW, the number 33. Loic Hartog, the very proficient Carrera Cup driver from Europe, his team did a 3:21. Now, completely out of this was that 5:26 we saw from Neuhofer. Now, interesting, there's a couple of other low threes. 3:32 for Rick Breukers and the Red Camel team, and a 3:32 for H2H Racing Matthew Detroit. So perhaps the outlier in this was Neuhofer rather than the other way round. So I think we're going to see a situation which will be interesting to see how they all come together. But my feeling, they are scoring a 48 in the lead, but I just wonder whether 33 is in relation to him.
That hasn't sort of cleared. They're showing on their outlap. It's when they come back around
on the tracker
and complete the outlap. That's when we will get a clear indication as to if there has been anybody overtaken or been overtook in that pit stop phase.
Yeah.
At the moment, the safety car is on the Kemmel Straight, heading towards Le Combe, overtaking several cars as it does so. It able to use all of the power in the 918. That is a 918, isn't it?
718.
718.
I don't know. Might be right. Might be 918. You might be right. It's Porsche expertise we need.
Yeah. He's in the pits. So we will get the safety car gathering up the field behind the leader, and everybody will remain on a full course yellow, which means that their maximum speed they're allowed is 80 kilometres an hour. That's why we're seeing cars trundling around, as Nick puts it. And
yeah, so it's interesting as they're rolling out. It looks like Loic Hartog and the 48 is going to be scored in the lead, but second place now has come through the Dylan Deerdale Belgian racing car, the 99 car. That's the car which was leading about an hour ago, but then had a genuine pit stop and then two issues with drive-throughs and had to come back and dropped off the lead. They did not stop during this Code 60, I don't believe. So they are running in this full course yellow. Sorry, they didn't stop doing that.
We've got the safety car just coming out of Piff Path, heading towards Stavelot. He'll go through the two right-handers and then onto the run towards Blanchimont, where the number 48 is. So we're not far off the safety car picking up the leader, which is, at our estimation, waiting to be confirmed. The Black Falcon Team 48, with Loic Hartog at the wheel, and the safety car should be coming up upon him any moment now.
Yeah. So we should have only 5 cars on the lead lap, though we are waiting for everything to shuffle its way out. Only 5 cars on the lead lap. 9, Rick Breukers on the 9 Red Camel Jordan team, I'm afraid, is the first car not on the lead lap, as the Spider picks up our leader, Loic Hartog in the Black Falcon Team 48 Loche.
Right, so the safety car light should come on now, shouldn't it?
Kind of recognised it.
Yeah.
So
they're just heading towards the bus stop now, so there'll be the leader will have completed his outlap from the pits, and we will now be gathering up the field behind these two cars.
Yeah, safety car deployed. I'm sure it'll be 2 laps to get everyone give you an idea, the 18 car is probably only 150 metres ahead of them. He has to come all the way round and through the track. That's Glenn McGee in the Mulder Motorsport car. And they aren't going to just start doing 180 round here. They're just going to go a bit quicker.
A bit quicker, yes. Yeah.
As everyone will
not at full
join up. So at least this time across the line we'll get the correct order, because no one was in the pits last time round who was in the high level contention. It does look like it's going to be Hartog from Deerdale from Felix Neuhofer, so 48 from 99 from 86. And that slight problem which we saw, which seems to be a problem for the Neuhofer racing car, will be completely negated because they didn't lose a lap. If you don't lose a lap, those extra 2 minutes just disappear because they'll be queued up behind in the queue. So it's not the end of the world for them, despite having a bit of a kerfuffle. So it's currently Pro-Am, and that fourth car is the 33 Ralph Populars on Tierra Outdoor Racing.
Just trying to get a location on track where the second place car is, Nick. Has he just gone through, or is he still approaching?
Currently, no, he hasn't gone through. He's still scored in a different lap. So I'm trying to think where the 99 is. I think he's just about going through, going round through Blanchimont now. I think he is. He's going through Blanchimont now. So long way behind, but that all disappears now. The only advantage that Hartog has is he's got about 25 minutes more fuel in the car, and he is over the 640. And he's just rolling it very, very, as Joe said, he's done one lap to catch up to the safety car. This is, at most half fuel from how it would normally be, and probably third fuel. So they are, and the advantage, of course, of being the car that's behind the safety car is he doesn't have to accelerate up and catch up to anyone. So he can be on full fuel save as the cars begin to form the snake. And it is right behind Hartog is Rick Roykers, and I'm sure Rick's number one aim, Joe, is to get past Hartog and get that lap back.
Got to. You've got to. I mean, we're half an hour away from half distance, and we are about to see a restart. And going off what we saw from the first restart, it's certainly from our perspective, Nick, it's very entertaining, isn't it? We're in the entertainment business, and we love a good restart. And when we had lap cars and the like trying to get that lap back on the leaders, this is what we're going to have. We're going to have a mixed bag, and we're going to get the likes of Rick, who's now at the wheel. And Rick, I'm sure, like his brother, would put up a good argument, a good strong argument. But the Sebring and Daytona GTD winner is probably the quickest driver in that car. So we're going to have that number 9, the Red Camel car, absolutely optimised. And his mission statement, when that safety car is brought back in, his mission statement is going to be to get that lap back and get that car back into contention, because we've still got 6.5 hours to go.
Yep, and of course one thing they do know is there won't be a second safety car within a half an hour of this safety car. So he has to get ahead and stay ahead, not cause himself any penalties, which has been the real downfall of the 9 car. They've had, I think, 3 separate drive-throughs, each of which costing 40 seconds. If they hadn't had one of them, they'd still be on the lead lap, and at this point they'd be right behind, or maybe there's several cars in between, the main leader. And this is an element that doesn't happen in normal Creventic races. There's none of this bunching up, but now it's happening here. You need to make the most of it. Unfortunately, a little bit of exuberance going around turn 17 or going in turn 3 has costed them dearly.
I kind of like it. I kind of like the safety car process. I think it closes the field up, and it gives us another from our perspective. And surely, I've had a conversation with about 3 or 4 people down there who we know, and it's like a 50-50 split to what they prefer, and you've got to look at it from what the situation is. If the situation is like we've described for Rick Breukers, where you're trying to gain something back, you're trying to get back into contention, then the safety car is going to offer you that opportunity. Whereas if we were just going round at code 60, you're not gaining or losing anything, and it's so difficult. You've got to really, really produce a magic wand to start pulling chunks of time back by dint of just refueling and half refueling with the code 60 process. So I think, from what I've seen, I'm a big fan of this. We've been a big fan of safety cars in IMSA as well. I mean, how many times have we had a 5.5 hour qualifying race and an 11.5 hour qualifying race for a 30-minute sprint? And it makes for great television and great audio.
Adam Christodoulou has come into the pits with the 29, which is their 12th trip down the pit lane. I'm not sure why that is. I don't think they're serving they can't serve a penalty, so I think that must be, perhaps they've decided they want to try and get a brake change in, or perhaps there's another issue that Adam's discovered after being actually on the pilot of the car for a couple of laps. He's not done any full speed laps yet, and he's just wondering about possibilities, what can be achieved. Just looking out the window now, what's going on there. Having a look at the car, they're not doing anything to it particularly. To run around, so it looks like Adam's unhappy with something within the car. That's the 29 there.
And that's
sure. You see the pictures.
Not losing as much time as he would under full race conditions. However, they've lost so much time in the pits already. This is not something they can afford. Let's head down to Diana Binks. Diana, what's the scene down there?
Well, the problem is that they didn't put the seat insert in the driver, so that's why they've had to come back in and make that, because that was an unscheduled stop. Because I wondered why they'd sort of come in as they'd just gone out, basically, and that's what the problem was. No seat insert, come in to get that, and off they're back out on track now.
You know what? That is an essential piece of kit. If you're in that seat and the insert is making you secure in that seat, without the insert, you're going to be flung from left and right, and the driver will have noticed straight away. Even behind the safety car, you're still going to flop around. The grip level on these race cars is so great. You're thrown from left to right if you're not secure in the seat. That's why we have bucket race seats where you can't move from left and right. And if you eventually, I mean, how many times have we seen drivers sort of break ribs and have to spend 2 weeks in bed after a race like this? The safety car is coming in, I would say, Nick.
Yep, as they go round, they've just gone round turn 14 and 15 and going out onto the back straight towards Blanchimont. Taking over as the leader on the track will be the 48 of Luc Hartog, and he's running a very, very slow run in. My guess is because he's going to try and go quite early. Give himself a bit of breathing space. Right behind him, as you said, it's Rick Breukers, but Rick Breukers is not the person right behind him as far as the race is concerned. And Loic already ups the pace. They come round and through, up towards Blanchimont and through now, up to the chicane. It's already gapping in various areas. It's not as quite as frenetic a restart as the last one.
Got to stay in position though, not allowed to try and overtake until the line. Once they come across the line, if you can get a chance, and the first opportunity is, of course, it's going to be into that braking area full of sauce, and the leader breaking away, and quite a gap already produced there. So fantastic tactics from Loic Hartog, who maintains that lead by a considerable gap there as they head down towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, there's quite a few. It was a great start, but there's several cars between him and second place man Dylan Deerdale, who scored 9.5 seconds back. Felix Neuhofer from Neuhofer Rennsport, that car was second prior to this rotation of stops, but had that very long brake change. He's only 11 seconds back, but that 11 seconds includes probably about 9 or 10 cars, which they then have to navigate past, and no one's really helping anyone.
No, everybody getting through. We had some three wide action going past the Heritage pits there on the big steep bank down towards Eau Rouge, but they sorted themselves out before they turned left and then immediately right and went up the hill towards Radillon. I can assure you that everybody is without incident all the way to Le Combe, and as the majority of the midfield here coming out of Le Combe, everybody seemed to be behaving themselves.
Yeah, it was very sensible, wasn't it? There was a little bit 3 wide, a little bit 2 wide, but everyone gave everyone space. No one is doing that first lap scrap. They all realise. I mean, in a lot of cases, the car you're side by side is, you're not in any way racing. They're a lap ahead, they're a lap behind, they're a different class. So it's more a case of trying to get yourself a position where you want to move forward or you want to protect your placing. Just to give you the rundown of where everyone is after that set of stops. It's Loic Hartog in the 48 Black Falcon leading, from Dylan Deerdale, the 99 Belgian Racing. That's the leader in Pro-Am as well. They're second in Pro, Felix Neuhofer. Second in Pro-Am, which is Ralph Popularz's here at Outdoor Raceway HWM. Then it's Matthew Detry, who's one of the guys who's gained this. He's now third overall in the H2H racing, and that is the last car on the lead lap. There are 5 cars on the lead lap, 3 pros and 2 pro-ams. Then Rick Broiker's in 6th with the Red Camel Jordan NL car. He is in 4th in pro, but a lap down. Then it's Ghislaine Cordial for Belgium Racing, 3rd in pro-am.
Well, the red-roofed car in 5th place there is Mathieu Detry, the H2H Racing, in amongst a lot of back markers, and it got very crowded there going through Piff Paff. They've sorted themselves out through Stavelot. They're already at Blanchimont, heading towards the paddock now and towards the pit lane. Whether or not we'll see any kind of overtakes into the bus stop, it's one of the best areas, but because the cars in front of that 5th place car are also battling for position, as down the inside of the number 21, which is a car that is down the order, isn't he, the 21 still?
Yeah, last.
Yeah,
that's
well, it is. It's recovering, yes.
Yeah, it's recovering from lots of problems.
So no fight being made there, but into 4th place now has gone Detry. So that car, somewhere around that lap, has gotten ahead of the number 33, Ralph Poplar's, the Sierra Outdoor Racing by HWM car, and Detry takes the number 15 into 4th place.
Mathieu, who we know well, of course, from running within with the Audi GT3 in the main series, GP Elite. Doing a drive-through, they got caught it some time ago, but of course couldn't run the drive-through. It was track limits, of course. Couldn't obviously carry out the drive-through during the yellow flag procedure. And there is the 8 car, Paul Meyer, the man who led the first 2 or 3 laps in the car that led the first 2 or 3 laps. They're back up to 8th again after some issues at their first pit stop where they lost 3 minutes to the entire field. And they are, I think, just 1 lap and a bit off the lead, so they have kind of improved their position and running in 5th in pro.
Great stuff out on track here at this, well, iconic, isn't it, legendary track, Spa. Been racing here since the 20s, and some would call the more sanitised version that we race on these days.
Well, it's more sanitised than the 1960s version, because we weren't running off in the countryside.
I was going to say, I'm not sure I could sort of visualise any modern day racing taking place on that road course. That was the original road course version here. Phenomenal stuff.
So it's a famous thing that's the famous track where Jackie Stewart knew to slow down because he smelt the cut grass and realised anything cutting grass is with other cars, and so he realised that somebody had gone off.
See, I'd be goosed with that one because I haven't got any sense of smell.
Now we have got a plethora. Oh no, we've got a plethora of fines coming in and issues, and unfortunately, it's the Red Camel Jordan car again.
Oh dear.
Excessive speed limit during the full course yellow, a drive-through for the number 9. Also, the 86 excessive speed limit during the full course yellow. Who's the 86?
That's the Neuhofer Rennsport.
Gosh, that's third and 5th. Play 3rd and 6th have been called, but also the 89 car. Which I think is one of the MRS GT cars, is also being called for not respecting pit stop. So 2 cars were too fast in the full course yellow, and that was Felix Neuhofer and that was Rick Broikers.
And the 89 is one of the MRS cars that's showing in the pits at the moment.
Add more to their issues, shall we?
Add more to their issues, yeah. Add more to more tales of woe.
But
for that number 89.
Speed limit during full course yellow.
And that's going over the 80 kilometre speed limit, remember, and that's measured by time over distance within the sectors. So Rick exceeding that. I'm not sure what margin of error they allow. I think it might be just a very black and white.
It depends really whether they're on you need to do the lap in 5 minutes 20, or you need to do sector 1 in 1 minute 20 and sector 2 in whether they do it by sector.
Yeah, I believe they do it by sector.
You have to do it at lap time.
They do it by sectors, or else you would sort of blast round the lap and then slow down so that you're within the time.
Yeah. When it's within Formula 1, it's done on sort of mini sectors. You have to be. It's not. There are 3 timing sectors within Formula 1, but there are many mini sectors. And you have to stay within that agreed speed for all those mini sectors. There's your 5th place man, the white Sierra Outdoor Race HWM Ralph Poplar's machine, the 33. Going down now towards No Name or Speaker's Corner, whichever way you want to call it, with the new cutout for motorcycles. Not quite sure where motorcycles need to go a different route. It doesn't seem the most dangerous of corners.
Significantly, Nick, that is the last car on the lead lap in 5th place. The first car off the lead lap is the car in 6th place, and that's the car that we've just mentioned there, getting a penalty imposed upon them, the Rick Broikers Red Camel car.
35 seconds, that'll be, Joe?
28 seconds, the gap between fifth and the leader. So 28 seconds after coming up to 5 hours 40 or
Well, Luke Hartog has just gone out and done a
Nothing
2:22.6, which is a tenth of a second or 0.2 of a second off the best that car's done the entire period of the race, including when it's much cooler. So he's absolutely flying to the extent where he was 2.7 seconds faster last lap round than Dylan Deerdale in second, and 2.2 seconds faster than Felix Neuhofer. So Hartog absolutely making a statement of intent here that he is going to try and get back that massive lead which Chris Mee's got, which of course was lost during the first of these yellow flags procedures.
So with 130 laps completed, Hartog continues. The AM leader, by the way, is Henry Kwong in the Neuhofer Rennsport entry, car 85, currently 10th overall. And when you consider he's got quite a few scalps behind him, we've got a couple of pro cars there that have been in the wars, and we've got a number of Pro-Am cars that have also not managed to get up there in the top 10. So AM leader inside the top 10 overall. That's quite an achievement, I would say.
Yeah, a number of cars now putting in their fastest laps of the entire race. Interestingly, it's two of our local Creventic favourites. It's Matthew Detroit has done a 2:22.9 for the H2H Racing, and despite his regular rule breaking, Rick Broikers has done a 2:22.4. So he is he's going there, but he's going to have to make a lot up for some of the little bit of what should we say, peccadillos he's had with the way the rules are run. But Hartog absolutely flying and pulling away despite those fast laps from the people following him.
That penalty is going to drop Rick outside the top 10 down to 11th, I would think.
Yeah, these penalties are very, very expensive coming out the back of
the back
of a safety car, because everyone's chunked up, so you'll drop a great number of positions. It's the same amount of time, but of course traffic-wise you're going to be behind a lot of the cars who you were ahead of. We have debris on track at turn 3, which is through Radion, so that could be slightly iffy, but hopefully that is stuff that's been pulled onto the track rather than the result of it coming together. Just to give you a run, we haven't mentioned the running. Actually, Joe did mention Henry Kwong's picked up the lead of AM. Second place, it's Julian Hanses in the QMF by HRT machine. That's running 31. That's the Qatari Motor and Motorcycle Federation entry. But they are quite a way behind Kwong. I don't think a whole lap, but I think they're quite a lot of cars behind Kwong at the moment.
Did I miss anything?
You missed the second of our full course yellow and safety cars, which I've just managed in the past 7 minutes to stop calling code 60s.
Code 80s.
No. I was told by my surrogate boss, Mr. Bradley, I had to call them full course yellows.
Yeah. Code 80s. Full course yellows are code 80.
So the main thing you missed is Rick Broikers has and Felix Neuhofer, so it's both the Broikers car and the Neuhofer car, which has got the Herbert, the Renards, and have both got penalties for exceeding full course yellow.
Exceeding the seed limit.
Exceeded the seed limit, yes. There's too many seeds out there.
I did get a full lap at racing speed in the 9:18 though, which I thought was lovely. Hosey Closer having far too much fun. Oh, I've missed picking up the leader. I'm going round again. Race control. No transponder on that car. I was talking to Time, so they do have a GPS on it.
I know she drifted out what seemed to be way too early. And then it was controlled over several laps after drifting out, and then I've picked him up now. It's fine.
Yeah, very good. So I'm sorry I was a bit later than I expected coming back, but with that opportunity, whoosh.
Can't argue that, can you really?
We're away. I also decided, which was probably a bad idea, to look at some of the older Porsches out there.
Oh, I'm surprised you're back.
The 993 Turbo S, which came out in 1995. Now, it's just a little bit heavier than my 993, which is a tad.
Was that the first one that didn't kill you? Because the 80s ones killed you, didn't they?
No, only if you were a rock ape. My 993, which was generally thought of as being quite a quick car in 1994 to 97, had 270 horsepower in a 1380, I think, curb weight car. 1,300 kilo car, maybe just a little bit less than 1,400 kilo cars. The turbo was barely any heavier, and in 1995 had over 400 horsepower. And I'm like, wow. And the 50th anniversary turbo had 600 horsepower. That's the one with the tartan seats that you quite like.
But it's also significantly heavier and
But the
nailed
thing
to
is,
the ground with electronics.
But they're not that much heavier. That's the interesting thing. My 992 GTS with 480 horsepower, albeit driving the rear wheels only, manual gearbox, is 1485 kilos. James Hunt's McLaren in 1976 had 500 horsepower. Yeah, but it only weighed about 600 kilograms.
575, I think, was the limit then. 550.
Yeah, it's extraordinary how Porsche, the two-door Porsches, have they got bigger? Yes. Have they got heavier? Yes, but not by as much as you think. Not BMW M style, where the new M5 Touring is 2.5 tons.
Yeah, it's put on 900 kilograms from the previous version, but they've managed to put on like 250 horsepower. It's got the same power to weight. I mean, the extra horsepower comes with hybridisation. We have a new record, I think, which is the 15th offence now at turn 3.
How many?
15.
I thought you said
car
50.
88 for Edwin Minnesoni. We've got the biggest penalty so far. I'm enjoying being the penalty king. Andreas Hoffler from Effler Motorhome has got overtaking another car during safety car procedure. 30-second stop and go. It's the big one. They pulled out the big guns for the big penalties of overtaking under a safety car.
Well,
so that's the 911. Actually, currently scored in 5th in AM, and not that far away in many ways from 3rd in AM. But that's going to drop them right down because that's going to be a 1 minute and 5 second penalty effectively. 6 hours 10 minutes to go. 2 or 3 cars went into the zone of the potential ability not to have to make that final stop because of the precise timing of the yellow, full course yellow, thank you, situation. But be interesting to see how that works out. They will still need another full course yellow procedure to get to the end, and they need to be at the right point. Fastest lap of that car for Matthew to try again with the H2H Racing, 2:22.8. He's actually managed to gain 0.3 of a second on Loic Hartog, who's been absolutely flying away, almost like an unfair side sort of flying away. And from being 9 seconds ahead when the safety car pulled in, I'm still waiting for this to tick through about how far ahead he is. I can see he's already gone all the way through 2, 3 and 4. He's now 20 seconds. He's pulled 11 seconds on second place Dylan Dierdo, who, fair enough, is not in the same category. That's the Pro-Am from Belgian Racing. But Hartog really made the most of him, and he put together a super... Did you see the restart?
Yeah, very good
brilliant restart he did there. He let the safety car get away, and then he just built the speed up, and he had 3-4
Saw it in the rear view
seconds.
mirror from the...
He had 3-4 seconds by the time they got to they exited
So,
the source.
effectively, are you our Frank Lampard then? You are the all-time penalty king.
I am now, yes.
Frank Lampard scored, I think, 60 out of 70 penalties that he took in his career. I think that is the best strike rate. If you know better, at RSL.
Well, he must have taken more than 70 penalties, surely.
In pro football.
Harry Kane's taken about 30 for England.
Yeah, well, 60 out of 70.
Why I don't count Harry Kane's scoring record? Penalties shouldn't count. Goals from open plays is the count, it should be. So I think then it means Lineker, I think it is, because anyway, there's football, doesn't matter. Right.
Well, there's no football this weekend, is there?
Yes, we're kicking off at 3 UK time. Mick Palmer being very negative towards my team there, I see on the Twitter.
I've told him he's got to leave that.
Yes.
When was that playoff game?
87. Roker Park.
I think I was there.
I was there. We were all in the same. We didn't know each other in the same.
You weren't on the job in 87, were you?
4-3. No. Tony Cascarino did it for us. Followed by heartache 2 weeks later when we lost the replay at Sellers Park to Swindon. Didn't go up. But yeah, that was the only year that they had people from the other league, the third loser involved in the.
Oh yeah, bottom versus top.
Yeah, after they scrapped it, it was just
I liked that. I thought that was fair.
I think I couldn't agree with you more. I think because you're always going to have an advantage as a team that's been used to winning all season against teams been used to losing all season.
Yeah.
But
our team's more used to losing all season.
Not this year.
No, I know. That's worrying, isn't it? Still, we could still be in a relegation battle by Easter, couldn't we, Joe? Still could be in a relegation battle before the turn of the year. Yeah, absolutely. Christmas. Christmas break. The eternal pessimism of soccer fans. Brilliant. 6 hours, 6 minutes and 51 seconds to go. Hello on our WEC Discord that you are listening in. They definitely think we could get away with taking the safety car for a drive. I've got the right shirt on. I could just work up to
honestly, just go
Jose
for it,
closer and say, Jose, sorry, we're going to have to swap you into that one over there.
I'm just telling you right now, because this is going to be a bit of a shock for you, and you're going to have to sit down. I really like that car.
What's the Spider?
Like? No, it's
a
Porsche.
V8.
It's a Porsche.
It's a Porsche V8.
You know I have issues with Porsches, apart from Cayennes.
But it's a Porsche V8. That's all I'm going to say.
And so
you could never have a...
The 911 is serving this 30-second stop go for overtaking...
Number 911.
Yes. Do you think it's the first number they all try and get? They all queue up for who wanted the 911
See,
number.
I'd want 992. That would go quickly. It's the
it's
Alpha
got
Motorsport.
Oh no, Campbell Dunn's got 992.
Yeah.
The PTE operator Manti racing car.
Manti got that.
Yeah.
So there's the stop and hold. Wearing the doors from the car that they qualified. Possibly the rear wing as well, but the rest of it is a brand new car.
Which racing driver has to have a certain door in his car regardless?
Tracy Crone.
This is too easy, sorry.
Extra,
too easy. Extra bracing.
Extra bracing on the car. His insurance company demands it.
I think that's
found that out at Le Mans one year when, if you remember, they had the door open and they dropped the car on the jacks and the door fell off and broke one of the hinge mounting points on the door. They're meant to be quick release. And Reese, I think, offered them one of their doors and they couldn't use it. They had to fix the one that was for TK's car.
Yeah, we've had a situation in the past at Le Mans where you've got an all-yellow car with one red Ferrari door.
Yeah.
Because it's borrowed, but they say they are very light and very easy off. But it's, absolutely. Tracy Crone, is he multi-millionaire or actually a billionaire?
Comfortable.
I think Francois Perraudot's richer, isn't he?
I think he's comfortable.
Yeah, I think Perraudot is the richer of the multi-millionaires within motor racing, of which there are many.
Perraudot owns more
racing cars
than
Audi and Peugeot put together.
Yeah.
So the number 8 car, we can look at that. It's Paul Meyer, who's obviously trying to recover from what can only be described as a massive setback during the first session. He did get into the lead, and they obviously had some problems. He kind of braked a couple of times, didn't stop. He was doing good lap, awful lap, good lap, awful lap, and we were going, oh, what is it? It appears to be the car. So they stopped for 5 minutes to sort that out, and they've been trying to catch that lap back ever since. He's now in 8th, and possibly might get past Rick Broikers when Rick has to serve his next drive-through, which they still haven't actually served that exceeding speed limit during full course yellow. So that sounds like perhaps that one's being argued by Paul and the team. But because that was issued 16 minutes ago.
Right, I've given this a bit of time, and I hope Gavin Wright is tuned in now.
Go for it.
He says, I'm an ex-F1 fan.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Former F1, and just loving my first season watching the WEC, IMSA, ELMS and GT racing. Absolutely loving it. I'd love a mention during the race. It would make my day. Gavin Wright at Gavin3D. Hopefully your day is made. And thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, it's lovely, Gavin, but you haven't got to be an ex-F1 fan. You can still enjoy F1 and
look, motorsport is motorsport as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. Some of it is more. Yeah,
I'd put myself out for some of it rather than others.
Yes.
But generally speaking, when I come back after a work weekend,
you're even broader than me because you do rallying.
It's Rally Greece this weekend. The old Acropolis Rally. Fantastic event, that. Car breaker though. Hey, how about that news about Hyundai though?
Yes.
So this is interesting.
Are they coming?
Well,
to GT3?
We're at a sports car race, so we can talk about this before something kicks off. So last weekend at the WEC at IMSA at WEC COTA, another 4-letter acronym. The big talking point, other than we don't want mandated 3-driver lineups for the 6-hour race, was how we were going to get into the manufacturer. I've been told from a couple of different sources that it was Hyundai Kia Genesis, by people who had been approached by the manufacturer or by the team who said they'd be running it for potential sponsorship. And I'd been asked about a couple of things about that. However, last weekend, it started to become clear from people in the know that perhaps it's not going to a team. And I'd sort of put that, well, if it's not going to go to a team, who's going to run it? So then, talking to the rallying guys, and Peter Mackay is our rallying expert, along with young Mr. Constant Duras, Ben, as something rumbles down the pit lane.
78, Jackson Verhoeven.
Thank you. That's Hyundai, which is HMSG, Hyundai Motorsport GmbH, or Motorsport Group, I suppose, based in Europe, are actively looking for private teams to run their rally program next year, and sort of outsource it to kind of a Pro Drive, Malcolm Wilson M Sport kind of way. The reason given for that is they want to run their WEC sports car program themselves. So, yes.
Is this prototype or is this
prototype?
GT3? Not GT3.
No, this is prototype. They are talking about top class GTP and or the ACO hypercar.
No, they're very
not sure yet whether it'll be bespoke or whether it will be one of the LMDH spines, but I would think the former. And I've been watching this for quite... So the 25th anniversary next year of me writing a proposal to Hyundai, Kia as it was then.
Hyundai has changed its profile so
massively.
much. Hyundai 25 years ago was...
Well, I think it'll be Genesis that is the brand, even if it's Hyundai Motorsport comes in, competing against similar brands like Cadillac, etc., etc. And particularly as they've launched a super duper car program called Magma. They're Magma models, which are their very high-end models. We are coming down to... Oh, hang on.
Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer.
Just for Curry back in London. That's the half distance mark. 3 down, 3 hours to go. The Michelin 992 Endurance Cup powered by Porsche.
6 down, 6 to go.
Sim. 6 down, 6 to go in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup powered by Porsche. We can edit that. It'll sound great by the time the archive goes up. That was because I've been talking about 6 hours straight. Luke Harcourt leads the Calimos Racing driver, who also leads Porsche Carrera Cup North America, finishing off their season at Formula One at COTA in a few weeks' time. Belgium Racing, the number 99 car, is in second, and that is the best of the Pro cars. It's an AM car, Pro-Am car that leads. Dylan Derdale, who is leading. Mathieu Detré for H2H Racing in third for H2H. Neuhofer in fourth. Tierra Outdoor by HWN is in the next position. Red, that's fifth. Sixth, Red Camel. Jordan, Max Kreuzer Racing. And as it stands at the moment, by the way, I think it's only the first 4 that are on the lead lap of the race, possibly 5. I'll check that for you in a minute. Belgium Racing second car in 8th, Müllner in 9th with the best of their cars. Glenn McGee, another one of the North American contingent over for this. Neuhofer Rennsport in 10th is the leading AM car. Henry Kwong, along with his brother, doing a cracking job up there leading the AM car. QMMAF by HRT. Julian Hans is behind the wheel. They'll be delighted with more than halfway up the field and second in class. Max Kreuzers, Benjamin Löchter in 12th position in the 10 car. The number 4 of Müllner Motorsport, Fabio Grosser from 13th position. Seb Lajoux Racing in 14th with the AAA 233 lap time performance. Charlie Hayes back behind the wheel of the 15th position car. JW Race Service, Lincoln behind the wheel of the 16th place 935. PTE Mantai Campbell Nunn in the 992, the silver car with the big Porsche decals on it in 17th. Elf Motorhome Andreas Höfler in the number 911, the silver and bright yellow car. Ansel Motors Pascal Gibbon for Gibbon, Pascal. 56 car in 19th, and in 20th it's Black Falcon, Gabriele Piana. Some of these cars are laps down. Adam Christodoulou, Toro Racing by HRT in 21st, Speed Lover in 22nd with a 78. Then some big gaps starting to come up. Fidel Leib from K Kramer, MRS GT. Alex Sedgwick back in behind the wheel of that. Then a big gap to Team GP. Peter Munich's back behind the wheel of that one, the number 12. Two MRS GT Racings had their problems, Eduardo Menozzi and Marzio Mauro. And Anthony McIntosh, Miller Motorsport in 20th. Just had a quick chat with Jared Thomas. Anthony's having a ball. They haven't had a great race, but they're still trying to get that car to the finish of the race. And that is how they stand as we move into the second 6 hours. Into the second half of the race, then, as we've mentioned a couple of times, Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh in the booth. It's Di Binks in the pit lane for about another 10 minutes or so. And we've had some more penalties. Here's Frank Lampard.
Thank you.
Penalty
I'll
king.
hit the post. We've had penalty. You know, I mentioned that the speeding under full course yellow penalty for the Red Camels Jordan was overdue and hadn't been served, and wondered whether they were arguing it. It's been cancelled. Now,
oh, has it?
Now I'm having to wait because the 88 track limit infringement offence for car 88 was also cancelled, but that was replaced by serving your penalty too late for them. So they've now got a 10-second stop and go for that one. So that one's been upgraded, but it does appear that the Red Camels speeding during FCY has been removed. We do have another drive-through. There's two other drive-throughs. We'll worry about them when we come to it, but that's the key one. It may well be that Red Camel have managed to argue the case, probably with telemetry. They did not speed during that particular situation, the full course yellow. Loic Harteg now over half a minute in the lead, but second and third right together. Dylan did Matthew to try.
As far as the pit stop cycle is concerned, ran about 29 to 32 laps, or an hour and 5 to about an hour and 15 minutes on a full tank of racing fuel. Sergeant Norton, who leads the race for Belgium Racing in the number 99, is on his 20th lap at the moment. Robert Renard in second is on his 17th. Tobias Müller on his 13th. Job Rapang on his 14th. Nico Otto for Max Kreuzer Racing is on his 17th. Ivo Breukers on his 13th.
That's Rick.
Is it Rick now? Mm-hmm. Oh, Ivo's just got out, has he?
They got out a while ago.
He's did 12 laps. I had Luke for 15 and 18, Ivo's for 12, and Ivo again. Am I not scrolled all the way
you're
along?
not scrolled enough. We're on 140 now.
Oh, standby call.
Standby call up there.
See, I go away and leave Bradley in charge. And
Deardale do a bit of lappery there. Getting up the inside of Lazorce with the orange and the black car. Now, the thing he's got to worry about is the red, not the blue car directly behind him, lap down, but that red and black car in the background as they come down the hill towards Lazorce. That is Matthew Detroit and the H2H Racing Detroit. Really, really quick laps he's been putting in this car. They are, as a pair, falling off the back of Loic Hartog in the Black Falcon car, and of course this isn't a battle within the same class. But it's pretty obvious, whilst we have these class distinctions, I think the pros and the pro-am have just decided it's all about who wins overall. And they're not particularly bothered about the fact, I'll let him go because he's in a different class than me. They wanted to get themselves as high up on the overall podium as possible. And as they sweep now round and down towards Bruxelles, it's a convenience having that car in between. The 16th place car in between, that's Lincoln, the WWE Race Service 935 car, I think, if that's correct on the...
Lincoln, you actually said that. For that,
and we got another penalty for 935, so it's just racking up. Still the champion of the pit visits is, with 12 visits, it's Toro Racing by HRT Performance. They have really cornered the market in coming down the pit lane.
So that long, let me go back to where I was, that long yellow then has got us some very long stint lengths.
Yeah. That was that was a longer yellow, wasn't it, the first one, I think? Yes, it was. So we're now up to almost exactly 46 minutes in total, and from memory, the first one was 21. So that was 25. I think that was a combination. I think it was a little bit because of the fact that when they were trying to pick up the leader, he went in the pits.
Oh.
And that confused everyone.
That's why the 918 had to go around again.
Possibly that might have been. There may be other reasons, John, but let's say that's the reason we'll use.
Okay. Mickey Heth. Hello, Mickey. Another Mackem. Matt Letizier scored 47 out of 48.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's Matt Letizier. Yes.
Awesome.
Interesting man. Great player.
Great player, yeah. Channel Islander, of course.
And completely overlooked by the England setup for some reason. Some of the decisions made by the England setup in the 80s and 90s are unfathomable.
Great. He was a Channel Islander's Graham Lasaw, was it?
Yep. If it's to something, there's a good chance you're a Channel Islander. I couldn't tell you which one, whether it was Jersey, Guernsey or Sark, but...
That was very brave going up the hill there between the two cars that seem to have been battling quite a lot, actually. It's the Team Lap Time Performance and JW Race Service car. They are actually battling for position, believe it or not. The 233 and the 935 also in there. Dylan Derdeale, the Belgium Racing second place car, with Luke Hartog leading now by 35 seconds.
Troy's pace has dropped off a little bit the last couple of days. I know he's following someone, but he was churning out 222s and 223s with fun. He's now at 225, and he has double stinted the tyres, John.
Yeah.
And we're at 2 hours and 3 minutes. I know a lot of it was under yellow, but it is warmer. This is the warmest part of the day. It's been significantly warmer for the last 2 hours than it was earlier in the day. I'm just wondering if that is where the performance blanket begins to ease off on these Michelins.
I wonder what difference it makes, if any, about having a length of time where basically what you're doing is you're cooling them down and then put another heat cycle through them. So, does it mean you have to re-warm them up, or do you have to go? Nobody's going to hang about at this off the restart from a full course yellow or the intervention of the 918. So they're going to get absolutely hammered.
Yeah.
Absolutely hammered.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, actually, because it would vary, again, tyre to tyre, construction to construction, but on the whole, a tyre that's reasonably old, it's got slower warm-up, and if you start putting an energy early into the heat cycle, it doesn't tend to like it. But like I say, it is seeming to be a big problem to try to get past this blue car that's a lap down, the 16th machine of JW Race Serve. Now, it may be that he's relatively happy at this point. He's actually saving some fuel. He's towing up, and that's the tactic. But it does seem odd, given that his target acquired is just 2 cars ahead, and that will put him second overall. The orange and black of Dylan Deerdale in the Belgian racing. He's been in the car for an hour and 14. You need to see how far they can do this stint, because this stint contains about 2/3 of the best of the last Code 60, full course yellow, Code 80, full safety car. So the first 5 or 6 minutes they actually did in the previous tank of fuel, and then the rest of it they've done this tank of fuel, because they all came in sort of like a lap or under the yellow.
The good thing about this is, if I was asked to put some money down right now, I would have no idea.
I know this
I'm not even going to count out Red Camel Jordan.nl, who were a lap off the lead in 6th position.
No, and there's a kind of an unspoken element, which we don't know how close everyone is to another penalty, do we? And it seems that they're coming so regularly.
That's a very good point.
You could just get one any second now. The most recent one has gone to car number 90, but that's Alexander Sedgwick, who's way back, and one of the very unlucky MRS GT Racing. All 3 of their cars were a nightmare. But they are all, I think...
Are they the opposite of boring white Porsches? They are unlucky silver Porsches.
They're broken Porsches, yes, all 3 of them. But they are, in fairness, now all running, so people are getting laps. But they are in 24th, 26th and 27th of 28 cars. And they have all suffered mechanical and damage issues.
Is the Milner Motorsport car back in the pits again?
No, just come out.
Oh, okay. No, it's back in. It's back in. The 21 car.
Out on the 80. No,
that says pit.
Oh, Morland. Sorry, I'm in MS. Yes, Morland. Yeah, Anthony McIntosh is in the pits. He is.
Yeah.
With the 21.
As I said, I spoke to Jared Thomas whilst I was grabbing something to eat, and he's not been over here to Europe before. He's had an absolute blast. He's getting ready for the end of the season for MX5 Cup, also powered by Michelin. Petit Le Mans weekend.
That's crazy. MX5 at Petit is crazy.
It's a great way to end the season. Still 5 drivers who could take that championship. And if you remember,
it'll be a procession where the leader's 2/10 ahead.
Well, if you remember last year, we didn't know who'd won the championship until after all there was a penalty assessed at the end. It changed, not on one of the championship leading cars, but it moved it down the standings, and one position decided the championship.
Now, was that Dylan Deerdale going past Charlie Hayes of team lap time at that point? Just trying to see. Yes, so he's got 2 cars between himself, 3 cars now between himself and Mathieu Dutrey.
That's a great battle that's going on there through the traffic. I know that this is a single category in terms of the cars. All the cars' performance potential is the same, but where the luck has fallen and the speed of the drivers has seen plenty of lappery and cars that are having to be passed. And perfect example going down to the first corner now at La Source. Campbell Nunn is in the PTE Manthey 992, the silver car with the Porsche decals on the side. He's in 17th, and behind him is Henry Kwong in 10th place. Just go with me on this. In the Neuhofer Motorsport number 85 car. And the problem being, of course, that because these cars are so similar, it is actually quite hard. If you've got someone who can pedal, or at least can put the car in the part of the road that you can't get past, then it makes life really difficult. And that I like that about this. The QMMF are in the purple Qatar flag coloured car, heading down to Eau Rouge, now climbing through to Radillon using all the curb, which you are allowed to do. And number 31 car still second in the AM category, and barely half a minute, just over half a minute behind Henry Kwong.
Yeah, they've sneaked
so
up.
That's Julian Hanses is actually the next car back in class and on the road from Henry Kwong.
Yeah, that car sneaked into the front of the class. We've not really talked about it very much. An hour and 3 minutes in the car for Julian Hanses. Obviously, he's got a selection of Middle Eastern drivers. Let's see what's going down in the pits.
just getting ready to have a chat with one of the other partners of this event, actually, the Michelin tyres. Charles Mamatz is joining me now. We're just sort of moving around our area down here just so that we can get him in a better view. We were right in the sunshine, John, so we've had to just move in so that he could basically see. And we'll get this interview up and running in just a few seconds, so just bear with me. We're just adjusting our set, shall we say. But we're ready to go now. So Charles Mamet from Michelin, a great event, this 992 Endurance Cup. How happy are you to be partnering with this?
Super happy, super happy. Porsche is one of our dearest partners, so it's very important that we support Creventic, especially in a one-make series like this one. It was super important for us to be here, equip the 992s with our specific N3 N3R tire, and we hope everybody's having fun out there. Yeah.
What work did you have to do building up to this event to prepare for the tyres for this 12-hour race?
Well, we're quite familiar with the tire. We've had it for a few years. It's worked incredibly well, especially at Spa and other tracks as well. Now, this is a more endurance type of race. But the philosophy is Michelin is always having tires that last a long time and that perform well over time as well, so that we don't have any loss of performance, or at least very little loss of performance over time. So it's working really well. I mean, some people are single stinting, some people are double stinting, and it looks like it's going really well. We have very little issues, and I mean, I haven't seen one, but I'm guessing everything is going really, really well. And the weather is nice. The weather is great, so...
Did you take that into consideration when you decided to bring the tyres to this event as to what you might need?
I didn't hear the question, sorry. It was very loud. But the 992 has been, I mean, the N3 and N3R tires that we have today is specifically developed on this car. So it really made total sense to use this tire here. There could have been other options, but this one is really, I mean, the tire is made for the car and the car is here. So it was a logical choice, for sure.
And how important was it for your relationship with Creventic to be involved in this?
Oh, it was super important. Yeah, we started working together about 3 years ago in the Prototype Cup Germany, where we equipped the LMP3 cars. Now we're working here together for a 12-hour race with Porsche cars, and soon we'll be working together in the 24-hour series as well. So, I mean, Creventic, the values that Creventic are important to them are really important to us as well. So we find a lot of synergies between us, and I'm really excited to work with them even more in the future.
How important is it from you to give a driver, a tyre that they're confident with?
How important is it? It's super important, really. I mean, the development of our tire, really, we want to make sure that the tire is really, really performing well for the guys that really want to push to the limit. But we also want a tire that can be used to every gentleman driver out there as well. So it needs to be a tire that can be worked for a pro driver, but also for an amateur driver. That's the most important part for us. So we really want to find a balance between pure performance and also usability. And so everybody on the grid feels like he has a tire that fits him specifically. That's what we're trying to do.
How many tyres have you had to bring here logistics-wise?
Oh, it's a lot of tires. We work together with our distributor here, Kronos. I think we brought about 2,000 tires here, so it's been a huge, I would say, logistical hassle. It's not really hassle, we're used to it, but for sure it's a mix of rain and dry. Today it's dry, yesterday it was raining, and in Spa you never know. So.
You don't, do you? So I guess, yes, as you say, you have to be very well prepared. Are you satisfied with what you're seeing so far?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Are you satisfied with what you're seeing so far?
Absolutely, yeah. The sun is out. People are enjoying themselves. We have very little interruptions, I feel like. I'm running around, so I can't really follow the race too much, unfortunately. I wish I could follow it more. But it looks like everything is going well, and the tires are performing well, and my colleagues that are here helping the teams, they report no issues. So we're really, really happy to be here, and it's going well.
How important is it to collect as much data and information, certainly during a 12-hour event like this one?
It's super important, yeah. Even though we have years of experience with the tire, especially seeing how far you can get this tire to work is something super valuable to us. Because, of course, the goal for Michelin is we want to have a durable tire, which means the longer you can drive with it, the better, because you don't need to replace the tire as much. So that's an aspect that's very important to Michelin. So looking here at the double stints is super valuable to us, and seeing how we can make the tire evolve in the future. And secondly, it's really also a very big mixture of different drivers from different countries, so different driving styles, so we can really see a little bit of everything. Yeah.
So incredibly valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very valuable. Very valuable. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Charles, for chatting to us today. Great to talk to you.
Thank you to you. Bye bye.
So chat there. Everyone's been enjoying their Michelin tyres, and you know, sometimes you have to double stint them, and certainly that's working reasonably well. Matches to try. H2H Racing is doubling. He's done a 24 last time round on a 224. It is 0.9. 2 hours 15 he's been running on that set of boots. That's not as far as Paul Meyer, who's done 2 hours 23 on his set of tyres. Some of that, of course, including full course yellow. Loic Hartog is just easing away, much as we saw at the beginning of the race. Chris Mees doing it as well. He's now out by 43 seconds from Dylan Derdal, the Belgian racing car, to try just not really be able, having really got up to the backside of Dylan really quickly, has then just drifted back off and not being able to push much further. He's 3 back. Felix Neuhoff and Neuhoff Rennsport there, he's a further 21 seconds behind, and in 3rd place overall in Pro. And then it's Ralph Popolars who's back another 46 seconds in Tierra Outdoor Racing, and those are your people on the lead lap. Rick Breukers unfortunately was caught by the safety car the wrong side, and the number 9 car not on the lead lap, and they are in 6th, in 4th in Pro, 5th in Pro. Paul Meyer, the Max Cruz Racing, they're a little bit behind, about 13 seconds behind Breukers. So there may well be a battle breaking out for the lower reach of the top 5 of the pros, but really what Rick, Paul Meyer, and perhaps to a lesser extent Benjamin Leichner in the Max Cruz race number 10 and Fabio Gross the number 4 need to think about is how they can find some way of getting that lap back and where they need to be if and when a full course yellow comes out. Just to remind you that in the lead of the AM class, it's Henry Kwong from Neuhofer Rennsport, and he's got 20 seconds of a lead over Gian Hanses from QMF by HRT, and they're both pretty similar within the run of their stints. An hour and 2 in the car for Henry Kwong, and an hour and 10 in the car for Gian Hanses. So it's all we're at the point now with 5.5 hours to go, and the thing to remember is it's 5 hours 20. If you're like me, back calculated from the end, 5 hours 20 is the minimum in which you should come in for if you want to try and lose that final stop. So 5 hours 20. Even then, you'd need a bit of help from some full course yellow. So my feeling is that really they can extend it by 10 minutes more, but it's going to be hard. It's a stint of 1:02 for Loic Hartog, and they were the last ones to go in. Some of that obviously under full course. They can probably do an hour and 25 before they come in. It's going to be really touch and go if they can save 2.5 minutes at the end. But that's the joy of endurance races, the joy of a 12-hour race. It's so complicated to kind of work out where people are if this happens or if that doesn't happen. It's not just about going fast around a lap, it's just how you can position your car strategically within the race. And it's even more complicated here because they're all the same car with all the same fuel tank and all the same fuel capacity.
Yeah.
And they're racing everybody. There's
Across the line for the leader, down towards La Source. And Loic Hartog, who is leading his championship in Porsche Carrera Cup North America for Kelly Moss Racing. I know that Victoria Thomas and Andy Kilcoyne of Kelly Moss are in Europe at the moment. I saw that there were lucky so-and-sos posting pictures from Roma.
Ah.
Ciao.
Ciao, Bella.
And I hope they are here because their driver is doing a cracking job at the front of the field. Kelly Moss, one of the preeminent, if not the preeminent, teams in Porsche Carrera Cup North America for a number of years now in terms of championship wins for both the team and drivers. Coming under Victoria and Andy's auspices quite a few years ago now. It was a successful team in the past, and they have just extended and expanded the team, including running in other championships aside from Porsche Carrera Cup North America, up to and including the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the top class of IMSA. And Hartog lapping pretty metronomically in the high 223s at the moment, when most everybody else apart from Julian Hanses, who's in the low 23s, most everybody else is in the low to middle 24s at the moment. Beautiful wispy clouds, cirrus, the horse's tail clouds in the sky off to our left hand side, which is down towards the eastern side of the circuit, and weather that has just been phenomenal this weekend.
Quite toasty now as well. The track, we are at 10 past 4 local time, and this part of the country gets its warmest between about 3, 4 and 5 o'clock when actually the temperature peaks out.
Certainly the track temperature will, yeah.
But of course we are running all the way till 9:45 and having, I would say, what, about an hour and a half of darkness, you think, John? Or perhaps an hour and a quarter of darkness?
Probably an hour and a half, 90 minutes.
Right,
bit of gloaming before that.
Yeah, right at the end, and the temperature will drop significantly. If you're going around on old tyres, you might not be so keen about that.
Now, yes, and I'm going to start with number 90, which is kind of having a bit of a prolonged test session because the MRS GT entry is well out of contention. Alex Sedgwick is still pushing hard in the car, though. Hey, Alex, I know you guys are out of contention. The pressure is off, but there's no reason to stop pushing, is there?
No, like we're here to drive fast, right? So yeah, unfortunately we're out of contention with a few issues with the car. That caused a few balance changes as well. They made a repair just before I got in the car, and it was sort of evolving a bit throughout, or at least that's my excuse from the book of excuses. So just trying to keep up with that, and losing a lot of front end. But obviously the car's still decently fast. It's just a lot harder to drive than it should be. So all right, we'll see how Madeline goes now, and the goal is to try and finish.
Yeah, I mean, you're learning all the time. I would think, driving the car, as you say, with evolving handling and learning about the Michelin tyre.
Yeah, for sure. And I've raced on the Michelins in Carrera Cup, but obviously it's a sprint race. So, learning how the balance changes over a longer run, what we can do with ABS and brake bias, to keep up with it. But it definitely makes things interesting.
Now, I remember your name. I remember you in British cadet karting. That was a long time ago. What years were you doing cadets?
I think I won the championship in cadets in 2011. Was my last.
We feel so old, Alex.
I was 12 then.
Yeah, and you also won the Ginetta Junior Scholarship, didn't you?
Yes, 2014. So that was my first year of car racing. And now where I am in the US with PT Autosport, we're doing a similar program that's actually inspired by what I went through and how I got into car racing with Ginetta, because I wouldn't have been able to be here otherwise. And we're trying to find other talents that are in a similar position, maybe held back by budget or whatever scenario they find themselves in, and we can try and give their career a help.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned about sprint racing and you guys being more familiar with that format. How are you enjoying this completely new event? I mean, the 992 class is a class of racing that we have already had in endurance racing, and we love it, but it's a class within a class. But here you are, just all 992 cars. For us, looking in, it's fantastic. What's it like from your perspective?
It's awesome. The talent level is super high. It's really good for me, obviously, racing in Carrera Cup North America this year, that it's more time in the car, more time against, annoyingly, my championship contenders as well. But these cars are great. They work amazingly as an endurance car out the box. So it's a testament to Porsche that they've built such a versatile car, and it's really cool that Creventic is putting this event on. Hopefully it's something that can keep growing. Seen in the States as well with the Porsche Endurance Challenge there, that there's a lot of appetite for endurance racing in a cup car. So yeah, definitely like to do more.
The other thing, Alex, the American series allows ABS. You've got an advantage over the European Carrera Cup competitors. Is that a big thing, do you think, today?
It's helpful in a way, more so in having the knowledge of how I can use the ABS to adjust the balance over a run as the tyres wear away. Here, it's because there's so many areas where you're loaded up and you're braking. The ABS isn't necessarily a huge help because it's always trying to grab a wheel somewhere, so you're trying your best to drive without engaging it, but it definitely is a helping hand, especially when you get later on and it's easy to make mistakes.
We've seen some great racing, especially the restarts after safety cars. Completely different mindset, I would think, from a sprint race. However, have you found yourself, did you restart behind the safety car first thing? So, did you find yourself thinking, oh, this is a cup race, it's only 15 laps?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a different mindset. You know, you race for 3 or 4 laps and then you're like, yeah, I've got to kind of chill out now. So it helps. I think that's where the sprint racing side of things really helps, where you can kind of make positions or, you know, at least track position for us in front of some cars and get some clear air. But yeah, you have to have the voice in the back of your mind that you need to care for the tyres. You need to get the car home after 12 hours.
A lot taller Alex Sedgwick than the last time I remember him. Thank you, Alex. Great stuff.
From the centre of England, got a problem at Le Combe for the number 56 Ansel Motors Pascal Gibbon, and also the Madeline Stewart MR. Is that Madeline Stewart?
I don't think so.
No, it's not. So it must be Koen Minich, is it?
No, it's saying it's Madeline Stewart. No, it's saying you're right. It doesn't look like it, but perhaps it is. I didn't.
No, it is. It is.
Yellow.
Yeah,
it's
no.
90, the yellow
yeah,
flash,
with the black front.
That's just come out, hasn't it? After some fiddling with. That's why we were talking.
That was
to
on
Alex,
the outlap for Madeline.
Yeah.
That was the car of which the Alex we were just talking to there, Alex Sedgwick, is part of.
So she's off the road.
That's a separate incident.
Yeah.
I think.
And she's off the road at Stavelot, isn't she? It's just at turn 15, that's Stavelot.
Yes, correct. So 2 incidents on the track. Green flag now up at Le Combe. So that number 50, what did I place up there? That was Pascal Gibbon, wasn't it? So the Ansel Motor Porsche Lorient Racing 911.
Got the hazard flashes on. Warning all the people in the motorway that the hazard flashes on. That car's parked on the side. We did have the
those go on automatically if you have an incident. If you spin or it detects too much G.
Our second place man has gone in for a full service. That's Dylan Dearday on the Belgian racing car, and I think he's continued the pattern they've had, which is going in for a double on the same tyre. So Dylan, the first person to come in with about 5 hours 26 or 27 minutes to go.
So was that the number 99 car?
That was the 99, that's right, yeah.
Dylan
So they're just the first on that rotation to come in. They didn't come in during the yellow flag situation because they'd only come in about 10 minutes beforehand. So they are. So
they've just done 60. Have they done 60 laps? No, they can't have. No. Okay.
I'm not sure how many laps they would have done because a lot of the laps would have been under
safety car.
Safety car, yeah.
Or full course yellow. Yeah. 15th position for the green and white, number 233, Charlie Hayes. They've been having a scrap around that mid-team position with team lap time. That's their car, and Lincoln and the rest of the team from JW Race Service in the number 935, which is another one of the silver cars. As the sun has now come round to drivers left on the start-finish line. Madeline Stewart still stranded, coming back onto the old circuit. We've steered with just a full course, with just a local yellow.
I wonder if she's still trying to control or delete that.
Full course yellow.
Oof, right, okay.
Now, so who does this benefit, Nick?
Well, it's coming up towards that 5 hour 20 minute mark. If they do the full course yellow and the safety car,
Black Folk has got to love this.
Effectively, you may as well come in because you will then get past that hour 20 Brett lap. One thing I think it's going to do is it's going to put a lot more cars into that window.
Yeah.
Because cars were dropping off the window, but then it puts them back into the window again.
There's not going to be a safety car this time because of the relatively short amount of time since the 918 was out. So this will take the amount of time that it takes. So we won't be having a safety car.
So the tracker is our friend now to see who's going to really benefit. So our leader is nowhere near. Our leader has just come through Bruxelles, so he's got the whole of the bottom of the track to go. And don't forget, he's doing it at 50 miles an hour. Looking at the others, Felix Neuhofer, oh, that's great. It's worked brilliantly for the third place team. Neuhofer are in the 86 car, so he's going to get a discount stop, half time effectively.
the leader, the number 48 car, is just coming down to Piff Paff now. They might not get the benefit here, and they could do with a stop.
They could use the stop if it happens. Neuhofer has taken the stop. That's going really well. Julian Hanses from the QMMF by HRT. This is going to be a big game for them over Henry Kwong in the battle for the AM Championship. Also in Charlie Hayes from Till Lap Time Performance. Down to Joe.
Yeah, the 86 taking advantage of this shorter, we think, full course course,
Neuhofer Red
and
Sport
having
car.
its brakes changed. We're talking, of course, about the Neuhofer Red Sport number 86. That was one of the first cars into the pit lane. So full service on rear brakes for sure, not so much on the left brakes. The front brakes. So that just beginning to get finished. Oh, they put the wrong tyre on the right rear. Now that tyre comes off the right rear and goes onto the left rear, and then you can hear in the background the guns just firing up, and the car will drop off the jack, and then everybody behind the line, and the fuel has come out. So fueling taking place now, so we know that this car's got 60 seconds more of this pit stop before it gets rolling.
That car, I think, had the front brakes earlier.
Yeah, it had a 5-minute stop last time round, so I think they are obviously in a little bit more brake trouble than some of the others. It's quite rare to need to do the rear brakes. I wonder where some of these teams have been a little bit caught out because they used to run the cars, well, for 20 minutes, but more importantly, used to run the cars without ABS.
It's 45 minutes in the States.
Yeah, I know. I'm being facetious with 20 minutes. Yeah.
30 minutes, but I think that is the longest Carrera Cup race. We are still under full course yellow. The leader, Luke Hartog, is coming into the final chicane now. Will he dive into the pit lane? I think he has to, and he does. Into the pit lane.
Will he get his full service under yellow is the question.
Any will help him though, won't it? Let's be quite clear on that. Still FCY showing on the panels. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane with the leader heading towards him.
Yeah. So the number 48 just goes by me. I'm stuck in Neuhofer. I'm going to dart out into the sunshine. And goes to work. Tyres being prepared and readied already on the apron for the number 48 to take on. The tyres come off. Just see if I can get a look at that. A little bit of pickup on that left rear as it came off. This car also, the Black Falcon number 48, also taking advantage of the yellow situation and replacing the pads, is it? Or brake discs and pads? Looks like only pads going on the rear of this one.
Yeah.
So they're not changing the discs, they're just changing the pads. There are no fresh discs out, just fresh brake pads. So brake pad change on the rear of the Black Falcon. And I'm not surprised, actually, because in comparison to the new pad that's going on, there's virtually no material left on those two pads that have come off, certainly the right rear. So that one just coming to, just squeezing that big set of levers to get the pistons back in the caliper, and that will allow the new pads, the thicker pads, room enough to be squeezed into the caliper. And both sides pretty much level, or has the left-hand side just taken it? I think the left-hand side has just taken the lead on this, or not. Yes, so this one's brake pads are being changed as well. So that's Black Falcon with fresh brake pads on the rear, and very soon that's the wheels going on. It'll be coming off the jacks and the fueling will take place. So, or is the fueling taking place? Yes, it is. Of course it is. Yep, the earth link goes on, and now the fueling takes place. But they were pretty late with the fueler, but then again, they've got about, 15, 20 seconds to play with?
Yeah. It looks like Madeline Stewart has lost a wheel on that car. It was her outlap, and there's a left-hand side tyre, which has seen very little work because it's only done 2/3 of a lap. And that car has lost a wheel. Now, we saw a left rear wheel departing earlier on, and I think it's a left rear again. Actually, no, I think it might be a left front because it's not quite wide enough for the rear. Luke Hartog, when he came into the pits, was leaving absolutely nothing out there. He flung the car into the left-hander. Pit lane speed limit doesn't start until that concrete corridor halfway down it. It's actually a bridge, effectively, isn't it, over the bottom part of the paddock. And he was absolutely on it. So this is a standard full course yellow procedure without safety car restart, or a short yellow. Team's been reminded of that, so we will wait for the countdown. We will get a note on the screen that it is under 1 minute, but the drivers don't get a countdown back to green on their driver display panel. Go ahead, Joe.
Luke Hartog, I'm pretty sure, stayed at the wheel of the 48.
Correct.
You'll be able to confirm
Yes, that is correct,
It's just
Joe.
tyres and fuel.
Tyres and fuel for Luke. Continues to lead. He came out where? Well, actually, I think everybody in the top
stopped.
Yeah, everybody stopped. So it is,
with the exception of Glenn McGee in 9th place with Michelin Motorsport. I think he's the only person who's not stopped, and he's
Well,
on 2 hours 41. So he's going to need to stop soon anyway.
who? But hang on, who just stopped before that happened? Out of the top, that was the
That
Belgian
was the,
racing
Dylan
car.
Deardale, yeah, Belgian racing car, and then Glenn McGee now has completed another lap. It looks like he's not going to stop.
So Dylan Deardale, he came out of the pits as the full course caution happened, so that has not benefited him at all.
Mathieu Dutrey and the H2H car now is also in the pits and just getting his minute of fuel. It looks like a lot of people have decided this stop around to do the rear brakes, which is a bit surprising, to be honest, that they are causing wear. But I suppose it's it's the way they set up. Normally, you think that certainly with the with the weight at the rear, do 911s use more rear brake?
I think why we are seeing the rear braking as we get under 1 minute to go, I think people are unfamiliar with the ABS, and the rear brakes probably work a little bit harder under ABS, and the other part of it is that I just wonder if people are running more rear brake bias with the ABS to get the car to rotate.
Yeah, it could well be. We're under green again now, and we'll have to again give it a couple of minutes for it to all sort itself out. Relatively standardised stops. Luke Royker's a little bit quicker. Obviously didn't get involved with the brakes on the Red Camel Jordans. Neither did Dylan Deardale, of course, when he did his stop. His stop was under green, effectively. So they will lose overall out of that, because people who stopped did it effectively for a sort of a half-price stop, really, with an average speed of 50 miles an hour. William Mundan has taken over the car from Mathieu Dutrey. He's scored second, but may not be, so we'll wait for this whole thing to run out. Alfred
Guillaume on the number 15 that's the second place guy in the pit, H2H.
Depends what happens when this lap unwinds.
Right,
Everyone needs to go across it.
He's just going through Malmedy now, so the nearest car, so he is 15, where's the 80? He's ahead of the 86 of Neuhofer and Alfred Renard. Renard just exiting Malmedy now, and the 15 of what was... Is it still Guillaume behind the wheel? Yes, it says it is.
It was Mathieu Dutrey and now.
Right, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, they're both at Pouon now.
Okay, so next up it's Hans Weiss in the Tierra Outdoor Race Metro. He's the leader now in Pro-Am. He's got past both of the Belgian racing cars, and he is going particularly well, actually, because that's a good gain, because those Belgian cars look fast from from moment one. Hans Weiss in the 33, not very far behind Alfred Renard. We'll get the actual gaps quite soon. The 48 car has completed the 154 laps, and once the others start coming over the line, trying to the 15 now is currently just about to go through Blanchimont. So it's a good lead still, though. It has to look, Hartog has got a good lead. But he's extended the lead, which is an interesting thing to do, given the fact that he seemed to have a slightly shorter pit stop than some of the others. So any second now, we're going to get our first indicative time as the 15 of Mondron H2H Racing comes across the line. There he goes now. And as it ticks through on the timing screen, He is 1 minute and 15 seconds off the lead. So Hartog now leading by 1 minute and 15. Renault in the 86 is a further 6 seconds back from Mondron. And have we moved the point now? We only have 4 cars on the lead lap, John. I think it may well be the case. I don't think, or has. Hang on. News, I think Luke Breukers may have got the lead lap back.
Right.
So it looks like the Breukers have got the lead lap back. I assume by not doing the brake stop, or not needing the brake stop, because to my mind the 9 is going to cross the line any second now, in 5th place, but on the lead lap. And that's a major movement. Yep, 2:03. They're on the lead lap, and that's a huge advantage they've managed to gain during the course of that full course yellow.
Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Good to have your company.
Tom Coronel just lost a place there, dropping down to 8th place in Match Cruise Racing. He's 5th overall in Pro. There's still a little bit of shuffling out of some of the later pits. And Glenn McGee has finally come into the pits. They decided to come into the pits way outside of the window of the full course yellow. It doesn't mean they're coming in with 5 hours, 11 minutes. So they're actually going to exit the pits probably that 5 hours, 10 minutes to go. So whether they are absolutely wedded to this fact they don't want to make that extra stop at the end, and they think the only way they can do it is by extending this one as much as possible and not relying on the luck of the yellows. But it's costing them a lot of time now to decide to come in 2 laps after we stopped.
And Matthias Joubert, a French Carrera Cup and Carrera Cup Asia driver, has just done the fastest lap of the AM race, a 2 minutes 22.176. And so the fastest laps of the race are as follows. Gabriele Piana's car, the Black Falcon number 5, which is a Pro-Am car, has the fastest lap of its class and the race with a 22.045. 22.173 for the Max Kreuzer Racing number 8 car is the best Pro lap, and the best AM lap, as I've just mentioned, 2:22.176. This is extremely quick. So when we say, Nick, that these cars, albeit in 3 different classes, have the same performance potential, and it is the driver that makes the difference, that's a perfect illustration of that. Under a tenth between the fastest laps of the 3 classes.
100%, and there's top drivers in every one of the cars and every one of the classes, yes. The difference is the 2nd, the 3rd and the 4th drivers in the team. That's where the difference is. That's how the whole thing shuffles itself out. There is the 8 car, the man or the team, it's Tom Coronel in the car now, because with Paul Meyer, that's the car that took the lead.
That is the 8th car in 8th position?
8th car in 8th position with Tom Coronel, yes.
Yep.
And he's following someone, and someone's following him.
And now he's stopped following them.
He's not following them.
Yeah, he's gone completely offline.
He's following them again.
Now he's ghosting them. Coming out, if you know Tom Coronel's social media, you will understand that. If you don't, just go and look at him.
Legendary.
It is totally legendary.
It's happened to all of us here.
Not me.
Oh, really? I've had it. Have you not had it?
No.
Oh,
I think so.
Well, I'm sure that one of the accounts must have done. So we down to Joe.
This is the car that you mentioned there, Nick, the number 18, the Mulner Motorsport entry, coming in what looked like out of sequence, really, for a brake service. And we were thinking, why haven't they changed the brakes under yellow? But it was a bigger problem for Glenn McGee than just brakes, because on the left rear, the locating pegs have basically come adrift. They've snapped off on that left rear. So we may have had... would that cause the wheel? It would slip under drive. The wheel would slip under drive. In fact, he may have even had a rear brake shaft break, because all part of the hub mechanism, the locating pegs are going to come off in one piece, which includes the drive shaft, which is basically a speedy way of changing the pegs on the hub. So I think what Glenn has probably experienced is the left rear wheel spinning up as if he's got a normal differential rather than a limited slip, because the wheel will have been spinning on its hub
without any locating pegs to keep it bound together. So this car is going to lose even more time than we suspected it would at first.
Battle on the track, and it's a new 11th position driver. Jerome Blake-Mullen deals with Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani in the QMMF by HRT. That's a Pro car overtaking an AM car, so not class problems for QMMF. They're still second in the AM category, but Jerome Blake-Mullen lapping some 2.5 seconds quicker last time around as he gets back up to speed in the Michelin Motorsport number 4, and that car still in 6th position, 7th position in Pro, but now at least in 11th, and can try and chase down another Pro car as Matthias Joubert does another fastest lap, and that is 3/1000ths of a second away from the fastest lap of the race. 2:22.048 against a 2:22.045 for the Pro-Am Black Falcon car. So the Pro-Am is faster than the Am, who are faster than the Pro in terms of the fastest laps of the race. This is peak performance time. Not quite happy hour yet, but clearly there's performance out there on the track, Nick.
Yeah, it's surprising. The track must have gripped up, because I'd have thought we would get the extra heat that we've had in the last couple of hours would slow the car down. There is going to be a peak performance area. The track stays clean, which is going to be, I was thinking, about 7:30, John, where it still is a bit of light, but the temperature's going to fall right off the track really, really quickly, and the air will get a little bit thicker, which the engines will appreciate.
You want a little. You want the greasiness to go off the track surface, and you want the air temperature to drop. But you still want a bit of track temp to get the tyres to be happy. But you want the air you want the air a little bit fatter, which is what the old drag racing guys used to call it. I mean, nowadays it is all measured electronically. Talk to the old drag racing guys in the States, it's great. The way they used to measure air pressure and how thick the air was, how fat the air was, you would have a bell jar, which was a known quantity that you would take all the way with you, and you would burn a candle in the bell jar and time how long it took the candle to go out for when it used all the oxygen. And of course, the longer it burned, the fatter the air was in terms of how much oxygen there was in the air, and that's how you set your carburetors for the drag racing engine.
Wow.
It's a bit more
scientific now. Well, that's very scientific.
It is very scientific.
A bit easier. Bit easier. With,
no slide rules involved nowadays, I think.
Yeah, absolutely not. Notice that the QMF by HRT team, which was right behind Neuhofer Rennsport in the battle for first overall in the AM class prior to the last short yellow situation, that's now fallen back by about a minute. And it's Bao Jinglong in the Neuhofer car against Ibrahim Al Abdulghani. So that's, I'm not sure, it might be, I think it is, well, it's hard to tell because Ibrahim's got not particularly good lap time last time round, but I think that was the lap in which Jeroen went past him. So maybe that Ibrahim's not quite at the ultimate pace of some of the other drivers, but you know, it's all about keeping the car pointing in the right direction, turning the laps at this point. We've only, you know, we still have 5 hours and 3 minutes to go, so we aren't just over halfway.
At the moment, I say this about a number of endurance races, and this one is no different. This is like the middle rounds in a heavyweight boxing contest. Effectively, there's a bit of sparring and a bit of jabbing going on here, and you're counting off the rounds right now. You're trying to get to rounds 10, 11 and 12 and see what you've got left there to mount an attack. You haven't been able to land a knockout blow at the moment, so you're saving a bit of energy. I don't think there's much fuel saving going on at the front, because we're getting 223, 224 laps at the front against bests of low 222s, low to mid 222s. So I don't think there's fuel saving. I think everybody's in the window that they would like to be, Nick, if I'm honest, and they are trying at the moment to just get down. So they're counting back in roughly an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes, so 70-minute chunks. Let's say 70-minute chunks, that's what we're doing. We're coming down to 5 hours to go. That's 30. That's 300 minutes, and in 70-minute chunks, 4 sevens is 28, 280.
20 minutes extra.
And so they need to find.
This is the problem.
So they need to find 5 minutes in each of the stints.
They want to have 80-minute chunks, but the petrol, the fuel, if you're running at full throttle, is only giving you perhaps 72 minutes. So far, they've been given 40 minutes of 45 minutes now of various yellows, which is probably, I would say, I think they probably lose less than half fuel running behind the back of the thing. We've had 44 minutes and 25 seconds under either safety car or full course yellow, probably giving them 25 minutes or half an hour back. I think that they'll still need one more if they're going to get there. They'll still need one more. Some sort of code 60 or yellow, because otherwise it won't work.
Yeah.
And they won't get there in time.
An hour and 10 minutes per. So what we're looking at, aren't we, is 7:50 this evening. That for the last pit stop.
No, we're running to 9:45, so the last pit stop realistically.
Oh, 9:45. That's right. I'm thinking 9.
If you make your last pit stop at 8:30, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
If you make your last pit stop at 8:25, it's a bit kind of, because don't forget, it's not exactly 9:45, is it? It could be 9:47 and a half if you're unlucky with the.
Depends when you cross the
line.
line.
The line. So, I think that's why they're probably wanting to do it and trying to keep it in the back of their mind, but they're having to abandon the concept. Probably every half hour, they think, oh no, it's not going to work. Oh yes, it will work. Oh no, it's not going to work. Oh, that won't work. And it's down very much to what's happened on the track, what's happening with their running fuel consumption. Also, of course, John, what's happening when we get yellows or full course yellows. Now, not going to the safety car last time was great for us as far as the competition was concerned. But I'm sure as far as the people who are back timing and thinking, can I save that last stop? Can I save that 3 minutes?
Yeah.
They're going, no, could we have those other 10 minutes, please? Behind the safety car. But
yeah. And it's not as if you can bank those 10 minutes up.
No.
And put them in a little bag at the back of the.
Would be great if you could, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Here's my 10 minutes of fuel. Thank you very much.
It's a bit like fitness, isn't it?
Yeah.
I want to bank all that fitness I had in my late teens and early 20s.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
I'd like to get that
Wouldn't
out
that
of
be fantastic if you do that?
I'd like to get it out of my fitness safe right now.
Yes, I'd like to put. You know all my joints that work perfectly. Can I have them back, please?
Yeah. Actually, in fairness, mine were pretty much worn
yes,
out.
Yes, but you ruined yours way too young. I didn't ruin mine to my late 20s, early 30s. That's what I did in my shoulders. So
See, that's interesting. You were all upper body issues, and mine were all knees, ankles, and hips.
What you're saying is we can make one decent person out of two of them.
Yeah, pretty much. That was running in plimsolls in those days, not things with carbon fibre soles.
The only question I want to know, compared to considering how we used to do things today, is how come we weren't all permanently dehydrated?
Yes, that's a good point. That's a very good point. More penalties. Here's Matt Letizia.
Hey, I shall give you the most recent penalties if I can. It's more full course yellow issues. Exceeding the speed limit in full course yellow last time round. They both just pinged in, and it's
fourth place and the leader in Pro-Am is one of them.
Yeah, number 33 is the first. Has your right hands advice. That car was doing so well. Oh, it must be an absolute blow for Tierra Outdoor Raceway at BMW. They're going to have to come next 2 laps, and they have a drive-through. Also, the 992 car, which is actually doing it right now. Konstantin Dressler from PTE, operated by Manthey Racing. They are running 5th in AM. I don't think this will drop them back, actually. They've got a bit of a lead. They'll stay 5th in AM with this one, but certainly Hans Weiss, leader in Pro-Am. That's going to pull them almost exactly into the leading Belgian racing machine of Jan Loris in the 99. So that's an irritating one, because that's really quite easy to avoid. Now, what we have seen, of course, don't forget, is we did see it's successfully argued against by Red Camel Jordan, and more importantly, everyone else in the pit lane would have seen that was successfully argued by Red Camel Jordan. So you can pretty much guarantee that there'll be some conversations if they think they can prove it didn't happen. And if I was a 33 car, given where I am at the moment, which is very happily leading Pro-Am, And within striking distance of a top 3 overall, doesn't it only takes a little bit of bad luck for any of the top 3 cars and you'd be in there. I'd probably have a conversation and see, are we absolutely certain we sped during the full course yellow? Is there anything we can talk to the stewards and say, honestly, wasn't that the case? It may look like that, but that wasn't what happened. Because it's already been worked by Red Camel Jordans. It was Rick Broikers who was supposed to do it, but it didn't happen, and they, inverted commas, got off. They didn't really get off because, of course, it didn't happen. But 5th place Broikers is currently only 10 seconds behind Hans, and they're serving it. They're not arguing it. So Weiss is coming in the pit, so they've served it, which is why Broikers has gone past him. So Broikers, Luke, that is, goes into 4th overall now.
And 4th in Pro. So that puts, for the first time in a long time, Dick, that puts 4 Pro cars back at the top of the standings. I've just found if I step back a couple of paces, I don't have the sun in my eyes, and it's nowhere near as hot.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's because the air conditioning is a little bit rather than blowing, isn't it?
It's a bit thin, yeah.
It's not the most impressive at this end of the
It's 50 years of the Porsche Turbo, and we need a little bit of forced induction here. Yeah.
What was the first turbocharged car of all?
Ooh.
I know it's pre-war.
I was going to say, do you mean modern era? Or
No. I mean, obviously supercharging was very popular almost immediately as soon as cars were invented. Certainly before the First World War, I think there were superchargers. But turbochargers with the heat and everything else that caused and the problems that caused that, you kind of wonder whether with the manufacturing and the tolerances, and more importantly the oil, whether that would have been anything that could have been particularly used prior to after the Second World War. But I'm not really sure.
1962, the 3.5 litre V8 under the hood of the Oldsmobile Cutlass. So the
62. That's quite. I know it's 50 years ago. It's quite modern, isn't it?
Garrett turbocharger, the Jetfire Oldsmobile.
62 years. So 12 years later.
Could have worked that one out.
Only 12 years later, Porsche took over. Just had a change for 7th. I think for 7th. I think I was looking at the screen. I may have got that one slightly wrong. I think it was 7th and 8th. I think Tom Coronel may have picked up 7th, but maybe an 8th and 9th actually. Just need to see a little bit of a shuffle around there between a couple of the cars. It was actually, it was Coronel and Cordial who were right next to each other. I think Coronel's taken Cordial. It's a moved position, but not a moving class. So Tom Coronel moves up to 7th, and Elaine Cordell to 8th. But they are, again, in as far as it's 3rd in Pro-Am for the Belgian Racing 98. But let's see that when it comes to the line getting confirmed. So an Oldsmobile was the first turbocharged car.
It was a commercial disaster because it carried a $300 premium on the standard car, and it was just too expensive. So, and then there was a 4-cylinder, it was what you call a Comanche engine. American Motors had that. I think it was a 2.5 litre 4-cylinder that was held 4-cylinder, little sort of mid 2 litre engines with turbochargers. Worked really rather well. Let's head to Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. 4 hours and 54 minutes to go.
The Red Camel Jordans, that's car number 9. Evo, great drive from Luke to get the car back on the lead lap. And was that a little bit of devious tactics from the strategy team?
No, actually it was a very good pit stop strategy. We managed to get ahead by changing the pads very quickly and did a very good pit stop. And probably the other team had some delay. That's why we came out 10 seconds before the other team.
Have you changed pads at the front and the rear?
Yes, it's a secret. Don't tell anybody. Yes, we did.
Well, I've seen a lot of people changing the pads on the rear, which is quite rare. Yes. But are you guys good to go all the way to the end on those brakes now?
Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, I see, it's one of those, is it?
Oh, but I think yes.
How was Red Camel Jordans enjoying the event?
Well, quite hectic. We had a very tough preparation. We almost had no track time. We do not know the Michelin tires. We had to work a lot on the car. So it was very late, tiring, but still we were proud that we are now, I think, 5th or something like that. So So I think it could have been better with a better preparation, but we are happy how the things are going. It's a great event, and all those people, all those Porsches, it's really enjoyable.
Well, Ivo, the preparation was kind of taken out of your control, to be honest, and the team have worked really hard. I'm not going to ask you anything about Barcelona. I'm going to keep all of those questions about the team moving into the GT3 class with an Audi. So I know you've got a big smile because I've just mentioned it, but I'm not going to talk to you now because you have to focus on this Porsche race.
Yeah, that's true. We have to focus on this race. We have to finish it. We have a good team. We have nice people. We try to do our best and to get the best out of it, looking at the circumstances.
Is the format of the team still, these guys are volunteers that come out on a weekend?
Yes, every Wednesday night we go to the workshop, have a beer and work on the car. The beer is coming later, I think, at 9 o'clock. Always everybody's starting at 7, and then at 7:30 the guys are asking, is it already 9 o'clock? And then that's what we do, a group of friends, and we have a very good time. And also, of course, outside the races, we have a beer and we have a good dinner. And we like that, and we are a special group of people.
You certainly are that, a very special group. Thank you, Ivo. You guys are into 4th place, by the way. 4th. Yeah, brilliant.
Joseph, you have a job. You need to go down and see Neuhofer Racing, Alfa Renault, because they've come in completely off schedule.
Correct.
For the pit stop. Just 10 laps in that last session for Alfa Renault. I've been checking you through the penalties. It's not a penalty. They're currently stationed for 1 minute and 35, so there's some issue down there at Neuhofer, and that's the 3rd place car, which means that Luke Breukers will be inheriting 3rd. They'll be on the podium, or potentially within a few seconds. So that's really worked very well for Cameron Jordans, who were looking quite sad after the second full course yellow. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
3rd place showing on the number board, but it was just sat there. It had
it's
the
just gone out.
telltale data cable coming from the car, but it's just left now, so it's back in the race. But I'll make some inquiries.
2 minutes and 6.
I'll make some inquiries. Evening all.
Well,
he's got the telephone directory. So don't leave bruises, you know.
I've heard that. So Renault spent 2 minutes and 6 seconds just being looked at, and indeed has dropped down to 4th place.
So that means Red Camels are up into a podium position now with Luke Breukers. PC Bradley on patrol in the pits. So 86 and 9. So go ahead.
Didn't take much of an inquiry at all, did it? Observational inquiries have ensued. It's a front puncture. I can't see whether it was left or right, but I can see the tyre trolley being dragged away. So a puncture has brought that car in, and I'm not sure what we were seeing after the tyre change, but that's what's brought that car in out of sequence. So he's picked a puncture up from somewhere.
Also had a problem for the 935 JW raid service. Li Shui that car has stopped and it's being recovered to the pit. I think that's at the top of Radion at turn 3 and 4, because that's where the yellow flags were. But they must feel it must be to drivers right, and they can get that in down the old pit lane.
It's all going on here because actually what's happened is Alfa Renault in that stop, he had a slow in-lap once, but we now know why, because of the puncture, lost 40 seconds on the in-lap. But interestingly, that 2 minute and 6 stop, he's now dropped down to 8th.
Yeah.
Overall, he will gain a place in a second.
He's lost a lap.
Cordeal in the 98 has just served a penalty, a drive-through for their 12th offence at Blanchimont. So I'm not sure whether he'll get back. He'll be behind again in the Belgian Racing 98, but he's just got it in and out on a penalty. But the order now is Luke Hartog and the Black Falcon Team 48 Loche. They're a minute and 27 ahead of Guillaume Morton in the H2H Racing. It's Luke Breukers who's in 3rd place in the Red Camel Jordan NL car. I haven't got a gap on that yet because it's just across the lap. And then you've got Hans Weiss, who's had his own problems with penalties in the Tierra Outdoor Racing car. He's 18 seconds behind Luke. Jan Laroyson in the 99 Belgian Racing, he's in 5th place, another 18 seconds. No, sorry, just right behind that Weiss car. So they're right together. So it's right together for 4th and 5th at the moment. And it's Coronel and Cordeal in the 6th and 7th. And that is what you're seeing if you're lucky enough to have pictures right now. You see a white Porsche fending off the black and the
black and orange.
Black and orange as they go through the final chicane onto the start, another lap, and the gap is, well, 2 Porsche car lengths out and wide. That's fine. You're allowed to go that wide in the corner and not get called for it. They now firing themselves up towards La Source. And it is a gap of, well, it's a gap of apparently 0.7 a second. But it's really a case now whether, as they drive down the hill towards Rouge, you will find that Laurensen can get a run and get a slipstream run up the hill of the Kemmel Straight and then perhaps get out at Le Combe. But it looks like it's a bit too far behind, John.
Just to check in on that Alfred Renauer 86 car, they've dropped over a lap away from the lead.
Yeah. Well, they had a 2 minute 6 stop and a 40-second longer in lap with the puncture.
Yeah.
And with laps at 2:22, that's going to take you a right lap off, and it's going to be hard to get that back, and that's bad luck.
Coming down to the bottom of the hill before Stavalo and sitting behind just got past the number 88 MRS GT car, one of the much troubled MRS GT. They're sitting 25th, 26th and 27th position at the moment. 9th in Pro-Am, 10th and 11th in Am, those 3 cars. So it is that is a big drop. The leader is just coming to that part of the track now as the number 86 and Renault pulls onto the main straight. So that has been a big drop, and as they come across the line, they are confirmed in 8th position and 5th in Pro. Next car back, actually, just a minute and 13 further back, is Bao Long for the 85 Neuhofer Racing, or Neuhofer Rennsport Racing, a car which is leading the AM class. So 3 pros in the overall podium positions, then the 33 Tierra Outdoor Racing and the Belgium Racing 99 are the first 2 in Pro-Am. They're in 4th and 5th. Belgium Racing Gilles Cordil is in 7th and 3rd in Pro-Am. In AMS, 9th finds first position Neuhofer Rennsport in the 85. QMMF by HRT, Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghahani still in that car. That's 12th position for the 31. And about 24 seconds ahead of Mathis Joubert, who's been uber quick in the Seb Lajour Racing by Duo Racing number 888.
Back to penalty corner again with Matt Letizier. Only really because the 29, which is going for a record of number of pit stop visits within a 12-hour race, has been pinged again. Eric Zhang in the Toro Racing HRT Performance. They've come the 15th offence at turn 3. That's Radion. And any second now, he'll be bringing the car down the pit lane for its 14th visit, John.
Goodness gracious.
Don't forget, this is 14 visits on cars that can do an hour and 15 minutes on their fuel.
Well, that will take them level with the number 88 MRS GT racing car. They've already done 14.
But they've been breaking down a lot.
They've had some mechanical and other issues. How long we got to go? 4 3/4 hours. 4 hours, 45 minutes, pretty much on the nosy. Another 2:22 from Luke Hartog last time around was by far the fastest lap last time around. New 4th place car new 4th place car for a moment as Jean Laurisson went through past Hans Weiss. Those two have been battling throughout the race. They seem to have been in the car. That's the Pro-Am lead. He's going to have to give that back. Mentioned absolutely specifically in the team managers meeting. If you go off at Le Combe, turn 5, you cannot just drive across the tarmac or the grass. You have to divert and come back on via the return road to driver's left. He will have to give that position back. The team are telling him that, and the redress is done. That will save him a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, that was...
He'll get a track limits warning, but that will save him a penalty.
Well, whoever got on the radio has done
good
a
job.
good job, because I'm pretty sure the driver, it's in the heat of the moment, you're not going to remember that, and they're going to be told, no, you've got to let him back through again. Of course, the famous incident of being let back through and then not giving it enough time before he went past them again happened here in 2008, the Belgian Grand Prix, when Lewis Hamilton was adjudged to have gone off the track and overtaken Kimi Raikkonen. He let him through again, but then overtook him again within about a corner, and they think that's too fast. And then despite Lewis Hamilton coming across the line here at Spa, having won inverted commas the Grand Prix, he got a post-race 25-second penalty, which I think dropped him down to 4th or 5th.
And that was the last time that somebody had been disqualified from first until we had, here, with a lightweight McLaren.
Now, interesting, he was disqualified. He wasn't disqualified from first. He was penalised from first. It's the last, because the last time someone was disqualified from first was here, but it was Michael Schumacher with the plank back in '94.
It's not what it's
the
all
last
about.
person to lose a win in the stewards' room was Lewis that year.
Right.
Though, of course, a couple of years previously, the leader, which was Sebastian Vettel, had already had his penalty, which is why he wasn't classed the winner of the Canadian Grand Prix. When he famously petulantly picked up the number 1 and put it in front of his car. But go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Joe.
that was as a team manager, wasn't it? That was the Belgian Clio Cup.
No, it was the Italian. It was a round of the Italian Clio Cup Championship.
Yeah.
And we blitzed it with a kid called Mickey Doyle, a young Scottish kid from Glasgow, and we'd come across with our Renault Clio UK versions, and we were told that we were eligible. However, the Italian team, who we obviously annoyed immensely because Mickey was fast, protested us because our gearbox and engines did not have a Renault Sport Italia seal. We had a Renault Sport UK seal. And the Belgian stewards, by the letter of the law, said it's in black and white, it has to be Renault Sport Italia. So even the Renault Sport organisers were like beside themselves. And they said, the stewards are in charge.
Were there Renault Sport Italia people here who could have put those seals on the engines for you?
Yeah, probably. If we'd asked, if we'd said, we're a UK team, and it was petty, really. We'd spoilt their championship.
Sure.
But we kept the trophy.
Yay!
You hid it at the back of the truck, didn't you? So they couldn't find it.
I told them that. They got the cheque back for, I think Mickey won €2,500 or something.
No,
we couldn't obviously keep that because that's called theft. whereas keeping the trophies, well, that was just bad management.
Sure, I give you the Mini Cooper win on the Monte Carlo Rally, which was denied to that particular August mark for the wrong tailor light bulb. Go and look it up. Go and look it up.
98, which is, of course, Ghislain Cordial, 7th place Belgian racing, 3rd in Pram, is going to be trundling down the pit lane as they have a drive-through. Their 9th offence in turn 3 as the 4th and 5th continue battling.
So this time, can we get that bright copper orange car stopped into Lecombe? Answer yes, but couldn't get it into 4th position by Jean Lorison. Hans Weiss drove all the way down driver's right there, which is by no means the quickest way into the corner, but it's the long way around the outside into Lecombe. And having gone off there 2 laps ago, Jan decided not to do that again. Now this is giving a little bit of encouragement.
Yeah.
As Jan goes off there, coming down the hill, and coming out of No Name Corner before Pouon. Pouon, even in these cars, is a tremendous pair of corners. This little battle for 4th and 5th is giving a little bit of encouragement to Tom Coronel in 6th position, who's pulled in within half a minute now, 27.2 seconds. It took a good half a second out of them that time, as Jan Lorison's Belgium Racing number 99, the sort of copper orange chrome, becomes the world's fastest flat 6 lawnmower. I don't have quite enough grass out the front for one of those.
If you did, though.
Well, I aspire to having a big enough lawn that it would be worth me buying a Porsche Junior tractor to
Aren't they
cut
rather
the grass.
expensive now, though?
The Juniors aren't too bad. The Standard and the Master are quite
Are the
expensive.
Juniors like big single-cylinder diesels, aren't they?
They are. It was a modular engine concept, and basically they just you had a cylinder design, and it was a single, a twin, and a 4, I think, from memory. I called a tractor race at Rensport a few years ago.
And I had a car with a tractor engine.
Do you?
Well, that's the TR. The origin of the TR4 engine was
very good.
It doesn't bear a lot of similarity. Apart from that, of course, it's quite long stroke and low bore, so it's torquey. And then a lot of British cars.
Which was that? Massey Ferguson.
Yeah.
Why?
But I know. But yeah, it's been a few years past that, and it was only the block anyway. But yeah, that's the excitement of a bit of tractorage.
I forgot that when I was here last time doing Spa Classic. That would have been good to come out. Coming round to halfway through. In fact, the leader is exactly halfway through his stint at the moment. Luke Hartog has just gone over the 16th lap into the 17th. He should be in round about lap 30, 31, 32. Guillaume Mondron has just been through the pit lane. Was that a...
Yep.
That was a penalty.
A penalty, yeah.
Excellent.
No, Mondron.
Yeah.
Yes, he had not respected refueling regulations drive through from about 15 minutes ago.
Luke Breukers is on his 17th lap. Hans Weiss has just been through the pit lane 8 laps ago as well. He's on his 17th lap. Presumably, again, that was a
drive-through.
Cute. Jean Lorison, 17 laps. Coronel, 17 laps. A lot of these are going to be the same because they all came in at the same time when we had that short full course yellow.
Now, what is happening is that Luke Hartog is getting a bit closer to Luke Breukers. And currently we only have 3 cars on the lead lap.
A lot closer.
And
yes.
if Hartog can get past Breukers, we only have 2 cars on the lead lap. And the other car, Guillaume Mondron, isn't that far ahead, considering he's just served a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, in between them at the moment is the very rapid Mathis Joubert for Seb Lajoux Racing in the 888 in 13th position.
Big bad news for Jan Larison in this car. He has a 20-second stop and go for not respecting flag signals.
Ooh.
So I'm not quite sure what he's done precisely on that one, but he is...
Well, it must have been yellows, surely.
So it's going to be a minute. Effectively, he will lose by doing that.
So that is the car going through. There's a pair of cars dropping down past the endurance pits at the moment, heading to Eau Rouge, and the orangey copper-coloured car with the black bonnet is going to have to pull out of what it has been an enthralling battle for 4th and 5th position that will promote Tom Coronel up to 4th position. Renard is still a lap further back. He's going for the outside run into Lecombe again, but won't get that one done.
It's a pretty good comeback from number 8. Obviously, they started on pole and they went away and led a few laps and had these problems. That first 5-minute pit stop, which was 3 minutes long, it should have been lost in the lap, which they couldn't get back. But they've now kind of managed to get their head down and sort of mostly avoid the drive-through for infringement.
Got another fast lap coming from Mathis Joubert in the 888. He's right in the midst of that scrap with the leader. And he is in between the leader and the 3rd place car, and the pace has picked up from everybody. Mathis has just done his best first sector of the race. They are charging down towards Stavelot, so we'll get the second now, 106 to maybe not. This is absolutely crucial though for Luc Breukers and the Red Camel Jordans.nl number 9 car, that he stays on that lead lap. They're coming into the final corners now, and the next car back is the 15 of H2H Racing, Guillaume Mondron, and as the leaders cross the line, he's at Eau Rouge. So we are not that far away from having only 1 car on the lead lap. And this has been done on pace by Luke Hartog. Since the restart, we did not repack field, but since the restart, Luke Hartog has been on an absolute tear.
He's been helped by every single other car having a penalty.
Yeah.
Every other car has had some form of penalty.
In the pit lane for Jean Lorison. This is the long stop and hold down at Garage 3 penalty box. Got one of our stewards down there with the countdown cup. Can't do anything else in the pit lane. Can't combine penalties. So it is a trip down the pit lane to the penalty box. And off he goes. Again.
New record. It's the 88 car has been called for its 18th offence at turn 3 at Radeon for another drive-through. So that's 6 drive-throughs for the MRS GT car just at that one corner. So
the last person I can think of who was that bad at corners was John O'Shea for Sunderland. So we are in a very interesting part of the race now, and still the leader has not been able to get past either the 888 Mathieu Joubert Sebla Joux Racing by Duo Racing, or indeed the second place car, which is one car ahead of that.
However, he is going half a second faster than Guillermo Morton and 7/10 faster than Luke Breukers, so he's still eking out his lead.
Yeah. Well, those three are the fastest 3 cars on the track at the moment. Luke Hartog in the 48, the 888 of Mathieu Joubert in 13th position, and 3rd in the AM class. Mathieu's still gaining, actually, on the HRT QMMF. Ibrahim Al-Abdul Ghahani. He is absolutely metronomic. Now, not the quickest car on the track, but neither is he the slowest, as Parker Thompson's returned to the track after a 40-minute pit stop for Mulner Motorsport in the number 18 car. But Ibrahim Al-Abdul Ghahani, high 25s, low 26s in that car, holding on to the AM second place in general classification.
I think not for much longer though, because he's got Matthias Jabou, who's been absolutely flying in the racing car.
He has just taken 2.5 seconds out in that time around. So the problem for Joubert is he is in that 3-car battle. Now they've all caught the second placed AM car now. So this is 12th overall. About to go another lap down to second place, then the leader. Now this could be the problem. Coming down now to Pouon, the battle for first and second, and first and third, excuse me. And here they are, all through, side by side. And Joubert's gone through. The leader has not got through yet. So that is a change for AM second place. The leader is still sitting in behind Hartog, and now has put a lap. Jerome Blakemolen trying to take a lap back from the leader.
Hartog has put a lap on Red Camel, so now only 2 cars are on the lead lap.
Oh, is that Red Camel there?
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies. I thought it was the 4 car.
But don't forget it's had new stickers this week.
Oh yes, of course. So that's the 9 car, not the 4 car. My apologies.
So so effectively, Hartog has now got only one other car on the lead lap, and that's the Pro.
That's the next car up the road.
Right. No, he's a bit further on. He's just crossed the line now.
Oh yes,
in the 15 car.
Yeah.
But he's not that much further. He's about 15-20 seconds up the road. So it's been a great performance in these last 2 hours and 5 minutes, which Hartog's been in the car. Not massive surprise. He's a bit of a red-hot Porsche Carrera Cup driver, and he's just proving that he can do it not over half an hour, but over 2 hours.
So first and second are split now by the 3rd place QMMF AM car, but there's 4 and a bit miles between them. So there's a full lap between the green and GT silver car and the orange GT silver and black car. That is a big moment right there.
Well, I think it's just the relentless pace of Luke Hartog broke down Luke Breukers, who is
broke down everybody.
But there's quite a long way to go in this run for Breukers and Guillaume Mondon. They're only at 46 minutes and 50 minutes into their stint, so effectively they've got pushing close to half an hour to run. I suppose at some point you just go, this Black Falcon team's just too quick.
Luke Hartog and Luke Breukers effectively on the same lap of their stint. But Breukers now a full lap behind the leader. And oh, the mistake by Hartog there. Just coming out of curve Jackie Ickx, or Virage Jackie Ickx. Dropped right over the edge of the green curbing into a little bit of a trough that's been dug there in the gravel trap. Now, going off isn't the problem, it's coming back on, and the inside shoulder of the Michelin tyres on the right hand side. And there's an opportunity to fill that back in a 12-hour race. So you really have not got to run across the edge of the curb with your right hand side Michelins on that downhill left-hander.
Yeah, it looks innocent enough, and most of the time it would be a problem at all. We've seen so many people who end up with these random punctures, and that could be the only thing that's going to stop the progress of Hartog and the Black Falcon Team 48. Unfortunate news for QMMF by HRT, Ibrahim Al-Abdulghani. He's picked up a track limit offence, 9th offence at T17 Blanchimont, and that'll be a drive-through for that machine, the 31 car. But the question really is, can Luke Hartog put a lap on the entirety of the field by the time he finishes his stint? Mondon is 2 minutes and 9 seconds behind in a 2 minute and 23 second lap, so therefore he's 14 seconds up the road.
If you prefer, he's just gone through Radion, and the leader is halfway down the straight towards Eau Rouge. So I completely lost my marbles there for a moment. So they're both on the Camel Straight together effectively now.
Yep.
Through Lecombe for the second place car, trying to stay ahead, and through Malmedy, and here comes the leader into the braking area now for Lecombe. Nose of the green and grey car just dips down, feathering the throttle through there, hard on the throttle. They want to put a lap on the field. That would be a huge achievement and a real big buffer.
Yeah, absolutely, because it means that you are no longer at the mercy of the vagaries of a yellow flag.
Yeah.
You will stay in the lead by the lap, and into the wheeled into the pits is the Paisley smoking jacket of the number 36 Marlon Mondan and Kay Kramer Racing. They've had a busy, haven't they? A busy race they've had. Lots of things going on.
So the AM class has changed around with that penalty for QMMF. Now it is Bajin Long in the lead. He took that on the track on pace. So Neuhofer Racing number 85 in 9th overall, lead from Seb Lajou Racing and Mathis Jobert, who's been absolutely steaming quick in this stint, has put in all bar 3 1,000ths of a second the fastest lap of the race. He was absolutely flying. He's in 12th position in the Triple Eight. QMMF by HRT and Ibrahim Al-Abdulghani. The 31 is where? And I think they've
just served a drive-through.
They've just done a drive-through. So they are 16 seconds behind second, but they are 2 3/4 minutes ahead of fourth, which is Adam Comstock in the team lap time performance 233, the very fetching green coloured car.
Getting close to one of the major milestones within the race, which is the 4-hour mark. Now, not just because it's 2/3 gone, but it's because it's also the point where you can really start back timing towards the end.
Yeah.
Because if you get it right, you can do it with just 2 more stops. If you get it wrong, you have to stop 3 times.
Yeah. And it's a fine line.
Yeah, and it's most cars can't do it at this moment without some more yellow, and I'm going to say it, the sensibleness of the drive has been quite impressive. And Joe Bradley down the pits.
Yeah, you guys said that you saw the Kay Kramer Racing entry come into the pits and backed in. Carsten Kramer here. Carsten, never a good sight to see a car being backed into the garage. Always, I hate to see that. What's happened to you guys?
We have some problems with the fuel pressure, and we were good in the race, P3 amateur class, and there was big chances for podium, and so now we have to change it. It will take minimum 1 hour, 1.5 hours, I think, and we will see.
Is it a fuel pump problem, is it?
I think so, yes.
The front of the car went up, and on normal racing cars, that would mean the engine problem. But, of course, the engine's at the back of a 911, isn't it? So bad luck, I suppose.
Yeah.
At this stage of the race, it's hard to come back from.
Yeah, we will try our best and come back.
What do you think of the event, Carsten, with regards to the 992 class being the whole race?
No, it's a really nice field and very competitive, and hopefully next or more cars next year.
Yeah, we would like that. What do you think of the new? I mean, you're very familiar with the Creventic and the 24H series, running with code 60s. The pit lanes are different with regards to refueling. How have you liked this format?
No, it's very, very good, but you have to wait 60 seconds for refueling, so this is bad for us now, but otherwise we could have continued. But in general, it's a very nice format, yeah.
What is your thoughts on the use of the safety car rather than a code 60?
No, much better, definitely, and also more interesting for the visitors because it's the field is closer together.
We're in the entertainment business, and we like that. So, as a team, does it give you anything? Does it give you any extra tools to maybe, tactically get a better result?
Yes, in this first safety car we gained a lot, and in the second we lost a lot. So at the end it was but it was not bad. Yeah.
I'll leave you. Best of luck to your mechanics, Carsten, to get that car sorted. Fuel pump issues then on the 36, which is a shame, really.
The point he was making there is if they'd had the normal fueling rules, they could have just kept coming in and topping the car up every time they started losing fuel pressure. But because it's a minute every time, they probably only needed 20 or 30 seconds worth of fuel, and they were just going to lose too much time, I presume.
Yeah. What would you say would be an acceptable amount of time between penalties for going off at the same corner when you're competitive and trying to do well?
A year.
Would you say 30 minutes was rather too long to go from your fourth penalty to your fifth penalty at turn 17, Blanchimont?
I would think that lesson had not been learned, wouldn't you?
And the lesson that hasn't been learned is car 98, Ghislain Cordier for Belgium Racing, third in Pro-Am. He's about to pick up his third drive-through in the last half hour. In fairness, I don't know about the second one, whether that was his fault or just a topping up from before, because that was turn 3. But certainly these last one, all those off-tracks are his. So, that's really, someone needs to have a word about that. 17 is really avoidable. You just kind of, a little lift and you're fine. It's not like you find yourself in a chance of crashing, or you're worried about what's happening at the top of the Eau Rouge. But yeah, so do you know what? I'm sitting here and I'm disappointed in him. I'm disappointed about problems he's having. Hartog last time round was a second faster than Mondron, so he's now going to have that down to about 11 seconds. 2 hours 14 he's been in the car, so that's 6-7 laps that they're going to have. As into the pits comes the JW Race Service 935. They've come in from 23rd overall. That's Lou Jouy, I assume.
Who's that?
Looks like some work. That's the 935. So, sure, Joe. Joe, you there, Joe?
Came on a flatbed.
This was the car, Joe.
At the end of the
Joe,
pit
this
lane.
car we think went off at the top of Radion at some point, so it wouldn't have been a small or a slow off when Lou Jouet was behind the wheel.
No, it hasn't, John. You're quite right. This has had I was going to say to you guys, this car's had a big off. We've got a torn up left rear. Now, I'm not sure if that's cause or effect. The tyres kind of, just come apart, really. It's off the rim, but it's kind of hanging on to the rim by grip for grim death. And again, whether that's cause or effect, it's had a heavy impact, certainly on the left rear. It's had an impact on the front. The bumper's remaining sort of in shape. However, there's traces of grass, there's traces of all sorts of stuff. It's lost a very expensive splitter, for instance. That always tends to be the first thing that's gone. The JW Race Service team, with the very, very sexily numbered 935 when it comes to Porsches, they've jacked the car up. It's going on the high stands. There's a lot of work going to be gone on to this car because I think it needs a complete check. I mean, it's not a slow place to go off, is it? In fact, debate this one. Radillon, probably the worst place to go off ever for car damage.
Yeah, I think he's probably gone off early in the piece there, probably at the bottom of the hill and gone across the grass, because there is grass on the front of it. There's no grass really at the middle to the top of the hill. This 935 car, the JW Race Service, Lin Kong, Zhao Langbo, Liu Shui and Liu Kaijun, 2 silvers, 2 bronze car drivers. JW Race Service Netherlands flagged car. The other car, Bradders, that you might want to have a look at as into the pit lane comes Black Falcon, Gabriele Piana from 4th in Pro-Am, is down at the MRS GT pits. Alex Sedgwick and Madeline Stewart. Madeline lost the left rear wheel some time ago. That was when we had the last full course yellow. And the car's back in the pits, having been brought there with the left rear wheel off by the flatbed. It's not yet gone out. So there may be something more sinister there. They're many laps down, in fairness. So maybe they've just called it a day on the 90. In 3 laps' time, the Michelin Motorsport car that had its problem start from lap 1 with side-by-side contact with the Black Falcon number 5, which is in the pits at the moment, as we mentioned. In 3 laps' time, Tyler Hoffman will overtake that number 90 car.
Off the bottom, well done.
Yeah, that's why you keep going.
You keep on going in endurance racing because you never, ever know. Hartog that time round, just to keep that 1.3 seconds faster than Rio Mondron, but I think he might run out of laps to do it. I think he might be in the pits before he gets a chance to do it on the track.
Yeah.
Because he's probably only, 8 or 9 seconds behind overall, but behind lapping, should I say. So but it's the second lap, he's probably not got enough time. They're already up to an hour.
6 or 7 laps left for Hartog. Mondron, yeah, about the same. Mondron is a lap behind on his fuel. So a lap in hand on his fuel, I should say. Gabriele Piana feeling the heat a little bit in the pit lane as he's waggling the driver's door, trying to get some air in.
It's a good comeback by this 5 car.
Oh, yes.
It was in all sorts of strife during the first 3 or 4 hours of the race, up now to 16th place, 4th in Pro-Am. So they got themselves past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their rivals. Unfortunately, 3rd in Pro-Am, so the Pro-Am podium is something
ahead.
in the region of 3 laps ahead. But the good news is it's got Ghislain Cordier on it. He's probably going to get at least 7 or 8 more drive-throughs before he's finished. Yeah. He hasn't served that one yet, but that was only 35 seconds, and 3 laps is quite a lot of drive-throughs. Top 3, as they have been for a while, all pros. Black Falcon, H2H, Red Camel Jordan. Then the Pro-Am of Tierra Outdoor Racing. Then Max Cruz, Tom Coronel coming back as a team from some real problems in the first hour. Not sure that never found out if they were their own making or they were technical, but now in 5th, that number 8 car. And then Jan Larijsen of the first of the 2 Belgian racing cars, which have, after being 1 and 2 at some position, have really faded. And not really because of drivers. They've been running the same drivers through the cars, but they've really faded over the last 4 or 5 hours. Some of it down to penalties, some of it just seems to be just not quite working properly. So an interesting movement around. Looking at the top of AM, and the very swift Matthias Jobert now appears to be 1 minute and 11 seconds behind the leader in class, Bao Jinlong from Neuhofer Rennsport. So he's about, a minute and 10 actually is the official time now between 1st and 2nd in AM. And whilst we carry on staring at the various timings, which is moving around significantly, I think Joe has a chat with someone for us.
Not quite. Well, you guys can chat to me. The MRS GT number 90, you can see, looking forlorn. Never like to see a race car in the garage like that during a race, well, they've called it a day, and there's a reason behind them calling it a day. These the guys, remember we were talking to Alex Sedgwick a short time ago. They were plugging away, they were keep on going round. It was a bit of a prolonged test session. However, that errant wheel coming off on the left rear was caused by a hub destroying itself, and they've got a bit of damage under there. They were going to have to replace certainly the hub and the upright at the rear, but they're also uncertain as to just what damage had occurred to the drivetrain from the drive shaft through into the gearbox.
Sure.
So they've got a large bill from Porsche. They didn't want to perhaps risk it becoming a huge bill.
Wasn't that the car that had a little tap early on and has the blue paint on the left rear? Because I seem to remember them putting tie wraps on the, right rear. Left rear. I was right the first time. Left rear. Oh yeah, that's it. I wonder if that caused an issue, because they were already struggling with a diffuser that they had to hold up with some tie wraps, and that was that corner.
Well, are we with Sarah's camera? Because I'm going to point out. I don't have to point out the blue paint. That's called a clue in my old work. And obviously there's a bit of a repair job. I'm not happy with this.
Should have been silver.
I'm not happy with this. I mean, look at the state of this. Look at this. And silver over white. What's going on here? Why isn't it all silver like the car? Look at
Joe,
this.
I've seen you tape up our wires just as badly as that.
No, I do not tape up
Oh,
our
he
wires
took
as
that
badly as
badly.
that. Absolutely. Would you? Well, come on. I'm a professional. Yeah, I mean, it's in that area, isn't it? And if that's taken a knot, I mean, it's taken a lot. It's taken quite a few hours. But you do remember Alex Sedgwick mentioning how they had the handling of the car was evolving, and they were fixing bits and pieces at every pit stop. So
I think that blow to that left rear corner has been more right on the edge of the wheel, because the other thing that's missing there is the Porsche multicoloured crest from the middle of the wheel hub. So that's been knocked off in the accident.
If you stay with this camera as well, it's not just blue paint on the very corner. Look at this blue. It hasn't just had corner to corner contact. It's had pretty strong
side to side. Yes, that's right.
Side. And if you look at this wheel arch, the front of the wheel arch, that deforms, and you know that could have been damage caused by what looks like not just corner to corner, but side.
And am I right?
At this
am I right, Joe,
section
in saying that the multicoloured shield, which is on all of the other axle stubs, is not on that left rear, or is that just my eyes? The Porsche shield,
the multicoloured shield,
the Porsche logo shield, that's right on the end of the wheel spindle.
Wheel hub, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yes.
That's 120 euros.
Hello, Therese. That thing there, in comparison to this one here, which says Porsche,
MRS
lovely little
GT,
Porsche
spin
badge,
at
it's all
Brussels.
gone. Therese, we speculate. Now, this is one of the drivers, Therese Lalou, who we spoke to a few times. Our job is to speculate, yeah? So you see the traces there, the traces of a side-on impact, and we're just speculating that could have manifested itself after many more hours of running in that hub problem that has retired the car.
The hub problem unfortunately resulted in the wheel coming off of the car, which obviously is very dangerous for the drivers. Unfortunately, we found out that this chassis has not been maintained properly, and that's what happens when you don't do the recommended maintenance. The car is over hours, and if you do the proper maintenance, these cars go all day. My car at home is 110 hours on it and runs great, but you have to do the recommended maintenance. So having it be a wheel nut failure and seeing the condition of the other wheel nuts, I elected to not risk the safety of my other drivers. I did put this program together, and for me, safety is more important. So given that we lost the wheel and somebody could have got hurt, I had to make the very tough decision to walk away from the rest of the race. But I'm just really sad because the pace was there. We were able to put it on pole in Pro-Am before we got that infringement. But no, the damage that you're seeing on the car is just the rubber and sort of all of the scars and battles that you get from 12 hours of racing.
So there are other factors to do with... you mentioned there your car's got 110 hours. What's the recommended life then?
So the chassis does not time out, but there's a service lifetime on every single part on this car. So the engine needs to be rebuilt at 100 hours. Unfortunately, that hasn't been done here, and we're down a little bit of power. So you see that. And the gearbox is brand new. The gearbox is time out every 60 hours. But we have things like the calipers, the wheel nuts, the differentials. All of those need to be constantly maintained, and as these cars get pushed really, really hard to the limit, especially with the type of drivers that I elected to put in this car, you really want to make sure that those parts are being serviced properly.
It's a race car, so you've got to optimise and maximise every moment. Everything's on the red line, every gear. But 60 hours, give me an idea then. 60 hours running, and that's 60 hours running, whether that's a practice session or race session, any track time is 60 hours.
Anytime the car is on, hours are on, but people have to realize these cars are never driven at anything but 100%. So we drive these cars at 110%, 100% of the time, and we're abusing the heck out of them, and they take so much. Like, literally, I cannot tell you how incredible these Porsche machines are. They take such a beating every single day, and they just keep delivering hour after hour after hour.
I've run Carrera Cup cars in things like GT Cup in the UK. I call these cars bulletproof. But give me an idea, Therese. 60 hours on the gearbox, then goes back for a rebuild. How much does that cost? If there's anybody out there thinking about coming and doing this race, now come on, be truthful. We're selling this. Motor racing's expensive. We can't fool people into thinking.
It's expensive, but Creventic is the most affordable way that you can do it. The unfortunate reality is racing is much more expensive in the United States. It costs about double. So over here in Europe, you have a lot of opportunities to get some really great seat time for a fraction of the price. The gearbox is only about, I want to say, $15,000 for the rebuild. The motor is probably closer to $30,000, again, US, which on a $350,000 car, brand new, to pay $30,000 and your engine goes another 100 hours, how incredible.
I remember when engines used to be 10 hours and then rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. And I've come from Miata land where, parts failures are just sort of the name of the game. But the fact that these motors can go 100 hours being driven by maniacs like Lo Kartog and Alex Sedgwick, it really just is a testament to these incredible, incredible machines.
Yeah, that's what I mean. All right, there is, Carrera Cup's a sprint series. You're familiar with the American sprint series, Carrera sprint series. But these cars are also great for endurance racing, aren't they?
Of course. Once we were able to figure out the hot fueling, that was something that globally we really had to figure out. And we started the inaugural Porsche Endurance Challenge in North America. But the reason we're only doing 1 hour races is because we hadn't quite figured out the fueling yet. And so you see here with Creventic, we have these incredible fuel rigs, and they've really figured out how to do these pit lane fuels. So we're going to be taking this experience from Creventic, and North America is going to be implementing it. So when we go to COTA for our 6 hour race, you're going to see these same rigs. So huge thanks to Creventic for really figuring out the nooks and crannies of the 992 and how to run this car as an endurance car, because it really can take the beating. It can go 12 hours. It can go 24 hours. Even at Sebring. Sebring, is where all the Le Mans teams come and test their car, because if you can survive Sebring, you can survive anything. And these cars it took Sebring like a champ. My car was, I think, 5 hours short of a gearbox rebuild when I did Sebring, and it made it just fine. I was able to be in the top four.
And America will love the 60-second refueling stop, the land of health and safety. Therese, it's been a pleasure to meet you. I hopefully we'll see you sometime at a track, whether it's this side of the Atlantic or your side of the Atlantic.
I'll be back for another Creventic race. I had a great time with you guys.
Well, we're doing Barcelona next week, so just...
I'll be there, actually. I'll be in Barcelona. I got invited to drive, but I think 2 back-to-back was a little rich for my blood. So
Get out, it's out.
I'll come and spectate for that one.
All right, come and see us in the booth.
Okay.
If I see you in the pit lane, I'll tell you exactly where the booth is.
All right, copy.
Right, thanks, Therese.
Carrera GT3 Cup car for sale, £170,000. It's going to need a gearbox soon. It's on 51 hours on the engine and gearbox. That's another 15,000. But this is a Porsche Carrera Cup GP championship car, although it has got ABS and TC on it. So I'm liking the sound of that. There we go. Go racing in that. These are incredibly, as Joe rightly said, and Therese rightly said, there's no cheap motor racing. There is value in motor racing. And had somebody in Europe not won my 125 million...
Oh, not you as well.
Yes! Last night.
Nightmare.
I'd been buying a Carrera Cup car and going endurance racing.
That's fair enough.
There's absolutely nothing that you get for your money at this level of performance. Now, if I wanted to do something else a little bit different, if I wanted something with a gearbox, or I wanted something that I was going to race maybe in the States, then maybe some of the single manufacturer cars. But for a global series, and certainly for Creventic, look at the racetracks you go to in Creventic. Here for this long race, could be at Barcelona next weekend, Dubai, etc, etc, etc. We've got some more penalties coming in, and we're coming down to another milestone with just 4 hours to go in 3 minutes
it's
time.
It's a big milestone, the 4 hour milestone, the 2/3 distance. We've got a number of cars who haven't made that 4 hour. They're in the pits already. The most highest ranking of that is Tom Coronel, the Max Cruz race number 8. They're in the pit lane. Marcel Hugel, the second of the Max Cruz cars, also there. Coming out of 8th, then to several of the cars a little bit further down. Pascal Gibon from Axel Motors, 7th in AM, and then we have the K Kramer Team GP lead and Jado Bracev. So we're just beginning to get this next cycle of stops, but the key point is to get as deep into the 8th hour as possible before you do it.
Yeah, Hartog's got, I think, at least 2 more laps in that car, and that will get him there. That will get him across that 4 hours to go mark. So this is really interesting. So he's got a huge lead because people behind him are stopping. He's going deeper into the race and closer to that 70-75 minutes that you need.
78 you need. Then you've got 2
from
minutes
here
to the pits.
From here.
Yeah.
But if he can get 3 or 4 minutes into this hour,
no,
then that cuts it down.
He needs to get, if he can get 6 minutes into the hour.
I don't think he'll get 6. I think he might get 4.
Don't forget, he'll be stationary for 2 and a bit. So if he comes
that's a good point.
If he comes in at 3:55, he'll come out at 3:53.
Yes,
it's really close. If there's no more yellow, I don't think they can do it. But any sort of yellow, I think they can.
Well, he's gone through and completed his 31st. He's on lap 32. So this stint for Luke started at 16:27 and 14 seconds.
So he's on an hour 16 and 4 at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Is that right? It is 27, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's now 17:43, so an hour and 16.
It's
so
tight.
Is he going to do an hour and 20, in which case it all becomes very easy.
Not very easy.
It's an hour and 20. If you include an hour and 20, including
the stops, the times in the pit lane. This is all looking very good for Team Black Falcon, the 48 Losh machine. And Luke Hartog has done his bit in the last 2 hours, as in for their pit stop comes Konstantin Dressler, 4th now in AM.
Hans Weiss from 4th overall, first in Pro-Am, has come in with the Tierra outdoor racing team. They've come in on 4 hours. Well, he'll leave with less than 4 hours to go. People are now must be thinking, well, if we can't make it, we're going to fuel safe to make it.
Yeah, Luke Breukers is also on his 32nd lap. Remember, they've now dropped a lap back from the leader. So at the moment, albeit with Luke Hartog to do his stop, there is one car on the lead lap, and that is Luke Hartog as we go into the last 4 hours of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport. And here are the results, or the standings at least, after 8 of 12 hours. Hartog in the pit lane. So in the pit lane, just as we go into the last 4 hours, and this is crucial for the stops as we get to the end of this race. It will shake out. It will be Guillaume Mondron, at least H2H Racing, who are in second. Luke Breukers in third. At the moment, when the stops are finished, only the top 2 cars are on the lead lap. Hans Weiss in 4th position for Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWN, who's the first of Pro-Am cars, with the Belgian Racing Jan Lorison car in behind him in 2nd in class and 5th overall for the 99. Then it's Neuhofer Racing, the 86 of Alfred Renard, and Max Cruz Racing, 2 pro cars in 6th and 7th. They are 4th and 5th in their category. Best of the AM cars, well inside the top 10. Bajin Long has done a cracking job for Neuhofer Rennsport. He took the lead on pace earlier on in this particular segment of the race, the 85 car in 8th. In 9th, Michelin Motorsport, Jerome Blakemolen and Michael Kuhl for Belgium Racing makes up the top 10, and they're 3rd in Pro-Am. Outside the top 10, Max Kreuzer Racing 10 car in 11th. The 888 Seb Lejeune by Duo Racing is 2nd in Am. 3rd in Am is QMMF by HRT. That's going to change, actually. I think QMMF are going to go back into 2nd for a moment. Then it is PTE by Manthey, Alpha Motorhome, the 911 in 15th. 16th, Toro, and Eric Zhang doing a good job there in the 29. Lap time performance, Reinhold Kran in the 2:33 is 17th. Black Falcon in 18th for Chris Mace, sorry. Flank Deserteur for Ansel Motors, Lorient in 19th, and Speed Lover Jean-Pierre Verhoeven in 20th. Speed Lover's off their normal pace today, got to be said. Milner Motorsport, Parker Thompson, the Canadian, cracking on in 21st position, albeit some 18 laps off the lead. Kay Kramer in 22nd, GP Elite in 23rd, MRS GT, the 89 car, Lucas Salas now behind the wheel of the 24th place car. JW Race Service, Lu Joui in 25th, and the 935, they've had their problems recently. MRS GT 88 in 26th. Milner Motorsport, who've been dead last for such a long time, now move into 27th, and as we heard a moment or two ago, MRS GT Racing, the number 90 car, has been retired after that hub failure when Madeleine Stewart was in the car. I don't even know what to say about those last few hours other than to just bow down and say I'm not worthy to Black Falcon.
Well, yeah, and whilst we were going through the rundown and the highlights, of course, the top cars all came in because they are all trying to get in around that 4 hours. In fact, Black Falcon, Tobias Muller has taken over. They did a 2:08. Guillaume Mondron did a 2:01. And what's happened is the out of sequence Alfa Renault 86 Neuhofer Rennsport car came in, but I actually think that car owes a pit stop. Because remember, it came in for its tyre change.
Correct.
And I don't think he's on its pit stop yet. So I think.
No, but what's interesting there, though, they've got 7 or 8 laps to go, so they've still got 3 stops to do.
Yes, if the others can't save their final stop because we run green and fast the whole way, then they'll be in a better
shape
position. But they are falsely currently in second on the stagger. Mondron is doing a second stint for H2H. He's in third. Fabien Dans has taken over from Luke Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan car, and then just moving up, the Tierra Outdoor Racing car is in fifth. Job Rapin has got past Jan Lairosa from Belgium Racing, and Paul Meyer back in the car has done the fastest lap of the race so far with it, I think is 2:21.997. That's our race fastest lap.
Yeah, first 2:21. That's the first sub 82 second lap.
Just going to say that fresh tyres are more important than a light car, because obviously that's full of fuel, 110 litres, which I think is about 95 kilos, because a litre of fuel does not weigh a kilogram. Might be less, I think it's about 85 anyway. But so the fact moving forward really is that Meyer, who had that problem early on, but was always incredibly quick, if he can keep the car running, they will move forward, but they are a bit too far behind to do much about Black Falcon. But there's still quite a lot to play for. Leading Am, Eric Kwong, Neuhofer Rennsport. They have a lead of 33 seconds over Sebastian Lejeune, so Seb Lejeune himself in the Seb Lejeune racing car. And good news for those who were worried that the 29 car hadn't been to the pits recently. They have another penalty, this time for causing a collision at turn 8. It is a 10-second stop and go, which they have now served. So the 29 car, the Toro Racing car is still 15th place, despite having gone down the pit lane 16 times.
How many times?
16 times.
Nick Damon alongside me, John Hindhoff. What a run. Tobias Müller then dropped straight into the low 23s. Now again, what we don't know about Luke Hartog is whether he was double stinting tyres, but his times were metronomically good. Now, a penalty. Have you spoken about this penalty for the causing a collision for Eric Zahn? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. General Code of Driving Conduct. At
Don't
turn
do that,
8.
basically.
That was that touch at Brussels, wasn't it?
Now we are 3 hours 52 minutes out. So what we haven't seen since the first part of the race is Christopher Mies. Now
I know he was in the car recently.
He's just got the Black Falcon car. I do apologise. He's just got in the other car. That's why I wondered why he had rotated back into the Black Falcon leading car, but he's just rotated back into the Black Falcon the last 15 minutes or so in the 5 car. So that car is on a comeback from all sorts of issues. Well, seeing Chris Mies in it should certainly help. I'm sure he's going to find that car a little bit looser perhaps than the other one he was driving, because it's been doing a lot more weirdness.
They've still got a chance of a podium in Pro-Am podium in that car, have they? No, they haven't. They've got a chance of 4. In fact, they'll go up to 4th in a lap or 2 because of Eric Zhang's penalty. So there we go. Meantime, battling cars on the track. The leader goes past the second place car, and there is the moment of the third place car. Sorry. So that is another lap.
He's 1 lap ahead of third, only 2 cars in the lead lap. And as we know, Alfred Renault in the Neuhofer car will have to come in the next 8 laps or so.
He's just crossed the line. Renault has
so.
just gone across the line and starts his 26th lap. I reckon he's got 5, possibly 6 laps to go. Renault. Oh, now that's interesting. So Renault did 10 laps, and now he's done 25.
Well, he did tell it that he had the puncture.
Oh, he had a puncture. That's right.
They must have fueled him. They must have fueled him when he had the puncture.
Yeah, they might as well have. Yeah. So he's going to. Well, now that's interesting. So how far is that going to? That's going to take him much deeper into the race.
He's absolutely fine. When he comes in, he'll only have to stop twice more.
But everybody else has only got to stop twice more.
No. If it runs green, they might have to stop. They might have to put a splash. The splashing doesn't exist. That's the thing. If it runs green,
I think Black Falcon are the closest to it. I think they've got the best chance.
H2H are a lap nearer.
Oh, yeah? But they're a lap off the lead.
Nearer,
But they're a lap off the lead now.
They're not far off, Black Falcon. You're absolutely right. And they're absolutely caning the car. And they've got plenty. If you get far enough ahead, you can lift and coast 2 seconds away quite easily.
Actually, if you look at H2H and Black Falcon, they've done exactly the same.
Same lap, isn't it?
Number of laps since they last pitted. It's just that H2H are 1 lap back in terms of how many laps they've completed.
Now, Chris Mies, I just talked about as not noticing he's in the car. I'm going to notice him soon because he's going to have to come back in the pits.
Oh no!
Car number 5, not respecting pit stop regulations, drive-through. No, that sounds like men over the wall, or persons over the wall. That sounds like.
Yeah.
Because it's not a fueling issue; it's something else. And they've just had a procedural issue.
Inside the last 4 hours, then, what's been an enthralling race. This, in some ways, this is a proper old-school endurance race, because what we're seeing here, we're not seeing reliability issues, because we don't see that nowadays from any endurance racing cars, and particularly not Porsches. This is a 12-hour race, and engines go for 100 hours, and gearboxes go for 50 hours, I would have presumed that most of the cars would have started with fresh.
What you've got here is no one's got a car advantage.
No.
Yes, you can have a team advantage.
But this is all about not making mistakes.
100%.
This is all about not making mistakes. No mistakes in the pits.
No track limits.
Mistakes by the drivers. No running into people. No getting penalties. Battle on the track is for into the final corner is Toro Racing.
The leader in Pro has been through the pit lane 6 times, less than anybody else in Pro. The leader in Pro-Am has been in the pit lane 6 times, equal to or less than anyone else in their class. I think that just slightly fails in Pro-Am, does it? 8. Yes, only Parker Thompson, who hasn't done a full journey, has been less than the Pro-Am leader. So it's the run on the pit lane that's currently dividing these people, and also the blistering pace of the driver teaming in the Black Falcon.
Dennis Zhang over the top of Radion. On board noise in the background. Dennis in the Toro Racing by HRT Performance. Toro, a team who have competed with some honour in the Asian Carrera Cup, or Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, who are racing not next weekend. Yes, next weekend. No, it's Fuji next weekend. So Toro in with HRT, Haupt Racing, Eric Zhang, Dennis Zhang, actually Eric Zhang and Derek Shang, Adam Christodoulou and Kim Andre Hauschild.
I don't think Kim nor Adam have been in the car for a particularly large amount of time.
Adam did
this race. He
did Adam do a bit?
I think
one stint. I think Kim Andre did. Adam felt that he would be in the car towards the end of the race, sometime around about now. You can only do 3 hours at a time, but of course there's no mandatory rest stop in between. So
do you get to the point where the car's not quite in contention for where you want it to be for an ultimate result, you actually decide to put your gentleman drivers, inverted commas, give them more time
to enjoy? Yeah. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, not next weekend, but the weekend after.
Yes, because we got Baku this week, and then the following week. So next week, and then the following week is Singapore.
Marina Bay Circuit. That season
quite sweaty. This car's got aircon.
I don't know. Now. Thrice now. The Carrera Cup Asia season finishing off the weekend of the 26th, 27th of October, back where it all started this season, and indeed originally for Carrera Cup Asia at Shanghai.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Ask.
I don't know if you can answer it, but you are the Porsche expert here.
Right.
Which is the strongest regional Carrera Cup?
Or how do you measure it? Entries?
I'll give you entries, but I just think when you look at the driver lineup and then see where they go next, is it Germany? Is it America? Is it UK, France, Asia?
It's very difficult to say because they're not all fulfilling the same raison d'etres.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is, so Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, you've got a mix of Porsche young drivers coming through, as many of them are now, from the region and being developed by Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. It's generally thought of Super Cup, obviously is the top
pinnacle,
of the top of the top,
yeah.
right? Because it supports F1. It's generally thought that next to that is probably Carrera Cup Deutschland, because so many of the Super Cup teams and drivers do a parallel program. France has always been strong. Benelux has always been strong. We had 43 entries in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. That was the biggest, maybe 40, more than that. At Sebring, we had the biggest ever Carrera Cup entry for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, but of any Carrera Cup. Now, we've mentioned that they are unique in that they have the traction control fitted. Why do they do that? Because generally speaking, they feel that their drivers will be getting into GT4 and GT3 cars, and therefore they need to learn the vagaries of ABS braking. And we've seen some of the teams here who don't have it in their Carrera Cup haven't necessarily been able to quite maximise the performance. By the way, thank you very much indeed to Kes Cobb up in London. He's been with us for the first 2/3 of the race. Tim Gray taking over in the master control room there at RSL. It sounds a bit like a cop-out, and in some ways it is, as the battle for 5th and 6th has now been turned up to gas mark 6, with Job Rapanga and Paul Meyer battling across the start-finish line. Renault in and out.
That's the 88 car serving another penalty.
Sorry, that is Renault
from
Carlos Vidal,
yeah.
Renault. Great battle going on for 5th and 6th. Paul Meyer in the number 8 and the 33 is the Sierra Outdoor Racing. That's a Pro-Am car. It sounds a bit of a cop out and a bit of fence sitting, but I genuinely think that they all bring something a little bit different. And I'm fortunate enough to do the race calls for a number of different Porsche series around the world, including Carrera Cup Asia and the North American series. I've called Carrera Cup GB in the past as well, and
Carrera Cup GB seems a bit more gentlemanly to me. It doesn't seem necessarily a means to an end, where the others can sometimes do. It was a place to be.
There are people who come up from that and go into British GT racing. That is on Carrera Cup GB is with British Touring Cars, which of course has network television for the most part, so it is very high profile in that respect. So as I say, they sometimes are slightly fulfilling different remits for not only the region but for the drivers who are competing within them.
Which one would you do?
I don't think I'd do Carrera Cup.
Oh, blimey.
I think I'd do endurance racing in a Cup car.
Okay, all right. Interesting.
Cup racing, 2 races in a weekend.
Is it a young man's sport, Carrera Cup?
No, not necessarily. And there are masters categories in each one of them as well. But you know, if money was no object, I'd do Super Cup, because then I'd be in the F1 paddock, wouldn't I? And then you know, and then you've got the pause value.
And you'd be driving for Haas a year later.
No, seriously, you get a couple of practice sessions, you get a single qualifying session. Your first lap, your best lap puts you on the grid for 1, the second best lap for 2. I think I'd much rather do something like this, or a Creventic 992 class race, and get more track time. I've always been built for comfort, not for speed, even before I got to my advanced years. And having done some endurance racing, even when I was getting my license through, before I got my FIA international license, it just gives you time to develop around the car, because unless you're doing it full time, I suppose if I was doing it full time, maybe I would do it, but I still think I still think I'd rather do the longer races. The cars are difficult beasts to drive. They're very specific, and some very good drivers in the past. I think Alan Menu, when he was just finished of British Touring Cars, he did the VIP car in Carrera Cup GB when I was commentating, and he didn't get on with the car. Doesn't make him a bad driver. The other thing is, I would quite like to share it with some of my friends in the car who would be able to do it. So Adam Christodoulou would be one of them. Probably Alex Sedgwick, he'd be quite good. Bradley could run the team. And Nick, you could film it.
Oh, it's all right. I'll just sit there with the hospitality. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
We'll leave
It's
the,
a good
we'll leave the PR
question,
speak to
though.
though. Well,
Your thoughts, dear listeners, at RSL_studio.
The usually thing is, the reason I asked the question about which one would you do is kind of think which selection of tracks appeals most. Is it the German tracks, the French tracks, the American tracks, the British tracks, the Asian tracks?
That's a good point. The thing is, would you choose to do one series, or would you flit between them?
Well, if you
you could do Sebring. Would you like to drive at Sebring? Yes, I'd like to drive at Sebring.
Yeah, of course I would.
Would you like to do here? Well, yes. Of course you would.
Yeah.
There's rounds on the Nürburgring.
I'd give Nürburgring Nordschleife a miss, to be honest.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I'd love to do Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Okay.
There's not a cup class in the Bathurst 12 hours.
Oh, I do Bathurst. Bathurst is a great
What,
track.
you do Bathurst, but you wouldn't do the Nürburgring?
Yes,
there's no way you can have an accident at Bathurst
there's a
without
large
writing the
section
car
of
off.
Bathurst where you can have a bit of a rest. You come down the back straight. Is it the Conrod straight, the back straight, or is that the front straight?
Conrod is the long
back
straight
yeah.
after the elbow.
You come to the back straight, you've got a left, you've got a right, you've got a big semi-oblong, which is easy, and then you
Do
just
you know how quick that
concentrate.
lap is?
You concentrate super hard up the hill around the mountain, then have a relax.
Do you know how quick that lap
Yes,
is,
of course
Nick?
I know how quick it is. Well, virtually quick it is.
I've driven a GT3 round there at speed in the dark.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that dark part of it.
You hold your breath basically from hell corner to the elbow, and then you can have 2 or 3 quick breaths, hyperventilating down Conrod Straight and into the Chase, which is the fastest corner in Australian motorsport.
I would like to do some tourist run at the Nordschleife. Now I know where it goes. Now I know that track. I know that track really well now because I've done it, and I've even compared
You don't need me to co-drive for
I've
you
even
then.
compared it to onboard laps that people have done to see, because I realise there's limitations to what anything on iRacing do, but you compare it against onboard. I know I can work out exactly where I am on the circuit, everything else. Yes, you've got to get used to the G-force and to the elevation, so I wouldn't be lost. I wouldn't need you being my sat nav. I know what was coming next, but interesting.
Marcel Duke has just sent me a note that says, I always have seats available if you'd like to drive, you just need the sponsor. How about the Gulf 12 hours in a cup car, which is a 6 actually.
Is it still 6?
No, it's gone back to it this year because it's not part of the SRI National Series. This from, and I quite like this from I think it was from Mick Palmer, was it? Let me just go. Yeah, it was. Porsche Carrera Cup might be a bit gentlemanly on the tin and from the outside, but on track with the current crop of former BTCC drivers and refugees, it's anything but. I get to see them up close, rather far too close, as they skip through the gravel traps. Ace grid this year.
In has come the 86, so Renault has come in from second place, so that was they've only got 3 hours 34 to go. They're easy 2 stops to the end now. For the Nordhofer race machine. That will drop them, I think, to 4th. I don't think it'll drop them to 5th. I think they'll stay ahead of Meyer. They, of course, are still suffering from that puncture that cost them 3 minutes.
Yeah. And did we talk about another penalty for yet another penalty?
The
MRS car?
They deserved it. It's fine. I've kind of ignored the 88's penalties because it gets more repetitive than some of the early 90s dance songs. There's no limit to their penalties, you know.
Very good. Rid of the MRS GT dancer. That's a bit of a crowbar for that one.
That's amused me way too much.
Martin Ragging has just jumped in the Neuhofer race Rennsport number 86 car, and
is that his first time or his second time in?
Second, at least second, without looking.
It's second. It's not at least second. No one's on 3.
Let's go down to the pit lane and Dinah Binks.
86, Alfred Renault has just jumped out of the car. Alfred, how was that for you so far?
So far, a nice race. Unfortunately, we had this puncture 1 hour ago. but we try to fight back. I don't know where we are at the moment, but it's still 3 hours to go, or 3.5 hours, and we hope for a good result.
It's been quite a fight, but that's what you expect, don't we, in endurance racing? You know, you face a challenge and then you've got to keep coming back from it.
True. That's what it is in endurance racing. Sometimes you're the lucky guy, sometimes not. And anyway, you need to fight back and hope for the best.
So, apart from the puncture, how would you summarise the race so far? This is a brand new event for the 992 Cup.
I'm a bit surprised because in the end I never drove a Cup car before. So it's the first time for me and it's a lot of fun. The others are very competitive. It's not easy, but it's a good competition and I like it very much.
Because I see you so often, you know, in Creventic, I didn't realise that. So what are the big differences for you? What have you had to adapt to?
The big difference for sure is, let's say on the Cup car and the Porsche GT3R is the steering. It's a bit different. You need to adapt yourself a bit. But I think it's good for us because we have a good tire management also on the GT3. That's helped here a little bit and it's good for us.
And how different is the handling on it?
Not too much. It's both 4 wheels and 1 steering wheel, so quite easy.
Are you enjoying the event?
Very much, yeah. It's really cool. I hope they do it next year again. I hope to be again here next year.
Alfred, thank you so much.
I suspect, and this is not our announcement to make, but I suspect if there is another one of these next year, there are a few people around the world with Porsche Cup teams or a few people with Porsche Cup experience who could fly in here and do this race who will have been impressed with what they've seen so far. The level of attrition has been a bit lower than I expected, if I'm being brutally honest. Now, we haven't had Ardennes wet conditions, but another 10 cars I think we could take easily here. Some more good teams who haven't come here. I think it might depend when it is next year and what is going on around it in terms of other Porsche championships and other championships that they might be racing in. Does it help or hinder that next weekend is the Barcelona 24 hours when we will probably have a 14 or 15 car grid in the 992 class? I don't honestly know.
I think 3 or 4 cars extra would have been here if Barcelona was in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
I think if they can get from Spa a good date, and that's difficult because Spa is very busy, then I'm absolutely certain they'd be falling over themselves to rearrange this one.
Just earlier on, which was the car that had the big off at turn 3 that Joe was talking about that had the bump?
The 935?
It was indeed the 935. JW race service.
Still there, still in the pits.
Yes. I now know what happened to that car.
What happened to that car?
If our colleagues in Cologne can punch up the camera that looks back down to Eau Rouge from the top of the hill, please, I'll explain to Nick what I'm talking about. So if we can look back down the hill from Eau Rouge to Eau Rouge from Radillon onto the straight, or the next time we see that, have a look on the grass. When we said where did the grass come from, and I said they've gone straight across, so they lost it at the bottom of Eau Rouge or got hit,
right,
and then have gone straight on and lost it.
Their rubbery nose bit's fallen off.
The rubbery nose bit's fallen off, that's still there, and the car has then rotated and gone in backwards on driver's left halfway up the hill to Radillon. Because there is a huge swathe of cut grass,
scuff mark as well.
Yeah, that is on that part of the track, and I think that's been the issue there. That would have been a very, very scary incident
you don't want to do anything
indeed.
at that part of the track because you're going very fast and not always completely in control of everything that's happening to you. Tobias Muller has, in the Black Falcon car, with the pit stop for the Neuhofer car, which has dropped down to 7th actually, he is now a lap ahead of the field, John. The field is now lap. Second place Rian Mondron in pro in the H2H racing is a lap, and looking at the tracker, he is a lap and a length the Kemmel straight behind. So Black Falcon absolutely flying. Cars on the move. Chris Mees has managed to move the Black Falcon up to 4th place overall in Pro-Am, and he's now starting to nibble at some of the other rounds. 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the Am class are all together. Not particularly close, to be honest. Sebastian Lejeune, 1 minute 14 seconds behind. 14 seconds behind Eric Kwong in the Neuhofer Rennsport here in Am. 3rd place is the QMF by HRT car, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifli.
Down the inside, and some side-by-side contact between the
22nd place car. That 22nd place is Peter Munich, is the Team GP Elite, and 5th is Jap Rapinage, yes, of Rapinge. I'm double correcting myself. I'm very happy about that. I don't know why people are being lapped and squeezing, but you might say I didn't see him there.
The light blue car's already got damage on the right hand side and a bit of scuffage. It's got a bit more now as they continue to come through. The white car is the better placed of the two. The number 33 over the top of the hill again at Radion, and sits at the head of the Pro-Am field. I don't think Job would have been overly happy about that, and that's been noted. No, that was 12 and 33. That is the right car. Yeah. So that started at turn 14.
Okay.
So down the hill on the other side of the track. So that was all getting a bit unnecessary there, really. And at RSL_studio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us. 3.5 hours to go. Right, let's give you a rundown of where people are in their fuel runs and how long they've got to go in lap terms, at least. Tobias Müller, now the only driver, and Black Falcon therefore the only team with their number 48 that is on the lead car, having completed 198 laps. So we're coming up to the 200 lap mark. He is on his 14th lap of what will probably be 32. So he started his stint, he rolled out of the pit lane at 40, let's call it 47 minutes past the hour. We expect him to do 75 minutes on that, so 46, call that the hour. So where are we? Where's the clock gone?
3:25.19 to go.
No, I'm looking at I need a actual day clock.
It's 20 minutes, just coming up to, it's 90 minutes past 6.
Right, so he's done just over half an hour. So he's got a good hour to go yet. That's looking good for him in that car. Guillaume Mondron also on his 14th lap, but a lap back in second. Also a lap back in third. Fabian Dance on his 14th lap. Paul Meyer 16 laps into his stint for Max Kreuzer Racing in 4th place. Where's the 86 then? Martin Ragging has just got in that car, hasn't he? So he's only done 5 laps. In fact, I think he's only done 4 laps, yeah, in that car. So we know that he can make it for definite on 2 more stops.
Yes, 100%.
Everybody else is borderline.
Everyone else is thinking, oh, but yellow flag would be quite a good idea now. But it's whether the people can find an advantage by actually managing to stretch it out. A couple of teams are very, very close. You kind of think a bit of lift and coast, a bit of fuel saving would be enough to sort it out. But not overly sure. So Fabian Dance running in third. Only 3.3 seconds behind second place. So that's getting quite close now. Second and third. Mondron, there we are.
Let's go back down to Dye in the pits. It has been there for a very long time, yeah.
One hour, 2 minutes.
They can't, if they refuel the car,
they can't do anything else.
Yeah, well, it's just come out of the garage.
Yeah,
so
that's fine, because they've done the work.
Okay,
then you refuel, then you go. That's fine.
It was a fuel pump problem on that car, and they've replaced the faulty fuel pump.
Quite a common problem, fuel pumps in race cars. I mean, I know it's a very hostile environment they're living in. Yeah, we've certainly seen a lot of issues with Mercedes SLS fuel pumps recently in Caventic races. But I suppose just one individual fuel pump is not exactly indicative of a problem. It's just one of those things.
I would presume there'd be probably only a couple of suppliers as well. So, third place at the moment, Red Camel Jordan.nl. Fabian Dance is taking about half a second to 3/4 of a second out of second place H2H Racing lap by lap. Those two exactly the same on their fuel run at the moment, just under halfway through their stint.
Paul Meyer is taking about a second out of both of them in third place. He's 44 back, but there is he's got plenty of time in fourth place. So Paul Meyer, the Match Crews Racing, the man who started from pole, if they can carry on that game, they've got enough laps to catch up.
And that car has put in the fastest lap of the race. The only car under 2 minutes 22 in a very Porsche number, 221.997.
There we are, you see.
A question for you, Nick.
Oh, go on then.
Number 15 H2H in second and the Red Camel Jordan.nl at the number 9 in third. Did they both take tyres on their last stop?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So they're identical in fuel and on tyre life.
That yes is based on the pit stop time.
Yes. Yeah, I know that. That's why I asked you.
So
you've got that over there.
If someone had massively mucked up their standard pit stop, they might not have taken tyres, to the exact same level as a stop with tyres and fuel. But no, I think they are both on tyres. I think most of these teams outside of Belgium Racing are single stinting tyres. Belgium Racing have double stinted the whole way through. It's not really worked. Well, I suppose they're second place overall, second and third in Pro-Ams. I can't say it's not really worked because their problems have been a little bit more of their own making with the multiple issues on the track limits. Not wishing to jinx the entire field. It's been nearly half an hour since the last person someone was pinged for anything. Remarkable.
Stand by.
They've all calmed down.
Huge amount of penalties coming in.
Lance now crossed the line again, and he is 2.7 seconds behind. Dropping now down towards Woodsbrook Sales. Yep, it is. He's going through there. The Red Camel Jordan car.
9:30.
Corner.
The number 935 was put back on the apron. It still hasn't gone back out.
No, it was the wasn't that? It was the car that was with Muller Motorsport.
It's Muller. Yes, of course it was.
Who went out and ran. No, it wasn't. It was Kay Kramer. So it's Kay Kramer. It's Marlon Menden. Kay Kramer. Sorry.
Yes. Sorry. Where is
Too
that?
many cars towards the bottom had a little bit of an issue here and there.
Yeah, took them just under an hour to change that fuel pump. Coming down to 3 hours and 19 minutes to go. For the first time today, any significant cloud cover. Actually, it's coming at a really good time for us because this is the time that we end up feeling like hothouse tomatoes with the...
I was going to go for rotisserie chicken.
Well, okay. With the sun streaming into an all-white commentary box. But even with the tint on the glass at the top half of the booth, it is still extremely hot. Adam Christodoulou has joined us from Toro Racing. Hello, fella. How are you?
All right. Unfortunately, the race hasn't gone quite as we planned. Not quite sure why. We had a great result here last year when we did it, and maybe we just came in a little too excited. I'm not quite sure. So we seem to be collecting drive-through penalties for the fun of it.
You're not the only one, although you are doing that far better than anybody else. I think 16 times you've been down the pit lane. That's not all.
Someone's beaten us though.
For drive-through.
17
yeah,
pit stops so far. They're not all penalties though. We have taken obviously a few planned pit stops, but we've been a little bit overexcited, I think, on the old track limits.
I don't associate you with Porsche Cup cars. How's it been adapting to it?
I think they're great to drive. It's when you've obviously jumping from the AMG that's got a huge front engine chassis. Of course, it's a bit weird, like thinking, oh, hold on, how short's the front? Like my feet's sticking out.
And how light is it on the front?
And so, but they are a hell of a lot of fun to drive. Like they just seem to be able to throw them around really well, and you see that, and you can see them dancing around the corners. They seem to really like roll and twist on the tyre really nice.
Considering they were built to do at a maximum 45-50 minutes twice a weekend, running them for an hour and 15 minutes per stint, and sometimes double stinting the tyres to nearly 3 hours, that's actually quite a testament to how good these cars are.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, and so like we did the 12 hours last year, and I think it's like all of these cars now, they have to be engineered so well, whether it's the GT3 spec cars like the Mercedes, the Audi, BMW and all of those, and obviously when the Cup cars are equally as bulletproof, so you see them racing at the Nürburgring 24, and they're very popular also in the
and you know why now. Now that you've driven one, you know why now.
They're also very popular in the other Creventic races, the other 24-hour series races. You always see them on the grid, and I think bang for your buck, they're actually really good, because I think they're about half the price of a GT3, and to be honest, speed-wise, they're not actually that far
that different. Yeah, absolutely. ABS on all of the cars here, although not. If I think only the US Championship it has it as standard. Tell me a bit about the team. Adam Christodoulou with us in the booth from Toro Racing by HRT. Many of you here in Europe will have heard about HRT. Toro Racing being very successful in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Eric Zhang and Dennis Zhang, along with Adam and Kim Andre Hausschel. Tell me how you four have gelled together.
So we ended up doing 2 races with HRT Performance last year. So we did this race, the 12 hours, but it was 2, I think, 6-hour races, or a 5.5 and a 6.5-hour race. And we also did the Monza race, and we basically, going into the last hour, we were about a lap behind last year. And we were just like, we need a safety car. And somehow the safety car
arrived.
It arrived. And so managed to do our stop and ended up in the lead. We ended up first after the first like 5.5 hours, and we were looking pretty good, and then we had to stop pretty swiftly last year after the restart, just because of the amount of fuel that we had left, and we ended up like fighting from a lap behind for the whole race, and it all just came together in the very last minute. And then we went to Monza, and that was a bit of a challenge. There was a few tyre issues during that weekend for a few different cars, and it was a bit of a lottery, and so anyway, we thought we'd give it another shot and try and win this one again. But I think we're fighting for P5 at the moment against the Black Falcon cars. But I've raced with Toro Racing since 2018, and we had a lot of success in the China GT Championship and the Chinese Endurance Championship, and I got to do Macau with them last year as well, which was really cool. So put it on pole position there and finished second. And yeah, whenever we get the opportunity, we try and go racing together. So it's a shame this is the only event that we're able to actually do together this year within Europe. But we'll see whether we can do some more over the winter.
Pro driver, loads of experience of all types of racetracks and all types of events, right up to and including, the granddaddy of them all for GTs, really, I suppose, which is the Nürburgring 24 hours. Cup cars as the sole racing cars here for a 12-hour race exclusively, obviously 3 classes depending on the drivers. Has it worked from your point of view?
It's amazing how green the whole race has been. I think has there only been maybe 2 safety cars so far, and so yeah, that was actually a bit of a surprise. And so it's oh, wrong board. Is this us? No, it's not. No, it's been basically almost like a qualifying race. Like every lap's just got to be spot on and perfect, and so it hasn't been easy trying to claw back some extra laps. We were hoping that there might be 1 or 2 more safety cars for us to try and optimize on those and try and get unlap ourselves. But it's been really green the whole way around.
And if this was to happen next year, would you, if somebody was to ask you, because you do a lot of work with a lot of different drivers, somebody was to ask, hey, that 12-hour 992, the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup race at Spa, was it any good? Shall I do it next year? What would you say to them?
Yeah, for sure. Like for me, if we're able to, if it doesn't clash with anything, then I guess we'll be back next year. It hasn't been our ideal race now, and so we need to come back and not make the mistakes that we've made this year with track limits and 1 or 2 other little issues, and hopefully try and get back on the podium. I think, to be honest, there's still a very slim chance of a podium.
In class, yeah.
Yeah, I guess we need a few things to go into our favour. I think on strategy, we're going to be fighting with the Black Falcon car right now, and it's one of those, like during an endurance race, you never know what's going to happen. But I guess because everything's a cup car, there's not too much traffic to optimize or to cut through, which is a little different to the normal 24-hour series. When you're in a GT3 or a cup car, you're the quickest cars on the track, and then you're racing against the TCRs and the GT4s, and so if you're good at cutting through the traffic, that really plays into your hands. Whereas here, all the cars are the same, so actually, if you do catch traffic, you might lose half a second or a second on one lap, and then once you clear it, then generally you're back in clear air again. So every lap's just got to be precise and as fast as you can.
Classic track here at Spa. We've talked about the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It was a particularly difficult year for anybody that raced on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Müllner Motorsport are here, MRS GT are here. They all raced there as well. There was a bit of a fight going on. It seems as though that's cleared itself up. Is that good news for some of the teams that are here, some of the GT3 teams? It looks like we're going to have an 9-round calendar for the VLN side of the NLS.
That's great, and it needs to be like that. I think this year, obviously, there was 2 organisers trying to arrange the races, and in the end, people were unsure which one to pick and which one to do, and of course, it got split equally between the 2, and it meant that this is probably the first year that I think I've only been to the Nürburgring about 3 times this year.
Yeah.
Whereas, and that was for 2. I was going to say practice races, 2
it was
NLS
the qualifying
races,
races, wasn't it? Yeah.
And then the 24. Whereas normally we get to do at least 3 races there and work on tyre configurations that we're going to use for the 24. Because you got to qualify your tyres for the Nürburgring 24, and I think we're allowed 6 different compounds, and so that goes from a soft, medium, and hard tyre, depending on how hot or cold it is, and then there's an intermediate that we'll go with, a wet tyre, and then basically there's a monsoon tyre for when
just in case you need it.
Yeah, which quite often you do at the Nürburgring. So
when do we see you driving next, Adam?
Good question. I think that hopefully I'm going to be back at the Nürburgring. Maybe I think it's towards the end of next month, and so it'll be nice to go back there, because last time I was there was for the 24, and it's like a second home to me. So any opportunity I get, I always take it to go and race around there. And
now you've done a bit more on the Cup car. How about Super Cup, eh?
Like honestly, like
bit of sprint racing. You haven't done that for a while.
Well, I guess my first sprint race that I did was Macau last year.
Yeah.
And that's the first sprint race that I think I've done in maybe 10 years.
Yeah.
Excluding, like, I've jumped in and out of classic cars just for a little bit of fun, but in the modern stuff.
In the contemporary stuff.
Yeah, that was the first time I'd been in a sprint race. Like, it's funny, generally the shortest race that I do is about 4 hours around the Nürburgring, and so or like the 3 hours in the GT World Challenge when I do some of those races. But I think to be honest, actually, out of the GT3 cars and these, I feel like you have to be more alert in a cup car around the Nürburgring than you do in a GT3 car,
because
they've got similar-ish power. So it's got about, I don't know, 30-40 horsepower less, it's got a little less aero, so it dances around a bit more. Whereas the GT3's just got that extra aero, so it just like sucks it into the ground a little bit more. And it just means it's a little bit more stable, whereas you have to have your wits about you a little bit more around the Nürburgring, especially with like some of the crests and over the jumps where these things float and you see them dancing.
Easy for you to say as a pro driver with your skills. I look at what you guys do in the GT3s and just shake me head, particularly the start of the 24-hour race where we're looking at the helicopter and the onboard, the helicopter and the onboard. It looks like a police chase that's going on through traffic from about lap 1.5 onwards. But I see what you mean. Will you pass on our best to the Toro guys, and particularly guys who've come over from the Far East? The guys will be racing.
We feel like we've got a bit of a rival team, so there's a few of the guys from the PCCA Championship that race in China and in Asia, and Toro Racing, we're racing against one of the other teams that's got a car full of the Chinese lads that are racing, and so of course it's one of those, it doesn't matter where you are, there's always a rivalry to try and, well, in the end obviously you want to beat everyone, but a little bit more so to beat the other boys out there.
We didn't see much of you at the Nürburgring because of the circumstances this year in the shortened race. Good to have you back, mate, and thanks for coming and finding us.
Thank you.
Adam Christodoulou, Toro Racing, celebrating their 30th anniversary this year, and hopefully see them back next year. See, already people are starting to talk about next year, and I kind of like that, Nick Damon, because although there's been no announcement, it's no surprise that people are already thinking about it, and they'll be lobbying Creventic and Porsche Motorsport. I think from the Porsche Motorsport side of things, with all the cars that they've had here, but every GT3 and GT3 RS in the whole of Europe has been parked up here outside for the track days. So what do you reckon? I mean, it's more likely than less, because we've actually done it.
Obviously we're only 2/3 of the way through, but it's been very, very successful. My feeling is it's one of those things where you'd be way more surprised if it doesn't happen than if it does. So it's 12 hours of the 12 hours 992 Endurance Cup. I believe he's back here again sometime next year. But it is, you need to find it. It's all about finding a date, isn't
Adam
it?
was spot on with that.
It's a date where you're not conflicting with other Carrera Cup events. You're not conflicting with F1 and everything else.
Nick Damon with us here in the booth, and Adam Christodoulou is now looking at his own lap times on the strategy. Just want to make sure he was doing. I better make sure I'm the quickest in the car. Is what he's doing. Lap averages, yeah. Some of those won't be quite right because of the safety car periods, but the ones that are 32 and 33, they should be absolutely spot on from that. Some of the longer ones where we had the safety cars will be adversely affected, so I haven't managed to work out how to take out the slower laps on that. We're coming down to just 3 hours to go, so let's have a rundown. We've got a problem on the Kemmel Straight, and that problem is a car parked to the side of the road, and this is the number 78 car. Oh my goodness me, Speed Lover, I said they've not had their usual run today, and my goodness they haven't. Jean-Pierre Verhoeven has ground to a halt. This is another car with a wheel missing, isn't it? But this time it's a right side wheel. Joe Bradley out of the pit lane, and
it's got a right front's gone, hasn't it?
I think it's the right front. We've had two left rears, now the right hand side making. Now we have recovered a car from pretty much exactly there early in the race without having to go to a full course yellow. There's a flatbed there.
There's the access right there, in between the two high fences.
No,
there's a gap, isn't it?
It's the access is behind the car, but it depends whether they can get the
crane
to pull it over.
Right.
I think is what they did.
Well,
still holding that with a local yellow. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They have put their legs out on the dépannage, the recovery vehicle, and it will just be about whether they can get that car onto the rear. This is a brilliant piece of snatch recovery that is going on to drivers right on the Kemmel Straight. Double yellow flags being shown there, 3 hours and 3 minutes. Bradders, we were just listening to Christodoulou there for Adam Christodoulou, and he said just how much he's enjoying this and what a challenge these cars are to drive at places like here and the Nürburgring, because they haven't got the ultimate downforce of the GT3 cars, although they're not that much slower. Certainly not any slower in a straight line.
He said same about the Fun Cup that he raced here a few years ago with when me and Trustwell were working for the team he raced for.
Yeah.
Christodoulou would race a supermarket trolley around the cold meat.
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean...
And he'd be looking at his average lap times down the aisle.
Like he just has, not intensely competitive at all, is he?
No, not at all. It's just a bit of fun.
The thing is, right, and we came into this event slightly different. Yes, we've got 3 classes racing. We're not unfamiliar with mixed class racing. Perhaps what we are unfamiliar with is mixed class racing of cars that are exactly the same performance. They are the same car. But the only variation, I think you mentioned team's ability with regard to strategy and pit work. And then, obviously, the obvious thing is driver ability and the range of drivers we have in each of the cars. And it was bound to be tight.
The issue, I think, for most people is not necessarily the speed. It's just about not making mistakes.
It's about
maximise what you've got. They'll only go as fast as they'll go, and the drivers can only drive them as fast as they can. But you want to be driving them as fast as you can drive it most laps. And if you are super quick then fall up, super quick then fall off, that's not doing you any good whatsoever.
Or more prevalent here, if you are super quick through corners and get pinged for track infringements and lose 10 seconds, well, 30 seconds for a 10-second, I think we might.
40 seconds. 40 seconds, yeah.
For a 10-second penalty. How are you going to make that back
You're
up
not making
on
that
the track?
Not in an hour and a half.
Very, very tricky strategy, I tell you.
You'd be better off winding it back 5-6% and not riding those curbs. If it was me, I was in the meeting. By the way, great, as I said, great piece of recovery going on here at the side of the track, covered with yellow flags. There is no recovery vehicle over the Armco. They have extended the hydraulic arm. It's got the yoke on it with the strops that go onto the eyes on the top of the car, which is at the balance points. They are also putting further strops on the front and rear wheels, and that car will be back over onto the flatbed before you know it.
Directly onto a truck.
Yeah, directly on,
and then brought back.
The flatbed has actually got the hydraulic arm on it. I was just going to say that I think the second, by the way, the second and third battle just closed back up again, so we'll keep an eye on that going through Piff Paff at the moment. I think the key thing here is, and I was in the
driver briefing,
team managers briefing, yesterday, and they showed a picture of what they described as yes, okay, no, not okay, in terms
of track limits.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they showed a picture with a Porsche car that had all 4 wheels off the curb, right? So beyond the
track,
right? Beyond the curb, right? Yeah. And that obviously is off the track. So it was all 4 wheels on or beyond the green edges.
Yes.
Then they showed one that had a tiny bit of Michelin tyre still on the yellow and red curb, but everything else was over.
Across the white line, on the other side of the curb.
On the
opposite side from the track.
On the far extremity of the curb. And the race director said, we consider the curb as part of the track, so long as you're still on the curb. If I was the team manager, I'd be saying white lines. If you've always got something on the inside of the white line, you're never going to get track limits.
Well, the thing is...
And what does it cost you? If it costs you a second a lap over your 32-lap stint, if it costs you a full second a lap, but you stay absolutely safe, you are 10 seconds better off than having one drive-through.
Yes, I do get what you're saying. It was Adam Christodoulou on... When did we get here?
Thursday.
It would have been Friday morning.
Should have asked him then.
Yeah, because he was telling Nick and I, we were having a chat with Adam, and he was telling Nick and I he had to recalibrate his head because in other series such as GT World Challenge, where fairly recently we had the Spa 24 hours, it was a white line. You could only go over the white line. You weren't allowed to go 4 wheels over the white line. It will give you time. It will give you time.
Of course it will.
And the thing is about the driving, especially somewhere like Blanchimont, the commitment of when you turn in and the speed that you turn in at, when you get to the outside of that corner, that momentum that you've taken into the corner, that decision's already been made back there. You can't deviate now. It's not like driving to the shops, where if you see something on the road, you can just change direction.
No, laws of physics has decided where you're going.
Yeah, you've got to let the car breathe.
Well, that's
if you try and check it because you don't want a track limit infringement, you can end off in the barrier, because if you pull the steering wheel or lift off even.
So that's what I'm saying. Give yourself a little bit more of. Well, it doesn't. There's other places where actually you're risking doing damage to your car. So coming down through Speaker's Corner, there's now a trench on the outside, right on the outside edge of the curb. So actually, you need to go further over or not off the curb at all with your right-hand side wheels. If you drop off into there, you're going into a trench, and as I said at the time when I saw the cars doing it, it's not the falling off that's the problem, it's the coming back on.
Stay out there until the curb's finished.
You have to then drive on the grass. Yes. Or you have to go further out and start literally ploughing your own furrow in the gravel. So don't do that. Stay within the white lines. And so long that gives you so much more of a margin for error. If somebody moves over on you, if your car gets a little bit of a wiggle on, if you're at the end of a double stint on your tyres, you haven't quite got the grip that you thought you had, and you get a bit extra understeer, you've got way more of a margin for error.
If anybody at home is on iRacing and they've raced here in an official race, and you put a wheel off at places and you get a 4X, when you go to a private hosted session, this track is completely different. And I totally get it. Anybody who's iRaced will get what Christodoulou was meaning. It's a complete. You can pick up so much time by extorting and exploiting those track limits, and I think that's what drags you in, and that's why I use the term discipline, because you really have to be disciplined. This is great, isn't it?
Battle for second and third, coming down the hill through Pouhon now, and they were well on the curbs with their left-hand wheels there. There will be places, of course, maybe the exit of the second part of Pouhon, the Dupuy-Gauche, the second of the double lefts, where if you go too far off, you're actually not gaining time or momentum at all. Also the good thing about Spa, there's quite a lot of places where the gravel comes up to close to the back of the curbs.
Yeah, that stops that.
Yeah.
Why not have gravel everywhere then? Just a little, a metre of gravel.
I still think that the debate about track limits is easily solved. We should go to the motorcycle rule. And this track has been optimised for motorcycles. So there's a lot of green beyond the white line. You put anything on the green in motorcycles, it's track limits. In the last lap, if you put anything on the green, whatever the circumstances are, even if you don't quote-unquote gain an advantage, you are docked a place. Into the pit lane, H2H Racing. That means the second place car has come in with 3 hours to go. So they can't, just under 3, I don't think they can go to the end with just one more stop. So Nick's calculations back from 4 hours was pretty much spot on.
No, they can't.
Guillaume has come in, he's come in early. He's coming after 26 laps. Has he been given... He's only been out there for an hour and 3 seconds. Diana Binks is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm just on my way up there. I can see they're changing drivers for that car as well. They're just doing that right now. And it'll be interesting to see. They're getting... I can't see... Yes, they are getting ready to refuel as well. So they've changed the driver and they've obviously changed tyres and now refueling.
That's very interesting. So if they've done that, they can't have had a penalty. You can't do anything else in the pit lane if you are coming in for a penalty. So Guillaume Mondron, who has been in that car for quite some time. Let me go back even further. Did he do? Yeah, he did 31 laps, and he's just done 26 laps. So he will be a bit more tired than perhaps he was expecting, and so that's a driver change. But there'll have to be extreme fuel saving for them to get
that's not
2 hours and 48 minutes. What's that? Well, it's an hour and 20. You know, they're going to have to do.
No, they're going to have to park up and wait 20 minutes.
No, they'll be able to.
2 hours 40.
Yes, that's so they've got to do an hour and 20.
But we've got 2 hours and 52 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, sorry.
So they're going to have to park up for 10 minutes of fuel saving.
Yeah, absolutely
they're
right.
Going to save that amount of fuel.
Yeah, 2 hours 40. I think is not doable with green flag racing. I think 2 hours 30 is really tight. If you can get to an hour and 15, that's really tight at fast speeds. So really you're talking about 2 hours and 20. So at the moment they're half an hour away.
So what are they doing? Are they doing an hour and 20?
That car, its best full stint.
So I think it varies, doesn't it?
No, their best full stint of green has been, I think, 33 laps. Oh no, that had yellows in it.
Yeah.
So that was an hour and 30. So that had yellows in it. 33 laps. It's normally 32-ish laps, and that would be for them. For some reason, I now can't scroll across. Come on, I want to go back to the next one. I think they've been doing an hour and 10 to an hour and 13.
All right. So that's even.
So that's at the best, I think, 2 hours 30.
Right.
And at the moment, we've got 2 hours 51, and they're back out on track. So there you go. The only car we know can go from here with 2 still is the Martin Ragginger Neuhofer Motorsport 86 car. That's the car. Yeah, they've done a 30 lap at the beginning of the race, and a 31. So let's have a look at that 31. That was all green. An hour and 15 on the nosy for that car, Joe.
Have we been keeping an eye on Paul Meyer in the Max Cruiser number 8?
Yeah.
I mean, that car's been up and down that timing screen like a yo-yo, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
And he's back into contention massively. He's only 18 seconds behind Fabian Dance, the car ahead of him in the Red Camels car. They've been in the car about the same amount of time. Paul Meyer's been in an hour and 10. Fabian has been in an hour and 7 minutes. So they're pretty similar on fueling. And that car's now right back in it, right back into contention.
Quick note here from Ian McCarthy says, John, you might be overestimating the control drivers had over precise car placement in a 992 Cup car, particularly the bronzes around Spa. Well, no, you're absolutely right. Surely that's another good reason to leave more margin for error. I'll leave you to think about that. Battling going on for 4th and 5th, coming down the hill side by side for a moment and then nose to tail. This is one of those cars that Joe was just talking about. The number 33, Job Repange, and Martin Ragginger has pulled all the way back in the Neuhofer Rennsport car. It's Pro-Am leader from Pro Car, then a lapped car in behind is the gold and red car that's had problems. That's the Gabriele Piana driven Black Falcon car, and there's the pass. Now that's 3 wide as Piana makes it disputed down the inside. He's well down the order. He's down in 16th position for 4th in Pro-Am, so he's trying to get somewhere close to a podium. So there's no need for that 4th place car, that new 4th place car, the Neuhofer Rennsport Martin Ragginger car, to go by that gold and red car. Bit of action there with 2 hours and 48 minutes to go, coming into penultimate stops for the cars. Can they make it to the end? Not if they're stopping now. Dinah Binks in the pits.
As I very quickly turn my microphone back on, as you were chatting there, John, you were talking about Speed Lover earlier, the number 78, and that car's just arrived back in the pit lane at the pit entrance area. They've taken it off the truck, and some of the crew are now running down the pit lane to jack it up and take it back up to the other end of the garage. They've got quite a way to go up here at this pit lane, but obviously the car isn't looking in a very good state. The rear right hand side's got no wheel on it at all, so they've got some work to do to get that back into the garage here. The yellow flags are waving in the pit lane for anyone making a way back in here at the moment.
Well, that's interesting. Not seeing that on the timing at the moment. So Tobias Müller leading out and heading, I think he's got 3 laps to go. I can't see, unless we get some safety car intervention, full course yellow. I just can't see that. So right now, the number 86 of Martin Ragginger, who's still got 12 or 13 laps to go, so 20 odd minutes, nearly probably half an hour of racing for Ragginger. He can easily do this on the 2 more stops. I think everybody else are going to struggle. I really do. So that's the car that could come right back into it.
Yeah.
The number 86, Neuhofer Motorsport, 4th, Rennsport. Ragginger at the moment in 4th overall and 4th in Pro. Been a great run by Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM. They're leading Pro-Am in now 4th position as Tom Coronel takes over the Max Chrysler racing car. The Am leader, we've got a battle there again now. Eric Kwong behind the wheel of the Neuhofer 85 car. QMMF by HRT. Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi is behind the wheel. He's 3/4 of a minute behind the lead, but he's got a lap on 3rd place. Joel Monegro in the PTE operated by Mantai Racing number 992, but they're only 8 seconds ahead of Seb Laju Racing and Loris Mishbach in the 888. So that's 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th. All that's the top 5 in the AM class, with the Elfa Motorhome Andres Höfler driven car, which started right at the back of the grid, remember. That car sitting in 5th in AM. Plenty to play for here, brothers.
Oh, absolutely, and it's in all the classes as well. I mean, all right, the Pro-Am class, that's a little bit spread out, isn't it? There's laps between 1st, 2nd, and then another lap between 2nd and 3rd in that Pro-Am class, and they're pretty spread out. 4th overall, 7th overall and 10th overall, and that might as well mention who they are. That's the 33, the Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM, number 33. The next one, Belgium Racing, the 99, and then the second of the Belgium Racing entries, the number 98. So that's spread out. The Pro class, that's our 3 overall leaders, but then the AM class, I mean, that lap can disappear in the blink of an eye. Even at a 7.5 kilometre long track like we have here at Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, we've still got enough time for people to make a difference, but that clock is ticking and narrowing that window where you can make a difference. And I'm pretty sure the intensity in those teams at the front of this overall field is beginning to ramp up, and the slightest mistake with regards to making a call on a yellow flag pit stop or something like that can have massive connotations.
Significant happenings in the next couple of laps. We will see in the pit lane the leader and the 2nd place car. Only the Black Falcon number 48 is on the lead lap. They have completed 215 laps, and I think at the end of 217 laps they will be in the pit lane. So not this time by, but the next time by. Fabian Dans is in second, a lap, and where's the leader on the track? A lap and about a third down. Leader coming to complete his 216th lap now, and Fabian Dans is coming down through the pit path. So that's the gap, a lap and that much between Fabian Dans. Same thing, he will come into the pit lane at the end of his lap 216. So also in 2 laps time, but of course still a lap back on the leader. The third place car, Martin Ragginger, has got another 11 laps to complete. So he's going to go long into this race. At the moment, he's 52 seconds behind second place, and therefore he will go into second, but not into the lead. But I think he might just get back on the end of the lead lap before he has to pit. So he's hoping for some intervention from the yellow flag gods that Adam Christodoulou prayed for at Monza.
Another 23 minutes or so?
Yeah. He's easily into the window for just 2 more stops. That car.
I mean, that's what I mean about the intensity rammed up in those garages. The Black Falcon garage, the Red Camel Jordan garage, and the Neuhofer Rennsport garage. It's so intense now, they don't want to make a mistake. They just want to. They're going to be so tight on measuring that fuel, getting the right amount of fuel in. Remember, we're using irregular rigs. They're not weighing the fuel in. They're hoping for a full tank. From what I've seen, everybody's getting a fuel tank because the fuel tank is going back into the breather. So
correct.
They are getting a full.
Well, there's no point in doing anything else really at this part of the race. 2 hours, 41 minutes to go. Next time around, Tobias Müller, I think, will be in the pit lane. He is coming to turn 16 now, which is the left-handed kink before Blanchimont. Nick Damon and Joe Bradley will take you through the next part of the race. And right now, Nick, that car, that Tobias Müller Black Falcon car, is doing nicely, but at 1 hour and 15 minutes and 2 hours 40 minutes to go, they are not getting to the end if they come in now. Oh, he's gone round.
He needs one more lap. He just needs one more lap.
No, he's in the pits. He is in the pits. So he can't do it. I don't think he can do it. Ragginger is going to get much closer. Dance will be in as well next time around. That is a 32 lap stint. Dance will be in this time as well from second, still a lap back, and Ragginger will move back up with still 10 laps to go for Ragginger in third in the number 86 Neuhofer Rennsport car.
So he will come out with about 2 hours and 38 minutes to go. So our leader Tobias Müller, he'll need to do 2 1 hour 19 stints, which I think on full fuel or full green, is something that's just not possible. And sure, Joe, who's been looking the last few minutes, will probably agree with me. I don't think we do 119 on a full fuel if it's all green.
A 119?
1 hour 19 run.
No, we've just been discussing that just before you come back off your dinner, Nick, and we reckon we're thinking 1 hour 13, 1 hour 14.
He just did a 1:16:15.
Did he? All right, okay.
And don't forget there's 2.5 minutes for the fuels as well, which is on top of that. So that's 1:19. But the problem is you have to have 2 minutes left at the end because you don't know when you're going to cross the line.
And it's a long lap.
And
you don't want to get that wrong.
So, but again, what we don't know is whether there's an opportunity for anybody at the front who has got a nice long lead to do some lift and coast and fuel saving.
But as I said to John, the only fuel saving that's going to get you that amount back is parking it. It's just too long. That gap at the very end is just going to be too lengthy to be able to fuel save. Yeah, you might be able to fuel save a little bit in all right, you've got 2 stints of fuel saving, but you're not going to fuel save 20 minutes.
He only needs to fuel save 6.
Where have you worked that out?
Because he's going out with one. We've just seen him do 1:16.
All right, what we've got left? 2:38. So 2:32.
Yeah, he needs to fuel save 6 minutes. I know it's all kind of. Everyone's been so well behaved, has so little yellow.
Yeah, I know. You can't really rely on a yellow. You've got to be thinking about that. You've got to be thinking about, shall I fuel save? And put 6 minutes is 2 laps. 2 laps of fuel. It might be able to do 1. I mean, the areas where you, all right, into Le Com, right, off the Kemmel here, heading down there, you've got to be flat out. You come off the brakes.
The second place man, Fabien Dance, he's actually now
come off the throttle.
Hasn't come out of the pits yet, and he's literally going to have a 2:38 to go, where it was nearer to Tobias Muller. It was nearer 2:40 or 2:39. So Fabien Dance is getting close to being possible.
But like Hindhoff's just said, Martin Ragnar is in a pretty good position. He's 56 minutes in the car right now, so he's got about 20 minutes. Around about the 20 minute.
He's in a very good position because there's no way, without any yellow, that Mathieu Toucheret or the 15 H2H car or the 8 Tom Coronel Max Cruz car can get to the end without making 2 stops as well. So they've all got to make 2 stops.
Those
stops have no flexibility to them.
That's right, and so they are going to come together. They are going to come together.
But it's interesting. Jan Laurens, again, he's been out for. He's actually. Now Laurens is interesting because he's about to come in. He's been running for 2:35, so he could actually do it on one more. But he's quite a bit out of contention at the moment. He's quite a long way back, and he's obviously in the Pro-Am side. Top 5 now pros and 3 Pro-Ams. We're getting that separation we always expected to get. As they go through the complete cycle of drivers. I mean, remarkably, Joe, we've 27 of the cars are still running. Some of them had lengthy pit stops, but the only car that has fully stopped is that MRS GT Racing, which was brought in by Madeline Stewart, who had a very good interview with Therese with, where you found out about possibly people not overrunning these cars and they're a bit older and need a bit of servicing.
Yes. Yeah, she wasn't a happy bunny, was she?
Well, I don't want to... Look, let's not...
a soap opera behind every garage door,
Okay,
Nick.
her basic outline was that car was not lifed properly. Was it?
A soap opera behind every garage door. We just see the front of it. We see the glossy bit out on track. Cars going around.
Glossy.
It is. It's glossy. Everybody thinks, everybody's happy and everybody's... Well, there's a lot going on there.
Everybody's happy.
Well, everybody's just
at the end of this, about 6 people who are happy. They're the ones who've done better than they expected or have won.
Is that tweet coming 25 seconds ago? Is that what that means?
No, that's when it's when he last refreshed.
All right, okay. So I'm pretty sure John has mentioned that. Oh, here's Diana.
Here comes Diana.
There's been a succession of cars that have just come in. A few have had a couple of driver changes, and I did want to chat to one of the drivers on the, I think it was the 5, but they didn't want to chat for a moment. They were just getting themselves together. But all clean pit stop visits for that one. So there's now just a bit of a tidy up going on down here. There's some gravel being swept away, but I think everyone's staring at screens. They're probably, the last bits of strategy call are coming into play now as we get to this point in the race.
Yeah, we are obviously getting down into very much the business end. 2.5 hours to run of the 12 hours of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. Spa-Francorchamps. I can say the Michelin Endurance Cup 2024 because we hope there'll be a 2025.
Yeah, I mean, the general consensus of opinion is all of these Carrera Cup runners have certainly enjoyed their experience, not necessarily their first experience of endurance racing, but certainly of endurance racing in a fully 992 class cup car and a cup car field. I think when this race was announced, I think I think all the fans of the 24H series kind of knew it was going to work. There was a feeling about the fact that it was going to work because, I think you guys mentioned it earlier, where in any 24H series race, there's always a 992 race breaks out as a class race in amongst whatever. We'll see it next weekend in Barcelona. The 992 class, one of the closest classes in the 24H series. It's the nature of the beast. It's what I was talking to Teresa Lahu about. the fact that the cars are very well put together. They're I've always classed a cup car as bulletproof. If you've got a privateer client and they want to go and do a bit of racing in whatever level, club level, Darlington District Motor Club, what shall I buy? Get a Carrera Cup car, because Porsche customer service is next to none. All right, they're an expensive car, but they are very, very robust, well put together, relatively easy to work on, and they are pretty much bulletproof. So we knew this concept was going to work.
Have you been surprised at the lack of, what a better terminology, carnage, the lack of coming together, the lack of accidents?
No, I haven't.
Really? So you were, because it seems that most of the pit lane thought they'd be seeing a lot more yellow.
No, and I'll tell you why. It's because the speed difference is minuscule. So you can't just go steaming up the inside of somebody because they're 40 mile an hour slower on the straight. At the end of the Kemmel, that gap that appears because the car in front of you is 45 mile an hour slower than you. That car's coming up on you, and then the timing of it, we get people barging into people. When you've got GT3 as your fastest class, and certainly in the halcyon days, I like to think of the Creventic series, Clio Cups and Minis. Yeah. I mean, the closing speeds were phenomenal. But
I'm not sure the drivers thought they were halcyon days.
No, a lot of people did.
104 cars entered, 102 cars entered.
Yeah. 4 guys, a picnic and a picnic table. Go on, down.
If I could just add what your conversation was there, also talking to some of the the crews and mechanics and around the car, they also said working on these cars is fantastic because you know what you've got and you know what you need to do, and it's pretty consistent, so they can work more methodically and really enjoy that experience.
Yeah, I think all round.
Don't we? Sometimes we've got a whole team behind the driver and the car.
Yeah, you and I don't. Neither does Nick, because he's usually in the pit lane as well. Because we see it. We see the sweat and the toil and the grime and how dirty it is to see ourselves, to see what goes on. The soap opera behind every garage door. We actually see it. We breathe that brake dust. We get manky because of it, and so
taste the rainbow of fluids.
We taste the rainbow of fluids. Yeah, the different colour fluids. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, the concept of a 992 Cup, a 992 Endurance Cup event was always going to work. That was my opinion, and I'm happy to see it. I've seen it come through, but that's why we haven't had any carnage, in my opinion, Nick. The speed difference isn't as great.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And even the slow drivers aren't, minuscule.
The slow drivers aren't super slow. No.
Yeah,
and certainly at the end of the straights, they're very similar speeds.
Yeah, and you can't, because the performance levels are so close. You've got to pick your time. You've got to work out where you're going to pass. If you've got an opponent and if you've got clear, you could be a second a lap faster. It's not enough to get past very quickly. So you've got to plan it out, and you've got to be. You can't just make those do or die moves down the inside, which result in incidents. Because I don't think we've had a yellow caused by. We've had cars come together. We've had cars both one another.
All 3 have been caused by a single car accident.
Just going off. Yeah,
2 going off and 1 losing a wheel.
Yeah. Now watch them prove us all wrong.
Well, that's what this is. I'm trying to will this at the moment. I'm trying to come on. Let's have a bit of activity, a bit of action.
No, this is the action. That lead battle is the action. Tobias Muller. Been in the car now. How long is that, Nick?
Hour and 25. So it's got a while to go. I wonder whether they're going to stick Chris Mees in for the final stint, but they won't keep Tobias in for the last hour and 20. Martin Ranger back by about a minute a bit, lap a bit. Sorry, he is out of sync, so he'll be stopping next in the North of Motorsport 86. Mathieu Dutroy and the H2H Racing in 3rd. Luke Breukers keeping the Breukers family running in 4th. Now they're going to be hoping for an overall podium, only 10 seconds behind Mathieu Dutroy in the H2H Racing. Tom Coronel, the Max Cruz Racing, big comeback for that 8 car. It was a long way out at the end of the first pit stop. They had a 5-minute run, now 25.4, behind 3rd place. So that's just how far they are off the podium. They're all going to get themselves on the podium in a few few laps, because Martin Ranger is going to come in because he's out of sync. But Ranger can definitely, once he comes in, do it on 1 more stop. Ranger only has to stop twice, and probably everyone else does, unless they start doing the fuel saving. You don't think it's possible?
I tell you what, I bet that number 8 Max Kreuzer Racing entry. Tom Coronel at the wheel of that, currently in 5th. I bet they didn't think that they were in with a shout of a podium position. That was the car, remember, with Meyer, who started the race and had all sorts of problems, didn't he?
I think
backwards.
What happened was he good luck, whoa, nowhere. Good luck, oh, nowhere. We never saw it on screen. It was indicative of a braking problem.
He had a problem with the handling, didn't he?
Yeah, and then he had a 5-minute stop. So it sounds like they had a problem with something which they were able to fix. Something was out of alignment or whatever it may be. They would fix that, and that from then onwards it's been trying to come back, but it's lost 3 minutes, which was 3.5 minutes, which was a lap and a half, lap and 2/3. It takes a long time in a single make series, especially if you get into the wrong side of the train on those 2 occasions when you could have made up 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, I mean, he's only, what's the gap between 5th and 4th?
He's 1 minute and 27 behind 2nd,
right,
with the leader a lap ahead.
Okay, right. So and the gap is about 17. What's the gap there? I can't quite see that screen.
Between whom?
17 seconds or something.
Between who?
Between 4th and 5th.
In 4th and 5th, it's 15 seconds.
15. Right. Need me glasses.
Well, we all need our glasses.
Where's me glasses?
Where's me glasses? So, is Rangier actually currently on the lead lap? Just trying to work out if he is or not. Yes, he is. He's currently on the lead lap, actually, Rangier. So, if there was... Is he not? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He's 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind.
Oh, he is.
the lead lap.
2 minutes and 5.
Yeah, he's the lead lap.
Right.
Because he's out of sync.
Yeah.
If you're off the lead lap
yes.
in a second.
Yeah.
Shaking your head at me.
I know. I was like, because I'm thinking prior to so he is on track. The number 48 has just gone by.
He's just gone through.
He's just gone onto the Kemmel.
Yeah, the Kemmel straight. Yeah.
So the 86 of Rangier just onto the Kemmel, heading to Lacombe now as the leader, the number 48 Black Falcon car, heads towards Eau Rouge.
If everyone does need to stop twice, then he is absolutely the pound seats for second. If anyone can stop once, then he'll be behind them at the end. And it's and that's the joy of endurance racing, when you kind of trying to work out what's happening. Well, we've been trying to work out for about 8 hours out what's happening to back time with this really just slightly inconvenient 1 hour 20 needed for each session to take a stop out for this 12-hour race. And obviously no one would have got close without the 2 stops. The reason that Ranginger's out of sync is because they had to stop about 10 laps into one of those stints with a slow puncture. Lost some time initially, but they've managed to make it up with the speed on the track. But they will drop out again if anyone can save that stop. Weissmuller back for just 7 stops. Only Nico Otto, the Max Cruise Racing number 10, currently in 10th in Pro. The last of the runners in Pro, they've also made 7. Everyone's been down the lane more often. The car that's been down the lane the most of all, with 20 times in the pit lane, is Edward Menosi currently for the 88 MRS GT Racing. A lot of that has been when they're trying to fix stuff. But the car that's been down the most, just because it keeps getting pinged for stuff, is the 29 Toro Racing HRT Performance. Dave Zhang at the wheel at the moment, and they've had 17 runs down the pit lane.
Now, that number 33, Hans Weiss, the white Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM, that car chasing down Jan Larison in the Belgian racing entry, that's for class. And the gap at the moment, it's down to 2.
It's 4 seconds.
It's 4 seconds. Where am I looking, Nick? Show me. There it is. I need me
4 seconds.
I need me glasses.
3.5 seconds actually between first and second.
Yeah, I
Pro
thought so. Well, it was about 5-6 seconds just a minute ago. So Weiss is taking chunks of time out of that.
Larison has to come into the pits in the next 12 minutes because he's on 2 hours 48 and the maximum time is 3 hours. So they'll be coming in next. They are absolutely nailed into two stops to the end.
Well, Weiss will want to overtake for that class lead. Currently 6th and 7th overall, but Weiss in the 33 is chasing him down, and will want to rest that Pro-Am class lead before, I think, Larison takes the Belgian racing car into the pits.
Well, he's
got 12 minutes to do it, so I think he's going to do that.
He's a couple of seconds slow last time. Interesting to see how long they run Larison. They can run him for another 12 minutes, which would be another 5 laps. Or 4.5 laps, but of course you don't want to overgo it by 1 second, and you get yourself in terrible trouble, and you're back in the penalty box time again.
Yeah, when was the last penalties we had, by the way?
It's been very penalties. People have really calmed down.
Yeah, well,
they've almost learned. The last penalties we awarded was at 6:45. We're now 7:20. and that was a 12th offence for car number 935. The best one is the 18th offence at turn 3. That's Radion for the 29 car, which of course was there before the Tour Racing Machine.
Shouldn't give anybody a Radion.
They have absolutely slowed down. In the last 2 hours, we've had about 6 in total. So everyone's kind of worked out this really isn't working for us, everybody. Let's try and stay on the track.
Because it's hard to claw, and he lost time back from a penalty just by, keeping the momentum and letting the car breathe over a curb.
You've only had 54 minutes and 25 seconds under yellow or safety car in 3 chunks, 2 safety cars and 3 elements of full course yellow. And I think that's what's kind of made the run through the lane so important. The extra pit stops or pit runs have been really important, have really made a difference in where people are. Not obviously being quite quicker than a lap helps, but if you think about it, you go wide 3 times, you gain a second and a half, and you lose 35 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what the gap is then as Weiss takes the 33 across the line. It was down to what's that, about 3.5? Down to 3.5 seconds.
3.5, yeah. It was 2/10 quicker. Yeah, Lawrence was 2/10 faster that time round than Weiss.
So Laurissen's responded, hasn't he?
He has. He's probably he got closer to traffic. He's now at the traffic. But the thing is, he's going to be coming in soon. And when he comes in, that will be the time when Weiss needs to try and make hay while the sun shines and try and just gap it. So when he comes in,
Weiss has only been in the car 20 minutes, so
yeah,
I suppose it's Weiss's lead to take back.
They're both stopping twice. They're both stopping twice. So it's even Stevens. It won't unwind until the last few minutes of the race.
Yeah, 2 hours.
There's going to be a lot of cars are going to have to stop again in the last half hour and decide when they're going to stop again. They can't reach it. They could have 20 minutes to go. There's 10 minutes to go. Problem is, you attach the fuel pump and it's a minute. It doesn't matter.
That's right. You could have the fuel hose on there for 10 seconds. You're still going to have to sit there for 50 seconds. And what do you think about that rule? I'm not sure we've actually discussed that rule. I know what's behind that. I know the rationale behind the 60-second rule is safety.
What it's giving this concept of people are thinking about back timing or just going through. I think that what it should be is it has to be a minute until the last hour.
Oh, that's
and
interesting.
The last hour it goes free.
I've been, when I see the fuel hose going on. When the fuel hose comes off, I'm used to seeing a car then fire up and zoom off, and it was kind of a bit alien because when we see fuel hose, it's invariably in the World Endurance Championship. Have we got a pit report coming from Di Binksy?
You have, and it's just actually, I'll just take a moment because as you're having a little bit of a break with stuff going on track that's needing your attention, I thought it's time to introduce another partner of Creventic. It's Nikola Jet charter company. Alexander Skarops is in charge and is involved with this. We see the name here on all the cars, and Creventic, you're very much involved with Creventic, but what do the charter services offer?
It's like really simple. It's like we offer a transportation solution, for all the drivers and all the partners of Creventic. And we want to be really involved in the motorsport industry because, we are lucky to travel a lot, but it takes a lot of time. So our job is to make the things really smooth and just save time and have a bit of rest.
How important is this relationship between yourselves and Creventic?
I think it's kind of a win-win relation. We are both a young team that wants to grow up together, and I think we have a great partnership that we want to expand. And I'm also really happy to announce to you that we will also be there for the Middle East Trophy that we just discussed a few hours ago. So we want to show our commitment to this amazing organization.
Well, that's great to hear, and I'm sure all the clients and teams and drivers of Creventic will be keen to hear that. I mean, but, have you got any sort of special jets for, broadcasters like ourselves that come into the pit lane and we're tired at the end?
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of offers, just like, you have our contact, I think, a bit everywhere on the paddock. So, for sure, if you see us, just say hi and we can discuss, have a meeting, And yes, today our goal is also to make the private travel kind of more accessible also, and also we try to create a program that jet sharing and allow drivers to come together and to save cost and time.
Yeah, and make it easier for them, because we know travelling can be a little bit difficult these days, and certainly to get to some of the circuits and the countries that we go to with Creventic.
Yeah, and for example, there's like a little airspace just down here, and it's only 10 minutes from the track, So, and we are ready to organize shuttle from the airport to the race and organize everything. So, yeah, we are here to help.
And you're also here, you get to watch the racing, so it's a bonus.
Exactly, and as a motorsport fan, for us it's also important to show that, to show that we are here to be committed to this industry that we all love, I think.
Great, and we 100% agree. Alexander, thank you so much for coming to chat to us, and great to hear that announcement that you're going to carry on as a partner of Creventic. That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Excellent work from Diana. I think she's got us a charter jet home by the sound of it.
Nayola jet to Barcelona for next weekend.
Yeah. Could you just get his business card? We'll pass it responsible adult, Diana, and we'll see what his rates are. As long as if it's below Ryanair, we're fine.
Yes. Nayola jet to Le Mans.
They've got an airport.
They've got an airport.
Works really well, that.
Opposite the main grandstand.
Seems like I can't see why not, really.
Can't see why not. And you said there's deals. He did say there were deals.
I can't help feeling the level of the deal he's talking about,
well,
rather than like X £1,000 an hour be X minus £1,000 an hour. And we're going,
a lot of petrol to go around.
I must admit, if I was wealthy, I'd definitely do that.
Of course we would.
Definitely do that.
Absolutely.
Because no one likes hanging around commercial airports with people.
Well, I mean, there's Henry Cameron, who races Intermax. His dad, who races in GTE at Le Mans with a Ferrari. I can't remember his name. What's his name? Races with Matt Griffin.
Yeah, not Dane Cameron, it's the other one.
No, it's the other one. It's the English guy.
Yeah, I know who you mean.
And he helicopters into the kart track. And you absolutely would.
It's like
because
over the top. I think helicopter to a kart track.
But no, that's got nothing to do where you're helicoptering to. It's all about time management.
Oh, okay.
And it's all about time management. And Nayola Jet, that's what the core of their business will be. People who are tight on time management for business reasons and all sorts of other reasons. But it's great to have them on board, isn't it? And and it's great to have seen their signage on the cars for this event, and hopefully they've enjoyed their experience of being a partner in this event, and maybe we'll see them at other Creventic organised.
So third place, Mathieu Detroit in the H2H racing. He has come into the pits with 2 hours and 15 to go, which is a weird time to come in, really. Is that a short run for the H2H racing? I'm just trying to look into. Yeah, he only did 15 laps. So Mathieu Detroit has just done 15 laps there.
Is that Di down there with
he's
them?
Come in, which is a bit strange. Di, are you with them now? Oh, okay.
Sorry, Di.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah.
I did put a picture
excellent
in there.
work, well done.
Yeah,
so, hard-working pit lane reporters, commentators, that sort of thing, and he smiled.
Absolutely.
So you never know.
Sorry, Di, I thought we heard your microphone open up.
So Detroit, anyway, has come in, but now it doesn't really matter he's come in this early because he still has to make one more pit stop. So the question is why he's coming this early, but he only has to make one pit stop.
Well, it depends on that. Well, again, it's a minute of fueling, so that's negated as well, isn't it? So that the reasoning behind that.
And Jan Larijsen has also come in from the second in Pro-Am Belgium racing. He was overtaken on that last lap, probably on the way in actually, by Hans Weiss, taking the lead in Pro-Am with a 33. So it's kind of a point where they've kind of worked out we're not going to make it. So if we're not going to make it, we may as well do it now, is the basic question. They're coming in not for the Belgium racing, but certainly for Mathieu Detroit. But it'd be interesting if Detroit actually has a standard stop that did come in at a very strange time, just 10 laps. Or perhaps he's running into brake problems. It'd be good if perhaps we can get Di to stake a nose somewhere in H2H racing and find out if this is a standard stop. It's certainly not a standard stop for fuel and for tyres. H2H racing, they're in at the moment. They may be coming out at the moment by the sound of that engine rolling. But it's the number 15. The number 15 car, is that going past you? Or is it in the pits? I think he's rolling now, actually, the 15. So it's a slightly longer pit stop for Detroit. It's not the normal 206 or the normal 220.
I think that's gone up to the end, Nick. But the 99.
Yeah, the 99 Di. I just want to give you some significance on that. they're in and they've had rear brake pads. I want to know if that's the first rear brake pad service. It's pretty late in the day. I've seen other teams that have taken on brake pads much earlier than this. So
I'll see what I can find out. I mean, the driver's just got out of the car, and I was hoping to chat to him, but he's had to actually go and sit down.
All right,
so
I see
he's
him,
obviously, quite. He needs to dehydrate now and get some water. But I'll find out and I'll come back to you.
So whilst we were talking to Nolojet as well, interestingly, Robert Renauer and Neuhofer Rennsport have gone and made their stop, and they've done 6 minutes. So they've dropped out a second, and they've picked back up in fifth. However, they may well be ahead of Mathieu Detroit's car. They are. They're back into fourth again. So Tom Coronel now picks up a podium spot with Max Cruz Racing, but he still has 2 stops to make. Luke Breukers is now in second place. He probably has 2 stops to make. And Tobias Muller remains in the lead, but now by over a lap again in the 48. So it's all kind of shuffling down. It's really why H2H came in. Can you change rear pads in half a minute?
Yes.
Well, it may be a little bit of a pad change because they were half a minute longer than you would normally see. Renault has just set the fastest sector 3, so he's flying again now. And they only have to stop once more. So despite that unfortunate stop they had for the puncture, it looks like it's actually not going to be that, because of the way the stops have fallen, Joe, it's not going to be that detrimental to them.
No, they've dropped to second in class, of course. Jan Larison has... oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about...
No, it's about Renauer and Neuhofer Racing.
Right, sorry, totally mixed up. I was focusing on that one and what that meant for the Pro-Am class. But yeah, 48 seconds to make up, is that, Nick? No, not quite, to the Tom Coronel. Now, Tom Coronel in the Max Kreuzer Racing number 8, back up to that podium position of third, 15 seconds away from Luke Breukers in the red camel car, who are just a lap off the leading Black Falcon entry.
The thing is that Coronel needs to make 2 more stops.
That's right.
Renauer only needs to make 1 stop. Luke Breukers probably 2 stops, and Muller probably 2 stops. They both could actually stretch to 1 with only a little bit of yellow. Di, tell us what you have.
You were asking if the 99 had just changed the rear brake pads, and had they done it before, because you weren't sure. No, that's the first time, and it's just the rear brake pads that they've changed.
Thank you, Di. And this is kind of indicative. There's been a little bit higher wear, I think, of the rear than they're expecting. Postulated by Hindhoff that was because of the use of ABS, has just changed the brake pad wear distribution, and of course none of the European teams are used to running the ABS because their cars are normally braked or manually braked, whatever you would call it, non-machine braked. But the ABS is engaged for this 12-hour endurance race, the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. Yeah, near enough. So it's all kind of shuffled around. We have to wait a while for various staggers to unwind, and the first part of it, I'm not sure, we're probably not going to get to the point where everybody has 1 stop to make until we have about an hour and 20 minutes to go, so another 50 minutes. And so now it's a case of turning laps, working out where you are. Robert now, for example, is half a minute behind Tom Coronel, but Coronel has an extra stop to make. He's only 46 seconds behind Luke Breukers, but can Breukers do some unbelievable fuel saving and get the car to the end? Those are the toss up, and if we did get any sort of yellow, then that would be possible.
Yeah. And every team strategist is waiting for that yellow to come.
Well, of course, the team that's thrown the dice for another reason is H2H Racing. They're now committed to that final stop because they've made the penultimate stop.
Yes.
But yeah, they have, I think, dropped off that particular lap. So and probably they had to make the stop. They're in rear brake issues, which is why they stopped the car.
The brake pads that I've seen come off these cars, Nick, there would have been an MOT failure, or you would have been if you'd serviced your car, they'd have been saying you desperately need brake pads. They were right on the metal, very little wear material, completely gone, and that's the rears. I mean, I don't know how many I've seen.
Well, they all changed the fronts around. They were kind of all quite used to the front.
Yeah, that's right.
It was all about 6 hours, 6.5 hours, 5 hours to go. That hour period during that yellow flag period, they decided to change the front. They knew they were going to need to do a front change.
Yes.
But then they would have specified a car. They knew how long it's going to wear. They've probably got the pad durability. Could it just be they put too soft a pad at the rear? They needed a bit of a harder wearing pad, or has it just been the wear has been so exceptional you can't get 12 hours at racing speed out of them?
It's very high speed track, Spa. end of the Kemmel Straight, you're braking considerably from quite a high speed. Everywhere you apply the brake, you're going very fast. Into the bus stop chicane, for instance, probably the hardest, heaviest braking area, one of the hardest, heaviest braking areas in any of the European tracks. This one here, you're getting a lot of speed, flat out through Blanchimont, and then, that chicane, if you look at it from an aerial shot, it's almost a hairpin followed by another hairpin. It really bends back on itself, so you've really got to get the car parked and turned, and you've got to get all of that speed off, or else you're just going to wash out and just How many times have you driven this track on iRacing? And your delta time is so up there, and then you get to the bus stop and it all just goes to rats.
It happens way too many
It's happening
times.
out there for real life.
Got debris at the track at turn 16. That's coming out at the bottom of the track, just right at the bottom before they climb back up to Blanchimont. It's called the Curve Pull Frere now. That's 16. I think it's had many names, but it's now called the Curve Pull Frere. So it's out basically the axis of Stevelon going into Blanchimont. Now that debris could be a bit of a car that's fallen off, or it could obviously be...
got full course yellow, Nick.
We've gone for that. Must be the debris, full course yellow. And this is now... This is pretty much puts Luke Breukers and Tobias Muller in with a chance of getting to the end.
Are we going to see a full course yellow followed by a safety car? Because if we are, then that's completely
This is
changed
very
the
bad
complexion.
news.
I'm not sure we're going to see a safety car for that, though.
It doesn't. It's a short. You're right. It's
Now-
a short.
now-
It's a short full course yellow procedure. So we will not have the safety car.
Right, because all it is retrieving one of those very expensive front trim, the front fairing trim, the front splitter trim. That you want to keep that, mate, because the owner of that will want it back. Is that the car that it's gone missing from?
No, it's just a
in
random
ninth
car.
place.
Random close up. They've actually painted there.
Yeah, they've painted it, haven't they?
Now the guys are. Some of the guys are going. I'm not sure how long a short full course yellow runs, because the last one ran quite a long time. So I'm not sure whether it's a timed one or we're just going to finish, or they're going to give it 4 minutes, or they're going to make sure they're going to do it a 7 minute and then stop and make sure everyone can come in. Michael Kuhl from Belgium Racing, the 98 car, is coming from third in Pro-Am, so he'll get a cheap stop, save himself about a minute and a half.
Belgium Racing, and they are looking around the car now. They're refueling.
Yeah,
looking around the car.
if-
Okay, yes, they're not touching it, but they're just having a look. They're looking at the rear brakes and pads. They've got them ready to go. They're putting them in position, so they are going to take the opportunity and make that change once the refueling's
That
finished.
fella looking at the brake pads, Di, is he a Padgett engineer or is he a team member?
Team.
Right.
He's in team kit, so I'm assuming he's team.
So we've gone green. It's green, past
And
the pit. So it was
a
very
short yellow. That was
very
a couple
short
of minutes,
yellow.
and nobody took advantage of it apart from Michael Kuhl in the Belgian racing car. Now I'm not sure how much extra running time you get from 2 minutes at full course yellow. My guess is you get about a minute extra of running time. This is so close. That minute could be enough to tip one of these cars into just having to stop once more.
I know. I was just pondering there, Nick.
I know, sir. You had a pondering look about
The
you.
Belgian racing car looked like it fueled first.
Well, if it fueled first, then it'll be pulled back in again, because you're not allowed to do that.
And then what happened? And then did they do anything to the car after it?
No, they're now changing the brakes, the brake pads
not
at
sure
the
we can
back,
do that.
the rear of the car. They didn't touch anything else, but they definitely fueled first.
Probably will get called
I
for that.
thought I thought the regs were you had to do the work first on the car, then fuel. So, Di, could you ask? I mean,
Well, they're having a bit of an issue here,
Are
to
they?
be honest, Joe. The right rear, that's stuck. They're obviously struggling to get that off.
all right,
at the
maybe
moment.
not a good idea to poke your nose in and ask a
No, I don't think it'd go well
a
at
controversial
this moment.
question.
So,
Yep, they've got it off now, but that's set them back a bit of time. So there's a little bit of panic setting in here.
Thanks,
now.
Di. So the full course yellow was just for 1 minute 49 seconds, Joe. So interestingly, that's going to give people about an extra 50 seconds or a minute of fuel. Extend that final stint. Go a bit later in before you have to take it. And because everyone is so on the cusp of this one, that could be enough. It could be enough to see you over. It could be enough to give it a go. and risk it. You're not
Yeah,
having to say,
absolutely. I
you're
mean-
not having to save 5 minutes of fuel now. You're having to save 4 minutes or 3.5. Thinking, no, I'll go for it, because the situation is at the moment that if everyone has to make the equivalent of 2 stops, I've made that. Robert Renauer and Neuhofer Rennsport will finish in second place. He'll go past Tom Coronel and Luke Breukers. Coronel hasn't got the option. There's no way without 13 full course cautions he's going to make it, to the end. So, but with Luke Breukers, who is currently on a 34-minute stint, so saying he can get to 120 now, so that would be another 26 and another 46 minutes. That would take him down to 1 hour and 17 minutes.
Very similar stint time as well to Tom Coronel in the car. That's currently third as well.
He's 10 minutes. He's 10 minutes.
Yeah, but
shorter.
I mean, what we're talking about?
10 minutes is a huge amount. 10 minutes is a
You
huge
think
amount
so?
here. 117 or 127? It's completely blows it out of the water.
It is at this stage of the game.
At this stage, it completely blows it out of the water.
Yes, you're right.
So
it is.
if Luke can run to, because of this little bit of a grade, he could, and with his pit stop, he might come out with an hour and 16 minutes to go for that last stint.
Now that's doable.
Is it? Because it could be an extra 2 minutes.
But
Because where are you on the lap?
Yeah, but that's fuel save doable.
Mm.
You were talking about saving what? 15 minutes of
No,
fuel?
5.
5 minutes of fuel. I think that's kind of just tipping the edge. Maybe a lap of fuel, maybe. But
I'm absolutely
yeah,
certain that
doable.
Paul Trustwell is currently working out what they can do. One thing Paul did say, the problem was they don't actually quite know what their fuel consumption is and what they've got in the tank, because they don't have a reading when you fill it up. So obviously you've got the car is telling you how. Oh, we've got a big one. There's been a big one, and that looks like on the outside of Radion, one of the MRS cars, and we've gone back down full course yellow. Well, that definitely means everyone can stop, make it on one more stop. But I think that, trying to work out which one of the cars that was stuck over at turn. I think he hit the outside of the barrier and spun.
That's
The car
89. I'd say that was 89.
Intact. That would be the 89 of Marco.
It was an MRS car
Marcio
as well.
Mauro, who has lost it or has lost for him.
The MRS GT racing team nightmare continues.
It is not getting any better,
No.
to be honest.
I mean, that car, the 89, just to give you an idea, 23rd overall, 9th in the AM class, been fighting adversity pretty much from the very off.
And now he has thrown it into absolute certainty that Luke Breukers can do this on one more stop. It's more certain that Tobias Muller can, but it doesn't matter because Tobias Muller, unless they break down, that they are such a pound seats to win. This one is currently a full course yellow and therefore may go safety car, and it may throw it. It's possible, if it's a really long process, Joe, that it will actually move Tom Coronel and Max Cruz Racing also into a single stop.
right.
If it's 20 minutes, like they have been, it'll move them in as well. Robert Renau will remain needing one more stop. Hans Weiss will remain. Hans Weiss and Interior Outdoor Ken could move themselves into a single stop. It's kind of all bets are off, depending how long this particular full course yellow is.
Yeah, this has certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. Now then, are we going to see a safety car?
Well,
because we might have to get some barrier.
Every time we've had a full course yellow, if it's gone short full course yellow, there's no safety car.
Of course.
And it said on the screen here, you wouldn't have seen this because you weren't sitting in front of these screens. It says short FCY, and then it says no safety car. This is a full course yellow. I would expect, because of the previous instance, this will infer there will be a safety car.
We've got a course vehicle out on the track at the moment with flashing lights.
It's probably a desire to clean the track as well, I would think, for the
I'm
final
not sure.
run to the end.
He had a big hit of the tyre barrier up at Radion.
Car looked intact though, in fairness.
It did. It didn't look too misshapen. Yes, no doubt it's gone in hard. We've got very good tyre barriers up there, but it's just if the tyre barriers have been displaced, was my thinking. We'll maybe get another look at that and might be able to make a little bit of an assessment. But this is now with the safety car coming out.
Tom Coronel's coming in the pits.
Well, it's probably a good idea actually.
That means he's committing to another pit stop. That's interesting. They've obviously said that even the long stop it wouldn't be enough for them. So
Well, there's 2 hours, Nick. So there was always going to be.
So he's getting a cheap stop, but he won't be. He'll have to stop again.
Yeah, I think at this stage everyone's going to have to stop again.
No, yes, no, but some people can do it on one. Tom will have to do it on 2 now. The unbrake car will need to do 2 stops, including this one. So just coming down with just under 2 hours to go. We're under full course yellow here at the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup at Spa-Francorchamps, let's say for 2024. So all bets off now, Joe, because it's all up in the air about who can do what and when. Coronel's come in. He's going to have to stop once more. And then you've got Muller and Breukers. Breukers can probably go through the whole way. Let's see where they sit. So it is, after 10 hours, it is the Black Falcon Team 48 Lush that's leading by 4 minutes and 6 seconds. It's very useful to know that. They're basically leading by a lap and a half from the Red Camel Jordans of Luke Breukers. Tom Coronel in the pits making his penultimate stop for Max Cruz Racing. A fantastic comeback for the number 8 machine from nowhere at the end of the first stop. Neuhofer Racing, the 86 Robert now, they are cursing the fact there's now a full course yellow. It's taken them out of their chance of getting second unless things really turn around. Then it's in the Pro-Am cars. It's Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM, Hans Weiss. They are leading quite comfortably in the Pro-Am class. Then it's the fifth place in Pro, Matthew Detroit, and the H2H Racing. They've also got one more stop after this one to make. And then Muller Motorsport on the sixth place in Pro with Martin Rump. In second place in Pro-Am, it's Belgium Racing and Sasha Norden. That's the 99 car. And the final in 7th place in Pro, it's Max Cruz Racing and Nico Otto. They've had a very quiet race, actually, the 10 car. They haven't been pushing the limits at all, but they just seem to lack a little bit of pace. Next place, 10th overall, is our leader in the AM class, and that's the Neuhofer Rennsport and Dylan Yip. He is about 40 seconds ahead of the second place in that AM class. That's a 31 QMF by HRT. Currently, Julian Hans is at the wheel. And then we have our third place in Pro-Am, the second Belgian racing car, and that's Michael Cool, 98, who has, let's say, exceeded track limits on several occasions. Triple Eight, a Celebrity Racing Modubo Racing with Laurent Mies back in the car. This car has the potential to be very fast, has the fastest lap in the amateur class. Then it's the number 5 Black Falcon car that had all sorts of problems at the beginning of the race, now on a bit of a recovery drive, up to 14th, and I think 4th overall in Pro-Am with Gabriel Piana. Then it's the 992 amateur car of PT operator Mantho Racing. 16th is the Alpha Motorhome. They got the number everyone wanted, 911. They're also in the pits at the moment. And then you have in 17th the 29 car that's been down the pit lane more often for penalties than anybody else. That's Toro Racing by HRT Performance. At the moment they have Adam Christodoulou driving that machine. Then 18th is the 233, that's the Team Laptime Performance AM car. Another AM car in 19th, the 56 Ansel Motors by Porsche Lorient Racing. And in 20th, it's the Pro-Am Muller Motorsport machine. 21st is Speed Love with Kurt Henson, they're in Pro-Am. 22nd is Team GP Elite. We've begun to get the cars that have started having problems. Speed Love had a small amount of problem. The rest of the cars now have suffered greatly at various parts of the race. Team GP Elite caused one of our other full course yellows. It's with the number 12 car. Then the MRS GT Racing pair of 89 and 88. Currently, it's Marcio Mauro, who we believe actually is the person who's caused this full course yellow. He is classified 23rd. 24th, the Edward Menossi piloted GT Racing. Kay Kramer had all sorts of issues, but Carson Kramer is in the car that bears his name in 25th. That's the 36. And in 26th place, the amateur car, it's the 21. It's Muller Motorsport, Glenn McGee. And the bottom 2 cars, it's the 935 and the 90, both in Pro-Am, and that's JW Race Serve and MRS GT Racing. 2 hours to go, all to play for.
Yeah, it's wide open as well. I mean, the Black Falcon car 48 has got a strong lead, and currently showing us 2 laps, but that will come down to 1 when they come back around. It's pretty strong. I mean, a 1 lap gap isn't usually as strong as it could be, but with every car, which is a 992 Cup car, then that does have a bit of strength, because it's very, very hard to pull back onto the lead lap. However, we are going to close the field up. We are going to see any word of a safety car, Nick?
No, they've kind of run the full course yellow through, and then they say safety car procedure.
Right.
And you see Jose Closer sneaking out in his Porsche 918 going, yay, more laps. But yeah, so it's. I think the issue is, and we haven't had a look at the outside of Radion, whether there's been some tyre derangement, you say, and there needs to be some rebuild. Yeah, we can try and build false excitement, but Tobias Muller and his Black Falcon team are in an incredibly strong position at the moment. They will be, at the end of this process, a lap ahead and only need to do 1 more stop. So at this point, it becomes a situation where the only way they're going to lose this, and it's quite an easy way, is by having a technical issue. and that could be a bad pit stop. It could be the fact they've suddenly run out of brakes, but they will have that. Now, the battle for second is going to be way more open between Red Camel Jordan, Max Cruz Racing, Neuhofer Rennsport. All of them have different strengths and weaknesses. It does seem to me at the moment that because Red Camels, due to this course, this FCY, could stretch to just needing one more stop, you think that's playing into their hands, but all these gaps will be gone. So Renault and Meyer, Max Cruz Racing, Neuhofer, will be right behind them and also needing one stop. So it suddenly you think, oh, they've cruised through this one. No, they haven't, because it's coming together. So the battle for second is going to be momentous. Now, this is obviously with a safety car, they get pushed together.
Yeah,
it's going to be really, really close. As long as, of course, as they are, all three of them, the correct side of the 48, which I'm not totally sure at the moment. I'm going to have to study the.
Well, the number
tracker.
9 is just coming out of Lecom, which is the Red Camel car. That's currently second, and the 48 is just going through Stavolo.
Yeah, so the 48, the 9 is in the correct position because he is just behind. He's a lap and a bit behind, so he's just behind the, or 2 laps and a bit behind. I'm just trying to see where the 86 is on the track, and possibly where the. Yeah, go for it, Di.
89 MRS GT Racing, Mauricio Amaro, that you chatted about earlier, he is conscious, but he has gone to the medical centre. I've just gone in to check with the team. Obviously, they were a bit concerned to start with, but he is conscious and in the best hands now in the medical centre.
Great, thank you. Update very much appreciated. Thank you indeed. So the 9 and the 86 will get shuffled together. That's the Neuhofer Rennsport and the Red Camel Jordans. If they have a safety car, they will be effectively separated by a few cars' lengths. I'm just wondering whether that might start playing things into the Neuhofer patch, but it's going to be difficult to predict this until we actually get down that last hour and 20 and people start doing their last stops, and then we'll know where we're going to get to.
Whose hands does this play into, Nick?
Well, it's not in any way affecting Tobias Muller and Black Falcon. Black Falcon will have a lap lead, whatever happens. And
yeah, but does that get them?
I only have to do one stop as well.
Right, that's that. So they're back into the
they have
one
been
stop
in the pound seats. They stay in the pound seats. Luke Breukers will only need to do one stop, but then
because they weren't going to get there on one more stop without this.
They will now.
Yeah.
Robert Renault will only need to do one stop as well, and Paul Meyer and Max Cruz Racing will only need to do one more stop. But what will happen is, I think certainly Breukers and Renault will be next to each other.
Yeah.
So the fact is obviously that Breukers will stop quite a bit before Renault does, but they'll be next to each other. So it's hard to tell, but I kind of think Neuhofer Racing might, if they do run the safety car and they do close them up, come to their own and get the favourites to come second.
Yeah. So who went off, sorry?
It was the 88 MRS GT Racing.
Eduardo
went off
Menozzi.
at the outside of Aradial, hit
dear.
the barrier. Car looked okay, I think, as 89 was it? Okay, Marcio Mura. It's Marcio Mura, sorry, in the 89. Thank you, Joe. Who went off, and he's apparently shaken but okay.
Okay. So we are in full course yellow at the moment, with the intervention vehicles just leaving and the medical cars just leaving the area. Thank you. Whilst we're in this particular part of the race, let's just say thank you to all of our volunteers who have done such a grand job this past week or so, whilst Porsche and Creventic have been on site for the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup powered by Porsche Motorsport. And thanks to Joe Bradley, Di Binks, Nick Damon, and our production team from Radio Show Limited, RSL.
And thank you to John.
Tim and Kerry. Oh, I've had the easy bit. I just had to drive the safety car a couple of laps, and that was it.
Well, I'm surprised you're here now, because I mean, I'm sure
I had to come in.
Jose's itching to come out to jump into that car and get out and do a couple of laps.
I said, look, if you don't go out quickly, I'm going to have to go back, because we're inside the last hour now, and you know.
Well, hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah. Hour and 50 minutes. Oh, I could have stayed out, you see.
You could. It's
Yeah.
fine. We'd have covered for you.
I keep wanting. I'm adding an hour onto this all the time.
I mean, you are for a 14-hour race, are you? A 16-hour race? Oh, there he is. There's Jose. We are going to get the safety car.
Yeah, he's out. He's picked up the leader already.
But hasn't officially said it is a safety car procedure, so that
no, because the lights aren't on the safety car yet, so it isn't a safety car.
Right.
So the safety car is out.
There's your answer.
And it's driven through the field. I do like a safety car having the ability to drive through the field and pick up the leader.
That's a much better idea than having to wait and hope to get the right person at pit exit.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps, obviously, it's the fastest car here.
Yeah.
Obviously, everyone is running at 50 miles an hour.
So, right in front of the safety car, a car that's going to get a lap back is the Milner Motorsport number 4 car, but they're 2 laps down, so they'll come back to a lap down next time by, once they are released. The safety car won't put its lights on until this is the other part of the briefing. The safety car won't put its lights on until race director deems it is safe for cars to go faster than full course yellow to catch back up again.
Well, they're rebuilding the barriers at the moment.
Well,
That's
they might not put the safety car lights on until the barriers are repaired or nearly repaired, because they only want to do a maximum of 2 safety car laps. At the same time, the organisers and the track sensibly taking the time to do a bit of track brushing and track blowing. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Thank goodness I stopped myself.
Excellent, well done.
Yeah. How did Gillingham get on today?
Lost.
Oh, really?
1-0. Yeah, Doncaster away.
The Dons.
I think I'm not quite sure, but I think Doncaster might be the
new leaders.
New leaders, yeah.
Doncaster Rovers.
What can you do? When you meet the might of Doncaster,
those football leviathans.
Exactly, it's a nightmare.
Right. Excellent stuff. Sorry about that. So, waiting for race control to tell the safety car to put its lights on, but it's sitting right in front of the leader and travelling at the FCY speed of 80 clicks. Probably ticking over that.
Yeah.
Do you think he just puts the cruise control to 80 and then just drives around?
Hybrid power.
Yeah, it could be on hybrid power.
Might be on electric.
There is a big charging station here, I noticed.
Oh, you're not kidding. 2.1
gigawatts.
I'm not sure it's quite enough to get Michael J. Fox Back to the Future, but it's a pretty big charging station, put it that way.
It had, was it 8 or 12?
It had 12.
12 take-ons on it. Yeah. So this is bleeding into daylight as well. It is, again, I'll say this as we said on Friday, it is darker outside than our cameras show. I've just walked back down from La Source. In fact, the building on driver's left that the safety car is coming to now is the catering, the Porsche Hospitality. Old school cool. And there's a lovely set of cars parked up there. I'm
surprised you managed to tear yourself away each
I'm
time.
beginning to form an attachment to lava orange. And I never thought I'd hear myself.
Lava orange?
The
GT3 RS?
Some of the GT3s down the side of the
blimey.
RSs. And I never thought I would say that.
I thought you were a Miami blue person like Shay.
There's a maritime blue one there. I prefer slightly darker blue, if I'm honest. I know you don't.
No, I don't mind blues. I'm not allowed to have a blue car, you know.
Right. Oh, it's Joe that doesn't like the blues. So the 918 travelling at full course yellow speed. Note the lights are still not on because the clerk of the course, the race director, deems it not safe yet for cars to come round and pack up behind the leaders. This is great though, because they're just burning time and saving fuel at the front of the field.
It's going to be really tight for second place between the three cars that are up for it, which is Breakers,
it's going to
Jordan's Milho Rainsport.
Well, there'll be nothing between them on the track unless there's cars between them. So let's start taking a look at that now, shall we? Because before we start the pit stops, and again, the team managers were told, guys, if you're going to do a pit stop whilst we're neutralised, do it under full course yellow. We do not want to add extra safety car laps because you wait until everybody packs up. Now, there will be some people who want to do that because they want to get the better part of their lap back. before they pit. But surely anybody who's out there at the moment at the front of the field will want to stay out there as long as possible to get towards that last pit stop at an hour 20.
You want to you want to go realistically. If you assume it's going to run at full speed, you want to be going in about an hour and 13. Because don't forget, you've got 2 minutes of extra potential time because the last lap isn't going to. Your last lap is not going to end exactly on the top of the hour at 9:45.
8:45, yeah. At 9:45.
So you're trying to take an hour away, hasn't it?
Bit of discount for you then.
There we are. Thank you very much. I've got 8% off. Brilliant. So it's but this makes it very doable. It was kind of touch and go for Luke Breukers, but because of the squishing back down the field and the fact that Robert Renau and Paul Meyer and the gang and Mathieu Detroit also will only need one more stop. There's a possible. Not totally sure about Detroit because he stopped at a different point when he had the issue with his brakes. He needs one more stop, then that will probably shuffle them all together. And at that point, I think it'll end up being just about the pace of the person in the car. Because whilst they'll stop for the final time at different points, if it runs green, then they'll just be racing at the end for second place. Not so close in Pro-Am, where there's a lap and a half between first and second, such as Norden from Belgium Racing and Hans Weiss from Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM. Though Weiss has been in for an hour, but I think they may have stopped. And against half an hour, so I think that's going. Dylan Yip leads in the AM class by 42 seconds from Julian Hanses, and I think neither of them has come in because that lead hasn't changed. But they're a little bit on the edge actually if they can make it in one stop. They've only got about they've got about 25 minutes of fuel, probably can. Yep. So it's this bit of yellow has thrown the.
It's changed the character of the race.
It's meant all the people who are risking it to all come off of it, but actually the way it's happened, it's actually meant some people who weren't risking it are equally not being particularly penalised because of the joining up of the field.
Yeah, Neuhoff and Rennsport might be a little bit aggrieved, but I think they would have ended up in a clear second because they had one stop fewer to do than anybody else. Don't think they would have caught the leader, but for a while they would have been on. I think they might have got to the lead lap. I don't think they would have caught the leader. But until their last pit stop, if this had come a bit later, then Neuhoff and the 86 car with Robert Renard behind the wheel, that would have worked nicely in their favour.
Yeah.
It's actually quite dark outside now, Dick. And there are no additional lights here, by the way.
No, it's pitch around the back, absolutely, very dark.
The other thing that I've noticed as well, when I was walking down, and it's even more obvious now looking down towards La Source from our commentary position here, which is the last commentary box on the way down to pit out and turn one at La Source, how bright the panels are. I think they're too bright, if I'm honest. I think they need to have a dim setting.
Do you know what? You're absolutely right. They're way too bright.
Because I now can't see
what that's saying.
Whether that says FCY or FC. Now, it says FCY at the moment. It doesn't say FC, and I know that because of what's on the screen, the driver information display, which all of these cars have to have. I love the way everybody's cruising around in fourth gear, just letting the car tick over. Benjamin Leuchter, 10th position in the number 10.
Is there a rev reading there that we can see? How many revs is that car doing? I can't see it anywhere because he's got a clock on there, unfortunately, at the moment.
Well, he's got FCY.
I assume he's on a FCY setting, which is holding him at 80 clicks.
He's basically on cruise control, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's on intelligent cruise.
He's on the FCY setting, doing 80 clicks.
Yeah, 80 clicks, spot on. Yeah, as he comes down through the gearbox.
But he can't do 80 around the chicane.
I bet the safety car can.
I bet he can, yeah.
No, I bet he can't. He went all the way down to about 55, 56 clicks, yeah.
Back up, and it'll click in again at 80, so he doesn't get himself into 84.
80. Well, no, but that's fine because he went down, so it'll be on the
section,
delta.
Yeah, on that delta will be fine.
So he'll have a time to hit, which he knows what it is. See, code 60 is easy because all you need to know is how many kilometres around it is, and then
delta time. Yeah. Safety car deployed. So we're now down to 2 laps.
So, and it's changed on the driver information display in front of Benjamin Leuchter, and I can't tell whether that's changed at all.
He's picking up his pace, and he's up to 160 clicks.
Right. If I squint now, I can see that says SC.
Yes, I can as well.
But that's mainly because it's changed colour.
So he's now what, running to
Not on the
2/3
dash.
speed, do you think? Where do you think he's in his overall, how fast can I actually go?
He can go as fast as it is safe to do so to catch up to the back of to the train.
Well, he's just hitting 150, 130 miles an hour now, not quite 150. That's 100. Is that 150? Not quite. No, he's 135.
So they're clogging on. They'll want to get this done quickly. The leader is... Where is the leader? Oh, the leader is just coming down to Malmedy. There are cars just ahead of the leader.
Yeah, it's 8 and
so
the
they're
4.
going to have to get
Paul
their foot
Meyer,
down.
Max Cruz Racing, and they get almost a lap back from
from
5th place.
Yeah, correct.
As is the 4 car, which is Martin Rump. So 2 of the cars, the 2 guys on the front row at the start of the race, they're going to get best part of a lap back due to this full course. They haven't been anywhere near the front of the race after the first, 35 minutes. But they're now moving in, and they will.
They were almost 2 laps down. They will now be just
a lap and a half.
Well, not even that.
No,
They'll be a lap and the length of 28 cars.
No, I think it'd be 2 laps because if you look at it,
No,
Muller is scored at 236 laps. Luke Broiker's at 235 laps, and Hans Weiss at 234 laps, and they're behind Hans Weiss. It might be there.
No, but they've got to come through the line.
Oh, okay.
Paul Meyer and Mathieu Dutrey.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Have got to come through the line.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to do it 235. Yep. So there'll be a lap and 10 cars behind.
Joe Bradley, Diana Binks down in the pits. I
Oh,
know
I
that it
think.
can't be Joe because he's taking his suit off.
Let's put it back on again.
Oh, he's put it back on again. Are you back in the blade, Joe? Hello.
Yes, I am. That was me putting my suit on, Johnny. Naked Bradley was putting his suit on behind you. We've got the number 89, the MRS GT team car that's caused this safety car, has made its way back to the pit lane, albeit on the back of a flatbed, and it's showing extensive damage on the left-hand side of the car, pretty much from the front all the way to the back. Heavy hit on the rear, showing signs that it's gone in very, very deep to that very red-painted tyre wall up at Radion. And this car's not going to take any further part in the proceedings. It was already having a nightmare of a race. It hasn't been MRS GT's finest
it's not.
event, and it's just sort of been one nightmare after another, and that's continued for the 89. But the 89's nightmare has completed, and it's completed in a very nasty way, damage-wise to the car. If you are getting Seb's
Not
pictures,
quite, yes.
you'll be able to see. Right, okay. You'll be
Describe,
able to see
love.
eventually
Pictures
when,
with words.
Well, I've kind of done that. It's heavy impact at the rear, red paint all over the grey silvery paint of the MRS car, showing signs that it's gone in deep, because it's kind of like had a bit of a respray or a re-wrap. It's had so much paint off the barrier displaced onto its bodywork, and rear suspension damage, exhaust folded at the rear. Of course, 911 is the engine, the important bit at the back. So, and you know what? I wouldn't be happy. The left rear wheel was all flopping. Suspension is broken, so that energy will have transferred through to the diff and into the drivetrain, the gearbox, etc. And yeah, I mean, it's not going to take any further part.
It's Joe Bradley in the lane.
The only car in there, so everyone else is now running. In fact, the other coming out is the teammate, the MRS GT Racing number 90 car. So we started 28 cars. It looks like we're going to hopefully finish 26, which is pretty impressive.
I am super impressed by that. Adam Christodoulou saying much the same earlier on. In fairness, I think that the dry weather has played its part.
Mm-hmm.
But given what have we been talking about all the time? All the cars have got the same potential. When you look at Spa 24, where all the GT cars are out there, there's a lot more of them, absolutely, but they're all GT3 cars. They all have the same performance potential. It's carnage all the time. Everything has to happen between turn-in and apex, and so the same circuit, and you have some very professional drivers, some quite professional drivers, and some
Not
drivers
so professional
who
drivers.
aren't as professional in terms of their experience. We've got exactly the same type of mix here, and this is literally all the same car in terms of performance. I think this is a pretty good advertisement for not only the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup powered by Porsche Motorsport, but for the cars, the drivers and the teams. They've done a good job here. I really do.
Safety car in the end of this lap.
As we expected.
The 8 and the 4 have just about got to the back of the train. That's the Paul Meyer Max Cruz Racing, the Martin Muller Motorsport. They will have several cars to get through before they get to
Do you want to know how many?
second place. Yes, go on then.
Well, I reckon, how many are still running? 26
is still running.
So their two would be 25, 24. I think there's 22 cars between them and the leader.
And a lap. A lap and 22 cars.
A lap and 22.
But
a
more
length
importantly,
of 22 911s.
for second place, they are about 16 cars behind Luke Brokers on the same lap, and about 12 or 11 cars behind Robert Renauer on the same lap.
Yeah.
So 4 cars now are scrapping for second place overall in the pro class. Actually, we've also got Hans Weiss as well, who's in Pro-Am, will be in that battle as well on that lap.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So there's
that's the number 33 Max Sierra Outdoor Racing.
and
bike.
I've also forgot about Matthew to try as well. So actually, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars line astern for second place.
No, Detrey is 1 lap further back.
Oh, so is Martin Rump as well then.
Yes, correct.
Oh, I didn't realise that. Okay.
So Detrey in the 15 and Müller Motorsport Martin Rump in the 4 are both 1 lap further back. So Tobias Müller takes over control. He's gone. He's absolutely nailed it. And why wouldn't you? He's got, I think the PTE Manthey Junker Honkavore car is in there behind him. He's not battling any of those cars. He's got nobody who's only 1 lap behind him who is battling. And so as they come to the line, it is the leader, the Black Fulton Team 48, that goes across the line, followed by, what car was that? I couldn't even see it, it's getting so dark outside. I think it was the Neuhofer, Dylan Yip car. It was the 9th place car, which is the leader in AM. And that car is leading AM by hardly anything at all from Julian Hanses in the QMMF by HRT in 2nd place. And they've got a lap over Sebleju Racing, the 888 and Laurent Mischbach in that top 3 battle in the AM category. So there's plenty to play for here as we are waiting to see how the cars play out with 1 hour and 31 minutes to go, round about 20 minutes before you can honestly say you can get to the end on your fuel. Nick Damon.
29 minutes and 20 seconds of controlled pace there.
Right.
So combining the full course yellow and the safety car, which effectively gives you at least 15 minutes extra run time, if not more, perhaps 18 minutes. And that's going to mean a lot of people will be able to do it with 1 stop more. Most people who are trying to stretch will be able to stretch now. 18 minutes is going to put it into the zone for virtually all the cars who are running quite long into stints.
I can't help thinking that everything that I like about getting back to green off the back of a Code 60, we sort of give away behind the safety car and having 2 extra laps. That's another 7 minutes behind the safety car each time. However, interestingly, the teams seem to like it because that brings everything back up again.
Yeah, unless you're the person who's leading, everyone else is going to like it because it gives them some sort of gain on the person who's ahead of them, be it in class or be it in the race. So effectively, unless there's 3 cars who go, oh no, and there's 23 cars going, yes.
What are they doing?
Yes.
Okay. What are the other ones doing?
Oh no. Lights on, by the way. It is now officially dark outside according to the stewards.
Well, that means the driver, there has to be a driver in the car who's qualified in nighttime practice. So that might actually throw some spanners in works.
But I'm sure they would have got at least 2 guys. You only had to do 1 lap, didn't you? 2 laps.
2 flyers.
They had 45 minutes, so everyone could have qualified 3 people. If I did look at the results from the hotel last night, and it did seem a lot of people turned a lot of laps.
Okay.
So I think they did go out and just do the bang 4 laps and run it through. It wasn't particularly pleasant last night, in fairness, weather-wise. It was all over the shop, but the track was relatively clean after a Benelux racing.
It's really, really interesting. Tobias Müller has got, our leader, has got, I reckon, the AM leader, Dylan Yip, right on his tail. Yeah, he has. They go to the top of Radion, and the QMMF, the maroon Qatari coloured car, is right there. Now, Dylan is 4 laps off the lead, but crucially, he is only
his lead is according to this.
He's second. Sorry,
of
he's
it.
second. He's second in arm.
Dylan
He wants
Yip.
to get. Sorry, no.
He's first. Apparently, he's 0.3 of a second ahead
Yes.
of Julian Hanses. So
Yes,
those
that's
two
the battle.
The battle is Hanses and Yip. He has been. You're right.
Yip's
last
gone
time.
through. Yip's gone through. That's what's thrown me out.
No, Benjamin Leichner went past for Max Cruz Racing, I think, in a different class. Well, has Yip gone past? No, Yip hasn't gone past Hanses. That's the 99 on screen, if you can see the pictures, which is Sasha Norden and Belgium Racing,
No, the 31.
down in 8th place.
Hanses in the QMF by HRT is behind the Neuhofer Dylan
Yes,
Yip
by
car.
last time round by 0.3 of a second.
Right, okay.
But I don't know where it is now, obviously, because we're significantly further on in the race.
Yeah.
And there's
Now there is somebody unlapping themselves from the leader.
That was the 15th place car. Oh, it's his teammate.
Which is the Black
His
Falcon.
teammate.
Well, that's sensible, actually, because he is off up the road. He's got a couple of laps to make up on... Well, no, he's only got a lap, actually. So he's now back on the third spot in the podium lap in Pro-Am, which is Belgium Racing. The number 98 Michael Kuhl car. So that's actually quite sensible, that.
Yeah, good move there. But Gabriel Piana in number 5 back fucking car. But I think we discussed this car had a terrible first couple of hours, often facing the wrong way, off in the pits when it shouldn't be, but has been pretty solid for the next 8. So they are now running across the line again. Chance to get an idea of where people are. Muller is your leader, and he has a lap and something in charge on Luke Breukers. Breukers crossed the line now, did a 2:25.2, half a second faster than Muller, who of course let his teammate through that time round. Just waiting for Robert Renau to come over the line. He's 8 seconds behind, so second and third, the gap is 8 seconds. Paul Meyer is just 6/10 of a second behind. The third and fourth are just 6/10 of a second apart.
So if Muller wants to go to his 32 laps, which he should be able to get to with all of that neutralised race, that will take him to an hour and 6 minutes. He can go, I think, at least 2 or 3 laps further than that.
Easily. They're on an hour and 26 now. You can get, if you take your final pit stop with an hour and 13 left, you will comfortably get to the end.
Right. Do you put tyres on?
Absolutely.
You do if you're in the lead.
Absolutely. You
You've
put
got
tyres on
loads of
whatever.
time. Yeah.
Especially with the temperature going and the chance, you need as much grip as you can get.
Actually, I think everybody changed tyres last time around because Luke Breukers just got in the car, didn't he?
Yep.
It was Fabian Dance before Luke, so he'll be on new Michelins. Robert Renau got in when Martin Raginger got out, so he'll be on new tyres. And Paul Meyer in 4th position took over from Tom Coronel. So they're all B on. You know what? It's not even 2 full stints. If you're in a race for second, Nick, and you're going to save 20 seconds, we saw what happened at the start of the race with the 2 Belgium racing cars. They leapfrogged everybody in the pits by not doing tyres, fuel only. A 60-second stationary stop.
Yeah.
60 seconds stationary.
There's still a few. I generally don't think I'm not one for building up false jeopardy. I don't think that the Black Falcon Team 48 is in much jeopardy of not winning.
No,
this
I'm
race.
talking about second
But
place.
second place could go anywhere.
Oh,
Could
yeah,
go
absolutely.
anywhere. Could go any one of 5 cars. It'd be really great if we could actually see the Breukers, Renau and Meyer battle right now.
If you remember, I said I'm quite happy to say that Black Falcon are going to win this quite some time ago.
You did. It's very true.
I just the way the car was going when Luke Hartog it was in that car. I'm not going to say that's the stint that won it for it because everybody has contributed, but there was a change of momentum at the front of the field where everybody had been much of a muchness to that point. Hartog took it up a notch or 2 compared to the people who he's racing against.
Well, he did the same thing as Chris Mees did in the first in the first section, which was always wiped out by the first full course yellow.
Yeah, that's a good point. Chris Mees put
and I assume
100 seconds in everybody.
I assume Mees can do the last hour.
Well, yeah, could do.
I think that's probably what's going to happen. So they went off the line last time.
Would you do that, or would you just not leave Muller in?
I think Muller can't go because he's on his 2:31 stint and he's got 20 minutes to go. He can't do 3 hours, can he? Only 3 hours and then 2 hours 31. So he has to come out. Muller has to come out. His stint's 2 hours 31 at the moment.
His stint started at 7:05.
2 hours 31 is his stint.
Really?
Yeah, it's written large in the I think Broika's stint's an hour and 13. Renault's done 56 minutes. Paul Meyer's done 32 minutes. As I say, Renault now 1.2 seconds ahead of Meyer in that gap between third and fourth. 7 seconds back from Luke Broikers. I was sure that Rick will be dropping in for that last run for Red Camel. Just 2 seconds further back is our leader in Pro-Am, Hans Weiss. He's 10 seconds behind Luke Broikers. Obviously, a lap ahead for Thomas Muller, and then just a little bit gap, 11 seconds back from. And those are the guys on. There are only 4 guys on that secondary lap. 1 guy's on the lead lap. That's back 4. Then 4 guys battling for second overall, who are a lap down.
Right. In the battle in the classes, Julian Hanses has now been passed by.
No, has now
passed Dylan Yip and has taken the AM lead back for QMMF by HRT.
Hanses is comfortably the fastest driver in that car, or has been so far today.
Car's done a 2:22 too. That's a good car.
Kind of wondering whether he can go to the end on stint time. I'm kind of wondering whether they will take him to the end, or they put one of the Middle Eastern drivers in for the finish. Dylan Yip, good performance. Nilhav Renstock Amcar has been powerful all day. And that's a good battle, just 4 seconds between those. At the moment, Hanses is just extending the gap slightly, but that will all change, we expect, when that final stop is made by both the cars.
Right, in the Pro-Am, Hans Weiss leads that in 5th position. He's completed 240 laps. Closest car to him is the Sasha Norton-driven 8th place car of Belgian Racing on 239. But is he actually a full lap behind him? So that means I have to look for. Where's he gone? Hans is 33 and Sasha is the 99. So I've got a feeling that there's not actually a full lap between those two at the moment. The big issue will be that we've got some cars just in front of the leader at the moment.
Yeah, they unlapped themselves earlier.
Gabriele Piana was one of them, and who was the other one?
It's the 99. Yeah, a couple of them got past.
Belgian Racing.
Just wondering whether the situation where perhaps a little bit of a minor error by Tobias Muller right at the start, and he, rather than fighting it, just let these cars go by because they're not his battle.
Yeah.
There we can see the 8 car of Meyer battling hard for 4th place and 3rd place.
Under now an hour and 21 to go, and it's dark. This is now officially dark, so we're going to have. I thought it would be about 90 minutes. There's a little bit of cloud cover just over to the west, which is just dulling down any rays we might have been getting from the setting sun. But this is properly dark. Do not be fooled into thinking there's still some ambient light out there. The drivers are driving on their headlights right now because it is fully dark. Now, one thing about F1 tracks is, Spa might be a little bit different, but F1 tracks normally do not have reflective lines on them. I remember at Silverstone when we did the 24 hours, people saying how difficult it was to pick up the edges of the track when it got dark. With having the 24-hour race here, maybe that's
something different. Yeah.
Something different. What I kind of need to look at is when the cars come down the front straight and see if I can see the lines being reflective. No, I don't think they are. So you've got to be absolutely sure of where you're going. I have to say, I find driving on a racetrack in the dark very, if not relaxing, I find that it concentrates my mind because you're looking at where the headlights are and where the track is. In some way, it's like turning all the extraneous detail off round about, and you're just concentrating on where you need to put the car.
Now, individual laps don't mean very much, but Robert Renau is gaining on Luke Broikers. He gained exactly 2 seconds.
In the pits. Detrey in the pits.
Yeah, there's something not right with that car. That wasn't a very long stint at all.
Well, it was a 15 and a 16, so no, that was 31.
No, that was a stop. That was a proper stop, that 15 lap. Wasn't a drive-through, that was problems.
Well, maybe Bradley can find this out, the number 15 H2H racing car. I wonder if they've got a fuel pump problem.
It was too early with 118. He wouldn't come at 180 if he didn't have to. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Matthew got out of the car and his body language said everything to me. He's walked straight out of the back of the garage and he's going into the truck. I think this car is finished. Leave it with me for now. They've put the car on the jacks, they've swiveled it round, it's gone backwards into the garage. The look of disappointment on every single team member. They're taking their gloves off, they're taking their balaclavas off, at least the fuelers are, and yeah, I think it's done. I'll find out why it's done in a moment when the literally the dust is settled.
I'm going to say fuel pressure problem, Joe.
Okay.
So
yeah, I mean, there's nothing apparent
there's
on
no
the car.
damage.
There's not smoke coming from anywhere that smoke shouldn't be coming from. For instance, there's smoke billowing from the left-hand rear wheel arch because that's where the brake is.
Yeah.
That's where the brake's overheating at the moment. But that's not to be worried. That's pretty standard stuff when these cars stop. I'll try and dive in there and find out the reason. It might have something to do with that rear wheel arch. I don't know. But there was no kind of urgency towards doing anything. They knew it was done when it pulled up on the apron. They knew it was done before it even came in the pit.
That's going to promote Michelin Motorsport. In fact, it already has. Michelin Motorsport up to 6th position and 5th in class. So they are not yet challenging the positions ahead. However, we have got a battle for 3rd in the overall. Paul Meyer has caught Robert Renaud. Has Renaud gone past him?
It's actually a battle for 2nd and 3rd because he's only 3 seconds up the road from Renaud to Luke Breukers. Now, Renaud was moving ahead quite quickly. I think there's a car which isn't involved in this 2nd, 3rd and 4th battle between him and Luke Breukers, and that's slightly held up Renaud that last lap and named Paul Meyer to get a bit closer.
Right, so Breukers is coming at the braking area at Le Combe now. There's no car between him and Robert Renaud, but there's 2.7 seconds. And then there's nothing between Renaud and
I think there was, and they've just gone past it.
I think.
I was looking around the source a minute ago. I think there was a car ahead of Robert as they came over the line, but now got past it, I believe.
Where's the number 8? The number 8's right there as well. Joe Bradley can give us news on a heartbreaking set of news from H2H Racing, which has been at the sharp end of the field, that number 15 car, for most of the race.
Yeah, NGT Racing, I think it is. It's the gearbox.
Oh, right, okay.
Gearbox temperature, they think the gearbox temperature has gone up and up and up and up, and they think it's the oil pump in the gearbox. They're pretty solid on it being the oil pump that has caused the gearbox temperatures. So the gearbox, rather than before it seizes, they've brought it in. Then they might be able to retrieve at least, bits and pieces within that if it just needs a pump. So they didn't just come here to take part, is what the team was.
So it's very unfortunate when you get so far in a race, you've been so competitive, certainly battling for the podium, and then it all goes wrong with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. Well, effectively, anyone coming in not this lap, but the lap after, they will get to the end. If we're down to 1 minute and 15, because don't forget, when they come in, they'll also spend 2 minutes fueling and tyring.
Yeah.
So they'll come out at about an hour 13 or an hour 11. I expect they'll go as long as they can go.
There goes Belgium Racing making up another position in the overall, still second in Pro-Am. And this is all starting to get a bit interesting. This battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th now, separated by just on a second and a half.
Yeah. They're going round the source now, and you can see the 3 cars diving down the hill together, with currently Luke Breukers just having 7/8 of a second lead over Renaud, and then Robert Renaud being 6/10 of a second ahead of Paul Meyer. So the 3 cars go by 1.3 seconds. It's Red Camel Jordan's, Neuhofer Rennsport and Max Cruz Racing. Red Camel will be pitting in the next few laps. The others have got a bit longer to go before they need to pit. They all do need to pit once more.
Probably 4 to 6 laps from Breukers. Robert Renaud can, I think, do about 15 laps, and Paul Meyer can probably do about 20 laps. So what do you take? Do you take the track position, and if there's another neutralisation in the darkness, you get in and do your last pit stop? I think if I'm Max Kreuzer Racing, I think I stay out.
You stay out as long as possible because you'll get a cheap stop if you're under the yellows.
Correct.
So you stay out.
Can't lose anything.
No, you stay out until you could no longer go any further. The only reason you wouldn't do that is if you had tyres that were going off, but I don't think anyone does. No one's double seating their tyres.
Not at this point.
No one went in last time double seating the tyres. So yeah, I mean the first person to come will be either Luke Breukers or Tobias Muller. And they both are at the further reaches of their stint. It's an hour and 24 ready for Luke Breukers, but don't forget, best part half an hour of that was under a controlled speed, where you can effectively you get back a minute for every 2 minutes you're running. So absolutely, now anyone coming in can easily make the end. That's the leader, isn't it?
That is the leader being hassled by the red, white, and black number.
By the 8?
It's the 8 car. That's Matt Kreuzer Racing trying to unlap himself. From the leader. So has Robert Renaud and Luke Breukers already gone through and unlapped themselves? Yes, they have.
Does this mean that the Meyer car is suffering, or are they just going to go and stop?
The Muller car?
No, the Black Falcon. Sorry, the Black Falcon race. Yes, Thomas Muller, Black Falcon race. They've been dropping back. Actually, in fairness, throughout this this run they've had, almost like they're not prepared to race.
No, it was the other Max Kreuzer Racing car.
Oh, it was the 10.
It was the Benjamin Lloyd. It was Ben Lloyd 10 that had just gone through. Same colours, the red, white, and black. Caught us both out. So you've learned the colours.
Oh, doing well. So the night. So yes, but by the way, it's this 3/10 second. There,
they are right there.
No,
now.
but what's happened is Breukers has gone down to 4th. Both Renaud and Meyer have got past Breukers. Those three cars battling at the exit of La Source and coming down to Arouge and Radillon, but they're all together. But the big loser, well, a couple of seconds, and into 4th place now has gone Luke Breukers. 3rd is Paul Meyer. 2nd is Robert Renaud. And now you kind of think, what do we do about fuel? I'm absolutely certain that what's being said on the radio by Paul Trustwell to Luke Breukers, Luke, just stick on his tail. We'll keep going till we're out of fuel, because at that point we know we can't gain from a yellow flag situation. But
we have the number 4 in,
going, and we're down with Joe.
Yeah, the number 4 is on pit road. It's having tyres changed. Didn't see a driver getting out. Just make my way up there as I do this. Now, this is the Muller Motorsport car that you guys have been mentioning about. Is this one of the cars that have gotten a lap back?
No.
Right, okay. I'm out to see.
No, we were wrong about that, Joe. Sorry, but it was the other Max Kreuzer Racing. It was Ben Leuchner who got his lap back. However, sorry, go ahead, and then I want to come back to the Pro-Am battle. Go ahead.
Right, well, it's taking fuel on now, the number 4. It's had tyres. That's all been done. I think it was driver's bottle. There's no driver. That is, they haven't changed the driver. I'm not sure. Is it Martin?
It is Martin who brought it in.
This one. Yeah. So I think he stayed in the car. I'm pretty sure he stayed in the car. Martin's still in the car. Martin is still in the car. Yes. Thank you.
Did they take tyres, Joe?
Fuel going in, tyres on, brand new, unscrubbed rubber going on, so stick of tyres if you're in the States. So this car's ready to go to the finish, isn't it?
Yeah, easily, with an hour and 10. Actually, they're one of the first people to make their last stop. So that's interesting. It's fired up, and it's ready to go.
Remember, it's the 60 seconds.
That's awesome.
We get so used to seeing the fuel hose come off and the car, blasting out, but it's kind of like you do a reset when the fuel hose comes off and nothing happens, and then you realise you're waiting for the clock to tick down. I do like this rule, though. I do like these. I do like the new regs. Certainly the safety car. This weekend has been a
Let's get to the AM battle, because in 8th position, QMMF by HRT, Julian Hanses, leads that battle by 11 seconds from Dylan Yip, and at the moment he's got about half a second a lap. The leader is pulling away at half a second a lap. 3rd is Junker Honkavuri in the number 992 PTE, operated by Manthey Racing Car, and he is another couple of minutes back. Now, as far as the oh, come on, John, use your brain. The pit stops are concerned. I reckon Honkavori will be the first of those cars in, because he's on his 32nd lap now. He can probably do at least a couple more because of the neutralisation. As Nick says, at this point, you have to make your decision. Do I come in absolutely as early as I can and get it out of the way, or do I go long? And those are the decisions that have been made on the pit wall.
Well, it's an hour and 29 minutes for Luke Breukers. It's an hour and 30 minutes for Hugo Honkavardi since they last stopped. But of course, it's not in reality because we've had that long period of yellow.
What did you say it was, 29 minutes?
29 minutes.
So that's like another 15 minutes, isn't it?
16, 17 minutes back, but probably even more when you're running at 50 miles an hour.
Well, we did a lot of 80 click.
So let's say it's giving them 20 minutes back, so they can probably run to 133.
Yeah, better part of 10 laps.
And I suppose you would wait to see if you can get the stop done under yellow.
The only thing that would change that is in the second place battle, where you've got the 86 Neuhofer Rennsport, Max Kreuzer number 8, Red Camel Jordan number 9, as in comes the leader for his last stop with an hour and 8 minutes to go. This will not affect the battle for second at the moment, but if somebody does jump and put a new set of tyres on, what you might be worried about is the undercut, because you can't short fuel to get back.
The vulnerability at the moment for Black Falcon Racing is if we now go full course yellow and safety car, because they are all off the lead. He's off. The people are unlapping themselves as we speak. They all have to stop again. So if it runs normally, they will end up a lap behind. But they are unlapping themselves as we speak.
Hang on, where are they? Have they just?
Luke Breukers is in as well. So Red Camel Jordans are coming as well. They are obviously that's what they can do with fuel. That was it. Michael Cool's coming from Belgian Racing, and Matthew in. So we've got 3 of the top 10 in right now.
Renault stayed out. The 86 Neuhofer racing car stayed out, and when it comes around the next time, it will lead the motor race.
And it doesn't need to stop for another 18 to 20 minutes. Paul Meyer and Max Kreuzer can go another 40 minutes.
Yeah. Meyer has to stay out as well, and he has done. So those cars separated by half a second. There's still 50 seconds to go before the leader can roll. So the battle for second and third, the number 86 Neuhofer car coming down through Pouhon now, and through to the second part of Pouhon. The car right behind that dark grey and highlighter yellow is the car that is fighting. So that's 86 and 8. And they are coming now down to the bottom of the hill through Piff Paff now. Still 20 seconds to go. They're not going to lose the lead. They're not going to lose the lead.
For 20 seconds. We're at 10 seconds now. The car has fired. The car controller has given him the go-ahead with 4, 3, 2, 1.
You love that, don't you?
Well, there should be a penalty if anyone doesn't spill off the apron, to be honest.
So,
the Red Camel's car has been in as well.
Hang on, Joe.
And I've just been told from that team that the safety car messed up their plan, robbed them. Unquote.
Well, they obviously had to decide they could save enough fuel to do it on one stop.
The leader is back out, and there was a car that went out right in front of him, and that was Rick Breukers that went out, I think, right in front of him. So Rick Breukers at the moment 1 lap, but almost 2 laps down. The leader is back out over the top at Radion as the battle for second and third now on the lead lap goes through La Source.
And Loic Hartog is the man to take the Black Falcon Team 48 Loshkar to the end, which makes me think that Chris Mees might be doing the final few laps for the number 5 car and attempt to get a couple of extra spaces back for them. He can do a lot more good in that 5 car than possibly can the 48.
New fastest AM lap of the race by Mathieu Gilbert. He's quick in the 888, 5th in the AM class at the moment, but he's only 5 seconds away from Leo Pichler and the Elfa Motorhome car, the 911. It's 14th and 15th, and that is in an AM class battle as well as an overall battle there.
Yeah, and the good news for Seb Lejeune racing fans is that Mateus can go to the end. He's been in the car for 7 minutes. The car will get to the end on this tank, and he can run it the whole way.
The danger now for the leader is that he is right behind Rick Breukers, and Rick will not want to go another lap down. He will fight. He will absolutely fight to stay there just in case anything happens. And also, let's not forget, he is in 4th place at the moment in the pro category, so he doesn't want to lose any time if if the leader goes past him again, he's off the battle for second and third.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really good point. I understand what the information we got there through from Joe, because it's pretty obvious that Rick and the team were working on a fuel strategy which would have meant they would only have to stop once, where the others would have had to stop twice, and therefore they would have come through in second. Woulda, shoulda, coulda, but that
Didn't.
half hour means they can race for it still. They can still race for it. Joe?
I've gotten Luke
Lost you,
Breukers, very sweaty Luke Breukers.
Lost.
Look, that was a cracking stint,
Joe,
but
we're
this has
losing
turned
you
into
there.
a race.
Sorry.
Let's step out of the garage door here, Luke. Sorry, come on, follow me. We're losing a bit of reception off the microphone. Right, Luke Breukers, cracking stint, but that safety car, all of that work that you put in to build that lead has gone in a safety car. We love safety cars, but you must hate them.
I didn't like the safety car. I was in a really good rhythm. Things were going well. It was starting to go dark, so I was trying to get into the rhythm, and then the safety car came, and everything just scrambled. And I had the lights in the back, and there was the pressure for P2. So and I had fast guys in the back like Robert and Paul Meyer was also very quick. So, but we're still in the race, and there's still a chance. And we got the fastest pit stop.
Yes, so you were meant to say something about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I came in and there was the fastest pit stop. But do you mean something else?
Yeah, you made thanks to your crew.
Yes.
For the fastest pit stop.
Yeah, but they're the best. People think because we are a hobby team made out of friends that we're not on that level. But I think these pit stop time, I don't see other teams doing them. So.
I think you're right, Luke. I think you're right. So you're still in with the race. Your job's done, though. Rick has got to take this to the end, I would think.
Yeah, Rick had a good rest. I'm sure he's fired up. He has experience in the night here due to the 24 hours of Spa. So let's see what let's see where we end up.
Great stuff. Thank you, Luke. I'll let you go and cool off. Yeah, and you remembered your message as well.
Yeah.
Thank your crew for the fastest pit stop.
Yeah.
Kids these
The
days.
number 9 car of Rick Breukers has pulled away from the leader. And I think that's good news for both of them, actually. Certainly good news for Luke Hartog. He doesn't need to be embroiled in a battle with Rick Breukers with his elbows out. We've lost the 36 car. There's an off at the exit of Pouon. And that car is off the side of the circuit at turn 11. And that means that Fidel Leip for K. Kramer Racing, well, they've replaced a fuel pump earlier on.
Rolling again.
It's rolling, but very slowly. Looks like there might be a bit of damage on that car. Yes, he's been off the circuit. Left-hand side of the car is damaged. He's throwing all kinds of dirt and debris onto the road, but at least he is rolling again. And it's now white flags. He's gone through the exit of Stavalo and heading back towards us. Luke Hartog is 21 seconds ahead of Robert Renauer at the moment, and Renauer was half a second slower last time around. Renauer with probably 8 to 10 more laps. Paul Meyer with probably 14, 15. Yeah,
I think Renauer's got 6 to 7 actually, and then I think Meyer's got 14 or 15 if they want to take them. Which is
I think you have to right now.
Rick Breukers obviously has stopped, so we want to know where his stagger will unwind until after an hour and Meyer made their final stops.
He's ahead of Job Rapanga, and Sasha Norden is another lap back. So the number 9 car ahead of the leader, and with a beautifully clear track all the way to for half a lap, and Marcus Vinicius.
Okay, so we have a couple of penalties come through for cars that are there or thereabouts, but not quite at the front. Both the 5 and the 10, which is Gabriel Piano on the comeback Black Falcon, and the 10, which is Benjamin Leitner, the Max Cruz Racing, have got exceeding speed limits during full course. Yeah, that's a drive-through. That's effectively a 35-second penalty for the pair of them. That is going to drop the... I'm not sure he's going to... Yes, he's certainly going to drop Benjamin Leitner away from Julian Hanses, and therefore I'm pretty sure he'll go behind Bao Jin Long as well.
The thing about Leitner is that he's in the pro class. Where's the next pro Oh no, that's so he's not going to lose.
He's the last running player, effectively, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Detroit's not running anymore.
Yeah, and what was the other one? Did you say the Black Falcon?
It was number 5. Black Falcon number 5.
Right. So the next one there is Toro Racing, the number 29 car, which is a couple of laps back. They're not going to lose a couple of laps. They'll lose part of that.
I think they were trying to move forward, and that's the point. And I think that's why that's the disappointing thing for them. It's going to stop that progress. The K Kramer car in the pits, it had a flat rear right. I'm not sure it was a flat rear right or a suspension collapse. The fact they haven't wheeled the car straight back into the box makes you think it was probably a puncture on that rear right for the car.
At RSL_studio, inside the last hour of racing. Hello everybody, if you are just joining us, this is the denouement of the inaugural Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport. The main event of this festival of flat 6 Porsches, which has been running all week.
One V8.
Actually, a couple of V8s, yeah. A couple of V8s, because there's a few V8s in the 4-door cars. So we are now waiting to see as Paul Meyer's gone ahead of Renault.
That's just happened.
That has just happened in the darkness. The number 8 Max Kreuzer Racing, 24 seconds behind the leader. So that was a slightly tardy lap from Robert Renault at 2 minutes 25.9, and he's dropped to 25 seconds away from the leader. A lot of final pit stops being done at the moment further down the field that aren't affecting the 3-class podium places, but that is a major change because Paul Meyer, we know, can go the longest of the cars at the front of the field by some margin before he has to do his last stop. It's their choice at this point.
It's a cracking comeback from this number 8 car. It was in the middle of the field doing nothing after a terrible... I don't even know what the problem was in that first stint, but the car wasn't working effectively. Well, it was, and they had to do a 5-minute stop, and then it was kind of trundling. It obviously quick trundling. But it's really pushed through in the last 3 or 4 hours, and it's now up to second, and that is an actual second. It's not a net second, that's an actual second. Yes, there are stops to be made, and stops can go wrong, but that is where that car runs at the moment.
What do we think is the time gap for a stop?
It'll take them about 2 minutes and 5 seconds. I'm not totally sure about the in and out. It's only the out, but it's about 2:08 in total.
So here's the problem. Rick Breukers has just done a 2:22.8. And the gap between Rick Breukers and the second place Max Kreuzer Racing Paul Meyer car is 1 minute 57 seconds. So they're in a net second now.
They are, yeah.
Because both of the cars ahead have to stop.
And that's because they've held each other up with this battle. Renault and Meyer have done 25s and 24s when they should be doing 22s or 23s.
Yeah,
they're battling. When you're battling, you're going to lose time. Now, this is Meyer's first lap with clear tarmac in front of him. Let's see what he can do.
Rick Breukers has got half a lap of clear track ahead of him since he got out of the pits in front of the leader. Gabriele Piana is just behind the leader, so he's got relatively clear track as well. Pit stop for Robert Renault. Renault in the pits from what was 3rd position. Rick Breukers coming up to Lecombe now. So he should get around that car unless they don't put tyres on.
That would be a inverted commas winning strategy. But the tyres have been on for an hour and 17 minutes.
But they've only done 29 laps.
Yeah, that is true. And only 55 minutes to go, not an hour and 20. They've had to run for a second stint.
I think they'll be considering that for Neuhofer. I think Max Kreuzer Racing don't change tyres in second place. I think it's
easier for them because they're another 25 minutes less on the tyre.
Yeah, absolutely. Was that a penalty?
No, I haven't got it for 86. Oh, hang on, track limits. Yes, 9th offence, track limits was 2 minutes ago. It was a track limit offence. A T3.
Yeah, he just drove straight through.
I looked at the top one, which was 85. That's not them 86. An 86 has come through on a track limit offence. They've issued it and they've served it.
So, did you say 85 there as well?
Yeah, 85.
That's the other Neuhofer racing car. That's second in the AMP class. That's Bao Xinlong.
That's got an exceeding speed limit during full course yellow for the 85.
So is that just a drive-through?
Yes.
Right, well, that's going to drop them back towards Hunkavore and Seb Lejeune Racing.
Yeah, that now means Rick Brokers is definitely net 3, possibly net 2. Robert Renau is net 4. Don't think that's going to drop him into the clutches of the leader in Pro-Am, which is the 33 Yop Rapange. But Sasha Norden is... how far behind Sasha Norden is from the 99, but neither of those have been pinged there.
Sasha Norden is 2 minutes, near enough.
Okay, so that's probably pretty much okay, because actually Rapan just made his final stop as well.
So I reckon that Rick Breukers, a 23.6 last time for Rick, a 23.9 for Paul Mayer. So Paul Mayer's picked his pace up again now that he's on his own. But he's got to get the hammer down here, and they've got to make a decision about changing tyres.
I think you're right. No is the answer, because that will keep them back in the lead. Oh, sorry, back in second.
Back in second.
In the lead of
the battle for second.
Rick. Yeah. They're only 25 seconds off the lead at the moment, of course.
But they have to make a stop.
Hartog
but Luke Hartog's picked his pace up.
He's the fastest, 22.4. So he has flying.
He's done it again. A few laps ago, the fastest lap of the race was reset yet again to a 2:21.610, and that's Mathis Joubert. So he has been absolutely outstanding. That's an AM car. He's very much the coming man in Porsche terms as far as driving is concerned. Flying high in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, 2:21.610. 2:21.726 by the Best Pro team, which is the Black Falcon team. Was that Luke Hartog's time? I think it was. And 2:22 flat for the Black Falcon number 5 car. So Black Falcon's cars are going well. And if only that Seb Lejeune Racing by Duo Racing was a little bit higher up the field, we would have a cracking battle.
Absolutely. Now, Bao Jinlong has done his drive-through. So we are... that next right, we didn't have a single penalty for almost an hour, you know.
Well, that was mainly because they were sitting behind the safety car.
But even so, they managed to pick up. They normally manage to pick up things anyway. The 78 car in the pits at the moment. That's the Jackson Verhoeven Speed Lover machine. It's very dark, isn't it, in the pit lane? You can see how, if you're working on the right-hand side of the car, it's good news. Working on the left-hand side of the car, you need a head torch. You're not going to see anything. Much, much darker than some of the night lights we see, for example, at Dubai. Joe? No?
Why? There isn't any lights out on the pit apron. None of the teams have got lighting gantries over the pit apron.
And there's no grandstands other than further back down the pit lane, even to cast any light from the main grandstand.
It's very little light coming, but usually you get bright light from the gantries overlooking the apron, but none of the teams have got that.
Obviously, didn't feel it was worth it for one pit stop.
Yeah, for an hour. Yeah.
At the moment, I can't remember who it was who described going down the Mulsanne Straight before the lights were put up at Le Mans as being thrown down a mine shaft holding a very small torch, which I thought was brilliant. It's going to be like that on the Kemmel Straight, and indeed coming back from Stavelot, Curve Paul Frere to Blanchimont at the end of the lap. Bajin Long is back out for Neuhofer, and they will, I think, have they held on to second place in the Jukka Hunkavore is going to be a heck of a slight closer though. So that is the 85 and the 992 that we're talking about. 85 and 992, they are where? They're the blues, aren't they?
Yeah. The Pro-Ams are the blues and the Ams are the oranges.
Where are they? Don't see them at all.
Who are you looking for? 992 is in Sector 2.
No, it's
85
orange.
is in
Sorry,
Sector 3.
I was looking at the wrong ones because I'm looking at blues and it's orange. And what was the other number, sorry?
85.
Right, so the 992 is Jukka Hunkavore.
85 just crossed the line.
And 85 has just crossed the line. Okay, so there's half a lap now between second and third in the AM category, and they are together on the timing screen. We'll get an actual time for you when Jukka Hunkavore comes through in a moment or two's time, because they are now on the same lap. Which is getting quite exciting for some of the minor places. Well, actually not minor places, these are podium spots, aren't
there's a lot of podium spots up for grabs.
27 seconds now between first and second. Luke Hartog is setting sail, another 2:22.5, and he backs that up with a 2:23.2. That's his slowest lap for a little while, and it's still quicker than the cars that are chasing him. Hartog, for me, has really shown his class
100%,
here.
100%.
In a very good... He'd have come here this weekend with very few people really knowing who he was and what he was doing. He's leading the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, but, you know, it's not in Europe, and I accept, although there's free coverage of it, and we cover it on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, and across the RSL Audio and Visual Channel network, but maybe people didn't know who Luke Hartog was.
There's three new names: Luke Hartog, it's Paul Meyer, and it's Matthias Joubert. They've really all. Meyer had a little problem in the first stint, and I now believe wasn't his fault. I believe it was the car. And Joubert's been unbelievably quick in the amateur Seb Raju racing machine. And the three of them have really blitzed it. Of course, the other person who's done particularly well is Chris Mees, but we've all heard of him before.
Yeah. I also think some of the Carrera Cup Asia drivers will have picked up people's attention. Bajin Long, particularly, has been impressive. The guys that have been driving for Toro as well, a little bit of rivalry between the Carrera Cup Asia competitors in different cars. Yeah, very good. There are some new names for Porsche to be considering as junior drivers. Well, some of them are already on the radar, we know that, but my goodness me, they are showing their versatility in races, in stints that are twice as long and more than their whole race normally in the sprint categories.
It's a massive learning experience. I think also it's very easy for European-centric teams to dismiss the strength in championships, especially in Asia, which doesn't have quite the long history of motorsport that it happens in the States and in Europe. But there is some incredible talent out there, both from the Asian drivers and also, of course, the Antipodeans who will go up at their race.
Very good point. Very good point indeed.
Now, interestingly, so the gap between Luke Breukers and Paul Meyer is 1 minute 49.2 at the moment. So if they take tyres, the number 8 car will drop behind the number 9. If they don't take tyres, they'll stay ahead. Max Clue is currently on 1 hour and 9 minutes. Don't have to stop for another 20 minutes. They don't want to. May do. But they may, let's hope for that yellow.
Stay out, stay out, stay out, stay out, because then you can put as least fuel as you need in at the end.
For a minute, though.
No, it's not about the time, it's about the weight of the car. So you do not want to put more than maybe 2 extra laps of fuel in, and then the tyres aren't working as hard at the end. If you fill it now, you've got heavier car. So you'll do a timed stop, even though you've got to sit there.
I was saying to Joe, I wonder whether a revision to the law rules should be that it's mandatorily a minute. In the last hour, it's free. But I'm kind of thinking, no, it works quite well this way.
Well, that's what happens at the Nürburgring, of course.
Is it?
You have a sliding scale depending on how many laps you've done of how long you've got to be in the pit lane.
Right.
But from 70 minutes out, it swaps and goes from a sliding scale the other way, from where you are from the end of the race, and the closer you are to the end of the race, the shorter your stop can be.
Okay. Makes sense. We've got a couple of pit callers. Alan Christodoulou brings the Toro Rosso racing car in. That's its 20th run down the pit lane.
Leo Pichler comes in the Alpha Motor home car, and that's dropped that out of the fight for the final spot on the podium for the AM category. Jukka Honkavuri holds that at the moment. Matthias Joubert is trying to chase him down. He took a second out of him last time around, and there's 20 seconds between them. Joe Bradley is watching the final pit stop of the number 911 car.
I went off just before, in the first segment of qualifying, and damaged the car. Wrote the car off, actually, so they had to get a new car, and they basically swapped whatever bits they could onto this new car. The doors, the boot lid, the rear wing and stuff went onto this car. So instead of being bright yellow, it's become silver and yellow. And it's in the pits for its final stop. It's, you know what, I think the team should applaud themselves. I know you just mentioned they're out of class contention this year. They're changing the driver for